At the disciple selection ceremony, the 10 elders chose their disciples, with 9 selecting those with the extraordinary spiritual roots of great emperors, leaving you, the naturally untrainable waste elder, to choose a defective spiritual root. All of this happened because your master only took you as a disciple, but before he could help you open your meridians, he passed away, resulting in your comical inheritance of the elder position of the lineage. Unexpectedly, you faced unanimous exclusion from the other elders, who not only sought to monopolize the cultivation resources of your lineage but even forced you to agree that if you could not find a disciple to inherit, you would have to relinquish your elder position and resources. Fortunately, you awakened the great villain system just in time, which allows you to grow stronger by taking in disciples and committing evil deeds. Upon hearing this, you pondered to yourself that you needed to recruit someone with a natural rebellious spirit, someone who loves to cause trouble. However, the group of disciples below stood straighter than the last, their eyes filled with aspirations for the future. After a moment, your gaze finally landed on a certain spot, and you spoke. Among all those present, I have a connection with one person, and that is Su. Wait, before you could finish your sentence, a young man interrupted you. This person was Su Haotian, the new disciple who ranked first in this assessment, possessing the extremely rare gunmetal spiritual root. Su Haotian, with an arrogant expression, respectfully clasped his fists towards the stage and said, Elder Mu's good intentions are appreciated, but I only wish to be accepted under Elder Wushing. I hope Elder Mu can understand and choose another. Everyone watched this scene with mockery in their eyes, full of ridicule. However, you remained calm, looking disdainfully at the guy who suddenly jumped out, and coldly smiled. Did I mention your name? You're being overly sentimental. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell silent, and everyone's brains seemed to freeze for a moment. Su Haotian was especially furious. His face flushed, fists clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. At this moment, you continued, although I, Mu Gu, am not talented, I do not accept just anyone. The disciple I truly want to take in is Su Wan'er. Upon hearing this, the disciples searched their minds for clues about this name, but it seemed that no one had any impression of this genius. However, Su Haotian was shocked. Could it be her? At the very end of the line, a young girl, hearing her name, was first taken aback, and after a moment of hesitation, she stood out from the line and said, I, Su Wan'er, have met Elder Mu. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately made way, turning to look back. Soon someone recognized her. Isn't she the one with the useless spiritual root? The last place in this assessment. Listening to the discussions around her, the girl became more reserved. Su Haotian turned to look in the direction of the girl, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. From the information provided by the system, you learned about the girl's background, a flawed spiritual root, orphaned since childhood, and during her time being raised by her uncle from the same clan, she suffered his malicious intent, having her heavenly ice spiritual root forcibly extracted and placed on her uncle's son, Su Haotian, to help him balance yin and yang, while she was left with only a half-depleted, crippled spiritual root to sustain her. Therefore, she was ridiculed by her peers in the clan since she was young, and now she had been expelled from the family. Thinking of this, your expression tightened, and you said in a deep voice, Su Wan'er, do you wish to join the Wendicliff and take me as your master? Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er felt a bit flustered. Under the gaze of so many people, she continued to lower her head, at a loss. Just as she hesitated, a cold and ethereal female voice suddenly echoed in her heart, agree to him. Su Wan'er seemed to find her backbone in an instant, and then she raised her head and said firmly, I am willing. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the villain Su Wan'er. You have received a beginner's gift package, 1 early-stage Yuaniing experience card, 1,000 points of evil value, and triggered Su Wan'er's teaching task. What is using evil to counter evil? Upon completion, you will receive rewards, a 7th grade elixir, the Taoist pill for shaping the Yuan, the divine level spiritual technique for the demon subduing staff, and 1,000 points of evil value. Hearing this, you felt a surge of joy in your heart and then announced loudly, good, since you have taken me as your master, from now on, you will be the senior sister of the Wendea. Seeing this, the elders on the stage who had previously made a bet with you all snorted in unison, realizing that their earlier plans had fallen through. The 5 Elements elder stroked his long beard and blandly congratulated, congratulations to Elder Mu for taking in a beloved disciple. Wendea can be considered to have a successor now, but just be careful not to mislead the younger generation. Upon hearing this, you shot him a cold glance and thought, old man, trying to stand up for your unwed disciple, just right to settle accounts with your good disciple. So you turned to Su Wan'er and said, Wan'er, since you are my first disciple, I can't be stingy either. How about I give you a gift to celebrate our meeting? Upon hearing this, everyone's curiosity was piqued. The rumor is that you are enjoying all the resources of the Wendicliff by yourself. What kind of meeting gift will you present? Just as everyone was speculating, you suddenly turned to Su Haotian and said sternly, "Is my eldest disciple's ice spirit root still suitable for you? It should be returned now." Su Haotian's face immediately showed shock. How could he know? Before anyone could react, you used that nascent soul experience card. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within you, sweeping across the entire square like a storm. Su Haotian's pupils constricted as he realized he couldn't move, and a large hand made of spiritual power was suddenly pressing down on him with overwhelming force. Seeing this, the elder of the five elements instantly vanished from the stage and appeared in front of Su Haotian, with five elements spiritual power flowing in his palm. He quickly summoned a hard rock from the ground to protect the two tightly. However, after just one glance, his expression changed drastically. Late stage of the golden core? You can't stop it. In the next moment, the spiritual light on you erupted again, and that palm became even more solid, forcefully breaking through the elder of the five elements obstruction. With a crisp sound of shattering, the rock instantly cracked into a web and finally exploded into countless fragments. Amidst the swirling smoke, your hand of spiritual power, which seemed almost tangible, accurately landed on Su Haotian. With a poof, the ice spirit root within Su Haotian shattered, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. This scene stunned everyone present, and disbelief was written on everyone's face. A disciple who had previously mocked you trembled as he said, "Muge, wasn't he a useless person? How could he suddenly unleash strength comparable to that of the nascent soul stage? Could it be that the Cliff of Inquiry truly hides dragons and crouching tigers?" Meanwhile, Su Wan'er in the crowd had a look of uncertainty in her eyes, as if she was reminiscing about something. Ding! Given that the host forcibly shattered the spiritual root that Su Wan'er had lost to Su Haotian in front of her, congratulations on completing the task of using evil to counter evil. A long-term teaching task has now been initiated for Su Wan'er, how to cultivate a villain. During this period, rewards will be randomly obtained based on progress, so please make Su Wan'er a great villain as soon as possible. Listening to the voice of the system in your mind, you took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within you flowing through your meridians like a tide. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena was tense to the extreme. No one expected that the legendary useless elder would be so strong. On the faces of the crowd, besides shock, a complex emotion also surged in their hearts. Some secretly pondered, is it still too late to choose the Cliff of Inquiry now? The face of the elder of the five elements was even more terrifyingly dark. He pointed at you and said sternly, "Muge, you have acted ruthlessly against a fellow disciple without distinguishing right from wrong, and you should be dealt with according to the sect rules." Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on your face as you said, "Su Haotian's father took my disciple's spiritual root, and now that I have acted to shatter it, I am merely seeking justice. If the elder of the five elements does not believe it, please ask the old sect master to summon the mirror platform for verification." As soon as this news broke, it was like a bolt from the blue, and everyone immediately gasped in shock. The elder of the five elements was furious, glaring at you with wide eyes. The old sect master, Qing Mingjinren, gave you a deep look, then waved his dust whisk and said loudly, "All right, I will make a decision on this matter." 1 month later, let the disciples' competition be settled by those two juniors themselves. To everyone's surprise, the elder of the five elements immediately retorted, "No, Su Haotian is already a disciple of my five elements peak. As his master, how can I let this matter go so easily?" Hearing this, you persisted. "Then what do you want?" Elder of the five elements fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, and said, "Let the competition a month from now be the standard. If Su Haotian wins, then the resources of the Dao Cliff must be divided in half as compensation to us from the five elements peak." Li Xiuyuan sneered and asked, "What if you lose?" The five elements elder took a deep breath and said, "If you lose, then I'll let you have my five elements peak secret realm spot. How about it?" Upon hearing this, the disciples murmured as they inquired curiously, "What is a secret realm quota?" The voice of the Qingming realist was calm as he explained, "There will be a great creation in our Kanglan North realm in the near future, overflowing with ancient secret realms appearing. It's just that the secret seam is not stable, and can only be entered and explored by cultivators at the Qi refining stage. And the previous plan, in addition to asking the cliff, was to screen out the best one among the various veins of the Zhangyang sect as a quota to enter the secret realm. If you want to obtain a place to enter the secret realm and seize the opportunity, you will have to cultivate more diligently." Upon hearing about this such a great creation, the disciples on the field immediately began to stir. Li Xiuyuan looked at that five elements peak elder with some amusement. If he knew the secret in Su Wan'er's body, I wonder if he would still talk like this. But it was delivered to him, and he didn't want it for nothing. "Okay, it's a deal." With Li Xiuyuan's promise to leave the field, Elder Five Elements had a disciple temporarily accept the disciple and also left with the injured Su Haotian in anger. When this was over, the old patriarch also announced that the disciple acceptance ceremony would continue as usual. Asked cliff. On the edge of an overwhelming cliff, there were several openings for caves, with a stone tablet. On weekdays it was extremely lonely, with only the mountain wind and slanting rain, but today there was suddenly more life. It's very quiet on our questioning cliff, and the cave in one of the rooms over here is rich in spiritual chi, so you can stay here. Li Xiaoyuan and Su Wan'er walked side by side, pointing at a cave that had long been cleaned, while Su Wan'er gave sneaked glances at Li Xiaoyuan from time to time, wanting to speak. She thought about it and still hesitated to open her mouth. Many thanks, Master. Willing to do justice to Wan'er's injustice. Wan'er's qualifications are despicable. Why does Master still want to set a bet with the 5 elements elders? In Su Wan'er's eyes, the Master must be a low-profile master of the way. He even counted out his years of humiliated life at a glance, and was willing to directly offend the 5 elements elders for her. This made the heart of the young girl, who had been suffering from cold eyes, feel a feeling she had never felt before. But just because of that, if she caused Li Xiaoyuan to lose half of Ask the Cliff's heritage because of herself, how could she feel good about it? However, Li Xiaoyuan smiled mysteriously, because you're the one who saved questioning Cliff. The young girl blinked innocently, her little face full of confusion. Li Xiaoyuan sat on a green stone and slowly spoke. I previously had an agreement with a group of elders that we must find a successor this year, or else the Cliff of Asking will have to be handed over and the various veins will take care of it together. If you hadn't agreed to join at that time, I'm afraid that our questioning cliff would have been carved up by the other houses, and I might have been expelled from the division. Speaking of this, Li Xiaoyuan also unavoidably imagined what he would see if he were to be expelled from the door, and his fists in his sleeves tightened again. But, the young girl's heart was still uncertain, and she didn't want to disappoint Li Xiaoyuan. Seeing such a naive and kind-hearted Su Wan'er, Li Xiaoyuan began to feel some headaches. Disciple, when will I train you to be a great evil like this? Immediately after, Li Xiaoyuan suddenly remembered something and took out a crystal-clear elixir from his sleeve, a reward given by the system earlier, and handed it to Su Wan'er. Take this. This is a 7th grade elixir, the Great Tao-shaping elemental pill. It can help you repair your meridians and enhance your qualifications. In that case, you won't have to worry about your qualifications being left behind by your peers anymore. Under the sunlight, the elixir was a deep purple color, with a faint halo flowing on its surface, as if it contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. Its shape was not irregular, but it gave off a feeling of naturalness, as if it was a spiritual object naturally nurtured by heaven and earth. The aroma of the elixir was not strong either, but it was exceptionally pure, and after inhaling a mouthful of it, one could feel a stream of warmth flowing through the body, as if it could wash away all impurities. Smelling the fragrance of the Dan, the voice inside Su Wan'er's body resounded once again. Quickly take it. This elixir can repair half of your spirit root and even take it to the next level. However, Su Wan'er was unmoved. She didn't dare to take it. As if he could see the young girl's concern, Li Xiaoyuan directly shoved it into her hand. Don't worry, my Ask the Cliff has a strong heritage. Years of accumulation. Where is this? And you're my eldest disciple, the face of my questioning cliff. And you'll have to go to the appointment for my vein at that time, raising your eyebrows, which is what you deserve. Words. Only then did Su Wan'er accept the elixir. Speechless knelt and made a long bow. The corner of Li Xiaoyuan's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this, and he then left the place, after placing the cave inside and out. Evening. Su Wan'er sat cross-legged on top of the stone bed, holding that one great Tao-shaping Yuan Dan tightly in her hand. She took a deep breath and put the elixir in her mouth. The elixir melted in his mouth, and a stream of warm air flowed down his throat into his abdomen, then quickly spread throughout his body. Su Wan'er felt a powerful force surging within her body, and her meridians began to emit a faint glow, as if something was flowing through them. As time passed, the chi flow in Su Wan'er's body became stronger and stronger, and her meridians began to emit a dazzling light, as if there were countless stars twinkling in them. She felt her meridians being repaired little by little, and those places that were once blocked began to flow freely. Under the nourishment of the medicinal power, the small remnant of her cold spirit roots began to rejuvenate, and actually began to undergo a strange dazzling light, fusing with each other. 3 days later, Su Wan'er sat quietly in the cave, surrounded by the fluctuations of aura that had just been collected. It didn't take long for her to slowly open her eyes. It was just that those eyes were no longer the clear innocence of the past, but had become as deep as a cold pool, as if they were able to see into the essence of everything in the world, so that people did not dare to look directly at them. As she gently raised her hand, tiny ice crystals seemed to condense in the air and quietly dissipate. Seeing this, she frowned slightly, her thin lips parting. It's a pity that this nymphet's body is still too weak. Chapter 4, Cultivating while lying down. All future feats will belong to the disciple. This nymphette has a pure heart, I had promised her a flat step in this life, and now that she has repaired her spiritual root with a great Tao shaping Yuan Dan, she has finally taken the first step. It's just a pity that it's still not enough cultivation to fall into a deep sleep after just 3 days of bitter cultivation so that I can have the chance to come out for air, said. Su Wan'er eyes deep, looked deep for a moment, seems to remember the past, looking at the 4 slightly simple cave, face rare added a few points of helplessness. I, Luo Qingfeng, ascended to the position of empress 1,000 years ago, founding the Luo Xin dynasty, and what kind of scenery was there back then? I didn't realize that after breaking through the Mahayana, I was assassinated during my weak period and nearly lost my soul. After 1,000 years of soul drifting in the void, I bumped into this nymphette on the verge of death after being robbed of her spiritual roots, and only then did I have the chance to come back. Now, since I have the opportunity to ascend the immortal path again, I must go back and find out what happened back then. To cultivate a path, Dharma wealth is indispensable. As an empress, she did not lack immortal arts and Taoist techniques, nor did she need a Taoist partner to accompany her. However, the wealth that represented cultivation resources, as well as the land that met her needs, was rare and tight. When you enter the Zhengyang sect, it is for wealth. Worshipped under the door of Li Xiu Yuan of the Cliff of Inquiry is the ground. After all, she was harboring too many secrets, and if she was underneath a great power with a high level of cultivation, she would inevitably reveal herself. Nowadays, Luo Qingfan was quite satisfied with the situation at hand. A master teacher whose cultivation is only at the qi refining stage and who is not taken seriously is just what I want. Although there were many doubts that day, this little ninny's spiritual root has been repaired, and with my help, her cultivation will grow by leaps and bounds in the future, and there is nothing to be particularly concerned about with this cheap master. In the future, I will repay the favor of knowing you, and I will just say goodbye. After thinking for a long time, Luo Qingfang already had an idea in her heart. In her opinion, Li Xiu Yuan was also just a passerby in her long life. Although she had the name of master, what could a qi refining stage teach her a female emperor? The cliff of asking was nothing more than a stepping stone for her to get started. There was no need to care at all. At the same time, Su Wan'er, who had been sleeping for a long time, woke up leisurely and once again took control of her body. Sister Luo? The coolness under Su Wan'er's eyes faded, and the innocence and shyness of a young girl surfaced in her eyes, as she felt the changes in the spiritual roots in her body, and a touch of joy was instantly added to her eyes. The effect of the great Tao shaping elemental Dan is good. That half of your cold ice spirit root has been repaired and is a few points more powerful than the original. It's just as well that you're awake now. I'll instruct you in cultivation now and see how it works. Su Wan'er's original cold and ice spiritual root was merely a variant of the water spiritual root, and although it was a heavenly order spiritual root, it could not be talked about as shocking. After this change, under the effect of the great Tao shaping Yuan Dan, it was even more extreme, successfully ranking at the top of the ranks of heavenly spiritual roots. Luo Qingfun's voice was nonchalant. She had seen many heaven's remarkable saints and did not care about this turn of events. Su Wan'er sniffed, but she felt her heart move, clenched her fists, and said with a resolute expression, I'm just a wasted spirit root. It's already not easy for me to enter the Zhengyang sect. I'm just afraid that there's no one at all who would be willing to take me, a wasted person, as a disciple. Yet Master was willing to take me in on the questioning cliff, avenge me for having my spirit root taken away, and give me such precious pills to repair my spirit root. I must cultivate well. I can't lose my master's face at the disciple competition in January. Seeing this, although Luo Qingfang did not agree with Su Wan'er's statement, she did not refute it. After all, this little ninny was motivated to cultivate, and it would do her more good than harm. Since that's the case, then I'll impart to you my heart technique Icy Frost. Yes, how in the world is this apprentice supposed to be taught? Li Xiu Yuan sat at the table and tapped his fingertips on the tabletop. While he was calculating, the system's cold mechanical voice rang in Li Xiu Yuan's mind. Ding! Detected that senior apprentice brother Su Wan'er is practicing. Double return of cultivation in progress. As a channel of pure spiritual qi was incorporated into Li Xiu Yuan's dantian, and as the meridians circulated to all the limbs and bones, just like the majestic waves constantly washing the reefs, impacting his entire body, Li Xiu Yuan's cultivation continued to climb. Refining qi first weight, refining qi third weight, refining qi sixth weight. When the aura in his body came to a standstill, Li Xiu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that he had already arrived at the sixth realm of qi refining. With Su Wan'er's successive breakthroughs, Li Xiu Yuan's strength also rose. Spiritual energy flowed unceasingly within his body, and his body was filled with a constant and wild surge of power. Yet he did not feel half uncomfortable, as if it was heavenly. Before Li Xiu Yuan could make a move, the system's prompt once again sounded in his head. Detected disciple Su Wan'er is sensing the Ice Frost mental method, triggering a storm. Hundredfold return, 100 times the storm? Li Xiaoyuan was stunned for a moment, only feeling that countless more sensations had appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Ice frost, complete, crossing over the raw and obscure introductory level, and the first fledgling minor accomplishments. He directly grasped it completely in his hands. So dry, among the realm of perfection, with just a wave of his hand, ice crystals coalesced around him, and frost spots bloomed on top of the ice crystals like a single snow lotus. The snow lotus was wrapped in a terrifying extreme cold, and as long as he gave a single thought, it would erupt with a terrifying might. Li Xiaoyuan looked excited as he withdrew his spiritual energy, and the ice crystals around him moved with his heart, instantly shattering and turning into a frosty ground. Su Wan'er's cultivation double feedback allowed him to successfully step into the 6th realm of chi refining. At the same time, he had gained Su Wan'er's sense of icy frost 100-fold. And this is just the beginning. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes contained a smile. Couldn't help but start to think about lying down later to break through to the scene. Couldn't help but murmur in a small voice, if that's the case, then why would I bother Bala cultivating the Chi Tian stick technique? What kung fu mind technique? Just throw it all to your disciple to learn. With this in mind, Li Xiaoyuan did not hesitate to collect his energy, turned around and headed towards Su Wan'er's cave. In addition to the gongfu to be taught to Su Wan'er, he also had to pay attention to the ideological construction of his eldest disciple. As a villain, you should act like a villain. How can she be so soft and weak all the time? When she faced Su Haotian at that time, she should have cried out and begged me to do it for her, so that I could cut Su Haotian's entire family into 1,000 pieces, and no matter who stepped in to stop it, it wouldn't have been good enough. To treat such a man, who is so insidious even to his own kind, is to be repaid with greater malice, 1,000 times over. When he thought of this, he immediately got up and headed to Su Wan'er's cave. Chapter 5, Master has seen everything. Su Wan'er's cave. Li Xiaoyuan stepped into it. As for Luo Qingshang, who was always keeping an eye on her surroundings for Su Wan'er and her divine sense, she also detected Li Xiaoyuan's presence. 6th level of chi refining? Luo Qingfang's expression was slightly stunned. At that time, when Li Xiaoyuan forcibly abolished Su Haotian with his Yuaning stage cultivation, she felt surprised. But this kind of secret method of temporarily raising cultivation was not something she had seen too often, so she only thought that Li Xiaoyuan was a bit strange. But in the twinkling of an eye the cultivation has increased so much. Even though he's the only one at the cliff of asking, the Zhengyang sect hasn't cut off various resources from this lineage over the years. It's probably because he has taken on a disciple, so he doesn't want to be overtaken by Su Wan'er in terms of cultivation, and has utilized certain underpinnings. How else could it be so elevated? Perhaps it was a bit forced, but Luo Qingfeng could only explain it that way. At the same time, Li Xiaoyuan also saw Su Wan'er, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her eyes were tightly closed, and the frost around her body was solidified, so she was obviously still in the middle of cultivation. Upon seeing his disciple cultivate with such dedication, Li Xiaoyuan felt a sense of relief in his heart and body. It's hard not to like such a well-behaved disciple, so it seems that the divine soul in my disciple's body is still quite responsible. Li Xiaoyuan let out a faint smile. He had long since learned of Luo Qingfang's existence through the system, and the ice-cold frost was probably the handiwork of this empress as well. The reason why I did not point out is only to know Su Wan'er and Luo Qingfang mutual benefit and win-win. They cannot always follow. Might as well tolerate this ring in the old grandfather general existence. He stood quietly, waiting for Su Wan'er to wake up from her cultivation. However, he did not want Su Wan'er's breath to suddenly become heavy, and her body trembled involuntarily. No! Luo Qingfang's voice was cold as she quickly probed Su Wan'er's state. The ice spirit cold frost actually resonated with the cold ice spirit root. This heart technique is simply a match made in heaven with her. The fact that the gong method echoed with the spiritual root was originally a heavenly chance, but it was just not supposed to appear at this time. The heart technique is too attuned to the spirit root, and the experience I imparted earlier is rendered useless. This nymphet is still practicing as she should. It will make the spirit root explode far beyond expectations, finally until it assimilates and becomes an ice sculpture. Luo Qingfang's heart was immediately anxious. As a cultivator of ice spirit frost to the great success, she did not feel strange about this situation. After all, she had experienced it in the beginning. Just, now that I don't have a physical body to use, if I forcefully intervene, I'm bound to fall into a long slumber, and it may even take another 1,000 years. In time, I'm only afraid that by then, the sea will have changed and my own divine soul will have dissipated. As a former empress, she simply couldn't tolerate such a big blunder on her part. At this moment, Su Wan'er's skin was gradually covered in frost, and tiny ice crystals pierced through her clothes and were gradually assimilating her. Her cultivation level was believably low, and she couldn't stand such a terrifying extreme cold, and at this point, she had already been frozen out of consciousness. If there was no more outside intervention, Su Wan'er would surely die. That's just it. We can't really watch this ninny die. After saying that, Luo Qingfang no longer hesitated and was about to make a move when Li Xiaoyuan's voice suddenly came, breaking down the root of Su Wan'er's mutation in a single word. Is this too much force? Luo Qingfang was slightly stunned, only to see Li Xiaoyuan step unhurriedly to the front of the bed, reaching around the ice crystals and resting on Su Wan'er's body. In the next second, the spiritual energy that had the same root and origin as this heart method was forcefully poured into Su Wan'er's meridians. Done. Luo Qingfang's face was filled with surprise, which then turned to horror. What are you doing? Do you realize that this will kill her? In such a state, a mere rookie at the 6th level of Qi refining, the best way would be to forcibly suspend Su Wan'er's cultivation, rather than hastily instilling spiritual energy to forcibly propel her to continue her cultivation. Unless Li Xiaoyuan's perception of this mind method was higher than his own, it was possible to help the building fall with such a low cultivation level. So rashly, Luo Qingfang was infuriated and cursed, but Li Xiaoyuan simply couldn't hear him, even with a more powerful force, dredge its meridians for it. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Luo Qingfang was so angry that her scalp was numb. She could clearly perceive that Su Wan'er's body was deteriorating rapidly, and if it continued, it would definitely. Wait, no, he actually knows my heart technique? How can it be? Luo Qingfang's expression was slightly stagnant. She could clearly sense that the frost in Su Wan'er's body was gradually dissolving in this extreme cold. Even the cultivation level was being refined. Within a while, Su Wan'er, who had originally been frozen by the extreme cold to the point of losing consciousness, leisurely turned around, and when she saw Li Xiaoyuan in front of her, a warmth could not help but rise in her heart. Thanks for the help, Master. Su Wan'er looked down and found that her clothes were pierced through by ice crystals, and at this time, the ice crystals melted into water, revealing the delicate white flesh under her clothes. A large portion of exposed skin, even after so much wear and tear, is still as pure white and moist as sheep's fat jade. The rounded thighs were covered with a few scraps of cloth, making them even more seductive between the hidden and the visible. He actually appeared in front of his master with such an image? Su Wan'er's brain went blank. Her red face lowered her head, reaching out to cover her chest, subconsciously wanting to escape. Her face instantly covered in flushes. Shu, don't talk, focus on running your spiritual energy, and in the future, when you cultivate, you should use a few more points of strength than you did earlier. Li Xiaoyuan interrupted Su Wan'er's rambling thoughts. Following, continue practicing? How can I continue practicing in this situation? Su Wan'er wanted to speak. However, he realized that Li Xiaoyuan's attention was not even on himself. Even though he was already ashamed, he could only continue to devote himself to cultivation with a red face. Immediately after, the phenomenon suddenly born. From Li Xiaoyuan surrounded by a ghostly cold light, the cave was suddenly cold wind. With the help of Li Xiaoyuan, Su Wan'er's perception of the ice vibrant frost had also reached a whole new level. Grand circle. How could it be the great perfection realm? This is my unique mind technique. The secret of the mind is a big no-no. Not to mention, her ice vibrant cold frost was only familiar to her in this world, let alone the fact that Li Xiaoyuan was only a small qi refining cultivator of the Zhengyang sect. Luo Qingfang witnessed the whole thing, and at this moment, her eyes were rounded, only feeling a chill at the back of her neck. Under Li Xiaoyuan's forced intervention, Su Wan'er's cultivation this time was even more effective. Within a few moments, Su Wan'er slowly withdrew her power with the help of Li Xiaoyuan, completing this cultivation. When the work was done, Su Wan'er blushed and replaced the torn clothes before coming out to see Li Xiaoyuan. Master, how come you know my technique as well? The sense seems to be above me? Li Xiaoyuan let out a light laugh and brought out the prepared sayings. I also do not know this door heart method, only looked at some meaning, so they follow the cat to draw a tiger some. Talk about not profound. But well, nowadays, it seems that this heart technique does have some unique features that have come in handy so quickly. Apprentice son, you should still pay some attention to your cultivation in the future. Master is not always by your side. Su Wan'er was convinced of this and looked at Li Xiaoyuan with eyes full of admiration. In her opinion, Li Xiaoyuan's two appearances had smoothed out heavenly troubles for her, and was simply the nobleman of her destiny. Such light words fell on Luo Qingfang's ears, but they were no less than a bolt from the blue. Just follow the cat and learn from it. Forget it. Recalling the past, the process of cultivating her own heart technique, Luo Qingfang's emotions floated a few times before she finally let out a light sigh, but her tone was vaguely indignant. She knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate her own gongfu, and if there was no one to teach her by hand, even getting started would be difficult. But, right now Li Xiaoyuan's sense is really above her. Facts speak louder than words. Could it be that this person is really a person with a heavenly enlightenment? Luo Qingfang stretched out her divine soul and carefully probed Li Xiaojuan's cultivation. but repeatedly found that there was no change, and that he was really only at the 6th level of qi refining. The more this happened, the deeper the doubts in Luo Qingfeng's heart became. Alright, since you've finished cultivating, the next step will be for your master to teach you some more things. Li Xiaoyuan, full of smiles, fell in Su Wan'er's eyes, but inexplicably some seepage. Chapter 6, Misguided. Teaching the dog fighting stick technique? Hit me right here. Li Xiaoyuan turned his back to Su Wan'er and pointed to the back of his head, his tone filled with blazing anticipation. Su Wan'er was stunned in place, holding the thick and large stick in her hands, her eyes filled with confusion. Don't worry, they're still here. You hit it hard. No need to have qualms. Don't be embarrassed to get a stick in the knee. 2. This odd behavior caused Su Wan'er to go into a trance, but she still obediently listened to Li Xiaoyuan's words. What kind of kung fu was this imparting? Could it be related to the secret on this Li Xiaoyuan? Luo Qingfeng witnessed the whole thing, and several times she wanted to interrupt Su Wan'er with her voice, but once he thought that he might be able to figure out Li Xiaoyuan's secret from these things, he eventually held back. Although the Zhengyang sect isn't a famous sect, some of the righteous techniques have their own unique characteristics. Whether it's sharpening this nymphet's heart or cultivating a righteous spirit, it will be of no small help to her in the future. It's always good to learn more for the evening. Thinking so, Luo Qingfeng also patiently looked on. After a series of tests, Li Xiaoyuan nodded with satisfaction. Finally, I've figured out the system's criteria for judging evil behavior. It is not true that one has to do wrong to be considered evil. Those who behave in an unreasonable manner are actually counted among the ranks of evil. In that case, as long as you grasp the scale, you won't have to worry about being cleaned out by the Zhengyang sect. Li Xiaoyuan let out a light laugh and then said to Su Wan'er, Good disciple, before my master teaches you the techniques, I will first talk to you about the code of conduct of my questioning cliff, so that when you encounter problems in the future, it will be convenient for you to have a main focus and not be in a state of chaos. Su Wan'er obediently nodded her head, and Luo Qingfeng curiously shuffled her ears. Li Xiaoyuan raised his finger and shook his head, so he began to preach. What shall you do if someone comes to you with a bad intent and speaks out to rebuke and question you, but you feel you have done nothing wrong? The disciple should be good to people and convince them with reason. Su Wan'er answered with confidence, and Luo Qingfeng nodded slightly, very satisfied with this answer. But unexpectedly, Li Xiaoyuan said to her with a serious face, Wrong. Big mistake. It's not your fault if you meet someone who's not nice. If that's the case, then why is he being aggressive? Even if he has the intention to argue with you, he doesn't deserve to hear your explanation. When you meet such a person, first chop him with 770-49 swords. If he is safe and sound and does not wish to make a move, you can call him a fellow Daoist again and just say that the party was all a misunderstanding. First, chop 774-99 swords, but still safe and sound? That simply can't be beat, right? Luo Qingfeng only felt a blow to her head, and even wanted to see if this was a righteous sect or some kind of evil cult of obscene rituals. Su Wan'er also stared round with a bewildered look on her face, as if the door to a new world had been opened. Li Xiaoyuan also had no intention of stopping at all and continued to speak to himself. We are a righteous sect. We easily do not make enemies. If we do, the other party is bound to be guilty of great crimes. Then you will act for heaven and cut down the roots. Digging the ground 3 feet inch grass does not grow. Earthworms split in half vertically. The egg should be shaken loose yellow. If he jumped off the cliff, even if the whole mountain is burned, but also to see his body, the body will be crushed into pieces, the ashes scattered into the sea. If he is already dead, then I will personally slap the divine soul, never leaving half a chance to take advantage of it. The remarks became more and more outrageous. Luo Qingfeng looked at the eloquent Li Xiaoyuan in front of her with a complicated expression, and couldn't help but want to shoot this shameless person to get rid of the harm for the righteous path. Su Wan'er couldn't help but speak out and asked in return, Master, then what if we can't beat them? As soon as Li Xiaoyuan heard this, his eyes lit up. This disciple, he's enlightened. It's all going to be lifted. If you can't beat me, run back to the Zhengyang sect. I'll back you up. If they are of similar strength, then they will use all means and do nothing. After saying that, Li Xiaoyuan added all the details into place until he was sure that there was no more half a loophole. Before he looked at Su Wan'er and said, All of the above is my questioning cliff mind method. I want you to swear by the heavenly oath, and keep it in your heart and mind for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you and I will end our master-disciple relationship, and I will intercede with the patriarch on your behalf to let you join the other elders' disciples instead. For the first time, Su Wan'er saw such a serious look on Li Xiaoyuan's face, with no hint of a joke under her eyes, and her heart suddenly became a bit flustered. No way, absolutely not. What kind of righteous heart method is this? This is clearly an evil cultivation doctrine. Luo Qingfang was so furious that she couldn't wait to pop out of Su Wan'er's body and tear this misguided denizen of Li Xiuyuan alive. Nei-san, you absolutely must not make a great Dao vow, or else sooner or later you will be led astray by this person and take the path of no return. He's just plain messed up. Even a female emperor like Luo Qingfang couldn't help but burst out at Li Xiuyuan. Master, I'm willing to make the great Dao vow for this. As expected, even though Su Wan'er still had some resistance in her heart, she still agreed without hesitation. The favor of knowing, the favor of revenge, and the favor of saving your life. If I can't become Master's disciple, then how can I have the face to embark on the immortal path? After she spoke, Su Wan'er didn't even wait for Luo Qingfang to speak again and immediately made a vow. A golden light flickered from Su Wan'er's brow and then returned to darkness. This moment the vow has become. Before the two women could breathe a sigh of relief, Li Xiuyuan handed over the system-rewarded Qi Tian stick technique to Su Wan'er. I don't know if it was because this jade slip came from a long time ago, or for some other reason. The writing outside the jade slip was blurred, and it was impossible to see what was written. This is my master's treasured technique, never used in front of other people's eyes. You cultivate it well. Remember to wait for others to use it when they are pointing the back of their head at you. Don't use it in front of someone's eyes. Wait until they use the back of their head on you. Luo Qingfang lost her words for a moment and actually didn't know where to start. Su Wan'er, however, was convinced of this. Master's heart may have been instructed, but there is absolutely no problem with the gong methods imparted. She reached out to receive the gongfu and said with a curious look at Li Xiuyuan, Master, then what is the name of this gongfu? Name? Without lifting his head, Li Xiujian turned around and headed out, dropping a light sentence under his breath. Call it the dog strike if you want to be happy. Hit, the dog fighting stick method? Luo Qingfang was instantly furious. If she wasn't unable to control Su Wan'er's physical body, she definitely wanted to rush forward and teach him a hard lesson. Earlier, because of this guy's repeated strikes for Su Wan'er, some good feelings had risen in his heart, but now they had completely vanished. Li Xiuyuan didn't care about this. With that empress within Su Wan'er's body, and with Su Wan'er's heavenly ranked spirit root in her body, and her enlightenment being a first-rate wizard, he wasn't worried at all that Su Wan'er wouldn't be able to learn this gong method. Chapter 7, Feedback Again. Qi Tian stomps the sky with a stick. Girl, this technique is not suitable for you. Put it away first and I will teach you other techniques that are more suitable. I don't think that this so-called dog-beating stick technique can be that profound. You don't need to waste your time on these feats. Luo Qingfang's tone was cold and indifferent as she elaborated on what she believed to be the truth. Su Wan'er, who had always been obedient and well-behaved, rarely agreed. She looked at the jade slip in her hand and pondered for a long time before speaking. Sister Luo, even if master is no longer reliable, this gong method is after all his heart. I can't fail my master any more than that. At least, it's only right that I should take a look. Su Wan'er argued in a small voice, and Luo Qingshan was not surprised and did not mean to stop it. You're stubborn and refuse to change what you've decided. In that case, open it up and take a look. After saying that, Luo Qingfang stopped speaking. Instead of just persuading her, it would be better to wait until she had seen this gongfu, and then come up with a better gongfu of her own to compare it with. At that time, Su Wan'er would naturally know exactly what to choose. She didn't feel that there could be a superior gong method than her own gong method appearing on this questioning cliff. Aha! Su Wan'er nodded her head, her slender fingers gently tapped on top of the jade slip, and she saw it slowly extend and open up in her hand. Then, in the eyes of the two women, in the jade slip, a golden light appeared, in which a large number of characters transformed into streams of light, showing in front of Su Wan'er's eyes. By being in the same body and feeling the same way as Su Wan'er, Luo Qingfang slightly raised her eyes and took in the words above the jade slip. Hidden in the stick is Qianquan. Let's step on the sky and be on par with the heavens. How is it so familiar? With just one glance, Luo Qingfang's brows furrowed slightly, still about to open her mouth between thoughts, but in the next second, her voice came to an abrupt end. Su Wan'er blinked, puzzled, waiting for Luo Qingfang's comment, but she heard her exclaim as if she had seen a ghost. This is the Qi Tian stick technique. How could this technique be in his hands? Luo Qingfang lost her voice for a moment, no longer able to maintain her previous indifference. Distinctly without a physical body, she could clearly feel the fiery pain on her small face. Qi Tian stick technique? Is it very powerful? Su Wan'er didn't know much about gongfu grading and obviously didn't understand what kind of treasure the jade slip in her hand was. Luo Qingfang lost her words for a moment, and only after a long time did she ease her mind and say to him, whether it's a gongfu or a mental method, from low rank to high, they can be divided into mortal rank, yellow rank, Shen rank, earth rank, heaven rank, immortal rank, and holy rank, where each rank is divided into upper, middle, and lower 3 grades, and above the 3 grades is called an extremely high-quality gongfu. This gongfu, originally named the Chi Tian Stick Technique, belongs to the Saint Stage Extreme Grade Gongfu, and is the supreme killing technique between this world. I heard about it 1,000 years ago and tried searching for a while, but I didn't expect that it actually fell into the hands of the Zhongyang sect's cliff lineage, and it became this so-called, the dog-fighting stick method. Su Wan'er tilted her head without understanding, thinking for a while before she said joyfully, Sister Luo, what you mean is that the gongfu given by master is very powerful and I can learn it, right? Luo Qingfeng was instantly ashamed. This gongfu is more than learnable? Once the Holy Order Extreme Grade technique was out, within half a day, the entire Zhangyang sect would be trampled down by the cultivators who came to snatch it. Who the hell is this Li Xiaoyuan? How could he even casually hand over such a powerful technique to Su Wan'er to cultivate? Luo Qingfeng took some time to calm herself and then opened her mouth. Ahem. I was the one who looked away earlier. This technique far exceeded my expectations. Since that's the case, there's no need to change to another gong method to cultivate. 1,000 years ago, I had some interest in the stick technique Dao and had discussions with quite a few stick technique greats. Since you want to learn, then I'll delve into it and see if I can teach you to cultivate this technique. When Su Wan'er heard this, she was instantly delighted, holding the jade brief and heading to the back of the ass cliff with Luo Qingfeng to discuss the method of gongfu cultivation. A few days later, it was supposed to be a calm afternoon. Suddenly the wind rose, the dark clouds covered the sky, the clouds in the sky thunder rolling. Actually the entire Zhangyang sector shrouded in it, causing the Zhangyang sect up and down the hearts of the people on tenterhooks. At the back of the ass cliff, above a clearing, Su Wan'er's delicate body, but clutching a thick and heavy wooden stick, at this time is dancing the wind sound. Every time the falling stick is bombarded with floating emptiness, as if the next second will be broken. One step short, the Chi Tian stick technique is ready for entry. Luo Qingfeng spread the power of her divine soul in every inch of Su Wan'er's flesh and blood, adjusting her physical state, and couldn't help but think in her heart, this little ninny is truly a martial arts prodigy. Even though she has been nudged by me, her enlightenment is astonishing. Since the first day of observing the gong method, cultivating this gong method to its current state has actually taken less than 5 days. And now, born with a vision, this woman is only one step away from initiation. The idea just fell, only to see Su Wan'er breathing a few points heavier. Bean-sized sweat beads slipped down, hand movements a few points faster. Is already the end of the crossbow? But the slightest refused to retreat half a step. Give it to me. Smash! With a chirpy rebuke, Su Wan'er's stick was as powerful as a dragon, and immediately afterward, a fierce and swift golden light suddenly rose. Boom! A loud bang exploded from the place where the stick landed, and the shocking momentum reverberated on the ass cliff. Square 1,000 miles of people and animals' breath sound. Only towards the loud noise came from the place to watch. See a column of golden light giant columns continue to grow wildly, as if to stab through this heaven and earth, to see the 9 heavens above the immortal gods. In fact, what is so amazing? This, what kind of movement is this? Such a mighty power. Seems to be a gongfu vision. But, will this be a bit too much? Can't it be that some unseen master has created some kind of heaven-defying technique of his own? Half of the Kanglan Northern Realm was in turmoil, and many cultivators were stunned. All kinds of speculations abound, but only one can't be said to be conclusive. The only one who could not help but tsk under her breath was Luo Qingfeng, who witnessed this sight of triumph in front of her. It's worthy of being a heaven-defying technique that I had pursued for such a long time. I'm only afraid that after this pillar, how many high and mighty people in this Kanglan Northern Realm will no longer be able to sleep peacefully. In the meantime, ask the cliff, outside a cave, Li Xiaoyuan leaned on a lacquered red rocking chair, gently waving the bushel fan in his hand, enjoying the long-lost afternoon. These are the kind of days to call life. And I don't know what kind of misery I used to live in. The moment Su Wan'er's stick smashed out a shocking vision, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Detected that senior apprentice brother Su Wan'er is practicing, triggering a violent attack. Tenfold return. The familiar feeling reappeared, and the aura, which was more violent than before, ruthlessly flushed Li Xiaoyuan's meridians in Dantian. Su Wan'er's cultivation results gained tenfold. After everything settled down, Li Xiaoyuan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid gas from his mouth. The spiritual energy filled his whole body. When the feedback ended, Li Xiaoyuan's cultivation slowly increased, and finally settled at the 8th realm of practicing Qi. Immediately after that, there was an improvement in the feats. Detected disciple Su Wan'er practicing the Chi Tian stick technique, triggering a violent attack. 100-fold return. Another 100-fold blast. Li Xiaoyuan was excited as he listened to the system beep. Immediately afterward, countless epiphanies surged to his mind, and when that prime stick surfaced in his mind with an aura that far surpassed Su Wan'er's stick, Li Xiaoyuan was instinctively mesmerized by it. Getting started. Shu Xing, Da Shang. Opening his eyes, Li Xiaoyuan's realization of the Qi Tian stick technique was just one last step away from stepping into perfection. The system-rewarded feats are truly extraordinary, a 100-fold return, and it's surprising that it didn't even impact directly to completion. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes were filled with joy, feeling the changes within his body. An urge to leap forward surged to his heart. He looked towards the open space in front of him and closed his eyes tightly, his feelings about the stick technique constantly surfacing in his mind. Wait until you open your eyes again. The wind swept in, raising a cloud of sand and dust. Between the dark clouds tossing and turning, it vaguely seemed like a long roar of a swimming dragon. A golden light surfaced in his palm, and the moment he tightened his grip, the golden light transformed into a long stick, and immediately afterward, the heavens and earth roared sadly, and the gorgeous flashy light pierced through a corner of the sky. The blinding light that poured down, as much as it could, enveloped the entire Zhengyang sect. Countless people raised their eyes in panic, but they only saw a transvisible figure tilting its head and laughing on the cliff of the questioning cliff, seemingly trying to compete with the sky. Chapter 8. The disciple is too fierce and actually has no weapons to use. At this point, Zhengyang sect, inside the sect's council hall, many elders gathered together, looking at the distant sky as the visions crossed the sky, and the faces of all of them were filled with astonishment and suspicion. What's this commotion? Could it be that disciple that Li Xiaoyuan took in after repairing his spiritual root actually has such natural talent? If that's really the case, I was mistaken in not taking her in ahead of the others in the first place. An elder was the first to speak, a bit of envy showing in his eyes. Elder 5 Elements, however, scoffed at this. In just a few days, even if Su Wan'er is no longer gifted, she wouldn't be able to cultivate her gongfu to such a level? In my opinion, I'm afraid that this is the result of that brat Li Xiaoyuan forcibly piling on resources. After all, although he doesn't have many people at the Ass Cliff, but the resources have never been less than half of what he has, and to raise 2 Qi refining cultivators is naturally as extravagant as it needs to be. The other elders, seeing that Elder 5 Elements was displeased, chimed in. For the matter of Li Xiaoyuan, a Qi refining cultivator, monopolizing the resources of a vein, they hadn't expressed their dissatisfaction much. If you forcefully pile it up with resources like this, in the future it will be nothing more than a wastrel with empty cultivation, and in the end, it won't be able to rise to the top. This Li Xiaoyuan has really shed his blood for the disciple assembly in a month's time. Just as the crowd was arguing with words, a loud noise suddenly came. The crowd followed the sound and looked, only to see a pillar of golden light giant stick standing on the cliff of questioning, as if it was going to poke through even the heaven and earth, spreading an infinite pressure with a horrifying sound. And within the golden light, a figure stood proudly in it. That was so spirited. This is Li Xiaoyuan? He's not breaking through the realm, is he? That day, didn't he suddenly burst out with the strength of the Yuaning realm? The many elders present instantly changed their faces. Such a sound, even at their level of cultivation, they asked themselves that they were unable to do so. Not to mention, it was Li Xiaoyuan. When these words came out, the 5 Elements elder suddenly remembered those unpleasant events from earlier, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Others chimed in. Above the main seat, the old patriarch's drooping eyebrows lifted, and the corners of his eyes smiled as he looked in the direction of the cliff of asking. With that, he gently raised his hand, and a terrifying aura flowed through the council chamber. In an instant, all the elders shut their mouths and stopped discussing this matter. It wasn't until a needle could be heard within the council hall that the old patriarch slowly opened his mouth. Elders, there are many affairs within the sect, so rather than spending time here, why don't you disperse and take care of your own affairs? Elder 5 Elements, stay behind, I have something to explain to you. The 5 Elements elder knew clearly in his heart what the old patriarch meant, and although he was full of reluctance, he still obediently stayed behind. Upon hearing this, although the elders were puzzled, no one dared to disagree and dispersed as much as they could. The old patriarch saw that there were no more bystanders in the council hall, and only then did he smile and squint his eyes as he leisurely opened his mouth. Elder of the 5 Elements, with the frequent occurrence of visions at the cliff of asking today, it's about time that someone went to understand the beginning and end of it. Why don't we ask you to go and find out for the old man? With these words, the 5 Elements elder was certain of the old patriarch's mind. Where was this asking him to understand the situation? It was clearly asking him to take the initiative to go forward and make peace with Li Xiaoyuan. The 5 Elements elder's face was slightly ugly, but looking at the smiling old patriarch in front of him, even though he was no longer willing, he still agreed. Ha, that's good. The cliff of asking is after all a lineage of my Zhengyang sect. The cultivation edge doesn't know what it's doing and makes such a big commotion. Elder of the 5 Elements, seeing as they're all from the same sect, they still need to give some more advice. The old patriarch laughed softly a few times, giving enough face to the 5 elders, who obediently excused themselves and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, More than 3 days had passed since the vision at that time. Ask about the mountain behind the cliffs. Su Wan'er waved the long stick in her hand. Her clothes had long been drenched in sweat. The originally slender and delicate little white flower. Her body vaguely already had more clear outlines. It was much leaner, but it didn't look bulky on her, and even had a bit more competence and beauty. Hey, ha, ka-ching, broken again. Su Wan'er threw the broken branch in her hand aside with a helpless expression. After these few days of cultivation, her perception of the Chi Tian stick technique had already stepped into a small success, although she still couldn't do the prime pillar that day, but her battle power was a real qualitative leap. The cultivation level also rose with it, breaking through in these past few consecutive days, coming to the 5th level of Chi refining realm. Sister Luo, can you help me find a weapon that is handy? You have to break a branch to practice once. So troublesome. At those words, Luo Qingfang felt speechless. Practice preaching. Dharma wealth couple land. Su Wan'er cultivated the Chi Tian stick method, the world's first-class wonderful method, and have their own such a female emperor support. In the Yas Cliff is really a no one interferes with the blessing of the land. Now the most lack of a word of wealth. With your cultivation and strength nowadays, ordinary objects can't withstand your spiritual power. This is not an unusual tree branch, but the unique blessed shade tree of the questioning cliff, which is even able to be used as a good weapon refining material in the outside world. You're just getting some spirit artifacts and magic treasures or something, and they won't be any better than this. Conditions are limited these days, so just make do with what you've got. A few words, out of a female emperor's pain and suffering, if she is still 1,000 years ago the emperor. Where the need for Su Wan'er so aggrieve themselves, said Luo Qingfang, but a figure suddenly flashed through her mind, and subconsciously said, or, let's see if that mysterious and unpredictable master of yours can find any treasures for you. Ask the cliff is small, but after all, the inheritance is so long, more or less some heritage, even the Chi Tian stick laws such as the lost techniques have, always will not be less than that one of your hand weapon. Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er suddenly remembered the embarrassment she felt that day when she was practicing naked, and her small face suddenly blushed. Then, she suddenly remembered something and opened her mouth. Speaking of which, it's true that Master hasn't come to me much in the past few days. It couldn't be that my move that day made Master mistakenly think that my mind wasn't pure, so he got angry, right? Luo Qingfeng helplessly glanced at Su Wan'er. This little ninny. She also trusts the cheap master of hers too much. However, the few times Li Xiaoyuan struck out, he brought her solid surprises, which led to patience. Don't worry, that kid didn't even crook his eyes at that time. I guess he was full of thoughts about teaching you those crooked ways when you finish your cultivation. Chapter 9, Cultivation Achieved. Giving Apprentice a Big Black Stick. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyuan, who was missed by the 2 women, was leisurely lying in his cave, enjoying the pleasure of touching fish. Ding! Detected that senior apprentice brother Su Wan'er is cultivating and is in the process of double gaining her cultivation. It was a familiar feeling again, as the aura continued to pour into the body. Under the unceasing flow of 3 days and nights, Li Xiaoyuan's cultivation level also pushed up to the 9th level of Qi refining. This disciple of mine really did confiscate the wrong thing, pulling up my master's cultivation to the limit of the Qi refining stage so quickly. Keep it up. It won't be long before Master can also experience the joy of experiencing a foundation establishment cultivator. Li Xiaoyuan hooked the corners of his mouth and smiled lightly as the enhancement of his gong method followed. Detected that disciple Su Wan'er is sensing the Chi Tian stick technique, and is in the process of double obtaining its senses. With the sensations that kept surfacing in his mind, Li Xiaoyuan's perception of this gong method was simply progressing at a rapid pace. When Su Wan'er managed to step into Shao Chang, he also unsurprisingly stepped into perfection. When he had finished receiving the gained epiphanies, Li Xiaoyuan slowly opened his eyes, and a touch of joy flashed across the bottom of his eyes. The system product is really good. This Chi Tian stick technique is definitely a killing technique that is unrivaled in the world. With my current cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refining, coupled with this Qi heavenly stick technique that has already stepped into perfection, I already have full certainty that I will be able to violently beat a foundation establishment cultivator, even in the face of Jiedan cultivators. But where there is a slightest contempt in the flash, accidentally take a stick. Light as broken arms and bones, heavy as the soul flying away. God's soul is extinguished. There's no such thing as half-truth. Unfortunately, even if the killing power is high, if you can't catch up with the other party's recluse speed, and can't keep up with the other party's reaction, you'll still have to drink hate after all. But the good thing was, the system's rewards hadn't stopped with the previous teaching of Su Wan'er, while getting the feedback it deserved. Congratulations to the host, completing stage 1 of Su Wan'er's long-term teaching mission. How is an evil man practiced? According to the progress of the task completion, the rewards: Extreme Magic Weapon, Demon Sealing Stick, Extinct Spirit Beast Meat, Ice Phoenix Chalcedony, 1. 000 points of bad act value. As the rewards were credited, Li Xiaoyuan couldn't help but voice out his emotions. This great disciple is so diligent in his endeavors. The master is very pleased. That said, since the Gongfu mind can be obtained in double the amount, can the disciple's harvest be doubled for feedback as well? As soon as he thought that there was really such a possibility, Li Xiaoyuan instantly became excited. It just so happens that I have this stick in my hand, and Su Wan'er's cultivation of the Qi Tian stick technique is also useful, so it's time to go and see my good disciple. With that, he walked towards Su Wan'er's direction. Not a moment later, Li Xiaoyuan happened to bump into Su Wan'er, who had been forced to end her cultivation due to a broken branch of the blessed shade tree. As soon as she saw Li Xiaoyuan, Su Wan'er, who was originally in a depressed mood, suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny and came jogging towards him with a smile. Master, are you here to see me? Li Xiaoyuan stretched out his big hand, smilingly touched her head, and said, since Master is here, he naturally came to see you. With that, he took out the system-rewarded demon sealing stick in his hand and very naturally stuffed it into Su Wan'er's arms. This thing is just a body black, vague and thick unusual wooden stick just, cannot see what is strange. Luo Qingfeng had some expectations earlier, but she didn't see anything left or right, and her heart was surprisingly vaguely disappointed. I thought it would be another heaven-defying thing like the Qi Tian stick technique, so it seems that I was overly concerned earlier. I also don't know if this thing can support Su Wan'er until she cultivates her gungfu to great completion. Su Wan'er, on the other hand, didn't think so. She looked at the stick in her hand that was half a head taller than herself and could only barely be held in one hand. Her eyes lit up, and she tilted her head back to look at Li Xiaoyuan with a face full of joy. Master, is this for me? If it's given to you, it's naturally yours. Take it and practice it well. When you're stronger in the future, Master will get you a better one. When Su Wan'er heard this, she was overjoyed, clutching the demon sealing stick in her arms tightly, and shouted to Li Xiaoyuan, thank you, Master, this weapon, I love it. Master, what's its name? Li Xiaoyuan didn't even turn his head for a moment and replied smoothly, you'll have a big black stick if you want to be happy. Su Wan'er didn't feel anything wrong. Her hand holding the stick was a bit eager to try, but in the way of being in front of Li Xiaoyuan, this forced her to press down. Big black stick? Such a vulgar yet very appropriate title caused Luo Qingfeng to be somewhat speechless, and simply stopped paying attention to the interaction between this master and disciple, resting in Su Wan'er's divine sense, and Li Xiaoyuan let out a light laugh, looking very favorably at the young girl who was completely incongruous with the demon sealing stick, with the matter of the system return still on his mind, just waiting left and right, but also did not hear the system's beep ringing. Li Xiaoyuan suddenly revealed a slightly helpless look, could not help but think in his heart, the experiment failed. The system really doesn't leave such overly obvious loopholes. Still, it's just a broken stick. After all, this thing left in one's hands was at best a display to look at, and only by giving it to Su Wan'er would it be able to fulfill its role. He himself really did prefer the days when he could advance his cultivation by leaps and bounds by swinging every day. Since the item could not be returned, Li Xiaoyuan simply did not dwell on it anymore, and when he raised his head, he looked at his only great disciple under him with a smile. Wan'er, you are only at the 5th level of Qi refining today. You have not yet entered Foundation Establishment. You cannot do the Valley Rescue. Today will first rest for a day, for the teacher personally for you to cook, and as a treat you how? If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. He, Li Xiaoyuan, was not one of those black-hearted traitors. How could he bear to treat his good disciple badly? When Su Wan'er heard that her master was going to personally cook for her, she panicked and waved her hand. No, no, what kind of master cooks for his apprentice? Master, don't worry. The apprentice can meal problems on his own. However, before the words left her mouth, Su Wan'er's little tummy was unusually uncontrollable. Goo! The cliff of asking was already empty, and the sound even had echoes reverberating through the mountains. Su Wan'er's small face instantly suffocated and turned red. Master, I'm not usually like this. Really, I used to be okay with starving for 3 days and nights. Goo! Facts speak louder than words, and the hungry stomach let out a mournful cry, instantly shattering away Su Wan'er's last psychological line of defense. Being so humiliated in front of her master, Su Wan'er wanted to die. She snapped her head down, her fists crushing as she stared at a crack in the floor, desperate to get in now. Li Xiaoyuan just looked at the young girl's shy appearance and forced a smile at the corner of his mouth as he reached out to stroke her head. Well, of course Master believes in you. When my good disciple has built her foundation, even if she starves for 79 days, she will be fine. With that, Li Xiaoyuan did not say any more and very naturally took out the Icewind Chalcedony, striding towards Su Wan'er's cave. Su Wan'er also lowered her head and followed behind Li Xiaoyuan with a face of shame. Luo Qingfeng, who who had already stopped paying attention, was suddenly attracted by the several pounds of ribs that Li Xiaoyuan was casually carrying in his hand, and hesitated to move his eyes away. Chapter 10 Ice Feather Phoenix Stewed Ribs. Eating also breaks the realm. On top of that one chalcedony, silk of coldness twisted around and was slow to recede. It looked like it should be the bone marrow of some kind of ice-cold spirit beast. However, Luo Qingfang had seen a lot and had dabbled in all the demonic beast spirit pets in the entire Kanglan North realm, but none of them could be matched up with it. Could it be some kind of exotic beast? However, in these 1,000 years, from my current understanding, there shouldn't have been any new exotic beasts introduced. Luo Qingfang's brows furrowed as she looked at the strange bones in Li Xiaobian's hands, the doubts in her heart thickening, and at that moment, Li Xiaoyuan had already stepped into the kitchen. Su Wan'er covered her empty stomach and also followed with a heart full of curiosity. Just as she walked into the kitchen, she saw Li Xiaoyuan without any semblance of a master, coiling up his long hair that flowed in the wind, lifting up a bone-chopping knife and standing in front of the stove in a manner of a virtuous husband. Apprentice, remember, this stewed pork ribs is not as simple as you think. Every step of this has to be felt with the heart. Saying that, Li Xiaoyuan's face was as normal as he lifted the bone-chopping knife and hacked towards the bone, and the moment the blade fell, a sharp bird chirping sound suddenly rang out. It seemed that there was some sort of strange soul that hadn't dissipated yet, lurking in the medulla oblongata. Sensing Li Xiaoyuan's threat and wanting to rise up against it, Li Xiaoyuan, however, didn't even bother to raise his eyes more than once, and with a flash of golden light in his hand, he only leaked out half of the pressure of the Qi Tian stick law, and then he forced this resistance down. Shut up if you're dead. My apprentice is still waiting to take your body. Li Xiaoyuan lightly sked in dissatisfaction. The bone-chopping knife in his hand was a few points faster, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he chopped the marrow bone into evenly sized chunks, and, the moment the bird's song rang out, Luo Qingfang instantly froze in place, her originally skeptical vision instantly clearing up. This is actually the chalcedony of the Ice Feather Phoenix? Luo Qingfang's surprised voice rang out, immediately arousing Su Wan'er's curiosity. Sister Luo, what is the Ice Feather Phoenix? Isn't this just a regular rib? Luo Qingfang gently shook her head and patiently explained to Su Wan'er, just now that one chalcedony, there are still remnants of the beast's soul exists. Coincidentally, there is also the sound of birds chirping. I carefully recognized some, and only then remembered. This is 1,000 years ago has been extinct Phoenix clan. The unique ability, Nirvana, and the cold aura entwined above that chalcedony is the very characteristic of the Ice Feather Phoenix. Saying that, Luo Qingfang let out a light sigh. Back then, my cultivation had reached its limit, and the only way to go further was to repair my own defects with a secret method. Otherwise it would have been as difficult as heaven to ask for a higher realm. Looking through the ancient books, I learned that I can rely on the body of a spirit beast with a similar phase and nature to my own to make up for the defect. This Ice Feather Phoenix is the best solution among the spirit beasts. Perhaps I am blessed with a shallow fate. All my life also did not get its place. I did not expect to be in today to see the original dream of things. Girl, you were robbed of your spiritual roots earlier. This item is a great tonic for you. Consume more of it later. It will greatly benefit you. After Su Wan'er heard this string of instructions, her entire body was dumbfounded, and the bottom of her eyes when she looked at Li Xiaoyuan added a few more points of adoration and touching. How could she not have thought that her own unreliable but extremely protective master was actually so powerful that she had to take ingredients that even Sister Luo envied for her stewed pork ribs? Luo Qingfang, however, did not want to say anything more, but only looked at Li Xiaojuan's back with deep eyes, lost in thought for a long time. The previous words were only one, but the second was not spoken. Phoenix clan, is born the king of all birds, the birth of the first will be favored by the grace of heaven and earth. Carrying a jindan on the cultivation, in Li Xiaojuan's hands, it was clearly the Ice Feather Phoenix chalcedony that had already reached adulthood, and even 1,000 years ago, if he wanted to slaughter it himself, he would have to spend a great deal of effort. This Li Xiaoyuan, there is definitely more than eye-level cultivation strength. Actually even I can't see through him? Can it be that he's being the head of a lineage in this tiny Zhengyang sex questioning cliff just to stay hidden from the world? This kind of speculation caused Luo Qingfeng to be unable to help but feel confused. But she couldn't think of an answer left or right. But soon, she couldn't be thinking about it anymore either. Su Wan'er was really hungry. Luo Qingfeng shared the same body and feelings with her, and at this moment, she was also wrapped up in hunger at all times. After awakening, Luo Qingfeng accompanied Su Wan'er and practiced with a hungry stomach from time to time. Favoritism. In front of them, however, there was a strong fragrance that could not be dispersed and surrounded them. At this time, Li Xiaoyuan had already thrown the ribs into the soup pot to boil, used his spiritual power to catalyze the fire, and kept throwing all kinds of strange and weird condiments into the pot. The creamy broth is tossed in the fire. Meat condiments sink in and out of the soup, and the top layer of grease escapes with a tantalizingly thick aroma. A peculiar soup-base aroma lingered, tickling Su Wan'er, who couldn't help but gulp, stars rising from the bottom of her eyes. Even the Empress Luo Qingfeng, who had eaten and seen it all, was somewhat unable to hold back her mind at this time and inadvertently messed up her position. Li Xiaoyuan couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth with a smile as he looked at Su Wan'er's appearance, who was all about to cry with gluttony. Little girl, after all, has never seen the big world. I've shown her a little hand, and I've charmed her to death, so I don't need to worry about her not practicing properly. Well, it'll be ready soon. No need to stare so hard. There's plenty of this kind of thing, and you won't get any less of it. Li Xiaoyuan let out a light laugh, and Su Wan'er instantly panicked and could only squeeze out an awkward smile. When the rib soup was brought to the table, the white vapor wrapped in the fresh aroma drilled into her nostrils. Su Wan'er couldn't wait to pick up the chalcedony and stuff it into her mouth. As the fat wrapped around the ribs melted away in her mouth, she simply pursed it with the tip of her tongue, and the soft, shredded meat slid down her throat along with the grease. The milky soup flowed down the throat and into the stomach and intestines, and a warm current instantly spread through the lungs. Su Wan'er only felt that her entire body was washed repeatedly. Even her meridians followed the stretching, autonomously propelling her spiritual energy to roam around in her body. It smells so good, delicious. Eating can actually raise your cultivation level. Su Wan'er's eyes instantly glowed, and her spiritual power, which was already close to its limit, couldn't help but step forward under this sudden impact, and metamorphosed again at this moment. The chi refining fifth heavy shackle shattered. The sixth level of chi refining is watery. When his cooking skills were affirmed, Li Xiaoyuan let out a light smile, and then he heard a voice in his head ring out. Ding! Detected that senior apprentice brother Su Wan'er is practicing, triggering a violent attack. Tenfold return. Spiritual energy came in like a tidal wave. Su Wan'er buried her head and ate bitterly, and Luo Qingfeng also let her guard down under the deliciousness. No one noticed that Li Xiaoyuan's aura gradually rose until he stepped through the shackles of the ninth level of chi refining and silently broke through the foundation establishment. Li Xiaoyuan picked up his rice bowl and joined in, but his heart was beautiful. Good disciple. It really hasn't been a loss for a piece of my teacher's good intentions, and meals can always bring surprises to my teacher. Chapter 11, Eating in the middle of a meal. There are thieves in the mountains? Master, you're really too good to me. Ooh, when you're too old to move in the future, I'll make sure to pension you off. Su Wan'er ate the rice, and remembered Luo Qingshang said about things. No, this ice feather phoenix is how hard to come by. Suddenly moved to tears in the bottom of the eyes, but cannot put down the chopsticks in the hands. Slurred whimpering, Li Xiaoyuan was instantly filled with black lines and reached out to poke Su Wan'er's head. This damned girl, eating is eating. What kind of bad luck is she talking about? Make you a meal. Why are you sending me to the west? Su Wan'er hemmed and hawed and laughed twice, gulping down the bowl of broth in a big gulp, eating with bad pleasure. Li Xiaoyuan was about to seize the opportunity to give Su Wan'er another good talk about the rules of the Cliff of Asking, deepening the reasoning for her as a villain. However, before the words left his mouth, Li Xiaoyuan frowned slightly, and his sight suddenly looked outside the cave. As the Ask Cliff Pulsemaster, even though Li Xiaoyuan's cultivation was not as good as the other Pulsemasters at the moment, he was able to clearly sense any wind and grass movement on the Ask Cliff. Right now, someone quietly touched the mountain and was instantly detected by Li Xiaoyuan. Can't it be that it's another disciple from another vein who wants to take advantage of the opportunity to go up the mountain and steal the resources left behind by Master? When he thought of the other party actually concealing his breath to go up the mountain and sneaking around, Li Xiaoyuan felt speechless. But then, he looked at the young girl in front of him picking at her bowl of rice. Instead of going through the headache of all this crap on their own, it would be better to let the disciples do it for them, just so they could test the results as well. Thinking about this, Li Xiaoyuan stopped Su Wan'er's movement with a smile and said with a laugh, Good disciple, have you memorized all those truths that your master taught you earlier? Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er immediately swallowed the fragrant meat in her mouth and nodded her head towards Li Xiaoyuan in a well-behaved manner. Master's teachings that day are evidenced by the great Tao oath, so I shall keep them in my heart and dare not forget them. When Li Xiaoyuan heard this, the smile on his face deepened a few points. Such an obedient disciple had really saved him a lot of heartache. In that case, on the mountain in front of the questioning cliff, there is a thief sneaking up the mountain. So go and deal with him now and don't let me down. Dealing with thieves? Su Wan'er blinked her big watery eyes and inquired with slight curiosity. Master, those who can enter the cliff of inquiry should all be our fellow disciples. Right, and are they considered thieves? Will those elders really not be blamed in case they get it wrong? Luo Qingfeng had thought. Since Su Wan'er opened her mouth like this, she thought that Li Xiujian would be more or less soft-hearted when it came to treating his fellow disciples. Unexpectedly, however, Li Xiaoyuan waved his big hand and said with a serious expression, Disciple, remember, to survive in this world, The most important thing is to remain skeptical of everything. What's wrong with a fellow disciple? Even if it's a patriarchal elder. So what? It's just that blood brothers have hand-to-hand conflicts, and husband and wife Dao couples have to fight each other. Your momentary hesitation is your most fatal break, and it may take your life at any time. As a villain, one must remain skeptical of everything, and just because one is a fellow disciple, one should care about the head but not the tail. How can that work? Li Xiaoyuan instructed righteously, listening to Luo Qingfeng's helpless face. This time, however, she wasn't about to voice a rebuttal. On top of always being skeptical of people, she agreed with Li Xiaoyuan. Oh, well, then, master, you must remember to save me some soup. Su Wan'er reluctantly put down the chopsticks in her hands and walked towards the outside, still smacking her lips back. Meanwhile, on the way up the mountain from the cliff of asking, a figure with hidden breath quietly felt its way towards the mountain. This Li Xiaoyuan, occupying such a good place like the questioning cliff for such a long time, and his cultivation is still so low. If it weren't for the patriarch's remembrance of his master's friendship, where would the Zhangyang sect still have a place for him? That person couldn't help but complain in a low voice. It was none other than the Five Elements elder who had been arranged to come by the old patriarch. Reconciliation is impossible. He couldn't pull this face and say anything soft to a junior with a low cultivation level. Anyway, the old patriarch explicitly only needed him to investigate the matter of the visions, so he simply pretended not to understand, and getting this done would be considered completing the task. Thinking so, the Five Elements elder couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. Luckily, this huge Ask the Cliff is only inhabited by 2 people, or else if people find out that they sneak up the mountain, then they will lose face. Just as he was about to head towards the back of the Ask Cliff, the place where the vision manifested that day, Elder Five Elements, what are you doing here? The sudden voice of questioning startled the Five Elements elder with a shiver. He looked back fiercely, only to see the small and playful Su Wan'er, who was holding a large black stick in both hands, staring at herself with an unhappy face. The 6th realm of Qi refining. Feeling Su Wan'er's aura, the Five Elements elder couldn't help but widen his eyes with some surprise in his heart. But when he thought of the resources on the cliff of asking, he felt justified. The Five Elements elder was blissfully unaware of his current situation and was relieved when he recognized Su Wan'er. Su Wan'er, however, frowned. It's this guy in front of me that caused him to run out the door before he had a full meal. I don't know if master will leave soup for himself. If he didn't, then I don't know when the next time will be. At this very moment, the Five Elements elder coughed a few times. His face was serious, and he deliberately held his tongue in front of Su Wan'er. Cough cough, if I remember correctly, you should be Su Wan'er, right? On that day, when you asked the cliff to make such a big commotion, do you know how much trouble you brought to the sect? Trouble? Su Wan'er's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the ferocious-looking elder of the Five Elements, and suddenly began to calculate in her heart. Seeing that Su Wan'er did not reply, the Five Elements elder thought that this little girl was afraid and said further, the cliff of asking is already depleted of talent, and cannot withstand the illustration of great storms and waves, and has empty resources but no usable people. You occupy such a treasure mountain but you don't know how to cherish it. This brat Li Xiaoyuan, and you bring this little girl with you to fool around. Today, if you can't give everyone an explanation, I'm only afraid that the entire clan won't be able to allow you to remain on the cliff of asking. But the old man is mindful of the fact that you are still young, and does not wish to make things difficult for you. You will explain the matter of that day's vision to me, and I will go and explain it for you on the side of the patriarch. Otherwise, weigh for yourself whether you and that broken master of yours can afford such consequences. This sum down, if it is an ordinary disciple, has long been scared less, cannot wait to hold their thighs and cry. The Five Elements elder sneered in his heart. He wasn't afraid that Su Wan'er wouldn't confess. However, when he turned his head to look at Su Wan'er, he realized that Su Wan'er's eyes instantly went cold and looked at him with displeasure in her eyes. Chapter 12. What kind of stick work are you doing? You're questioning me? I am a disciple of the Zhangyang sect, a member of the righteous path. Why are you lashing out at me for no reason? The Five Elements elders had gone through a lot of trouble, but Su Wan'er was unmoved and instead asked back with a serious face. The Five Elements elder was stunned for a moment, only feeling puzzled. What are you talking about? You girl? And how am I turning on you? Why are you so unreasonable? It's all. But before the Five Elements elder could explain, Su Wan'er suddenly covered her ears and shouted, it's not like I'm at fault for meeting people who are unkind. If that's the case, then why are you being aggressive with me? You don't deserve to hear my explanation even if you have the heart to argue with me. Since this matter has arisen, then I am much offended. Now I have no sword in my hand, so I will use this stick as a substitute, and first beat you 770-49 sticks. If you are safe and sound and do not wish to make a move, I will call you a Taoist friend again, only to say that what happened was all a misunderstanding. These are the master's words. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Su Wan'er excitedly leaped forward, lifting her stick and pouncing towards the Five Elements Elder. Studying the Chi Tian stick technique for a long time, she had long wanted to find someone to try this stick technique with her own hands. That crooked reasoning actually worked? Luo Qingfeng, who was hiding in Su Wan'er's divine sense, was nearly laughed at by Su Wan'er's shocking words. The Five Elements Elder's eyes grew colder and colder as he looked at the viciously aggressive Su Wan'er. Little girl, how dare you show off in front of me? Today, I will give you a profound lesson on behalf of your broken master. Look at me. Five Elements Sword Technique. With a big wave of his hand, the Five Elements Elder was about to teach Su Wan'er a hard lesson, but the moment he tried to mobilize his spiritual energy, his entire face suddenly changed drastically. The Five Elements Sword Technique has failed? Nope. On the cliff of asking, anyone who did not have the approval of the Chakra Master would have their spiritual power blocked. The Five Elements Elder frowned. If they were to think that they were an enemy just because they were unable to use their spiritual energy, then they were really underestimating themselves. The old man has been practicing for so many years. Even if he doesn't use his spiritual power, he's not an existence that a girl like you can fight against. Between the words, the Five Elements Elder snorted. Spreading his hands, he used his strong physical body to perform mortal martial arts. His 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed towards Su Wan'er, but unexpectedly, the corners of Su Wan'er's mouth rose, waiting for this moment. Thief, eat my stick. The Five Elements Elder's face was solemn and cold as he stared at Su Wan'er's stick momentum. Unexpectedly, Su Wan'er suddenly hooked her foot and kicked down hard on the ground, and the sand-filled dust flew up instantly. You damned girl, actually playing dirty. The Five Elements Elder's face was horrified, and it was too late to dodge, as the sand and dust entered his eyes, blurring his vision. What kind of morality am I talking to you? A thief? Su Wan'er's gaze was like a torch, and golden light flashed under her eyes. The large black stick in his hand suddenly erupted with a shocking rainbow light. The moment the stick falls, boo! A loud sound was like a landslide. Under the enhancement of the demon sealing stick, Su Wan'er's chi was actually 3 times stronger than normal. The effect of using this seemingly unobtrusive big black stick was actually unexpectedly strong. This stick, it's actually an extremely high-grade magic weapon. Luo Qingfeng immediately brightened up, not expecting that she had actually looked away once again. Although she hadn't rarely seen magic weapons of this grade in her previous life, this extremely high-grade magic weapon, for the Zhongyang sect, was also a treasure that could not be found. It seemed that the depths of this questioning cliff were far more exaggerated than she had imagined. Ouch! Is this how that little brat, Li Xiu Yuan, taught you? You actually dare to strike out at a fellow elder. At this time, in the midst of the flying sand and dust, where the demon sealing stick fell, the Five Elements Elder who was lying on the ground was struck in the eyes, and when he was smashed, he was split down by a huge force, and happened to hit on top of a huge stone. You don't deserve to hear me explain. Having experienced the pleasure of stick to flesh, Su Wan'er was completely on top of her game, and with a stick picking the Five Elements Elder, she spun in the air and landed face first on the ground, ruthlessly falling into a dog's mouth. The boulder underneath the Elder of the Five Elements also shattered into a ground of gravel and small stones. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation level was high and his physical body had become strong with it, otherwise, that stick just now would have been enough to kill him. Damn, little girl, if you dare to strike out at me again, I won't blame me for being impolite to you. Being beaten over the head by a junior, the Five Elements Elder was instantly infuriated, and he even said something so disregarding of the situation. Su Wan'er instantly showed disdain. Being rude to me? Well, you have to be able to stand up, right? Immediately, she did not even bother to say a word of nonsense. Raising her hand was a stick and then a stick smashed down. The stick smashed on the back of his head with precise accuracy. The landing point was not even the slightest difference. All knocked in one place. Good weapon. Good stick technique. What a human sandbag. Fighting. Yes. The Five Elements Elder wailed and wailed, and the few times he rolled over were interrupted by Su Wan'er's preemptive steps, and he was simply unable to get up and defend himself. In no time at all, the entire back of his head had swollen high, as if he had grown a sarcoma. After the 770-49 sticks, even if the physical body of the Elder of the Five Elements was strong, unable to use spiritual power to protect his body, at this time, he was also beaten into a daze, completely without the ability to resist. Su Wan'er also panted slightly, her chest rising and falling. After the 49 sticks, what's next? She looked down. At this moment, the Elder of the Five Elements was clearly not in a safe and sound attitude, so there was no need to talk to him about words like Dao friends or all misunderstandings. Since he is an evil person and has already made a grudge against me, he should be thwarted and his 9 clans should be executed. But he's got this thick skin, I can't kill him either. Su Wan'er was pestle and stick with a face of distress, and sighed long and short at the side, with infinite anguish in her heart. With that, another idea suddenly came to her mind. Since this man is evil and I am not allowed to kill him, it is only right that I should inform others like me to be wary of this man's evil deeds again. Doing as she said, Su Wan'er very dryly grabbed the Five Elements Elder's collar and dragged him all the way to the foot of the ass cliff, hanging him on a crooked-necked tree. After these still feel not enough, and will be written this person is guilty of a wooden plate, hanging on the neck of the elders of the Five Elements. Only then did he finally feel that everything was properly arranged and happily returned to the cave. At the same time, Su Wan'er's cave was in the middle of the cave. Li Xiuyuan happened to rewarm the rest of the rib soup when he sensed the aura of an outsider departing from the ass cliff. It was at this moment that the system's beep also sounded in his head. Ding! Su Wan'er has completed one evil act, completing Su Wan'er's long-term teaching mission. How is an evil person practiced? According to the progress of mission completion, receive a reward, 3,000 points of evil value. Currently remaining available vice value, 6,000 points. Please make Su Wan'er a great villain as soon as possible. 3,000 points of bad behavior value at a time. It's quite a haul. Watching so much evil behavior value arrive, Li Xiuyuan immediately brightened up. It's true that the evil behavior value still needs to rely on the disciple's behavior to get a big boost. This is much faster than doing quests to get it. It seems that we still have to find an opportunity to let Su Wan'er have more contact with the others. After finalizing the next plan, Li Xiuyuan had an idea. Coincidentally, Su Wan'er also returned to the cave at this time. The little girl smiled and went straight for the ribs. Li Xiuyuan also spoke smoothly. Good disciple. You only fixate on cultivation on the cliff of asking all day long. It's fine for a while, but it won't last long. You're still young. You still need to go out more before you can grow an insight. Wait until tomorrow. Then you will go to the clan's trial grounds, participate in a trial, and also see the cultivation of other fellow disciples. When Su Wan'er heard this, she also felt that what Li Xiuyuan said was indeed reasonable, and she very obediently agreed. Luo Qingfang has no objection to this. After all, sitting in a well and watching the sky, after all, only know the square inch of heaven and earth. More things have to Su Wan'er personal experience. Only, a certain elder who had been violently beaten into a pig's head had been blowing the cold wind on a tree branch all night, and no one cared. Chapter 13 Unlucky Fifth Elder. Trial opens. Eek yak. Who is this? How did you get beaten up like that? Still hanging from the tree. TSK. Look at the handwriting above this wooden plaque. In my opinion, this person must have wanted to make a move against the cliff of asking, letting someone teach him a lesson, and pulling it out specifically to warn the demonstration as an example of a person who, by and large, deserves what he gets. But he's old beyond his years. How can he be beaten up like this by that pair of cheap practicing masters and disciples on the cliff of asking? How wasted must this person be then? The sky is breaking and the sun is shining. The disciples who were going to and from the morning practice gradually gathered at the foot of the ass cliff due to the previous vision of the pillar in the sky. The one who attracted the most attention was the old man who was suspended above a tree branch and was beaten into a pig's head. The crowd speculated or laughed, but no one came forward to rescue them because of the wooden sign. It was at this moment that the Five Elements peaked disciples all the way in the crowd. Looking at the Five Elements elder's outfit, the more they looked at it, the more familiar they felt. Wait, isn't this elder Five Elements? How did he become like this? Come on, hurry up and put the man down. Don't even look. Hurry up and all disperse. The moment they recognized Elder Five Elements, the faces of the Five Elements peak disciples suddenly changed. Some people went to put Elder Five Elements down, while the rest hurriedly drove the crowd away in order to preserve Elder Five Elements' reputation within the sect. The sudden agitated movement woke up the five elders hanging from the tree. He leisurely opened his eyes, but he could only squint a slit, as if the sky was shaking in front of him, and his body looked like it was about to fall apart, so he could only let the disciples fiddle with it. Elder of the Five Elements? Elder, are you alright? Master, what's wrong with you? Master, this can't be that he's been beaten silly, right? How come he can't even speak? The disciples were talking, looking at the Five Elements elder who hadn't been able to slow down for a long time, and everyone's face was filled with sorrow and intolerable shame. Today's matter, I think it must have already spread. The next long period of time, the Five Elements elder will be the talk of the sect after dinner. Even the entire Five Elements peak disciples have no face to see people. It was hard to wait until his mind cleared up a bit, and it was only then that the Five Elements elder remembered last night's events in his trance. This damn asked the cliff. That unreasonable stupid girl. The Five Elements elder waved his big hand, and his spiritual energy flourished. Boo! The ground cracked and a powerful aura pushed out horizontally, startling the disciples present to retreat in panic. The Five Elements elder's face was gloomy and unsightly, his eyes staring at the questioning cliffs, his dried-up chest rising and falling, and as he was burning with anger, He couldn't wait to kill the questioning Cliffs on the spot, but as his eyes swept across the scene, countless pairs of eyes were sizing himself up curiously. Damn it, wait for me, the Five Elements Elder cursed, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned his flying sword to go far away. The other disciples looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing how to react. Asked Cliff. Oh, a rare morning day, the usual early rise, the face of a delicate pure girl standing in front of the cave, carrying a black stick that does not fit in with itself, lazily stretching her waist, quiet and well-behaved little face still with a little sleepy, only after she washed up. Su Wan'er was then refreshed and trotted all the way to Li Xiuyuan's cave. Without even knocking on the door, he barged straight into the cave. Master, I'm going to the proving grounds now, is there anything else you want to tell me? Su Wan'er stood in front of Li Xiuyuan's bed, her hands constantly shaking the figure on the bed, her tone full of eagerness and anticipation. Suddenly disturbed in the middle of a beautiful dream, Li Xiuyuan topped his head with a chicken nest and looked at the young girl in front of him with a face full of lifelessness, speechless for a moment. If you want to try out, go ahead and try out. This dead girl, she's really getting bold. If you dare to disturb his sleep today, you'll have to tear down this cliff for him in the future. But then, he still took out a jade talisman from his bosom and handed it to Su Wan'er. This is a transmitting note. In case of uncertainty, you can ask the master. Don't yell at me if there's nothing going on. Although Su Wan'er was obedient, she would always hesitate when it came to acting. As it happened, Su Wan'er came of her own accord, so Li Xiuyuan gave her this transmission note, just to be able to further guide her behavior when he wasn't by her side. Yes, master. Thank you, master. I will remember master's teachings. Seeing this, Su Wan'er joyfully held the jade talisman and ran towards the outside, leaving Li Xiuyuan with his chicken nest head on top of his bed, sitting in silence for a long time with his eyes glazed over. TCH, can't sleep with this dead girl screwed up. It's done. Let's eat first. With a small murmur and a shake of her head to clear her head a few moments from sleepiness, Li Xiu marginal points got out of bed and headed for the kitchen. How can anyone be a master like that? The first time an apprentice participates in a trial, he's sleeping in his cave? Luo Qingfeng sked lightly and spat in a small voice within Su Wan'er's divine sense. However, Su Wan'er obviously couldn't listen to it. At this moment, she was still immersed in the joy of her master giving her the transmission note and couldn't pull herself out of it. Drill hall, trial ground. The clan has limited resources, and the monthly portion of resources given to disciples has always been just a small portion. If you want more, you have to fight for it and get more contribution value. Your cultivation is still shallow now, and the ways you can obtain resources are limited. The trial ground is the most suitable channel for you right now. When Su Wan'er walked into the trial arena, Luo Qingshang opened her mouth to explain for her. It had to be said that Li Xiuyuan was a teacher, and although he was a bit unpleasant to look at, his arrangements for Su Wan'er were still very proper. Luo Qingfeng let out a light sigh, always feeling that Li Xiuyuan was slightly incompetent. The trial ground was an open and flat area paved with green jade boards. A large number of disciples traversed through it, and dozens of specially sealed rings were filled with all kinds of feats that were frequently and exceptionally dazzling. Su Wan'er quickly drew the attention of bystanders as she traveled through them. Upon recognizing that this young girl was the famous wasted spirit root disciple of the questioning cliff, remarks full of malice ensued. Is this the one on the cliff of inquiry? The stoner wizard? Ha ha ha, embroidered pillows are not useful. This little girl is not as tall as the stick. Can she fling it? Mocking, teasing, and sights full of malice. The atmosphere of the scene all became subtle as more and more disciples surrounded them. Someone is deliberately trying to provoke me to strike. Su Wan'er keenly sensed this, and her eyesight looked around, and she indeed found a group of people wearing the Five Elements Peak disciple uniforms gathered together, snickering towards herself. Sister Luo, I'm a little angry. Can I take a shot at them? Su Wan'er was holding a sulk in the bottom of her heart, desperately wanting to find a place to vent, but for a while she was at a loss for words. It's just a bunch of rabble. Why care? Luo Qingfeng only glanced at the group of guys. Don't have to care because it's a rabble? Su Wan'er softly chanted a few words, but her eyes fell on the transmission note at her waist. If you're undecided about something, why don't you ask your master's opinion? Chapter 14, Torture also depends on the master. Master, what should I do when someone tries to provoke me and wants me to strike under the ring? Violating the clan's rules? Su Wan'er brought the transmission note to her ear and said softly, and then, she patiently waited for Li Xiuyuan's response. Meanwhile, on the cliff of asking, Li Xiuyuan was preparing his and Su Wan'er's lunch and was busy in the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, chickens were crowing and ducks were squawking all over the place. At this moment, Li Xiuyuan didn't have the time to pay attention at all, and the transmission note placed aside flashed. With a ferocious face, he was holding a freshly plucked spirit chicken in one hand and grabbing the neck of a mallard duck in the other. chasing after the spirit beast light feather swallow that was running around in the kitchen, only to be exasperated by it turning back with a mockingly meaningful hooked lip smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk, but don't let me catch it. If I do, I'll break it into pieces. Asterisk 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 asterisk, but don't let me catch it. If I do, I'll break it into pieces. In the transmission note, Li Xiaoyuan's ferocious voice came out, and Su Wan'er and Luo Qingfeng immediately froze in place. Even Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but shiver at such a cranky comment. In her opinion, Li Xiaoyuan must be a strong person who lived in seclusion in the Zhangyang sect, with an unfathomable cultivation level. At this time, actually for the usually not so much on Su Wan'er excited into this, it seems that must be extremely protective of the shortcomings of the person. She looked at the gang of 5 Elements Peak disciples, and her eyes took on a hint of pity. If they piss off such a big Buddha, they'll be waiting to cry. Even Su Wan'er, who was on fire at the moment, was at a loss for words at this moment. Master, his old man, is he usually this grumpy? I didn't see it myself. Could it be that it was because he was being bullied that Master was so angry? Su Wan'er held the transmission note in her hand, her heart flooded with infinite emotion. At this moment, only the sound of the wind was coming from the transmission note, as if Li Xiaoyuan was rushing. Su Wan'er was worried in her heart and hurriedly said into the transmission note, Master, I won't bother your old man with this matter. Disciple will take care of it himself. Thank you for Master's favor. I will live up to my promise. After saying that, her eyes were cold as she looked at the 5 Elements Peak disciples. Master has already done enough for himself. If he really breaks these people in front of him into pieces for his own sake, in the future, Asking Cliff will surely be in constant trouble. It is better to leave this matter to yourself. With this in mind, Su Wan'er forced down a mouthful of anger in her heart, and immediately withdrew the spiritual power on the transmission note, which suddenly dimmed, and the wind sound over there also crunched to a halt. With that, Su Wan'er took a step towards the supervisory elder. At the same time, Li Xiaoyuan couldn't bear it anymore and mobilized his spiritual power in the middle of the kitchen, easily holding this damn spiritual beast bird and finch tightly in his hand. The light feather swallow immediately revealed a look of horror, fluttering its feathers in an attempt to flee. Oh, you realize you're afraid now? That would be too late. After saying that, Li Xiaoyuan suddenly looked at the transmission note behind him with an odd expression. It seemed like someone said something to me just now. Was it an illusion? Forget it. Whatever. Let's slaughter this first and roast meat for my good disciple. No amount of thinking is as good as a pot roast. A rack of firewood and a slow fire to start the grill. Disciple Su Wan'er wants to participate in the trial. In front of the supervising elders, Su Wan'er clasped her fists. The supervising elder looked up at her and casually threw a wooden plaque into her arms. The ring trial battle. The clan will extract your spiritual body to fight. You can use your full strength during the battle. You don't have to worry about injuring your physical body. Even if you die, it's only damage to your divine sense. You can recover after a few days. Attack the ring first, then guard the ring. If the ring isn't used, then you will go directly to the stage to guard the ring. The more matches you win, the more the clan contribution value rewards you will get. Go. After listening to the supervising elder's introduction, Su Wan'er looked at the wooden plaque engraved with 14 in her hand and turned to leave. Soon enough, she found her counterpart in a pile of rings. It just so happened that at this time, on the 14th ring, the last battle had just ended, and both sides had fought to a standstill, leaving the ring unused. Su Wan'er went up to the stage, and the moment she passed through a barrier, her physical body was left outside the ring, and what ascended to the ring was a divine sense drawn from her body. Ring 14 was instantly transformed into a guarded state where anyone could come and challenge. At the same time, the group of 5 Elements Peak disciples under the stage were all rubbing their fists and eager to try. Egu, this stoned wizard, actually dares to defend the ring. She doesn't really think that there won't be any consequences for spirit body combat, does she? Ha ha ha, later on, we'll go up, tear her apart alive, and take out a vicious breath of air for Master, who will surely give us a rich reward. This kind of young little girl is also really easy to trick. Just a few words and she was tricked into guarding the ring on the stage. Since Su Haotian isn't here, let me come first and set an example for all of you. In the midst of the 5 Elements Peak disciples teasing, one man walked up to the ring with a wicked smile, wanting to take the lead and give an example to his brothers and sisters behind him. As soon as the man came on stage, he was leering at Su Wan'er, and what was in his head was clearly not a simple matter of victory or defeat. Su Wan'er, right? I am Fish-san of the 5 Elements Peak. Just call me Senior Brother Fish. I've been cultivating so far, and now I'm at the 7th level of Chi refining cultivation, which is exactly one small realm above you. You can't win against me anyway, so why don't you surrender of your own accord and join me under the 5 Elements Peak instead, and become a Taoist couple with me, and how about I protect your cultivation? Otherwise, with that trashy master of yours? You won't be able to make a name for yourself in the Zhengyang sect in this lifetime." With these words, Su Wan'er's eyes instantly went cold. Speaking lightly, humiliating the master, and attempting to brainwash himself, this person was simply guilty of the most heinous of sins. Even though the master had instructed him in such detail in the beginning, he had not put such a situation into place. Su Wan'er subconsciously took out the transmission note, poured her spiritual energy into it, and contacted Li Xiaoyuan once again. "Master, this person surnamed Fish is too bad. I feel that beating him to death with a stick is too cheap. Is there any more ways to relieve my anger?" In the meantime, Li Xiaoyuan was in the middle of the kitchen, one big hand holding down the fresh fish leaping on the chopping board by force, his mind full of thoughts on how the sashimi should be handled, when he suddenly heard the transmission note ringing out again. "Fish? What fish? Can it be that this dead girl ran into some kind of fish or demonic beast when she went out? This definitely needs to be brought back and added to the menu." Li Xiaoyuan immediately felt that the unusual fresh fish on the chopping board did not smell good. Then, without lifting his head, he responded, "Then you'll skin it and draw its tendons first, and after you've gutted it, you'll have to remember to draw out the bones as well. Remember, you don't want it to die halfway through. The fresher the better." This thing, Su Wan'er, skinning him, pulling his tendons, disemboweling him and extracting his bones can't make him die? Not bad for a master. A set of processes like this designates relief. Without even needing to think about it carefully, Su Wan'er raised her head and looked at Fish-san with eyes full of excitement and thrill. Chapter 15. A good little white flower, skinned and tied up. Is this Li Xiaoyuan really not an undercover agent sent by an evil cultivator to pollute the morale of the righteous path? Although it had long been clear that Li Xiaoyuan was somewhat out of place with the entire Zhengyang sect, but hearing Li Xiaoyuan speak so bluntly about such cruel tactics in person, Luo Qingfang still couldn't help but spit it out. "I don't know, but that's what Master said, and this time I'm listening to Master." Su Wan'er excitedly lifted the stick, her body trembling lightly with excitement, as if she had flipped some kind of strange switch. She, for one, couldn't wait. When Fish-san saw this, he thought it was Su Wan'er who was frightened, and couldn't help but snort out a laugh, the smirk on his face growing even more. "Ha ha ha, if you're scared, just surrender and admit defeat. It's not too late for everything." Su Wan'er did not respond, but instead turned her head to look at the supervisory elder on the side. The supervising elder understood the situation and opened his lips slightly, his voice sounding like a bell. "Ring station, 5 elements peak fish 3 picks ass cliff Su Wan'er. Begin." The moment the voice fell, Su Wan'er's foot stepped on the ground, and her entire body catapulted out like a cannonball, appearing in front of Fish-san in the blink of an eye. Originally, Fish-san was going to let out a few more lines of trash talk, but when he looked at Su Wan'er who suddenly appeared in front of him, he was startled, and subconsciously he was going to raise his sword to block him. "Come to die." Su Wan'er let out a low shout, and waved the demon sealing stick in her hand, wrapping 1,000 pounds of force, and splitting down on the top of Fish-san's head. In a flash, golden light flowed through the obscure stick. Ding! The sword light intertwined with the stick body, and Fish-san's face instantly changed. The long sword came out of his hand, and Fish-3's hand went numb, and the long sword fell to the ground with a clank. He jerked his head up and looked at the demonic sealing stick that came splitting his head and screamed shrilly. "Wait!" Su Wan'er snorted, and the coldness under her eyes increased. "No wait!" As the demon sealing stick fell, Su Wan'er picked Fish-san over with a single stick. The moment Fish-3 landed on the ground, Su Wan'er bullied her way up, fiercely reaching out, easily grabbing Fish-3's hair, backhanding him and dragging him to the ground, stepping on his face with one foot, and fiercely exerting force on her hand. "Rip! Ah ha ha ha!" A mournful scream spread throughout the entire trial arena, attracting everyone's attention. The crowd followed the sound, only to see the delicate-looking odd force girl on top of ring number 14, alive and well, tearing Fish-san's scalp apart, revealing the blood-colored skull underneath the scalp. Su Wan'er frowned, her hand movements slightly hesitant, looking at the bloody picture in front of her, her heart slightly flooded with a slight revulsion. But, this too soon eased off. "This is what Master taught me. Master surely wouldn't lie to me. He dares to scold his master today, and tomorrow he dares to ride on his master's head and make a scene. I should have taught him a hard lesson." Thinking about this, Su Wan'er's hand movements were a few more points faster. After all, the process is long, and it's only just begun. Skin and flesh were separated, sinew and bone were separated, and large chunks of whole bone were broken into small pieces under the demonic sealing stick and roughly extracted again. Bloodstained white bones were piled casually aside and wailed. The young girl who was as delicate as a small white flower was at this moment in the middle of a mess of blood and flesh, picking her skin and extracting her tendons as leisurely as if she were handling ingredients. With images like this, it delivers a pretty spicy visual impact. Hiss! The sound of pouring cool air rang out, and the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The only way to terminate a ring battle was to divide the winners and losers, or for one side to surrender, and nowadays, Fish-san couldn't do anything at all to voluntarily admit defeat. No, we can't let this go on any longer. Although the ring is fought with the spirit body, if the spirit body is damaged too much, there might be a consequence that the divine sense will be damaged beyond repair. The 5 Elements Peak disciples immediately panicked. No one expected that a battle they thought they had won would actually see such a big reversal. In particular, the means that Su Wan'er displayed were simply more terrifying than evil spirits. Outside the ring, the supervisory elder couldn't help but shake his head even as he watched Su Wan'er's tactics. Though this fish 3 speaks out of turn, everything is to blame. But right, we are a righteous sect. Meanwhile, above the ring, the puddle of flesh and blood finally lost its last breath of life. Seeing this, the supervisory elder waved his big hand, and the spiritual energy around his body violently erupted. The wind suddenly rose above the ring, and Su Wan'er was carefully breaking Fish-san's skull when she was suddenly pulled away by a gust of wind. This battle is over. Su Wan'er wins. After saying that, the supervising elder condensed the air a little, and the fish 3 that had long since lost its voice and was only left with a puddle of blood and flesh twitching on the ground instantly returned to its original state. Su Wan'er saw that the man had actually come back to life and gave him an indifferent look. Fish-san trembled, instantly remembering everything from the party. Almost instinctively, Fish-san fell to his knees, his eyes rounded, his mouth murmuring continuously, looking at Su Wan'er in front of him with a face full of horror. Ah, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me. Looking at the guy who had been aggressive in front of him just a moment ago, he was now kneeling down and frantically begging for mercy. Su Wan'er skimmed her lips and stood on the stage, moving her muscles, her face bland. Master was right. Dealing with this kind of cheap bastard should be simple and rough. As long as he was beaten into submission once, he would never dare to speak out of turn and disrespect himself and his master again. As for Luo Qingfeng, looking at Su Wan'er, who had grown crooked under her own eyes, she didn't know what to say for a while. This tactic is clearly overkill. But, right, it's quite a relief indeed. As a disciple of the righteous path, how can you be so cruel to a fellow disciple? That's just it. How can one be worthy of being a disciple of the Zhangyang sect with such behavior? Expel Su Wan'er from the clan. Looking at how miserable Fish-san was, the 5 Elements Peak disciples expressed their dissatisfaction, and some even requested the law enforcement hall to step in and abolish Su Wan'er's cultivation. Facing the moral condemnation of the 5 Elements Peak disciples, Su Wan'er stood on top of the ring with a bland face. This is the kind of situation that Master has taught us long ago. As long as I have no morals, then no one is in a position to condemn me. But don't fart. Ring battles pit spirit bodies against each other, and even if they were any better, they wouldn't be fatal. Since Fish-san dared to speak out and humiliate the other division, he should recognize the consequences. Why is it that you 5 Elements Peak disciples are the only ones who are so overbearing? Being a whore and setting up a house of cards? Play if you can, roll if you can't. The other little girl is standing in the ring. If you guys are not convinced, go up and take revenge now. Don't disgrace yourselves under the stage. You've dared to go on stage to provoke, and you still can't be beaten? Then why don't you just not go on stage? In the face of the 5 Elements Peak disciples' accusatory behavior towards Su Wan'er, the onlookers couldn't help themselves and directly opened their mouths to dislike Su Wan'er back for her. Since Fish-san dared to do the first day, naturally he couldn't blame Su Wan'er for doing the 15th day. It was just that his behavior was a bit over the top, but he didn't violate the clan rules. The supervising elder looked at Fish-san, who was kneeling on the ground, crying and wailing continuously, almost demented. Then, glancing at the defiant 5 Elements Peak disciple under the stage, he somewhat impatiently brought him down from the ring, forcibly stuffed him back into his physical body, and with an incantation talisman, forcibly caused him to fall asleep. After doing everything, he casually threw Fish-san into the middle of the 5 Elements Peak disciples and spoke in a cold voice. You guys take him back to recuperate properly, and it's not advisable to use your divine sense again for a month. Next, the ring battle continues. The 5 Elements Peak disciples were enraged by Su Wan'er's indifferent attitude, and were dumbfounded by the dislike of the disciples from the other veins on the stage, so their blood was suddenly hot. Damn it, just fight. Me, 7th level of Qi refining cultivation. A man leaped into the ring and came out bellowing. Su Wan'er immediately raised her stick. Boo! The 8th level of Qi refining. Boo! Me! Boo! Stick shadows flashed until the 5 Elements Peak disciples were completely awakened and realized that none of them could match Su Wan'er. Ring 14, which gradually came to a halt. Chapter 16 Undefeated Myth of the Ring, Old Patriarch's Sentiments. Above the ring, the 5 Elements Peak disciples took turns, trying to drag Su Wan'er down in a wheel battle. After all, there was a limit to how powerful manpower could be, and as long as they exhausted her chi, they would be able to win in the end. However, such thoughts only lasted for an incense stick of time. When the last 5 elements peak disciple flew out backwards, his spirit body fell heavily back on top of his physical body. The supervisory elder looked at the 5 elements peak disciples who had fallen askew on the ground, and then looked at Su Wan'er on the ring, who hadn't even gasped for breath for half a second, and his originally calm face gradually shifted from indifference to amazement, in front of all eyes. After the supervisory elder reached out to stop Su Wan'er, who had repeatedly refused to change her ways and had been instructed many times, but was still roughly trying to skin the enemy, in a low voice, he whispered the results of the battle to those around him. Game 10. Su Wan'er wins. 10 consecutive rounds of battle. Su Wan'er from the beginning, facing each are over the level of the challenge, which the strongest one of the 5-line peak disciples. Cultivation is just breaking through the 9th level of refining chi. The disciples under the ring raised their eyes and looked at the petite young girl on the stage with a bland expression, as well as the bloodstained, murderous-looking demon sealing stick in her hands, and everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation in their hearts. Is this guy really human? Such a strong battle power, fighting 10 matches in a row without stopping. It's not too much to call it an evil spirit. If I remember correctly, the highest winning streak in the trial arena was only 7 games, right? She actually broke the record so easily. Is this really something that a disciple of the questioning cliff can do? Between the crowd's whispering, Su Wan'er stood above the ring, counting some, and found that the 5 elements peak disciples who had tried to provoke her earlier had all received a severe beating from her, and an evil gas in her heart had finally come out clean. It's just that the contribution value is a bit low. Su Wan'er had a bitter look on her face. On the trial field, the contribution value relies on suddenly picking the ring to defend the ring and taking other people's contribution value. Even with the extra bonus of winning streaks, these people who come up to pick the ring don't have much contribution value themselves. The immediate harvest is far from what was expected. It's going to take a couple more fights to get enough. After calculating clearly in her heart, Su Wan'er looked at the stage with a smile on her face, putting on a pure and gentle posture as much as possible, and said towards the stage, "Now, does anyone else want to come up and pick the ring? I'll go easy on you." But, in the perspective of the onlookers, Su Wan'er's sweet little face, stained with other people's blood, and then how innocent smile. At this time it seems to be as vicious as an evil ghost, clearly separated by the barrier of the ring. The people under the arena all shivered and only felt creepy. This girl, after torturing so many 5 elements peak disciples, she still didn't think it was enough to relieve her anger and wanted to lure them onto the stage for her to take out her anger? Run! Hurry up and run! If you don't run, she's going to come down and arrest us. The crowd scattered and fled, leaving Su Wan'er in the ring with a bewildered look on her face. Don't run! I've fought 10 matches. I'm already tired. I can't beat you guys. Damn! This woman, she's actually a fraud. As a result, the crowd fled a few steps faster, and no one dared to fight against Su Wan'er at all. The rumor that questioning Cliff's Su Wan'er, undefeated in the trial arena 1 against 10, and intentionally showing weakness, trying to trick people into the ring, spread. Zhenyang sect, Patriarch's Pavilion. Patriarch, you previously instructed me to pay more attention to the situation of the Cliff of Asking. Now there are some new conditions. Do you have time to listen now? Inside the simple and ancient Patriarch's Pavilion, the old Patriarch gently waved his hand. The disciple reporting outside the door then placed a jade slip at the old Patriarch's hand, and after bowing respectfully, he quietly exited the room. Ask the Cliff? Disciple wanted to ask Master earlier. Master seems to be a little extra attached to the Ask Cliff. Opposite the old Patriarch, a gossamer white dress as heavenly fairies fall to earth. Slender posture elegant, delicate and clean face, a pair of almond blossom eyes floating, eyes clear like a starlight flashing, dumping the appearance of the country. But people cannot give birth to a half of the evil idea. This was the old Patriarch's personal disciple, Jang Chingu, who had always traveled outside and had only returned to the clan today. At those words, the old Patriarch looked at the good disciple who had grown up in front of him, reaching out and stroking the flowery white goatee on his chin, a strange light flashing in his eyes that recalled the past. Ask the Cliffs. Ask the heavenly true man has lived a life of purity, and has always been non-competitive within the sect. The old man had the intention to cultivate the Ask the Cliff and help it to prosper, but he alone left behind a Li Xiu Yuan who had a hard time cultivating, and only said that it was to his liking. Everyone feels that the Ask Cliff is rich in resources but useless, but who knows? Ask the heavenly truth in addition to some daily needs and Li Xiu Yuan's own cultivation resources. The rest are all taken out. Subsidizing the clan? As he spoke, the old Patriarch's heart soured. Understanding the ins and outs of it, Jang Chingu was silent, and a moment later looked at the old Patriarch with a light smile. That's no wonder. The apprentice used to think that it was the master who favored the questioning Cliff, but it turns out that there was a reason for that. The old patriarch casually waved his hand. This misunderstanding clearly not on his mind. This time, I'm only afraid that Li Xiuyuan has made some kind of mess. In a few days, the old man will be closed for cultivation. This time the old man will help him once more. In the future, you will preside over the affairs of the clan. If you meet the Ask the Cliff is in trouble, remember to be recruited 1 or 2. After all, with an extra mouth to feed, there's always food. After the explanation, that Jang Chingu nodded slightly. The old patriarch raised his hand and then lifted the jade slip on the table, raising his eyes to the contents. Ask Cliff, Su Wan'er. Ha, this time it's even a message from that disciple Li Xiuyuan? Could it be that the Five Elements Peak has started some kind of dispute with her again? It's also true that the old man had the intention of asking Elder Five Elements to reconcile with the Cliff of Asking, but such a turn of events has occurred. It's only natural that he can't swallow this breath. However, before the words fell, the old patriarch looked at the second half of the jade slip, but his pale eyes became more and more confused. Su Wan'er, the trial arena, undefeated in one fight, and wants someone to come up on stage and fight her again? Are these words, are they something that can be put together? Is this the kind of commotion that Ask the Cliff can make? After reading all the information, everything about Su Wan'er's affairs were all under the old patriarch's eyes. On the side, Jang Chingu also took in the contents of the jade slip, and a trace of confusion flared up in the bottom of her eyes. Then she opened her mouth. The Five Elements Peak disciples picked a fight, but Su Wan'er's actions were indeed a bit over the top, and I don't know how this Li Xiuyuan was taught on a regular basis. However, disciple does see the rising momentum of the Asking Cliff in this girl. Upon hearing this, the old patriarch's eyes flickered, and after hesitating for a little while, a decision was made in his heart. Su Wan'er's first time to emerge, the old man for the Ask Cliff to celebrate, the original contribution value doubled reward, to encourage. On the other hand, inform all the sect vain masters that in order to incentivize the sect disciples to cultivate, they want everyone to take Su Wan'er as an example, and double all the rewards from the disciple assembly. To make such a decision was to completely bring Su Wan'er to the forefront, exposing her to the eyes of everyone and giving them pressure. The disciples of Five Elements Peak have been slacking off day by day, and with Su Wan'er hanging high above them, they will surely be doubly diligent in the future. And if Su Wan'er was to become the central pillar of the Cliff of Asking, she would have to be able to withstand the sudden rains and winds that assaulted her. Next, old me will be in seclusion, so you will go to the Cliff of Asking for a walk. He has to be a teacher for others before he himself is even a teacher. The burden on his shoulders must be very heavy, so you'll have to make a trip for me to show him the ropes. After saying that, the old patriarch sent someone to the trial grounds to convey his meaning, while he himself left the patriarch's pavilion after preparing himself. Jang Chingu alone sat quietly in the patriarch's pavilion for a long time before getting up with him and heading in the direction of the Cliff of Inquiry. Chapter 17 Old Patriarch's Notice. Su Wan'er's Wind Review Reversal. Proving Ground. Su Wan'er was bored with her pestle and mortar of the demon sealing stick. Looking at the other rings above, the disciples were constantly attacking each other, fighting in a frenzy, and their contribution value was rising miserably. Her eyes were full of envy. It's a pity that I'm only allowed to serve on top of the same ring in January, and unless I'm defeated, I'll have to stay here forever. Su Wan'er complained in a small voice about the unreasonable rules and could not help but feel annoyed. The disciples under the ring stayed away from her, fearing that they would be the next to be skinned and drawn. Even if there were any unidentified disciples coming towards her, they would immediately be pulled away, and subsequently add fuel to the fire by detailing the story of Fong's 10 undefeated battles. She was clearly just a young, pretty, well-behaved, somewhat cute, and easily satisfied little girl, so why were they all so prejudiced against her? Su Wan'er looked up at the sky with a lifeless face. The trust between people was really fragile. She herself had promised 3 times that she would be gentle with her hands, but no one was willing to listen to her explanation at all. Sister Luo, I suddenly understand how you felt at first, so being invincible is so lonely. Luo Qingfeng, she had only been dead for more than 1,000 years, and now the qi refining stage was already so wild? Luckily, the time that made Su Wan'er doubt her life wasn't too long. The summoning disciple beside the old patriarch quickly arrived at the trial arena, and after explaining the situation to the supervising elder, he stepped onto Su Wan'er's ring number 14. When Su Wan'er saw this, she immediately brightened up and carried her stick to go up and fight him. Wait! The summoning disciple had a sweaty face and hurriedly spoke out to stop Su Wan'er's actions, and Su Wan'er, who desperately wanted to prove to the crowd that she was really reasonable and didn't kill people indiscriminately, also immediately withdrew her hand. What is it? Is it something about the method of death? It's okay, just mention any needs you have. It's all negotiable from my side. It doesn't even matter if I let you have a few moves later. Su Wan'er looked at him with an attentive face, and the words coming out of her mouth were creepy, but she didn't even notice. A foundation stage cultivator? It was a bit hard to fight, but it didn't matter. As long as the contribution value was given enough, she could always screw him over if she suffered a bit of a loss. The summoning disciple was speechless. No, who's going to kill who? I'm a foundation stage cultivator. Where did you get the nerve to be at the 6th level of chi refining? Nonetheless, the summoning disciple still spoke with a calm face. I have important business to attend to, and as the matter concerns you, I have come here to inform you, not to pick a fight with you. With that, he turned to face the other rings and spoke in a deep voice, but his voice echoed throughout the entire trial arena. All the disciples of the Zhangyang sect, listen up. The patriarch has a message. Asking Cliff Su Wan'er. When she first entered the sect, she fought 10 consecutive battles in the trial field. She should be an example of my Zhangyang sect's disciples who practice hard. Therefore, the contribution value Su Wan'er received today is doubled and rewarded to revitalize her heart. At the same time, in the disciple assembly soon to come, those who rank near the top will have all their rewards doubled. The moment the voice suddenly rang out, the entire trial arena instantly settled down. When that summoning disciple's words fell, the scene instantly boiled over. The rewards of the disciple assembly have doubled. If I can occupy the rankings, wouldn't the resources I obtain be a shocking amount? Originally, I thought Su Wan'er was acting too overbearingly, but I didn't expect that she would actually attract the attention of the patriarch and descend such a directive. Come on, just by being like you wouldn't presume to be able to occupy the rankings in the disciple assembly, would you? You'd better shut up, even if you and I can't get it. What about the other fellow disciples of your vein? They occupy the rankings, and aren't the disciples of your vein still under their shade as usual? With a single command, the original slight meddling of the crowd towards Su Wan'er suddenly vanished. After all, no matter how ruthless her methods were, her cultivation level was only the 6th level of chi refining, and even if she had risen to prominence in the disciples' assembly, she had only taken up one seat, and the remaining positions could be real benefits. Seeing that the matter had been conveyed, the summoning disciple then turned to face Su Wan'er, and after accounting for the contribution value wooden plate in her hand, he took out double the contribution value and handed it over to her. Su Wan'er, who originally still had to take the summoned disciple to redeem her reputation, was immediately smiling with joy and no longer mentioned the matter of fighting with him. Wow! Contribution value doubled. Su Wan'er held the contribution value wooden plaque in her hand, looking at it with glowing eyes and cheering in her heart. The summoning disciple couldn't help but let out a light laugh even when he saw her appearance. He inquired all the way here, and the disciples on the road all said that this little girl was a god of killing and cruel methods, but today it seems to be nothing more than a little girl with a pure heart. In that case, those guys from this 5 Elements peak really had a way of taking death. I can't believe I forced a little girl to move to such anger. The disciples who had originally retreated also gathered around due to this announcement, wanting to see if there was any more insider information they could inquire about. Seeing Su Wan'er's naive appearance, their hearts were also firm in their guesses. This little girl is definitely not some kind of evil-minded generation. The cultivation method is also wide open. Bright and open stick law together. Then Su Wan'er's earlier behavior must have been abetted behind the scenes by that master of hers. I think so. If this little girl is taught by a good teacher, she will definitely be the mainstay of a lineage in the future. Crowds of people talking. Su Wan'er also gathered enough contribution value. Holding the wooden plate will no longer hesitate. Turned around and jumped off the ring full of joy, hands and feet running to the contribution value exchange. Hello elder, I want to exchange items. All the wooden tiles were piled up as high as they could go, and even the exchange office elder, who was used to seeing the world, couldn't help but smack his lips. Ask the cliff. Su Wan'er, what are you redeeming something for? Faced with the inquiry, Su Wan'er spoke decisively. These, all of them are exchanged into the sect's specialty, soul nourishing liquid. Soul nourishing liquid? The redemption elder was speechless for a moment and opened his mouth to advise. Su Wan'er, all these contribution values together, the resources exchanged are enough for you to cultivate until you reach foundation establishment. So why bother exchanging those things? Unless it's a person with severe divine soul damage, there's no use for this item at all. And the contribution value for exchanging this item is still high, so if you really need it, you can just slowly put it together later, and it won't matter. However, Su Wan'er didn't even listen to half of it and once again spoke decisively. Many thanks for the elder's guidance. The cultivation resources master told me not to worry about. Right now this is the only thing I need. Many thanks to the elder for thinking about my disciple. The redemption elder saw that Su Wan'er did not listen to the advice, so he did not continue to persuade her further. After all, he also just didn't feel the need to waste his hard-won contribution value and spend it on the soul-nourishing liquid. Since people didn't listen, there was no need for him to force them to listen to his arrangement. Chapter 18, Contribution Value Emptied. Jang Chingu visits the Cliff of Inquiry. When all the soul-nourishing liquid had arrived, there were as many as 13 bottles. Su Wan'er carefully put all the soul-nourishing liquid into her bag. Afraid of bumping and breaking a little, Sister Luo's divine soul has been damaged, and it seems to have gotten much worse recently. Even her speech is less. This time, we happen to have gathered so much soul-nourishing liquid, so Sister Luo's divine soul should be able to be repaired as well, right? Su Wan'er murmured in a small voice, her every move under Luo Qingfang's eyes. She had no entity, but her emotions were still there. Looking at the nervous little ninny who was actually so cautious when it came to facing her own affairs, even the Empress couldn't help but feel her nose move and her heart over it. Silly girl, your sister Luo is a female emperor's divine soul, so what can a little damage be considered? Such a large amount of contribution value, all exchanged into these things at once. In the future, if you are short of resources, then there will be a time when you will be tired. Listen to Sister Luo's advice. Only 10 bottles are needed to stabilize my divine soul. The remaining 3 bottles you return. Leave some contribution value in your body. Also good for business. However, the always obedient Su Wan'er's attitude this time was tougher than ever, rejecting the Tao very firmly. Where's the sense in returning it when it's been exchanged? Since there are 3 more bottles, then I'll leave them here with me, and when Sister Luo's divine soul suffers any more damage in the future, then I'll take them out and give them to Sister Luo to use, and it will also save me from having to make another trip. Besides, when it comes to cultivation resources, Master has never given me a headache over it, so I'm sure Master won't leave me alone. Su Wan'er couldn't help but heave a smile after she finished. Although her master was unreliable and said odd things, she hadn't suffered a single indignity since she went up to the Cliff of Asking. She cherished every day at the Cliff of Asking, all of which had her master chiming in and then Luo Qingfang retorting in her divine sense. Anything less would be unacceptable to her. Luo Qingfang couldn't help but let out a light laugh at his words, then said meaningfully, "Silly girl, back when you joined the Zhengyang sect, it was me who planned it. For the Zhengyang sect's specialty that can stabilize the divine soul, the soul-nurturing liquid, I thought you'd forgotten earlier, so I thought I'd wait until you were getting stronger before planning. I didn't think that you girls hadn't forgotten." Su Wan'er sniffed and hammed and hawed a few times, changing her words to no longer mention this matter. "We can't say anymore. If we continue, Sister Luo will be moved to tears. It's been out for quite a while. I'd better hurry back to the Cliff of Inquiry, or else Master should be anxious." Luo Qingfang let out a soft inexplicable emotions swirling in her heart. The former empress was so beautiful, so high up in the world, but she was backstabbed by someone she trusted. I didn't realize that now, after falling on hard times, I would instead have someone who was bent on thinking of me. Although the cultivation at the moment, low is a little low, but our Wan'er is well behaved, asked Cliff. On the rocking chair, Li Xiuyuan lay outside the cave basking in the sun, closing his eyes and concentrating well. The whole person was free and cozy. At the same time, there was a system beep in his ear. Ding! Su Wan'er's trial ground has fought 10 consecutive battles, brutally beaten 10 people, pulled full evil deeds, and completed Su Wan'er's long-term teaching mission. How is an evil man trained? According to the progress of mission completion, receive a reward, 10,000 points of evil value. Currently remaining available vice value, 16,000 points. Please make Su Wan'er a great villain as soon as possible. At those words, Li Xiuyuan immediately rounded his eyes. How much? 10,000 points of bad behavior? This little girl. No, it should be little Fortuna. Could just a trip to the trial grounds actually bring you such a great harvest? That's really great. With an apprentice like this, where would he need to worry about not being able to ascend to immortality? But well, Li Xiuyuan frowned slightly and murmured in disbelief. Isn't she out there killing fish? What's with the run to the proving grounds? I think I remember giving her a transmission note to come, and it seems like nothing has been happening. Forget it, I'm full anyway. It's okay to save that fish for another meal. A great sunny day would be wasted without a nap. After saying that, Li Xiuyuan casually picked up a bushel fan on the side and covered his face, gently shaking the rocking chair and coaxing himself into dreamland. It's enough for a disciple to just practice and do bad things well, while he, the master, had to sleep daily. With the ancient mighty Zhou Gong, in the dream game, dangerous and abnormal. Take a wrong step, you have to wake up to sleep again. This world was indeed full of crises everywhere. It was not easy for him to be a master. Ask the cliff. Jang Chingu looked at the towering peaks in front of him. When I thought about it, my master didn't rarely mention to me how scenic the cliff lineage used to be in the Zhengyang sect, but I didn't realize that time has changed. But now only a pair of masters and disciples are left alone and without a roof over their heads. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've been on this Cliff of Inquiry. Saying that, she stepped forward. The prohibition of the Cliff of Asking was a virtual nullity to her, the sovereign's personal disciple. With just a single thought, she floated leisurely into the air, passing through the Cliff of Asking. However, she intentionally walked slower, looking around at the grass and trees of the cliff of asking. His own disciple is so hardworking, so I guess, Li Xiaoyuan didn't put in much effort either. Looking at that Su Wan'er's behavior, nowadays, he should be in bitter cultivation, right? Jang Chingu scared and lamented, deriving infinite reveries about Li Xiaojuan's speculations, until she stepped onto the peak and looked at the table full of leftovers in front of Li Xiaoyuan's cave in front of her eyes, as well as Li Xiaoyuan, who was lying in a rocking chair and huffing and puffing, and the illusions in her heart were instantly shattered. Jang Chingu stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes and an unbelievable expression, only feeling that she had been blinded and was actually hallucinating. But after raising her hand and rubbing her eyes halfway through the day, the image she saw in front of her didn't half change before she snapped out of it. This questioning Cliff's only remaining master and disciple duo would actually have such a contrast. Right now it's long past sunrise. Li Xiaoyuan, however, slacked off on the mountain like a mess. I was so self-centered that I actually thought that this guy would be a diligent and hard-working person with a single-minded devotion to the Tao. Jang Chingyu's face instantly grimaced, the temperature around him plummeted, and the entire Ask the Cliff was suddenly drummed by a violent cold wind. Li Xiaoyuan, what the hell have you done here? In his sleep, in the fantastic world where the party was still in spring, Li Xiaoyuan was engaged in a fierce battle of 5 pieces of chess with the Duke of Zhou. Suddenly, a coolness invaded the dream world. Li Xiaoyuan woke up from his dream, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw anger floating above a stunningly beautiful face, and he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 19, Apprentice kills and returns to mountain. Home stolen? Is there something wrong? Get thee outta here. What's the point of coming to my place and disturbing people's dreams? Looking at the strange and good-looking, but obviously bad-coming face in front of him, Li Xiaoyuan's brows were furrowed and displeasure was written all over his face. What's wrong with looking good? It's not like you can eat it for dinner. Besides, this was his cliff of asking. What kind of thing would dare to come here and point at himself? Li Xiaoyuan, as the head of a vein, how can you be so slack when you don't know how to cultivate diligently and dive into climbing the great Tao on weekdays? Where is your responsibility as a chakra master? Even if you don't do it for yourself, shouldn't you consider it for your disciple? Jang Chingu was truly infuriated and pointed at Li Xiaoyuan's nose and kept accusing him. How did the original questioning heavenly truth teach such a disciple when he was dedicated to the people of the world? Li Xiaoyuan skimmed his mouth and sked lightly, his face full of disdain. Oh, so, what does this have to do with me taking a nap? Besides, you're not the patriarch, so why do you care about me so much? In a few sentences, he nearly infuriated Jang Chingu. I am the only personal disciple under the sovereign, and now I am acting as the sovereign, responsible for managing all affairs up and down the Zhengyang sect. If you have any opinions you can wait until after the master's seclusion and complain with him. But, now, I am the sect leader of the Zhengyang sect. Jang Chingu, completely broken, reached out and took out a finely carved jade plate to show. Looking at the jade plate above the deep with the sovereign order 3 words, Li Xiaoyuan was speechless. The old patriarch is actually in seclusion? And left the clan in the hands of a smelly girl to manage? This girl is a new officer, and she's burning the first fire on her own head? However, even so, he couldn't endure this kind of birdishness, and when his mind was calculating whether or not to turn the tables with Jang Chingu, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Master, I'm back. The increasingly morose atmosphere on the cliff of asking dissipated. Li Xiaoyuan and Jang Chingu exchanged a glance, and Jang Chingu immediately withdrew that look of exasperation. Conflicts between adults, no matter what, should not be exposed in front of small children. Compared to Li Xiaoyuan as his master, Jang Chingu was obviously more interested in Su Wan'er. Master, Su Wan'er was extremely excited and jogged all the way up. Looking at the appearance of Li Xiaoyuan and Jang Chingu in front of her, she instantly froze in place. At this moment, Jang Chingu was still maintaining her condescending position, and Li Xiaoyuan was also arguing with her on top of the rocking chair. After collecting that fierce aura, the posture of the two people close to each other was inexplicably somewhat ambiguous. The moment she saw Jang Chingu, a pretty woman full of fairy aura, Su Wan'er's mind was suddenly in a mess. Her smile came to an abrupt end, and then she looked at the two with an incredulous expression. Even her words became stuttered. Master, is this Master's wife? Mistress? Li Xiaoyuan rounded his eyes and looked at Su Wan'er incredulously. No. Li Xiaoyuan and Jang Chingu spoke in unison, and Jang Chingu also hurriedly stepped back to keep a distance from Li Xiaoyuan, who also stood up from the rocking chair with a speechless face. No? Su Wan'er looked at the two with a suspicious face. Li Xiaoyuan had a bashful face, but Jang Chingu subconsciously avoided Su Wan'er's line of sight due to being misunderstood. This, in turn, solidified Su Wan'er's suspicions, and her heart was in a mess. They were the only master and disciple at the cliff of asking, and they themselves went out from time to time. Su Wan'er didn't even dare to think about how empty and lonely and cold her master should be when she wasn't at the cliff of asking. She had originally wanted to raise some spirit beasts in addition to her cultivation that could accompany her master instead. Unexpectedly, master was much more competitive than she had thought, and had actually found such a beautiful-looking master's wife. Just when she thought that her master would no longer belong to her, Su Wan'er's heart could not be happy. No, this is the right thing to do. I should be happy for master. How can I have such a mentality? Su Wan'er forcibly threw away the cluttered thoughts in her head and faced the duo with a face full of smiles. Seeing that the misunderstanding was getting deeper, Jang Chingu lightly coughed twice. Cough cough. I am the personal disciple of the Zhongyang sect patriarch, and now I am holding the position of patriarch for my master, and I came here to take a look at the situation of the questioning cliff for my master. Other than that, nothing else. Nothing more? More than that, I'm afraid. These two were clearly hiding something and refusing to tell themselves. Murphy. Right. Su Wan'er suddenly brightened up. When his father had been close to his mother, but he had run into her, his demeanor was the same as the two men in front of him. Su Wan'er grinned as she figured this out. It's fine. Next time senior mother wants to get close to master, just greet Wan'er. Wan'er will definitely not disturb your pleasure. Wan'er isn't a child anymore. I understand the reasoning. Who wants to be close to him anymore? What the hell do you girls know? Jang Chingu's beautiful eyes were rounded, but looking at Su Wan'er in front of her with a pair of big watery eyes and a face full of well-behaved and understanding written all over her, a sense of frustration that there was nowhere to spread her power rose up. She looked back at Li Xiaoyuan, hoping that he would step in and explain their relationship. Instead, he found Li Xiaoyuan skimming his lips, and looking up at the sky as if it was not a matter of concern. Jang Chingu was instantly infuriated and covered her chest with both hands. It is rumored that Su Wan'er's nature is pure and good, and that some of her excesses are due to Li Xiaoyuan's poor teaching. It seems to be true today. On the side, Su Wan'er couldn't help but gently eep in her heart as she watched the two small movements. What's going on here? Could it be that Master Shifu was upset because he was disturbed by me? Master is also really. It's such a time. He doesn't know to coax the master's wife. If the master's wife gets angry and runs away, then won't he be alone on the cliff of asking again? Alas, at this time, it's really up to me to step in. Thinking about this, Su Wan'er did not care about anything else and took the initiative to step forward. When Jang Chingu was sulking alone, she suddenly felt a tightness in the corner of her clothes, and she couldn't care less about fighting with Li Xiaoyuan. She turned back to see Su Wan'er looking at herself pitifully, with that pair of aggrieved little eyes, and immediately felt as if her heart had melted away. What's wrong? Jang Chingu's tone softened and smoothly touched her head. Su Wan'er pouted with a miserable face. Senior mother, don't get angry with master, okay? Jang Chingu was momentarily speechless, but there was nothing he could do. I'm really not your teacher's mom. She looked down at Su Wan'er and was about to give a proper explanation when she suddenly smelled a strange and exotic fragrance. This is soul-nourishing liquid? With such a strong odor. I'm afraid there are only a lot of them. Jang Chingu frowned tightly, her beautiful eyes slightly opened, and her divine sense then derived inwardly along Su Wan'er's arm. Chapter 20, Cross-Service Chat. And it's really chatting. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Wan'er's entire body was visible to Jang Chingu, but she was surprised to find that Su Wan'er's divine soul was undamaged, and even several times more powerful than an ordinary person, and she has no close friends at all on the Zhongyang sect, and the only one of the same clan, Su Haotian, even has a blood feud with her. The divine soul is undamaged. The divine sense is unharmed. Why did she send? For no reason at all. To exchange such a large amount of soul-nourishing liquid? Murphy, is it Li Xiaoyuan who needs it? Jang Chingu twisted her head to look at the listless Li Xiaojuan, a hint of suspicion showing on her face. By the way, the master once said that when true person inquiring heaven passed away, he had not succeeded the immortal Tao for Li Xiaoyuan, but he clearly has cultivation today. The only explanation is that Li Xiaoyuan searched all over for ways to open the immortal path for himself, but his divine soul was so badly damaged that even if he wanted to cultivate, he would still feel tired from time to time, and that's why I saw the picture. Everything suddenly made sense. Jang Chingu's eyes also suddenly softened as she looked at Li Xiaoyuan. This look at Li Xiaoyuan instantly alerted him, and goosebumps immediately rose behind him. What is this woman looking at me for? It can't be that Su Wan'er is giving her motherly love by shouting it out in one mouthful, right? This girl, what's the point of shouting blindly over nothing? He coughed lightly, interrupting Su Wan'er's good words that she was holding back to persuade Jang Chingu, attracting the attention of the two women. Wan'er, don't get in the way. She's the acting patriarch who has a lot of business. If you delay anything important, we can't even afford to pay for it by emptying out our questioning cliff. Come here, come to master. Su Wan'er sniffed and extremely reluctantly let go of Jang Chingu's coat. Master, What are you doing? I'm clearly trying to win back your wife's heart, right? If you have the cover of a master teacher who has both looks and strength, and has such a high status, how could they dare to humiliate the master in the trial arena today? Jang Chingu looked at Su Wan'er's loosened hand. Such a young girl at such an age. She had to support herself and Li Xiaoyuan alone. Her heart always felt a little sour. It was no wonder that before his master's seclusion, he had to specifically urge himself to take more care of the questioning cliff. How can the unusual person bear to ignore such a state of affairs? Collecting her emotions, Jang Chingu reluctantly squeezed out a smile and turned her head to look at Su Wan'er, who had walked behind Li Xiaoyuan. I was wrong about you earlier. I came today to talk to you about Su Wan'er's situation. Her cultivation is solid, but there are some extremely obvious problems above her heart. Li Xiaoyuan, I know you have your difficulties, but you should also pay more attention to Su Wan'er's change of heart. If there are any problems that cannot be solved, you can come to the Sovereign's Pavilion to find me. Farewell. After saying that, Jang Chingu turned around and left, leaving the dumbfounded master and disciple standing at the same spot. Wrong about what? Su Wan'er, however, looked at Li Xiaoyuan with a curious expression. Master, what did Shifu say about my heart just now? Is it because Master Auntie thinks I'm not good enough, so she's angry? Master, I don't want Master Mother to be angry with me. I want to stay at the cliff of asking. I don't want to go. Li Xiaoyuan laughed. This girl is really capable of brainstorming. He reached out and grabbed Su Wan'er's shoulders and said with a serious face, you are the disciple of the master. Where do you want to go? Master can tell you. Our Zhengyang sect will not allow you to switch to a different sect. Since you've become a disciple of master, don't even think about leaving. Su Wan'er froze and looked at Li Xiaoyuan. Although the tone of the speech was quite unpleasant, it was inexplicably warm. The distance between the two people was even closer than the distance between Li Xiaoyuan and Jang Chingu just now. She could even feel Li Xiaoyuan's breathing, and she couldn't help but slightly blush her small face. Then, even if Master's wife wants to kick me out, Master won't agree? Sure. Li Xiaoyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He could only have one disciple. Leaving Su Wan'er, where could he have the leisure days of lying down and upgrading? Su Wan'er, on the other hand, had a warm heart and the blush on her face deepened a few points. She had never known that her weight in her master's heart was actually so heavy. Su Wan'er took a deep breath and clenched her fists, secretly pumping her heart. Although Master valued himself so much, then he could not make things difficult for Master and his wife even more so. She must redouble her efforts, strive to make your master more satisfied. So, she gathered her courage and asked towards Li Xiaoyuan. Then, Master, if there are any shortcomings in my heart, please state them, and I will definitely remember the teachings and strive to satisfy my master. Coincidentally, Li Xiaoyuan also had something to say, and when he heard that Su Wan'er took the initiative to ask for advice and didn't have the slightest intention of resisting, he was instantly overjoyed in his heart. It's called water for the thirsty, bed for the sleepy, everything is just right. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to rely on Su Wan'er to become bad. As long as Su Wan'er was worse, her own cultivation would be stronger. Such a heavenly opportunity, Li Xiaoyuan definitely would not let it go, and decisively brought Su Wan'er into lecture mode. Ahem, good disciple, since you have the intention to take the initiative to learn, then what Master said, you must remember it well. When Su Wan'er heard this, her eyes were instantly glowing, fearing that she would miss a star. Today, my master will talk to you about the ways of response and means of destroying a corpse when you meet someone who is unreasonable, morally abducted, and a motherly whore outside the sect. Chapter 21, Soul-Nourishing Liquid Renewal. This girl is really stupid. By the time it was all over, Su Wan'er had already listened to Li Xiaoyuan speak for an entire afternoon until late at night. Instead of feeling tired, Su Wan'er gleefully ran back to her cave. Sister Luo, you heard what Master said just now, didn't you? Master really cares about me. In his heart, I'm more important than Shifu. However, I have to know better before I can cause Master to get into an argument with Master's wife because of myself. Otherwise, Master will not be pleased. As a generation of female emperors, Luo Qingfeng's concern had always been only her own cultivation and strength, and she was not interested in emotional matters. Instead of not pretending to understand, it was better for Su Wan'er to retain her innocence and self regarding her emotions. Who would have thought that Su Wan'er would not be able to stop completely with this excitement? Luo Qingfeng even regretted instructing Su Wan'er to cultivate the Qi Tian stick technique. This little ninja is now physically amazing, rolling around in bed under the covers, sometimes shy, sometimes blushing, hard tossing and turning until the latter part of the night without stopping. If she were a person with an unusual physique, she would have died of exhaustion, but she still felt that it was not enough. Silly girl, have you had enough? Enough fun, it's time to get down to business. Luo Qingfeng couldn't bear it any longer, so she spoke out to stop it. She was also completely unable to understand Su Wan'er's brain circuits. Throughout the afternoon, Li Xiaoyuan talked about all kinds of methods of splitting and hiding corpses and destroying them. This little girl not only did not have half a bit of panic color, after coming back, actually still have the heart for Li Xiaoyuan that a few sentences, obviously the taste is not right words, and happy for so long, until it was stopped by Luo Qingfang's voice. With hindsight, Su Wan'er realized that there was still a divine soul that had been trapped for 1,000 years living in her body, and was currently waiting for her soul-nourishing liquid to repair it. Su Wan'er immediately revealed an embarrassed look and said carefully, "Sister Luo, what happened just now? Can you promise not to tell anyone else?" In the face of Su Wan'er asking in such a low voice, Luo Qingfang was speechless. "Okay, I promise. I haven't been bored enough to mention it to the sidekick. What's more, this kind of thing, she couldn't even tell anyone as a divine soul. Even if there was a chance to recover her physical body in the future, Luo Qingfang would not be able to say anything about it. If she said it out, the one who lost face was not only Su Wan'er, even she herself felt that she could not hang her face. Who would have thought that Su Wan'er, with a face full of shyness, played with her fingers and said in a voice like a mosquito fly, "Then, Sister Luo, can you make a heavenly Dao vow?" Luo Qingfang ultimately didn't agree to her unreasonable request. This silly girl followed Li Xiaoyuan around and really learned the hard way. He actually dared to casually promise even such a serious matter as the heavenly Dao oath. The outrageous wish was not granted. Su Wan'er pouted, unhappiness written all over her face, and Luo Qingfang's handling was even drier, turning a blind eye to this and only opening her mouth in a deep voice to command Su Wan'er's every move. "Take the vat for the bath and fill it with water, warming with spiritual fire. Your control of spiritual energy is not enough. You let go of your mind. I will hold this step for you." With the countless rare herbs into the barrel, these are the auxiliary materials that she and Su Wan'er spent a lot of effort to put together, but now there is nothing left, all thrown into it. At this time, the wooden barrel for bathing, under the addition of auxiliary materials, the body of water turned from colorless to an ethereal green color, and also carried a strange fragrance wafting in. Su Wan'er felt her mind clear after just one sniff. Immediately, under Luo Qingfang's control, 10 bottles of soul-nourishing liquid were poured into the barrel at the same time. The azure-colored soul-nourishing liquid entered the barrel, and the body of water instantly boiled, as if something was churning underwater. This was 10 whole bottles of soul-nourishing liquid. If it was sold out and converted into spirit stones, it would be an astronomical amount that ordinary cultivators would be hard-pressed to come up with in a few decades. Cultivation of the 4 helpers. Wealth and law couple land. Cultivation of the sages will be listed as the first of the 4 helpers of the wealth. It can be seen, in the cultivation of the above, a word of wealth in the end is how important. If you and I were to wander around as loose cultivators, I'm afraid that even if we wait until my spirit and soul are scattered, we won't be able to wait for this day to come. Luo Qingfang softly lamented a sentence. In her expectation, if she wanted to repair her divine soul, it would take her at least nearly 3 years to do so. I didn't realize that the day had come so easily and that everything was going so well it was almost impossible to tell. And all of this, minus Su Wan'er's pure heart and goodness, thinking of her condition at all times. It was also thanks to Li Xiaoyuan's many boosts. The period of time she spent at the Cliff of Asking was simply the smoothest period of her life and death. Only, looking at the body of water, Luo Qingfang was in no hurry to enter it, instead returning control of her body to Su Wan'er once again. "Later, when you enter it, the soul-nourishing liquid will repair my divine soul, and as my divine soul gradually grows stronger, your divine soul will be continuously suppressed. At that time, you will fall into a coma, and you will not be able to awaken until I suppress the divine soul. Little ninny, if I had the intention to occupy your physical body, there would truly be no more you in this world since then. It's not too late for you to regret it." Luo Qingfang looked indifferent and put all the options in Su Wan'er's hands. Just as she was waiting for Su Wan'er to respond, she suddenly felt a heat on her feet. Luo Qingfang returned to her senses, but realized that at that moment, Su Wan'er had already stepped into the barrel. "Sister Luo, you're almost done, always trying to test me. I'm sick of you. Just repair your divine soul properly next. After the restoration, if you run into Master, remember to say hello to him for me." Su Wan'er finished with a disinterested face, leaned on top of the wooden barrel and began to huff and puff. The divine soul hadn't even been repaired yet, and she had already fallen asleep, completely handing over control of her body to Luo Qingfang. Luo Qingfang looked down at Su Wan'er's still not completely open body, momentarily shaking her head. She suddenly couldn't help but let out a light laugh. "In the past, I took every precaution and backhanded constantly, yet I still ended up with a physical body that was destroyed and a divine soul that was nearly dissipated. This silly girl, so easily dared to trust others. Even the flesh can be handed over voluntarily. If she is betrayed, I am afraid that the end is even worse than me." Saying that, Luo Qingfeng's eyes suddenly went cold. But none of this can hurt. Silly girl, if one day I can repair my flesh and take revenge, I will definitely protect you in this life. After saying that, Luo Qingfeng no longer hesitated, and indeed immersed herself in the wooden barrel, absorbing the soul-nourishing medicinal liquid wholeheartedly to speed up the speed of repairing her divine soul. Chapter 22, Restoration of the Hip Hypothalamus. This lottery is not too serious. The sun is rising. Su Wan'er's cave was in the middle of the cave. Soft sunlight slanted down through the papier-mâché windows, illuminating the dusty floors. It was just the usual morning break, but more pleasing to the eye than ever. Luo Qingfeng's slightly exhausted body slowly climbed up from the barrel. Petite but not delicate, a thick layer of black ash covering her naked flesh. At this time, in the bathtub, the original deep body of water had long since dried up, leaving behind a large puddle of fine-textured dust like soot. Luo Qingfeng closed her eyes and stood in place to take a deep breath until she confirmed that her calculations were correct and that the damage to her soul had all been repaired before she finally let go of her heart. Today, the divine soul is unhindered, but it will take a bit of time to suppress it. So I'll just have to aggravate this little girl today. It did not disappoint Su Wan'er's trust, or rather, as an empress herself, she had disdained these petty tactics from the beginning. However, since I'm occupying her body, I have to finish her off, lest I reveal myself in front of that Li Xiuyuan. Chanting softly, Luo Qingfeng rinsed off the black ash from her body, and then walked towards the outside of the cave as usual. In the meantime, ask the cliff. In Li Xiuyuan's cave, the system's beep sounded in Li Xiuyuan's head. Ding! Currently remaining available vice value, 16,000 points. Li Xiuyuan looked at the evil deed value and fell into deep thought. This was the value of all the evil deeds that he had gotten through squeezing and exploiting Su Wan'er during this period of time, through his hard work in strategizing and planning. After saving up for so long, it's time to try your luck. Li Xiuyuan let out a light laugh, then summoned the system panel, looked at the wide array of rewards in the system mall, and briefly glanced over the rules of the lottery. A single systematic draw costs 100 points of bad act value. 10 consecutive system draws cost 1,000 points of evil value. This mall lottery system, good quality and low price, absolutely fair and square. With his current bad act value, it was enough to extract the entire 160 times in the mall. Li Xiuyuan was also curious as to what goodies he could extract among the system's draws. Ding! The host spends 1,000 points of evil value to extract 10 in a row. Immediately afterward, the white light that made people unable to raise half a sense of anticipation flashed. Li Xiuyuan decisively skipped the special effects, and the system's rewards appeared in front of his eyes. Reward, Barrier Sand. Rejuvenation Elixir. Reward description, Misty Sand, below the Jiedan stage. Spreading it on the enemy's face will obscure all senses of the other living being. Reward description, Rejuvenation Elixir, restore one's lost spiritual energy. No poison, no side effects. Scatter it on the enemy and it will obscure the senses of the living? Li Xiuyuan looked at the description of the reward and pondered for a moment, and soon had a direction method to use it. Only, there were no ready-made experiments to test the effects of the Misty Barrier Sand on this questioning cliff, so for the time being, he had to give up. Ding! The host spends 1,000 points of evil value to extract 10 in a row. Blue light filled Li Xiuyuan's eyes. Rewarded, Jang Chingu's personal clothing, and the Yuan recovery pill. Reward note, Jang Chingu's personal clothing. This is a horrible killing weapon that will definitely be cleaned out by the entire Zhangyang sect after being discovered by outsiders. There may be other wonderful uses for keeping it. Reward description, Rejuvenation pill, heal your own injuries. No poison, no side effects. What's that? Looking at the words on the system panel, Li Xiuyuan rubbed his eyes, wanting to make sure that he hadn't misread them, but his finger accidentally tapped on the words for item extraction. Boom! Right in front of his eyes, a light blue blasphemous garment appeared from midair and fluttered down into his hand. Li Xiuyuan subconsciously caught it, and surprisingly, he also felt the residual body heat from it. This thing, it couldn't have been from that dead woman. Stripped hard, could it? This system doesn't have any special fetishes, does it? Li Xiuyuan looked at the light fabric in his hand. The corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch, and he had wanted to just find a place to throw this thing away. But look at the panel, hinting at a few words of other wonderful uses. After a long period of hesitation, Li Xiuyuan finally included this piece of fabric in his storage ring. It's just that, since the system has given such a hint, he or she should pay some attention to it, in case it comes in handy at some crucial time in the future. In the meantime, the lights inside the sovereign's pavilion stayed on all night, and Jang Chingu couldn't help but reach out and press and rub his brow as he looked at the mountains of pending business in front of him. Previously, he had been traveling outside, and his cultivation and insights and even his heart had now been extremely improved. However, When looking at the mountain of workload in front of him, which seemed to be endless, he couldn't help but feel tired. However, Jang Chingu was only sleepy for a moment, and she quickly perked up. Suddenly, all she felt was a lightness in her body, as if some ineffable thing that was blocking her from being close to nature had suddenly disappeared. Jang Chingu, who was still feeling slightly tired, jerked awake and reached out to cover her chest, looking around with a wary expression. Divine sense swept through everything in front of him, but did not find any abnormalities. The whole person instantly fell into a daze. And on the other side, the raffle continues. Ding! The host spends 1,000 points of evil value to extract 10 in a row. Li Xiuyuan raised his eyes and another blue light floated. Rewarded, Su Wan'er's intimate apparel. Reward description, Su Wan'er's intimate apparel, the light clothing of a tender young girl, with a fragrance that belongs solely to a young, green girl. Keeping it may have other wonderful uses. This stuff again. Forget it, let's just keep it. As usual, Li Xiuyuan kept it in his pocket for a rainy day. In the meantime, ask for the mountain behind the cliffs. Luo Qingfeng's face was solemn and cold as she continuously waved the pitch-black demon sealing stick in her hand. The stick was strong and powerful. As a 1,000-year empress who was extremely knowledgeable about the stick technique, although she shared the same body and senses as Su Wan'er, the same set of Qi Tian stick technique had a unique beauty in her hands. This is the special thing that comes from the depth of insight, and it is by no means something that can be obtained by drilling overnight. Luo Qingfeng lowered her eyebrows and murmured in a small voice. Little Neisan's perception of the gong method is already deep enough, and if she wants to go further, she will have to rely on her body's instincts to memorize it all. Today, I will practice for her a few times, so that in the future she will be able to gradually correct the deficiencies by instinct. In time, oops. While whispering, Luo Qingfeng suddenly felt a sudden coldness in her chest, and her entire body was suddenly shocked into a cold sweat. Who's in the neighborhood? What kind of person is it that can actually, in front of their own divine soul perception, take their belly band removed? Luo Qingfeng's eyes widened and her eyes looked around fiercely, but she never found the source of the abnormality. It was as if everything happened out of nowhere. This is still a hell of a thing. Luo Qingfeng frowned. At this point, she had only just finished her cultivation, her sweat soaking through her clothes, all of which clung to her still open body. Luo Qingfeng was speechless for a moment, and in the end, she could only cover her chest in death and run back to Su Wan'er's cave in ashes. Chapter 23 Raffle Shipment. Rush to find baby apprentice. Ding! The host spends 1,000 points of evil value to extract 10 in a row. The current rewards are as follows. Bone Transformation Liquid. Illusory Shaped Talisman. Chondroitin. Reward description. Bone liquid, pour it on top of the bones of a corpse. It can turn all bones and flesh into green smoke, leaving no trace behind. Reward description. Illusory Shaped Talisman. Below Jiedan stage. Change appearance and figure. Unrecognizable to the naked eye. Reward description. Chondroitin. Below Jiedan stage. Oral inhalation and skin contact can render a living being defenseless in a moment. In the blink of an eye, 15,000 points of bad act value were squandered. A burst of white light flashed, and all kinds of props came out. Misty barrier sand, bone transformation liquid, and illusory shaped talisman. Li Xiuyuan looked at the various props piled high in the lottery warehouse. All of these things are not bad, and if used at the right time, they play a role far beyond imagination. But well, it doesn't do much for you. After all, with Su Wan'er around, what he could let his disciples do on his behalf, Li Xiuyuan naturally wouldn't do it himself. And more than that, there were still many essential and unusual elixirs, just enough to supplement Su Wan'er's and his own daily use. Overall, he was happy with the rewards he got from these draws. Li Xiuyuan looked indifferent as he pocketed everything and divided it into two parts. The lesser part he kept for future research, and the more, he left for Su Wan'er's future use. After all, one stayed on the questioning cliff without leaving the door, and Su Wan'er is the real centerpiece. After doing everything, Li Xiuyuan obediently spent the last bit of his evil deeds value altogether. Ding! The host spends 1,000 points of evil value to extract 10 in a row. The current rewards are as follows. Heaven's Ultimate Superior Grade Technique, Treading Heavenly Steps, and Reclaiming Spirit Pill. Reward description, Stepping on the Sky, Heaven Grade Upper Grade Technique, Treading Heavenly Steps, the body is like thunder, moving with the mind at the drop of a hat. Reward description, Recovery Elixir, Recover Soul Loss, cannot repair broken souls, no poison, no side effects. Skimming over the effects of the Reclamation Pill, Li Xiuyuan's line of sight landed on top of the 1 feet on the panel. A Heaven Grade Upper Grade Technique? Looking at the description, this thing should belong to the category of recluse. Heaven Grade Upper Grade Merit Loss at high but not low. Can only say that, although it is not as good as the props rewarded by the system quests, but it is always better than nothing. Now that he was carrying the Qi Tian stick technique, The destructive power was already quite astonishing, and when paired with this escape technique, it would really be more than suitable. It's just that, cultivation is impossible to cultivate law. I'm so hard to accept a disciple. How can I do this kind of thing by myself? Li Xiuyuan let out a light laugh. As soon as this object appeared in front of his eyes, the destination was already predetermined. It was time, to check on his precious protégé, ask for the mountain behind the cliffs. After hurrying back to the cave and changing into a new bib, Luo Qingfeng still followed Su Wan'er's usual routine and practiced in the back of the mountain. It was just that with the previous lesson, Luo Qingfeng obviously had to be much more careful, always keeping an eye on the movements around her. It was both to test the existence and means of the previous denizen and to try to fit Su Wan'er's daily routine. Only after a long time had passed, and the earlier situation of the belly band disappearing had not happened again, did Luo Qingfeng relax her taut nerves. Logically, the first thing she should have done when she woke up early was to go to that cheap master Li Xiuyuan, to brush up her presence and beautifully give her master the presence of a family member in general. However, by having Luo Qingfeng face someone she couldn't see through at all, she was still worried about revealing her own existence. It's just that it's not a big deal not to see him for a day, so let's just kill a day here. When the little ninny's divine soul awakens tomorrow, naturally, there will be no need for me to go through the headache. Thinking so, Luo Qingfeng was about to fully devote herself to cultivation. Earlier, she had discovered that Su Wan'er's cultivation of the Qi Tian stick technique was slightly inaccurate, resulting in a delay in stepping into the grand completion, which happened to be corrected for her today. But unexpectedly, before she could settle down, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of her at an unknown time. Good disciple, why haven't I seen you come looking for your master today? It caused my master to worry for a while. As the familiar voice came, Luo Qingfeng instantly widened her eyes. Looking at the smiling Li Xiuyuan in front of her, her entire body froze in place. That's not true, she remembers. Li Xiuyuan will rarely take the initiative to find Su Wan'er. How today? Can't it be that Su Wan'er really didn't guess wrong? In her cheap master's heart, Su Wan'er's position is actually really that important? Nope. One should only deal with the situation at hand first. Luo Qingfeng forced herself to stop her misplaced thoughts. She raised her eyes to look at Li Xiuyuan and actually inexplicably felt a flutter in her heart. Luo Qingfeng was nearly dumbfounded. Earlier she was in her divine sense and didn't feel deeply enough. After all, I didn't expect that this dead girl's fleshly body would actually be so indisputable. Just by looking at Li Xiuyuan, it would instinctively have such a strange reaction. Luo Qingfeng forced down the strangeness in her heart, facing Li Xiujuan, who was thousands of years younger than herself. Although she felt awkward, she still lightly opened her vermilion lips and said, "Greetings, master." Disciple forgot to greet master for a moment. Please don't be offended. Luo Qingfeng's such a demeanor fell in Li Xiuyuan's eyes, causing Li Xiuyuan to resist lightly raising his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth hooking up into a smile. He carried his hands behind his back, his joy and anger not showing on his face. Just like the usual, his tone was indifferent and said, "There is no harm, for the teacher did not blame you. Just happened to have some things to explain with you today, but you do not come, so take the initiative to seek you just." Luo Qingfeng frowned slightly, not understanding what kind of medicine Li Xiuyuan's gourd was selling. However, her words and demeanor were mimicking Su Wan'er's actions as much as possible, and Li Xiuyuan didn't seem to be able to see it, so the panic in her heart dissipated. What does master have to say? Li Xiuyuan casually waved his hand and said, "What's the rush? These past few days, your efforts for the teacher are all in the eyes. Today you accompany the teacher for a day, as if it is to relax and unwind." Stay with you for a day? Luo Qingfeng frowned a little tighter, but at this moment, she was playing the role of Su Wan'er. At this time Su Wan'er, if she heard Li Xiuyuan take the initiative to ask her to accompany her, I'm afraid that her heart has long been happy, and she will definitely happily agree to do so. However, Luo Qingfeng couldn't make that kind of gesture, and could only force a smile and say, "Disciple leads the way. Thank you for your concern, master." Seeing this, Li Xiuyuan nodded slightly and then spoke. Well, why are you talking so raw today? Between you and me, master and disciple, why be so polite? Follow me on my journey, for I have some words to explain with you. Luo Qingfeng nodded her head in agreement with a helpless face, following behind Li Xiujuan, the master, only feeling uncomfortable all over. Chapter 24. Poor Empress, let her stew 2 more pounds of ribs. Returning to his cave, Li Xiuyuan, as usual, lay very casually on top of his rocking chair. Luo Qingfeng followed behind him, her head bowed in silence. If you say less and do less, you will make fewer mistakes. However, since Li Xiuyuan wanted her to come along, what he wanted was naturally not to look at each other without words. His expression was indifferent and not sad or happy. He just gently knocked on the wooden table on the side. Good disciple, pour tea for master. Luo Qingfang looked at Li Xiuyuan's leisurely appearance. Her heart was slightly unhappy, but she still obeyed and did as she was told. Li Xiuyuan waited until Luo Qingfang poured the tea and took a sip of it unhurriedly, looking at the water mist hovering in the cup, so he looked at her through the water mist. Wan'er, there is no one else on the cliff of asking. There is no need to be so distant between you and your teacher. Today my teacher is looking for you to ask you about your views on some of your teachers. If you have some insights, you can speak directly with me. Luo Qingfeng shook her head decisively, recalling as much as she could about Su Wan'er's opinion of Li Xiuyuan, followed by, slightly speechless. Master's willingness to accept Wan'er as a disciple is already a great favor to Wan'er, and I don't have half an opinion about Master. As she spoke, Luo Qingfeng's eyes were cold, like an emotionless machine. After all, this was all Su Wan'er's opinion, and it had nothing to do with her. Unexpectedly, however, Li Xiuyuan shook his head slightly, then let out a light laugh and said, Wan'er, that's not true. Remember, even saints have mistakes. No one is perfect. Even if there is a God in this world, there are bound to be mistakes. No matter how much I am still just a cultivator. How can I be perfect? If you have something to say, you should say it outright, and if Master is truly in the wrong, what harm is there in changing it? When Li Xiuyuan spoke, his face was relaxed, but his eyes were very resolute, obviously convinced of what he said. Do saints have faults? Even Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at these words, and a bit of surprise showed in her eyes. No one has ever seen a real saint, but everyone thinks that the words of the saint is the true meaning of the road. The saint also has mistakes. Such a statement, from ancient times to the present, have not been able to say a few people. Unexpectedly, Su Wan'er, the lazy master, dared to say such treacherous words, so it seemed that her knowledge of the man in front of her was a little too shallow. Originally, she just wanted to play Su Wan'er to muddle through today. Now, Su Wan'er's soul is asleep, and she doesn't know anything about the outside world, since Li Xiuyuan took the initiative to mention this matter. Thinking about this, Luo Qingfeng hesitated for a few moments to make sure that Li Xiuyuan was really listening, and then took the initiative to open her mouth. Master, disciple thinks that the reasoning you teach seems to distort the term righteousness somewhat. The Zhengyang sect is a righteous sect. What you teach is a bit overly cruel, being unreasonable, fighting evil with evil, deterring thieves even by any means necessary, etc. Although every single thing, Su Wan'er was in the right, but acting was too much of a reasoning. Only after Luo Qingfeng finished speaking did Li Xiuyuan sit up straight and looked at Luo Qingfeng with a smile. Wan'er, do you know what has changed the most in this world? The most changes? What is it? Mind tricks? Battle techniques? Treasure? Or formation talismans? Luo Qingfeng frowned, and subconsciously went up to the cultivation matter to guess. Li Xiuyuan looked at Luo Qingfeng, whose expression was gradually becoming more serious, and saw that she was suddenly silent, and immediately understood that she was thinking in the wrong direction. So he opened his mouth with a light laugh. In this world, what changes the most is the human heart. People. Human hearts? Luo Qingfeng was stunned in place, then suddenly turned awake. Thousands of years ago, with her supreme force cultivation, she suppressed a generation of heavenly pride and accomplished a country's empress. Cultivation has reached the level of Mahayana, and in the entire Kanglan North realm, it is a heavenly prodigy that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. However, the force is no more than the power of one person, and before the feathered immortality, even at the Mahayana stage, one could not be invincible in the world. Enemies are rising, external troubles are constant, internal decay is falling, and those closest to us are betraying them. I am empty of force, and it is easy to dodge an open gun, but I cannot escape a hidden arrow, and it is easy to defend myself against a foreign enemy, but I cannot avoid a stab in the back. It's hard to escape change in the human heart after all. I didn't expect that in front of this Li Xiuyuan. It was me who went down first. Luo Qingfeng let out a bitter smile. It wasn't that she didn't know that people's hearts were fickle. It was just that she purely misunderstood Li Xiuyuan too deeply, thinking that the other party would only know some crooked ways. And Li Xiuyuan continued to chatter. The heart of a good man is good, and the heart of an evil man is evil. But who can tell the good from the bad when they are separated by the belly? You say that the reasoning taught by my teacher is too cruel, but all of this is nothing more than the art of knowing the truth. If you don't cut off the roots of a feud with someone, will you be left with a crippled life to live on if the enemy's descendant spirit beast strikes at a time of crisis for you in the future? If someone turns on you, if you hold your tongue, you will become the object of all people's deception in the future. Is it not possible that you want to endure your whole life and be the shrinking turtle? Your fellow disciples have bound you with virtue and righteousness, asking you to bow your head and confess to unfounded charges. So do you really want to kowtow to your fate? 3 questions in a row. Luo Qingfeng listened to the lecture in a deep voice. Her attitude towards Li Xiuyuan gradually changed, and the expression on her face gradually became serious. She'd seen too many things to count, so many similar things, and she'd tried many solutions to solve them, but tried to maintain decency and leeway to back off, and suffered the results. Even the fall to the defeat of the imperial dynasty and the destruction of the physical body was unrelated to these things. Luo Qingfang listened to the teaching with a deep heart. At this moment, Li Xiaoyuan's eyes flashed with a piercing aura. One punch away from a fight. Lest 10,000 punches come, if you have no power and no strength, and your hands are powerless, or if you are a coward for the rest of your life, the master will not say a word. But, if you are capable of resisting, why do you tie your own fists? 10 lives of goodness are not as good as one fierce reputation. If you are vindictive, naturally no one will dare to be your enemy. After Li Xiaoyuan finished speaking, Luo Qingfang silently kept all of this in mind. As an empress, she thought she knew enough about the things in this world to be clear. Unexpectedly, she was actually able to hear such distinctive remarks from Li Xiaoyuan, whom she had always found unreliable. The distinction between good and evil does not lie in the merits, and if others come with evil thoughts, why should one tolerate them with good intentions? If she had harbored the same thoughts as Li Xiaoyuan in the beginning, how would she have ended up in such a situation? Luo Qingfang looked deeply at Li Xiaoyuan, only to feel that Li Xiaoyuan, who was originally hidden in the water mist, was far more mysterious than what she saw before her eyes. What is this person's origin? So well versed in the ways of worldly hearts and minds, yet dealing with them in such a simple and rough manner. Could it be that he is an old monster that crawled out of that forbidden burial ground? Just as Luo Qingfang's speculations became more and more outrageous, Li Xiaoyuan, who had been so inscrutable just a moment ago, suddenly tilted his body and collapsed directly into the rocking chair, crossing his legs like an old man idly basking in the sun, and pointing at Luo Qingfang. He then called out, "All right, good disciple, you're tired from the lessons, so go stew 2 pounds of ribs for your master." Chapter 25, The Empress Cooks, and She Has to Be Touched. Well, you have a point. What did you just say? Luo Qingfang was still immersed in Li Xiaoyuan's human heart theory and only felt that she had still underestimated the other party so far. But this sudden shift caught her off guard. She raised her eyes and looked in front of her, crossing her legs leisurely Li Xiaoyuan, only to feel that with the party in the midst of water, he was simply like two people. Did this man really say those words just now? She couldn't help but rub her eyes, trying to discern the party's inscrutable aura from Li Xiaoyuan, but no matter how one looked at it, one only felt that the Li Xiaoyuan at this time was not different from an ordinary person who was busy. Good apprentice? Li Xiaoyuan raised his eyelids and glanced at Luo Qingfang. Yes, master. Luo Qingfang's face tightened and she forced herself to endure the discomfort in her heart. Then she bowed her head and agreed, even though she had now fallen into a remnant of a soul. When had she, as an empress, ever been used by others in such a manner? Not to mention having to cook for other men. Unfortunately, she couldn't reveal her true identity today. Furthermore, from the remarks made just now, Luo Qingfang felt that Li Xiaoyuan was indeed wholeheartedly looking out for Su Wan'er, and that he and Su Wan'er were mutually beneficial, so it was only right to make some sacrifices at this moment. Thinking about this, Luo Qingfang stepped into the kitchen, looking at the various types of ingredients in front of her. For the first time so nostalgic for the days of snailing in Su Wan'er's divine consciousness, she couldn't help but let out a light sigh. Nay-san, hurry up and wake up. You could wake up laughing in your dreams if it fell to you to stew his ribs, couldn't you? But talk is talk. Luo Qingfang lifted up her sleeves and reached out to hold the kitchen knife and cutting board after a long time. Momentarily in a trance, it was as if it had returned to the days many years ago, before he had set foot on the path of immortality. But only for a moment. The status of a mortal was no more than 10 years old in her eyes, but she had climbed for a full 1,000 years on the path of immortality. Even if you look back, you can only hold on to the past, that little remnant of the afterglow. While lying on top of the rocking chair, Li Xiaoyuan lightly shook the bushel fan and hooked his lips in a smile as he listened to the commotion coming from inside the cave. The long speech earlier was not meant for Su Wan'er to hear. How could he not know his own disciple? That little girl didn't have the heart to discuss such things with herself. Today, all of this was just a setup in order to reverse that divine soul's view of himself, and to make it easier for him to arrange for Su Wan'er to be a cow. It's working really well so far. Within half a moment, Luo Qingfang walked out of the cave with dishes of various colors. With her ability to forget, she could easily replicate Li Xiaoyuan's cooking skills that day, and by way of example, I drilled all kinds of dishes myself. Only, it was a bit of a waste to use such an ability in such a place. Luo Qingfang was slightly chagrined. It was only her fault that she hadn't collected herself in the heat of the moment. When he taught these dishes to Su Wan'er later, he wouldn't be afraid of revealing them. Li, master, wake up, it's time to eat. With a soft call from her, Li Xiaoyuan opened his eyes and looked at the table full of dishes and bowls suddenly brightened up. As the two of them took their seats, Luo Qingfang picked up the bowls and chopsticks and was about to savor them, when Li Xiaoyuan threw a piece of jade slip and a storage ring into Luo Qingfang's arms casually. Luo Qingfang smoothly placed the storage ring aside and focused on the jade slip that Li Xiaobian threw at her, but her eyes did not have the cold arrogance of the past. The things that Li Xiaoyuan brought were all not mortal, and she was somewhat used to them nowadays. Treading heavenly steps? Is this hardly a transportation technique? Master, what is the rank of this technique? Luo Qingfang put down her chopsticks and held the jade sketch in her hands, her cool eyes looking at the words engraved on the jade sketch with some slight curiosity in the bottom of her eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiaoyuan was preoccupied with the meal on the table and waited until Luo Qingsheng finished her sentence before she suddenly returned to her senses. Class? Li Xiaoyuan thought about it carefully and realized that he hadn't memorized it, so he casually waved his hand and said, I'm not sure, but I vaguely remember that practicing in your current situation is quite effective. Just feel free to practice for fun. Luo Qingfang sniffed, but she frowned. This master, as always, seems unattached to everything. Right now Su Wan'er's need for the recluse method is indeed not small, but if she goes astray, she will only get half the result with twice the effort if she tries to make up for it later. How can this be easily covered up by it? It worked pretty well. Good thing. That girl's divine soul is asleep at the moment, and she doesn't know anything about the outside world. I'll palm for her now. If it doesn't fit, it can still be hidden and another recluse method can be given to her for cultivation. Otherwise, with her nature, she would have clamored to cultivate this technique. Chanting in her heart, Luo Qingfang also disregarded the table of food in front of her. Stretching out her delicate jade finger, she condensed her spiritual energy above her fingertip and gently tapped it on top of the jade slip. A golden light entered Luo Qingfang's brow in a smooth manner, and golden light flowed above the jade slip, and the text then appeared in front of her eyes. Li Xiaoyuan turned a blind eye to this and only focused on enjoying the delicious flavor. Celestial rank upper grade technique treading heavenly steps. A heavenly rank upper grade technique? Although the grade of this technique was not as heaven-defying as the Qitian stick technique, a technique of the upper grade of the heavenly rank was an absolute rarity in the Zhengyang sect, and the entire sect could not pull out a few copies of it. It was just that he didn't know how effective this gong method would be for Su Wan'er at the moment. As Luo Qingfang thought so, her line of sight smoothly looked towards the follow-up of the gongfu. Treading the sky, his body is like thunder, moving with his heart at the drop of a hat, coming and going between heaven and earth as he pleases. Luo Qingfang had seen the essence of this gong method in a single glance, in a single breath. After reading it, the helplessness on Luo Qingfang's face was swept away and replaced with some slight surprise. This gong method, and the Qitian stick technique, is simply a perfect match. The stick is like a gun. The main change, the gas is heavy and only know how to kill, but it is the way of the reckless. If Su Wan'er would only carry a stick and smash people, she would be nothing more than a killing machine with more strength. And nowadays, the recluse methods circulating everywhere are usually based on recluse speed, striving to run as fast as possible, which doesn't have much significance for Su Wan'er, but this one gongfu, but exhaust the changes in it. Su Wan'er, if she can glimpse the mystery of it, will be these many changes attached to the Qitian stick technique on top of the words. This heaven stage upper grade technique put together with the Qitian stick technique is far more powerful than two unrelated supreme techniques that are not related to each other. This is definitely not a randomly selected feat that came here. It's more like it was customized. Coming to such a conclusion, Luo Qingfang looked up at Li Xiaoyuan. At this time, Li Xiaoyuan has long been full of wine and rice, full of cozy face leaning on the rocking chair to take a cool, leisurely appearance, as if indifferent to everything. However, Luo Qingfang completely changed her opinion of him. This little girl, no wonder she's so attached to this master. If you have such a master to guide you, why would you worry that you won't become a great man in the future? The mere fact that you know how to teach according to your ability is rare. Luo Qingfang put the jade slip into her bosom properly, and then, she dropped her eyes on the storage ring on the side. Normally speaking, the disciple's monthly cultivation resources are taken by the disciple himself. Su Wan'er's resources for this month have been collected. What was in this one storage ring? Luo Qingfang thought so and was about to open her mouth to ask Li Xiaoyuan about it, but Li Xiaoyuan lazily opened his mouth on top of the rocking chair. Open it up. You can use it all today. Chapter 26, a collection of underhanded tactics. Can you use all of them? Thank you for the master's favor. Luo Qingfang was slightly curious. Then she gave a thank you towards Li Xiaoyuan. Li Xiaoyuan laughed softly in his rocking chair and closed his eyes to stop speaking. Luo Qingfang injected her spiritual energy into the storage ring, and all the items in the ring appeared in her perception. What is it? Black sand, green water, yellow paper colored with blood, and white powder in clay bottles? These various types of pills piled up in the corner are somewhat useful. Luo Qingfang's entire body froze for a split second as she looked at these things piling up in her storage ring. She looked at Li Xiaoyuan in front of her, and her original expression that was still somewhat relieved suddenly surfaced with some inexplicable emotions. This storage ring, not like a cultivator's, rather like a walk in the jungle to cheat the stream of half a fairy. Master, what are these things? Across the storage ring, Luo Qingfang really didn't understand the purpose of these things, and then she turned her head to look at Li Xiuyuan who was on the side. Li Xiuyuan looked at her with a calm face, and rightfully said, they are all just travel necessities. Look at all that sand. Pure black. Throwing it out will definitely make it hard to see, and then you'll be able to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. There is also that water, which is capable of melting corpses and bones, so that if you want to destroy the corpse at that time, all you need to do is to pour a bottle of it, and it will dissolve it. Even more, you can sprinkle this water on your enemy and dissolve a few pieces of his flesh anyhow. Li Xiuyuan was about to explain the past one by one, but Luo Qingfang was a bit unable to listen. Master, thank you for the treasure. Master, I will definitely cherish it. Disciple has just obtained a new gong method. I am really elated and want to go to the back of the mountain to cultivate a bit. The disciple will take his leave first. Where is this a treasure-giving sight? This is clearly a great collection of underhanded tactics among mortal bullies. Luo Qingfang resolutely excused herself and left, not even tasting a single bite of the meal she had worked so hard to make. Seeing this, Li Xiuyuan still shouted behind her. Remember, when you meet an enemy, greet those things in his face. Don't be embarrassed. Disciple knows. Turning her back to Li Xiuyuan, Luo Qingfang looked slightly unkind. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Xiuyuan was so devoted to Su Wan'er's cultivation, as well as the fact that those elixirs were indeed useful, this storage ring, she wanted to throw it all away. TCH, they say young people are indolent, but this older one, isn't he just as indolent? Li Xiuyuan looked at Luo Qingfang's back, smiled, shook his head, and continued to lie back in his rocking chair leisurely. After leaving from Li Xiuyuan's place, Luo Qingfang returned to the back of the ass cliff above the mountain, spending some time to patch up Su Wan'er's last hint of hidden danger above the Qi Tian stick technique. At the same time, memorized the contents of the feats of stepping heavenly steps. When she returned to Su Wan'er's divine consciousness, she would carefully delve into this technique, making it easier to teach Su Wan'er to cultivate in the future. The pills in the storage ring were all divided into another storage ring by her, making a distinction from those rare things. As for those rare things, Luo Qingfang took a deep breath, wanting very much to throw all of these things into the cliffs in the back of the mountain. However, he was not Su Wan'er herself, so it was better to leave the decision of these things to Su Wan'er. Anyway, even if all of them were brought along, it would only be one more storage ring, so it wouldn't be a hindrance. At best, it's a bit of an eyesore. After finishing all the business, Luo Qingfang stood on top of the back mountain and looked at the Zhengyang sect hesitantly. The night gradually deepened, the full moon ascended to the sky, and the rising sun set in the west. Within Luo Qingfang's divine sense, a hazy voice then sounded. Sister Luo? Where is this? Why is it so dark? Listening to this ignorant voice with some playfulness, the corners of Luo Qingfang's mouth rose, and a clear and cold voice rang out from her throat. Now that you are a divine soul hidden within me, you can share the five senses with just one thought. Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er did as she was told and felt her eyes light up, and then she saw the world that Luo Qingfang had seen when she was in her divine sense. Sister Luo, why is the picture I see so blurry? Because your divine soul is too weak. Just wait until your cultivation grows later. Luo Qingfang casually responded with a sentence, and then she looked positive. Later, I will incorporate my divine soul into your divine consciousness, and your divine soul will occupy the physical body again with less suppression from me. Remember, don't resist. Su Wan'er let out a soft Luo Qingfang closed her eyes, her mind gradually moving towards divine consciousness as the thoughts drew away from her mind. Su Wan'er only felt in herself as if she was being dragged by something away from her divine sense, and then slowly spread towards the surroundings. After a long time, within Su Wan'er's divine sense, a clear and cold voice rang out. Okay. Su Wan'er immediately opened her eyes, and her originally lonely and elegant eyes were instantly replaced by a pair of eyes full of joy. She looked down at her body, only to feel as if she'd slept through the night with no discomfort at all. What must be said? Presumably, one's control over one's body seemed a little easier. Remember this feeling well. This feeling will not give you an increase in cultivation, but on top of the control of the physical body, it is an unparalleled experience. Luo Qingfang opened her mouth, and Su Wan'er immediately nodded in response. With that, Luo Qingfang spoke up for her about today's experience, and Su Wan'er then listened patiently. When Luo Qingfang finished her words, Su Wan'er instantly opened her mouth in excitement. Wow! Master actually made me cook for him, and Master gave me a new present. Where is the gift that Master gave me? Sister Luo, tell me. Su Wan'er's eager urging caused Luo Qingshang to lose her breath for a while. Damn girl, My divine soul has just been repaired and perfected. You don't ask about your sister Luo's situation. Why do you just think about your master in your heart? So I'm not as good as him in your mind? When Su Wan'er heard this, she spat out her tongue in embarrassment, and then she pouted towards Luo Qingfeng. How come? Sister Luo, Wan'er naturally cares about you, but master is also very important to Wan'er. At those words, Luo Qingfeng let out a light laugh. Maybe it's a big exposure to the outside world. Although she was borrowing Su Wan'er's body, Luo Qingfeng's mood was clearly much better. If it were normal, she would have just responded with a few expressionless words. I'm afraid. Alright, I know you're an arm candy. Look up your left hand. That storage ring is it? Luo Qingfeng reminded a sentence. Su Wan'er immediately looked towards her hand and indeed found an extra storage ring. Seeing Su Wan'er reaching towards the storage ring, Luo Qingsheng suddenly remembered something and was about to open her mouth to remind her. However, he saw a cupped handful of black sand spewing out with Su Wan'er's call, heading straight for Su Wan'er's face. Ah, my eye. Chapter 27 Magical Props. Good babies. Ah, sand. Lots of black sand. Sister Luo, help me. All this sand around me. I can't see anything. In Su Wan'er's eyes, the overwhelming black sand haunted her surroundings, forming a thick layer of maze. Although she was not half harmed in it, she just couldn't observe the outside world through any means, and in her divine sense. Where's the black sand coming from? Luo Qingfeng looked at Su Wan'er's constant waving of her hand trying to push away the air in front of her, but repeatedly being plagued by something that she couldn't get out of. Her heart suddenly became curious. She only saw that after those black colors splashed Su Wan'er's face, they suddenly landed on the ground. Not much different from ordinary sand. However, Su Wan'er's performance was clearly not a fake. This thing actually has such a strange effect. Could it really be some kind of treasure? Did I underestimate what Li Xiu Yuan gave me? Murmuring in a small voice, Luo Qingfeng urged her divine soul to extend outwards, wanting to touch the black sand in Su Wan'er's mouth, but realized that she couldn't touch it at all. These black sands seemed to target Su Wan'er alone, but they were not half as useful to her, and she could not even see them. It shouldn't be. How come you can't see or touch anything? Luo Qingfeng softly chanted, and it fell on Su Wan'er's ears. Su Wan'er, who was surrounded by black sandbags, immediately panicked. No way. Sister Luo, even you can't do anything about it? I'm not going to be surrounded by these things for the rest of my life, am I? Sister Luo, save me. Woo. Su Wan'er was anxious and Luo Qingfeng was momentarily speechless. These things were given by Li Xiu Yuan. Even if he didn't have a way, then would Li Xiu Yuan not have a way? He looked at Su Wan'er as so important, and was willing to take anything good out of her, so how could he not help her? Alright, I'll just help you drive away these black sands. Luo Qingfeng sighed softly, and Su Wan'er was instantly elated. Immediately, Luo Qingfeng lightly recited a few spells, and her divine soul moved out of Su Wan'er's divine consciousness, transforming into a spirit body that appeared beside Su Wan'er. Luo Qingfeng's slender jade finger lightly pointed, and the aura between heaven and earth was then mobilized, rushing towards the location of those black sands in Su Wan'er's statement. At this time, her divine soul was repaired, but without a physical body she was unable to retain her spiritual energy, but she was able to mobilize the vast spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Although I can't recognize where these black sands come from, with this method, the problem should be solved directly, and there should be no surprises. Only, when the aura charged against that so-called black sand, the aura directly crossed over the black sand, treating it as if it was nothing. Luo Qingfeng's clever eyebrows were slightly raised, and she tried again in disbelief. But, the results are generic. Sister Luo, is it ready yet? Su Wan'er anxiously urged, but she heard Luo Qingsheng's voice sighing softly. Little ninny, I'll show you the way out there. You'd better go to that master of yours to settle this matter. Ha! Su Wan'er was momentarily stunned in place. This was the first time Luo Qingfeng had shown such a helpless tone in front of her. However, since it is possible to find the master than words, Su Wan'er was about to listen to Luo Qingfeng's guidance, but she only saw the black sand in front of her eyes suddenly fall to the ground as if it had lost its effect. The previous light reappeared before her eyes. Wow, I can see. Sister Luo, have you found a solution? Or is master here? Su Wan'er looked around with a bewildered expression, but she did not see Li Xiu Yuan's figure. Can you see it already? Seeing this situation, Luo Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before speaking. Rather, I'm short on insight. Your master's methods are only more powerful than I imagined. It only worked on Su Wan'er alone, while others could not even see it. If she didn't know Su Wan'er's nature well, she would have thought that she had been deceived by Su Wan'er. Master? Luo Qingfeng suddenly complimented Li Xiu Yuan, and Su Wan'er was clearly a bit confused. But, it doesn't matter, as long as it's a compliment to the master anyway. Master is really powerful. Even a character like Sister Luo would praise him for being powerful. At the thought of this, Su Wan'er, who had only just gotten out of the black sand, tilted her head, her face filled with joy. Luo Qingfang looked at this little nymph's appearance, but her face was much more serious and grave. Ni-chan, take out some of everything your master gave you, and let's try to see what they can do. Su Wan'er sniffed and immediately nodded her head in agreement. Originally, it was still midnight, and by the time Su Wan'er had repeatedly tested all the various things under Luo Qingshang's guidance, it was already the time when the distant sky broke. These things, they're strong. Luo Qingfang looked at Su Wan'er, who was being treated as a guinea pig and tossed around, and the shocked color under her eyes couldn't be hidden at all. Props such as misty barrier sand, illusory shaped talisman, and cartilage scatter, once used, were unavoidable under the Jiedan. The person who is hit is absolutely unable to break its effect within a minute. Even if the cultivator is even higher to help from the sidelines, it will be of no help. I didn't expect to end up underestimating him. Luo Qingfang sighed with emotion and stopped talking about the matter, no longer holding the idea of finding a place to throw away these miscellaneous things. These things, although they seem to be dirty means that only lowly people would use, but in critical moments, they are life-saving treasures. At this time, Luo Qingfang no longer had the resistance she had earlier towards these things. The next day, ask for the mountain behind the cliffs. Su Wan'er's petite figure held up the demon sealing stick in her hands, chopping up and down, as if she were holding a black light and dancing. The pace of his feet swayed, seemingly without logic, but in fact, his mind had already become a tree. Her figure on top of the grass in the back of the mountain is hard to break, as if she is a childish immortal spirit that cannot be captured, which is elusive. Luo Qingfang's divine soul floated to the side, looking at the scene in front of her, a hint of appreciation flowing from the bottom of her eyes. In just one day's work, she had already mastered the shape of the heaven treading steps, and even gained a few more moments of divinity. According to the current progress, by the day of the disciple conference, Su Wan'er's strength would rise by multiples. By then, this young generation of the Zhangyang sect would be nothing more than a bunch of rabble in her eyes. While being so relieved, Luo Qingfang frowned lightly and turned her head to look down the mountain of the questioning cliff. It was clear that they had all run to the back of the mountain, but there were actually uninvited guests who came to the door. That's really annoying. Luo Qingfang sked lightly, and her divine soul instantly fell into Su Wan'er's body. Sister Luo, what's wrong with you? Su Wan'er inquired to Luo Qingfang with a bewildered face, and before she could wait for Luo Qingfang to respond, she saw a silhouette suddenly fall from mid-air, and along with it, there was a dull male voice. I am a disciple of the Five Elements Peak. Xia Ping, are you the first disciple of the questioning cliff? Su Wan'er? Chapter 28, The Old Celestial Pride Who Saw the Sexes. First disciple? Sister Luo. He said I'm Master's first disciple. Su Wan'er didn't care about this unknown visitor. Her heart was focused on the word first disciple. The first disciple, that is, the first teacher. The first disciple, although still a disciple, but just from the title above, there is a kind of uniqueness mixed in. This was the first time Su Wan'er had ever heard someone else address her in such a way, and this kind of calling made her feel like she was getting a lot closer to her master again, and she was instantly happy. For a moment, even the malice in the other party's words was subconsciously ignored. Su Wan'er was happy to be there, and her face couldn't help but look a little more joyful. However, Luo Qingfang didn't say a word, her eyes falling further away, her attention clearly not on these two people in front of her, just in the direction that Luo Qingfang was looking out. A figure in light white clothes like a heavenly fairy falling to earth, quietly standing outside the cliff of the questioning, was none other than Jang Chingu who had come earlier. Ask outside the cliffs. Jang Chingu was far away from each other, and with a flash of cold light in his eyes, he was able to take in every move between Su Wan'er and Xia Ping. After she saw Su Wan'er last time, she felt pity for such a pure-minded little girl, and today she specially came to understand more about this little girl's nature. I just didn't expect that there would be any surprises on this visit. Five Elements Peak. Xia Ping? Jiang Qingyu murmured, as acting sect leader. After the last time she came to the cliff of asking, she was self-conscious that she knew too little about the sect to manage the entire sect. As a result, it took a few days of effort to go over the events, big and small, within the entire clan. With her extremely strong memory, she soon recalled that she had seen Xia Ping's name on top of the incident at Five Elements Peak. Before Su Haotian joined the sect, this person used to be the only heavenly spirit root seedling in the Five Elements Peak, practicing cultivation as easily and comfortably as drinking water, starting late but scoring in the top 3 in the last disciple conference, pressing the age line to participate in this disciple conference. Unfortunately, although this son has excellent natural talent, his heart is extremely high, and he had been favored by the Five Elements elders, so he is used to being arrogant and domineering on the Five Elements Peak, and now that the Five Elements elders are biased in favor of Su Haotian, I think that he must be unconvinced in his heart, and he wants to take Su Wan'er to prove himself. And while there are constant prohibitions on the ass cliff, the only one that didn't work on Xieping seems to have been deliberately done by Li Xiuyuan. This is good. It's just convenient for me to observe how this little girl's heart is. When it comes to matters of the heart, it is better to say 1,000 words than to see it once with your own eyes, especially those who cultivate, in the midst of the struggle, can only see through the minutiae, between the words. Jang Chingu turned her head in slight curiosity and looked in the direction of Li Xiuyuan's cave. Li Xiuyuan was generally the same as when she had last seen him, still lying on top of a rocking chair and flipping through a book that had nothing to do with cultivation, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Jang Chingu had a headache from watching. If she wasn't clear that Li Xiuyuan, as a pulse master, had a sense for every blade of grass and tree in the ass cliff, otherwise she would have thought that he knew nothing about the back of the mountain. But in the end, things happened for a reason. Once he remembered that at that time, Su Wan'er's body smelled strongly of soul-nourishing liquid. Jang Chingu couldn't intervene any further and turned back to focus his attention on the back of the mountain. At this time, Xieping posture upright, backhand stand in front of Su Wan'er, a temperament proud, if not between the eyebrows hiding a few points of anxiety, but also some immortal in the body of the rhyme. He had come here today. In addition to recovering the recently lost face for the Five Elements Peak, the most important thing was to prove to the Five Elements Elders that he could afford the resources and teachings of the Five Elements Peak, and that having him, Xieping, on the Five Elements Peak was already enough. Now, the delay in getting a response suddenly upset him. His brows furrowed and his face clouded over as he was about to reprimand the other party for not being courteous. You have a guest at your door and you ignore it, and you don't know where the down-home people crawled out from. But when personally see Su Wan'er the moment, Xia leveling personal suddenly stunned for a moment, full of displeasure actually faded half. At this time, Su Wan'er was dressed in simple practice clothes. It was hard to hide the slender figure that had not yet matured but was beginning to appear, holding a devil sealing stick that was taller than a person. It appeared that this little girl was even more delicate, and one couldn't help but feel compassion. The face of youthfulness has not been removed, but also added a few points of flavor, and early on revealed the future of the country's appearance. This girl was still immersed in the joy of being further along with her master. Her brows were filled with joy. It looks like a harmless, innocent beauty. Just a glance will urge the Xieping color courage stupid, even with the heart a touch. Su Wan'er turned her head back, just in time to see Xieping's piggy face with a spring in his step, and subconsciously took a step back. However, seeing as the other party had just called himself the head disciple of the questioning cliff, he finally managed to be patient and arched his hand to ask, "Oh, I almost forgot that there's still you around. I don't know what your business is in coming to my ass cliff. This is the back of the mountain. If you're here to find master, you'll have to go to the front mountain cave." When Xieping first came, his tone was not kind, but his words were decent, and he even made Su Wan'er happy for a while. These are the type of people who happen to be stuck between hypocrisy and the unusual. Master had not yet taught how to respond, so Su Wan'er replied to the other party in her own way. Xieping looked at Su Wan'er this appearance. How do not like the rumors, the means of ruthless ferocious people, only as outsiders to blackmail. But, the face still needs to be recovered. I didn't come here to find Li Xiuyuan. I came looking for you. Li Xiuyuan? Su Wan'er frowned slightly. As a junior, how can I call my senior by his name? Since you don't respect your teacher, you don't need to be polite. The slight good feelings that had risen earlier dissipated, and Su Wan'er's face gradually turned cold. In the distance, Jang Chingu couldn't help but frown as well. Although Li Xiuyuan did not have convincing strength, he was ultimately the vain master of the Zhangyang sect, so how could a junior in the district call him by his name in such a direct manner? Coming to someone else's territory and still daring to be so arrogant, even if how powerful the natural talent is, out of the clan, it will be nothing more than a scourge that causes trouble everywhere. Only, I don't know if Su Wan'er can deal with this person. It's best to give him a profound lesson, or better than to come out of the sect in the future, inviting a body to die. However, Xieping did not pay attention to the change in the atmosphere of the scene, and was still talking to himself under his breath. I wanted to spar with you here to understand the grudge between Ass Cliff and Five Elements Peak, but just sparring was too bland, so I wanted to add some color to it. Seeing this, Su Wan'er immediately said without moving, I don't know. What kind of color do you want to add? Xieping sniffed and immediately laughed. I have quite a lot of family money, all of which was obtained from the rewards of the clan elders. This time, since I have come to invite a battle as a disciple of the Five Elements Peak, if I lose, I naturally have no right to consume these resources anymore. If I lose, I will give all the resources I have on me. Saying that, Xieping's eyes showed some greed, looking up and down since Su Wan'er. If I win, I don't need you to pay the same amount of resources. I just need to promise me one condition. Chapter 29. I let you make 3 moves, and you even ate them. Winning or losing was just a matter of words. He, 5 Elements Peak, had suffered too many losses and lost too many people on the cliff of asking. Even if you won Su Wan'er once, what would be the point? Is it possible to turn around the popularity of 5 Elements Peak? It was clear in Xie Ping's mind that if he wanted to regain face for the 5 Elements Elders, just one victory was definitely not enough. But, what if he was able to bring Su Wan'er back to 5 Elements Peak as a Taoist couple after winning her? Su Wan'er's appearance and qualifications are all rare in the world, and if she can become a Taoist couple with her, she will naturally benefit endlessly. Moreover, bringing back the disciple of the questioning cliff who had a grudge against the 5 Elements Peak would be more proof of the magnitude of his charm. At that time, not to mention 5 Elements Peak, even the entire Zhangyang sect would have to praise themselves behind their backs when they encountered them. At that time, how could a mere Su Haotian compare to himself? It's totally a good thing to have 5, 6, 7, 8 eagles in one arrow. Xie Ping just thought about it briefly, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile, and he couldn't even help but look forward to it. It was just a shame that the man had forgotten to pay attention to his own demeanor when he spoke. This look of a hooked lip and light smile, with the line of sight still constantly surveying Su Wan'er's body, was simply as obscene as it could be. He clearly just wanted to have a chance to try to socialize with Su Wan'er, but underneath that expression, it changed completely. Across the sky far away, Jang Chingu looked at this scene, hard on the spot, fist hardened. What does this little brat want if he wins? Is this still a bit of an image of a righteous man? Wani, quick, shoot him now. Zhangyang sect, do not accept scum. No wonder everyone said Su Wan'er had a vicious heart. If the 5 Elements Peak disciples were all like this, even if she got on by herself, she would only go even more overboard than what Su Wan'er had done. Even though Jang Chingu had been cultivating her body for many years, she couldn't help but feel her chest heaving with anger when she saw the scene in front of her. But then, more worry tumbled over his heart. When all was said and done, this Xie Ping's performance was poor though, and no matter how you looked at it, it looked like he was scheming. However, in terms of strength, Xie Ping has now been polishing at the 9th level of Qi practicing for many hours, and stepping into foundation establishment is only in these recent days, while Su Wan'er is only at the beginning of the 6th level of Qi practicing. Qi practice is based on Qi, and the spirit is absorbed into the body and refined in the Dantian to train the physical body horizontally. In the end, no matter how strong Qi refining was, it was still limited to the human sphere. Foundation building, on the other hand, was the first step in completely declaring one's freedom from the limitations of a human being and truly moving towards the path of immortality. Right now, Xie Ping was already at the realm of half-step foundation establishment. His flesh had been repeatedly refined to its limit, and entering the Tao was merely lacking in opportunity. The two are a far cry from each other, not to mention the Su Wan'er at the moment, even his own self, who was at the 6th level of Qi refining, would be completely unable to deal with it. This Xie Ping was definitely not an existence that could be compared to the 5 Elements Peak disciples in the trial grounds back then. If Su Wan'er really lost, wouldn't she have to suffer from this kid's salty hands? How about calling this off yourself? Or have the duo change the way they cut? Jang Chingu's mind was in a constant state of thought, and several times she wanted to go forward to stop her, but she had misgivings, so she subconsciously looked towards Li Shouyuan. It didn't matter if he didn't look. Once he did, Jang Chingu was suddenly furious. At this moment, Li Shouyuan looked at the books in his hands and didn't know what he was reading. The corners of his mouth hooked up in a smile, obviously enjoying himself. Doesn't he realize what his protege is really going through? Jang Chingu was furious and was about to make a move to stop it right away, but suddenly he heard Su Wan'er's voice from above the back mountain. Okay, I promise. Su Wan'er's tone was clear and cold, although less of the party's sprightly and innocent temperament, but more of an iceberg beauty's high spirits. How could she agree to this? Jang Chingu frowned tightly. Xie Ping, this kid is clearly to bully the weak. Now this situation, Su Wan'er is refused. Outsiders also have nothing to say. She had envisioned several possibilities, but only did she not expect that Su Wan'er would actually agree to this kind of bet that had no chance of winning. Why hasn't this Li Shouyuan stepped forward yet? What is he thinking? It was hard to believe that he was really so confident that the half-step foundation establishment Xie Ping was not a match for Su Wan'er, or was this all a deliberate layout by Li Shouyuan? Wanting to sacrifice Su Wan'er's own happiness in exchange for a peaceful truce between Questioning Cliff and 5 Elements Peak? Jang Chingu only felt his mind was in turmoil, but as things had already come to a head, he could only watch from where he was in anger. That's a yes? Seeing Su Wan'er agree so decisively, Xie Ping was suddenly filled with surprise. Don't you even ask what terms I want you to agree to? Xie Ping opened his mouth curiously, but he saw Su Wan'er gently shaking her head. There's no need, I don't care what terms you give. Now, my thoughts are simple. The remaining half of the sentence, Su Wan'er did not say. At this moment, she only wanted to give the other party a vicious beating, so that he would understand what the consequences of disrespecting his master would be. As for how strong the other side is, doesn't matter. When the other party called out the master's name, there would be only one person standing at the back of the ass cliff today. Upon hearing this, Xiapeng looked at Su Wan'er, who had a petite figure and a cultivation level of only the 6th level of qi refining. It dawned on him, by agreeing to his conditions so calmly, it was clear that no matter if he won or lost, the other party did not feel that he would lose. If Su Wan'er won, the resources she had on her own would be enough for her to make a fortune. If Su Wan'er lost and became a Taoist couple with herself, she would then be able to get rid of the ass cliff as a burdensome place and follow herself to the 5 Elements Peak to live there. And from then on, she would enjoy all kinds of treatments from the 5 Elements Peak. Being a Tao couple was one of the few ways for the Zhangyang sect to enjoy the treatment of the other veins, even though they hadn't changed their affiliation to the master sect. Xiapeng Yuan thought that being a Tao couple was just his own wishful thinking, but he didn't realize that it was actually a groom's love for a concubine. And even this sparring session was viewed as a flirting session by him. It is only natural. Then, that one should show something. Xiapeng waved his hand, thinking he was being as manly as possible, and said to Su Wan'er, "Wan'er, my cultivation is above yours, so I'll let you make the first 3 moves in this sparring session. Within 3 moves, I will not dodge. If I break this promise, I will be counted as a loser. Who is your Wan'er?" This address, master and similar people shouting even if it is not enough. What are you? Su Wan'er's face was expressionless as she held the demon sealing stick with one hand in a death grip, and her feet were suddenly quick. 1. Xiapeng was about to open his mouth when he suddenly heard a sound of breaking air. He looked up, only to see a beautiful shadow running violently towards him. There was only a distance of less than 10 feet, and in the blink of an eye, Su Wan'er had arrived in front of him. A black, Dagon-thick demonic sealing stick was rushed towards her front with one hand on top of it. What a fast speed! Unfortunately, now that I'm already a half-step foundation establishment, this amount of qi is not enough. Xiapeng opened his mouth confidently, and between his words, he was about to reach out and block. In his opinion, a mere Su Wan'er who was at the 6th level of qi refining was even stronger, and there was an essential difference between her and himself. But what he never expected was this. Click! The moment the palm of his hand came into contact with the demon sealing stick, a crisp bone-cracking sound resounded in the back of the mountain. Drilling pain churned in the palm of his hand. Xiapeng's face changed drastically, and his body moved slightly in an attempt to dodge. However, unexpectedly, the corner of Su Wan'er's mouth suddenly hooked up a cold smile. If I can let you get away with this, from now on my child will take master's surname. Why is the child taking the master's name? This strange thought suddenly surfaced in Xiapeng's mind, but before he could think of the reason for it, he saw a handful of black sand scattered towards his face. Chapter 30, The long stick violently beats the denizen. Li Xiu Yuan greatly earns the value of evil deeds. The long stick charged straight with one hand, ruthlessly smashing Xiapeng's palm bone. However, a half-step foundation establishment's fleshly body was indeed much stronger than his own. Su Wan'er stared at Xiapeng's foul mouth, her eyes full of regret. She had wanted to use the Qi Tian stick technique and brush his teeth. Still, it can't hurt. The moment the black sand fell on Xiapeng, the black sand that could not be viewed by others was like a sky full of flying insects, entangling him to death, in which Xiapeng waved frantically, but found that he could not reach it at all, and the whole person was suddenly plunged into a state of loss of perception. The sudden change of heart startled him, and he yelled from where he was. What is this? What did you do to me? Wan'er, Su Wan'er, stop it, damn it, 5 elements palm. Xiapeng saw that Su Wan'er did not respond, and immediately turned his hands into palms, and as his hands pushed his palms, the Tao spiritual power was launched with the palm prints, sealing the water around himself. Worthy of being the most optimistic disciple of the 5 elements peak, the force of each palm is very strong, by virtue of Su Wan'er's physique today, rubbing that is injured. If the fight is real, I'm afraid that on the spot we'll lose the ability to resist, treading heavenly steps. Seeing this, Su Wan'er immediately utilized the recluse technique that she had only just been introduced to, flashing around in the midst of the roiling palm prints that surrounded Xiapeng's body. When Luo Qingfang saw this, a flash of admiration passed through her eyes. With the various types of novelty props given by Li Xiu Yuan, Su Wan'er's desire to single brush Xiapeng, an elite monster, without any injuries was as easy as a slap in the face. However, if one relies too much on it, one is bound to neglect cultivation in the future and indulge in these crooked ways. Taking a Xiapeng who can't see or hear to sharpen his own skills, although risky, is the fastest way to refine his skills. Su Wan'er was constantly circling around Xiapeng's body. At first she was not skilled enough and was in frequent danger, but it would not take more than a moment for her stance to gradually become skillful. Su Wan'er estimated the time in her mind, and after the black sand was about to end, she raised another hand to renew it. When he caught an opening, he lifted the demon's sealing stick and gave him a blow. Each of these sticks is very elaborate. When Xieping's hand was raised, he knocked his hand down with a stick, breaking a finger bone in the process. 10 fingers connected, and the pain caused Xieping to blast outward even more frantically. Within a moment, all 10 fingers were shattered. Xieping bared his teeth in pain and cold sweat broke out, but he didn't dare to let up. Lian Yunbu. Xieping's feet moved, his body shaped like a phantom as he attempted to escape from here. Su Wan'er's face was expressionless as she slammed her stick down, her toes smashing him into mush. With 2 sticks in a row, Xieping could not even walk, and could only endure the pain and push up an earth-colored barrier in an attempt to stop Su Wan'er's atrocities. But, does he think the Qi Tian stick technique is a joke? Even in Luo Qingfan's eyes, this was the highest and strongest attacking technique. The empress was like this, even though she was only a mere 6th level of Qi refining. But was he some kind of Jindan old monster? Su Wan'er slammed her stick down, and the earth-colored barrier shattered in an instant, turning into a puddle of fragments when it landed on the ground. What followed was an inhuman one-sided brutal beating. Bad breath? Pick your teeth. Like to look around? No, the eyes can't be blown out, so give 2 more punches hard above the eye sockets, into a pair of panda eyes. If Luo Qingfang hadn't been clear that Jang Chingu was watching from afar at that moment, intentionally curbing Su Wan'er's behavior, Xieping definitely suffered more than that. As the 770-49 sticks finished, Xieping fainted on the ground, his nose and face swollen like a mess. No longer the previous arrogant and domineering flames. Only then did Su Wan'er take a deep breath, only to feel her mood smoother than ever before, and then dragged Xieping, step by step, towards the bottom of the Ask Cliff Mountain, hanging Xieping on the tree where the 5 Elements Elder was hanging as usual, which was also considered to be the destiny of this pair of masters and disciples. Su Wan'er pondered for a moment. This time, there can't be a wooden sign that this man is guilty. There has to be a different word. After thinking for a long time, Su Wan'er lifted the wooden plaque and carved it. It didn't take long for Xieping's body to be labeled with a sign that said, "This person's virtue is flawed." After doing everything, Su Wan'er ran towards Li Xiuyuan's cave with a smile on her face. Today, again, what about following the master's teachings properly? Make sure you let your master praise yourself properly before you do that. This means witnessing the entire process. Jang Chingu was already jaw-dropped at this point. That this Xieping would end up like this was really deserved. Running onto someone else's mountain and calling their seniors by their first name is taboo. He also plotted against Su Wan'er, and had evil thoughts in his heart. Logically speaking, Su Wan'er was the one who abolished all his cultivation, making him fall into the category of an invalid, which was not too much to ask. But, Xieping was ultimately a disciple of the same clan. Su Wan'er had wasted his fingers and toes, and although they could all be repaired, they looked really miserable. And that mouthful of teeth, forget it, in the end, he's to blame for all this. Jang Chingu looked calm. She wasn't the kind of person who didn't know right from wrong. This time, Xieping violated many prohibitions, and under the combined punishment of several crimes, such a result is really deserved. After all, the cultivation wasn't wasted, and there wasn't any irreparable damage left behind, so at most it was just a matter of recuperating for a while, not something to be surprised about. At least, she could now conclude that Su Wan'er's heart nature did have some problems, but Su Wan'er did not actively provoke others. Moreover, what seems to be a cruel deed leaves room for some unforgivable sin. Compared to her heart, Su Wan'er's tactics in this battle were more curious to Jang Chingu. She refining 6th grade Su Wan'er, smashing half-step foundation establishment Xieping with a stick, making a thick earth wall? What kind of tactic is this? Xieping's natural talent is excellent, and he has delved deeply into the Gong Fa Dao, with his cultivation to make a thick earth wall. Even if a foundation establishment cultivator wants to break through, it will take a while. What technique is she using that is so powerful? Can it be that this is the top secret technique left behind by the true man of the inquiring heaven for Li Xiuyuan? Or is it the preferential treatment given by the master as he favors the inquiring cliff? No. If master teacher has such a technique, how could I not know about it? Jang Chingu looked at Su Wan'er's petite figure and was filled with curiosity. Throwing away the powerful stick method of unknown grade, the recluse method made by Su Wan'er was even more subtle, seemingly a few simple movements, but exhaustive changes. Pairing this set of supremely strong and ruthless stick techniques was a match made in heaven. Then there was the black sand that came out of nowhere but blinded the senses of others. With the black sand clouding perception, even if he was as strong as Xieping, he was nothing more than a blind spiritual artillery. The endless variations of the transportation technique landed precisely in every blind spot within the range of his kung fu. Seizing the opportunity, he cracked every note of this artillery with his strong and invincible stick, and hardened an unbeatable powerhouse into a pig's head. Jang Chingu pondered for a long time before giving his insight. It may seem like the Gongfu props have the upper hand, but if it wasn't for the meticulousness of the mind and the interlocking of the rings, in this battle, Su Wan'er would never have half a chance of winning. Anyone can do it on paper. It's the proximity that's hard. It seems that on the cliff of asking, there is indeed a genius who is strong enough to lead the rise of this vein. Just as well, I've come all this way, so let's go up and see it while we can. Chapter 31, Drawing a Small Mount, White Tiger. In the meantime, Ask on the Cliff. Li Xiuyuan held the book and read it with great interest, stretching his feet on the ground, letting the rocking chair creak and squeak to the soundtrack. The whole person was so happy, listening to the system's beeps coming from his ears. He, however, just hooked his lips and smiled, as if everything was under control. Ding! Su Wan'er has completed one evil act, completing Su Wan'er's long-term teaching mission. How is an evil person practiced? According to the progress of mission completion, receive a reward, 4,000 points of evil value, currently remaining available vice value, 4,000 points. Please make Su Wan'er a great villain as soon as possible. 4,000 bad deeds, this time the harvest is not bad. Li Xiuyuan nodded with great satisfaction. As his cultivation increased, his control over the questioning cliff became more and more skillful. That brat rashly broke into the questioning cliff and went straight to the back of the mountain. Li Xiuyuan was naturally very clear about it. Looking at the visitor's unkind appearance, his purpose, Li Xiuyuan had long known in his heart. The reason why he let the other party go over was that he was saving to use Su Wan'er's hand to experiment with the effects of the lucky draw props. Nowadays, there is no need to say what the result is. Li Xiuyuan let out a light laugh and did not take this matter to heart. The most important thing at the moment is to have a passionate system lottery. With a thought in Li Xiuyuan's mind. Ding! The host spends 1,000 points of evil value to extract 10 in a row. Ding! Host spends. Li Xiuyuan smoothly threw all of his evil values into it. A beam of light was poised and ready to fire, with an extremely brilliant orange glow interspersed with it. But before it could surface, Li Xiuyuan had already skipped the special effect. Reward, Maize Sand. Rejuvenation Elixir. Reward, Bone Liquid. Illusory Talisman. Chondroitus. Rewarded, White. The rows and rows of lottery results are really dazzling to read, especially the descriptions of the rewards, which are even more distracting. Li Xiuyuan couldn't help but frown and tsk lightly, and without even looking at it, he laid down on top of the rocking chair and extracted all the rewards in passing, waiting to organize them together when the time came. Black sand, white powder, green liquid, yellow charms, and, with a flash of golden light at his feet, a small white cat with snowy fur and a pleasing appearance also appeared in front of him along with this pile of props. Ha! What's this? How can a raffle still draw a living thing? Li Xiuyuan froze for a moment, then sat up and stared at such a small gadget. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of drawing out some holy beast immortal spirit from the lottery and giving himself a whole awesome divine pet mount. But how? There's a cat? Is it hard to believe that it's some rare breed? He opened the reward information panel to see what spirit beast this was, only to find that the system prompt had long since refreshed and disappeared. Just as he was thinking, the little white cat, once it landed on the ground, stretched out in place, and after wantonly stretching its body, it looked up at itself, as if it was recognizing his appearance, and then it also came in front of Li Xiuyuan and sniffed. After remembering his scent, this little guy didn't recognize him, and lay down next to Li Xiuyuan's pants leg, and with his eyes closed, he let out a gust of light snoring. This appearance, but as lazy and cozy, just like a quiet years, not as good as a nap posture. Sex, rather inexplicably, it was a good match for himself. Looking at this little thing, Li Xiuyuan propped up his chin and thought slightly. It was true that there was a lack of life on the cliffs of the Ask, and there was no shortage of nests for him, and he himself could still jerk the cat around once in a while for fun. It's just a bit of a pain in the ass to keep, and you don't want to be a pooper scooper for it yourself. It was obvious, then, where the little thing was going. When things are not decided, the apprentice does it for him. Why don't you just throw it to Su Wan'er to raise it and sit back and enjoy it yourself? Now it's just a matter of waiting for Su Wan'er to return. Thinking about this, Li Xiuyuan was satisfied and lay backward, continuing to play the game with Zhogong in the rocking chair. And after Li Xiuyuan shifted his line of sight, the little white cat fell into a deep sleep, and as it exhaled and inhaled, a trace of lightning flashed vaguely between its fur, not like a mortal object. In the meantime, 5 elements peak, inside a cave. Su Haotian, who was supposed to have his spiritual root destroyed, would never be able to embark on the immortal path again in this life. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged on top of a stone platform, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, and the aura around him was surging wildly, moving towards his dantian. In his dantian, the golden light of the Gangjin spiritual root flourished, and it was even stronger than the original by more than 3 points. He reached out from the storage ring and took out a porcelain bottle. Each of the pills in the porcelain bottle are extraordinary at this time, but like pouring beans, as much as he swallowed into his stomach. With the elixir into the stomach, within the cave, no winds since the start, a powerful pressure in the cave filled with, as much as the pressure of people cannot breathe. The impurities in Su Haotian's body were constantly being expelled from his body, converging into a path of filthy sweat flowing out. When the spiritual energy in his body had built up to its limit, and he was finally unable to advance, Su Haotian violently opened his eyes. Break me! With a loud shout, a powerful might spread out steeply. Boo! The bottleneck that had been suppressed for a long time steeply rushed open, as the stone platform under his feet shattered with a loud bang. Su Haotian only felt a lightness in his body and couldn't help but evoke a light smile. At that exact moment, the 2 disciples who had entered with him took a step into the cave. Feeling the powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy within the cave, the 2 of them exchanged glances and could both see the shock in each other's eyes. Immediately, the 2 of them hurriedly saluted towards Su Haotian on top of the stone platform and said aloud, "Congratulations, senior brother Su Haotian, for breaking through the bottleneck. Congratulations, senior brother Su Haotian, for breaking through the bottleneck." Hearing this, Su Haotian let out a light laugh. Having long been accustomed to this, one of the talents continued, "Congratulations to senior brother Su. Congratulations to senior brother Su. With senior brother Su's current cultivation, when the time comes for the disciple assembly, my 5 elements peak will definitely be able to rank at the top and live up to the elders' trust." Yet another person looked worried and said, "It's just what?" Su Haotian frowned at the other party, a trace of curiosity flowing under his eyes. "It's just that Su Wan'er, the disciple of the Cliff of Asking who was previously at odds with senior brother Su, has become quite famous within the sect in recent days, and even senior brother Xiepeng has been poisoned by her, and was hung under the Cliff of Asking. Feng, just carried back by fellow disciples." At this moment, the man from earlier also interjected, "Indeed, nowadays, that Su Wan'er is, within the Zhengyang sect." The 2 of them, with a word from you and a word from me, went over the details of the commotion that Su Wan'er had caused in the Zhengyang sect. When they finished speaking, the 2 people then reacted that they shouldn't have said this in front of Su Haotian. However, he did not expect Su Haotian's face to be calm, and he said without haste, "No harm done. Although I have never been out of the cave, I know a thing or two about external affairs. Su Wan'er is no longer enough to worry about. Today, I have broken through the foundation establishment cultivation, and the conference leader is my goal." Su Haotian has actually broken through foundation establishment? The duo on the side were obviously stunned for a split second. They knew that Su Haotian had just made a breakthrough. However, he did not expect that after Fengkai Su Haotian's breakthrough, he had actually reached the foundation establishment cultivation level. Both of them were startled in their eyes, and then they hurriedly saluted again. "Congratulations, senior brother Su, for breaking through the foundation establishment cultivation." Su Haotian smiled and waved his hand, but a hint of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. Chapter 32, Jerking the Cat Hard and Charging for More Nesting. Asked Cliff, Master, the sound comes before the person arrives. Li Xiuyuan had expected this, and with a smile, he raised his eyes and saw Su Wan'er trotting all the way here with glee. From a long distance away, Su Wan'er saw the small white cat lying next to Li Xiuyuan's pants leg at a glance, and her eyes lit up. "Wow, Master, what is this? So cute." Su Wan'er went up and directly wrapped her arms around the little white cat in Li Xiuyuan's arms, her face filled with the joy that belonged solely to a young girl. As expected, a little girl at this age can't hold back her girlish heart at all when she sees something cute. The little white cat that was held in her arms showed a very humanized expression. It turned its head with a disgruntled look at Su Wan'er, who had disturbed its sleep, and then looked at Li Xiuyuan with a grudging face, as if it resented Su Wan'er for being too noisy, and hoped that Li Xiuyuan, who was also a sleeping buddy, would rescue it. Li Xiuyuan looked at the scene in front of him and just smiled slightly, neither stopping it nor saying much, watching Su Wan'er holding it and jerking it around. It wasn't until Su Wan'er had had her fill of jerking the cat around that she reluctantly put it down. As soon as she was put down, the little white cat whimpered and fled into Li Xiuyuan's arms for comfort. Li Xiuyuan casually stroked its little head and just pretended that nothing had happened. It goes without saying that a small pet is more important than the toolman in front of you. Good apprentice. Do you like it? At these words, the little white cat snapped its head up, confusion on its face. What does that mean? When Su Wan'er heard this, her eyes immediately shone with golden light and she hurriedly nodded her head. Master, I like it very much. Li Xiuyuan laughed. If you like it then take it and keep it. From now on it will be your spirit animal. Su Wan'er was first delighted, but then hesitated a bit. But master, I haven't lived since I was a child raising small things. What if it dies from my raising too? Ray's dead? The little white cat stiffened, and then looked at Li Xiaoyuan with a pleading face, constantly using his eyes to convey the message that the child was still young, hadn't lived long enough, and really didn't want to die. On the other hand, Li Xiaoyuan of most feelings, but just slightly raised his eyebrows, only feeling that this little guy can still understand human language. This matter is exceptionally novel. Don't worry, the mountain is full of all kinds of pills and herbs. It's just hard to bear for a while at most. It can't die. Li Xiaoyuan casually waved his hand, not caring about this matter. Spiritual pets are just, since they have entered the cliff of asking, they should have their own consciousness, and it is not unusual for them to be raised a little roughly. Su Wan'er was also completely happy, reaching out and hugging the little white cat in Li Xiaoyuan's arms that was beyond love and giggling. Luo Qingfeng, who was hidden in Su Wan'er's divine sense, surveyed this spirit beast for a long time, and apart from seeing that it seemed to be more humane than ordinary spirit beasts, she did not see any other unique features. Of course, the experience of multiple face slaps told her that this little spirit beast was definitely not mortal. At this time, Su Wan'er had also had enough of playing and hugged the little white cat, pondering what to name it. Puss? Lai Fu? Wang Kai? The little white cat had a raw look on her face, clearly unhappy with the names. When Su Wan'er saw this, she couldn't help but pout and cover her head as well. Thinking of names is exhausting. Otherwise, let's call you White. Right, just call it White. Xiaobai, think half a day. Just think of such a crap name. How not to give you tired to death. Refusing to think, Su Wan'er forced a very rotten name, and Li Xiaoyuan was too lazy to stop it. By the way, the idea that he wanted to name the little guy Two Dogs was plowed into a hole in his heart, buried dead, and even stomped on a few feet. As far as the naming piece is concerned, he's not as good as his own apprentice. Whitey? What Whitey? Just as Su Wan'er was considering whether or not to make an outfit for a certain undressed and indecent little white, a soft inquiring voice came. Jang Chingu slowly fell from midair with a slight smile on his face. As soon as Su Wan'er saw Jang Chingu, she held up the small white that was forced to operate in her hand to show her. Look, Shifu, it's Xiaobai. Jang Chingu was speechless for a moment, holding her forehead and saying, I'm really not your teacher's mother. With that, she looked over at Xiaobai, crossly not seeing where it came from, and didn't say anything more. There are few living beings on the cliff of asking, so raising it is a way to add some life. After saying that, Jang Chingu let out a light laugh and handed Su Wan'er a bottle of common beast feeding pills. Su Wan'er wasn't polite and took it with a playful smile and a thank you to senior mistress, causing Jang Chingu to wish she could take the elixir back. Little White also seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, only looking up when Jang Chingu commented, and then, like a dead fish, he let Su Wan'er carry him. With that, Jang Chingu looked back at Li Xiaoyuan. This woman, the way she looked after the anger was gone from her eyes, had a bit of the temperament of a fairy. Elder Li, long time no see. Aha. Li Xiaoyuan gave a salty response. Jang Chingu didn't see any outsiders and simply sat down opposite Li Xiaojuan. I deeply apologize for misunderstanding Elder Li earlier, and one of the reasons I came here today is because I wanted to apologize to Elder Li. Apologize? Li Xiaoyuan's eyes revealed a few moments of curiosity as he sniffed. Seeing that Li Xiaoyuan did not say a word, Jang Chingu just assumed that the other party was still angry with her and had to continue. This is some small compensation. There are quite a lot of reserves in the cliff of asking, but it's always not inexhaustible, and now that there's another disciple, more resources are also convenient for weekday usage. With that, Jang Chingu presented a storage ring. Pay first when things don't work out? This woman is really, knew him too well. Li Xiaoyuan picked up that one storage ring and did some cursory exploration, finding that most of them were commonly used pills and there were quite a few of them. Su Wan'er and that little white cat were both useful, so he took it in stride. Since the other party was the old patriarch's personal disciple, this face still had to be given. Moreover, Jang Chingu had made a special trip today, so it couldn't be that he was specifically sending some compensation. Seeing that Li Xiaoyuan accepted all the compensatory gifts, the guilt in Jang Chingu's heart was then reduced a lot. Patriarch Jang is really polite with these words. We are all from the same sect, so how could I hold a grudge against Patriarch Jang? Receiving the compensatory gift, Li Xiaoyuan's face eased a few points. Jang Chingu heard this and was relieved. Elder Li is overly concerned. Just a small token of appreciation. I'm also just handling the affairs of the clan in place of my master. I can't afford the title of patriarch. If Elder Li is willing, just call me Elder Jang. Li Xiaoyuan nodded slightly in acquiescence. Only then did Jang Chingu feel relieved to open her mouth and tell him the purpose of her trip. I already know about Elder Li's affair with the 5 Elements Peak. Such a bet is too unfair to ask the cliff. I intentionally want to ask Elder 5 Elements to make a trip to the questioning cliff to void this bet. Chapter 33, Xiaobai says, it's all a setup. She looked at Li Xiuyuan with hopefulness, but saw that the other party had a blank face. A bet? What bet? Who are the 5 elders? Oh, Li Xiuyuan hesitated for a long time before he suddenly remembered. It seems like there's something to that. Immediately afterward, he waved his hands and said, Elder Jiang has taken the trouble. Since this matter has been set up, where is the reason to take it back? If Wan'er loses, it's just giving him half of the resources of the questioning cliff. No harm done. Although his mouth said so, Li Xiuyuan's heart was another thought. It's impossible to abandon a bet. He was still waiting for Su Wan'er to violently beat up Su Haotian a bit and bring himself a large amount of evil deed value. It's something that's not negotiable. When Jang Chingu saw that Li Xiuyuan was so resolute, the whole person was confused for a while, and then she frowned tightly. Elder Li, I was the one who misunderstood you quite a bit earlier. I didn't expect you to actually have such a heart. I truly admire you. However, as far as I know, Su Haotian's progress is not small, and between his cultivation and Su Wan'er's, he has already opened up a considerable distance, and the Su Wan'er at the moment is definitely not his opponent. If Elder Li has any backhanded words, he might as well say them, so I can have a plan in my mind. Li Xiuyuan heard this, but once again, he waved his hand bashfully. There is no need for a backhand. Wan'er will naturally not lose to him. Between the words, quite a lot of confidence, but more as a few points of casual, as if the matter is not sad. The duo suddenly mentioned Su Haotian's name, and Su Wan'er, who was teasing the cat on the side, was instantly attracted over. When she heard that Su Haotian's progress was even more terrifying than her own, her mind, which had already settled down, suddenly panicked again. If he didn't fight, he would lose his master's face and half of the resources of the Cliff of Asking. What would happen? However, Li Xiuyuan's subsequent words instantly caused Su Wan'er to settle down. Although he didn't know exactly what Su Haotian's strength was today, Master definitely wouldn't deceive himself. If he says he can win, then he can win. Su Wan'er quietly inclined her head, and although her mouth was silent, her heart was already happy. Master trusted himself so much, how could he let him down? I really do need to work a little harder on myself, waiting to be rewarded for a week of all-night practice when I would get back. However, Jang Chingu wasn't an ignorant girl like Su Wan'er, and didn't eat this at all. Immediately, he was exasperated by Li Xiuyuan's obviously perfunctory attitude and trembled. She hadn't wanted to continue to persuade. After all, it wasn't like this questioning cliff had anything to do with herself. But see the sight of the carefree Su Wan'er. After all, the heart still cannot bear this child's future is destroyed. And then coldly looked at Li Xiuyuan said, Elder Li, if you act like this, are you not taking Su Wan'er's future too seriously? Li Xiuyuan returned, I believe in her, that's all, and there's no need for others to worry about her future. Jang Chingu was instantly furious, clearly not believing it, and said in a cold voice, since you are determined to do so, you and I might as well make a bet. If Su Wan'er loses on top of the disciple assembly, I will step in to protect her life, but at the same time, I will also apply to the sect, and from now on, Su Wan'er shall follow me within the sovereign's pavilion to cultivate together. From now on, I will preside over all her affairs and correct her heart. If I lose, I'll be at Elder Li's disposal. Let her take Su Wan'er away? How can that be? As soon as the words fell, Li Xiuyuan frowned and was thinking about how to refuse. But Su Wan'er stepped forward first. The young girl's face reddened, and the white tiger cub she held in her arms was nearly strangled to death by the weirdly powerful girl, and her stubby little legs kept bouncing. No, don't. Win or lose, I'm going to stay on the Cliff of Asking and be with Master. Obviously, it took not only courage to get her to say that, but also all the strength she could muster. Li Xiuyuan looked at the two women in front of him with a puzzled expression, only feeling a trance in his spirit. This feels like a husband and wife divorce. A side-holding doll's daughter suddenly stood out and said, you divorce, I also want to follow Dad General. Head scratching, but it's really time for this woman to be cured. Otherwise, if nothing else, running up to the Cliff of Asking and disturbing people's dreams could annoy them to death. With a slight movement of his brain, Li Xiuyuan had an idea in his mind and then opened his mouth. It's fine to make a bet, but I don't have any use for Elder John's dispatch. On my Ask the Cliff, lately it's really lively and tight. There are always people who come uninvited, and in recent days, I've always thought about whether or not to find someone to guard the mountain gate. If Elder Jiang loses, he might as well act on my behalf in this matter, lest some petty people come up to the mountain to disturb people's dreams when they have nothing else to do. How about it? Li Xiuyuan intended to tell Jang Chingu that she was the one who was the most annoying. However, Jang Chingu still thought that Li Xiuyuan was insinuating the 5 elements elder in Xiaping who had sneaked up the mountain earlier. With little hesitation, she agreed very decisively. In that case, a gentleman's word is his bond. Today, I'll stop bothering, and wait until after the disciple assembly to see what Elder Li's confidence is all about. After saying that, Jang Chingu immediately got up, turned around full of resentment, and left the questioning cliff without looking back, leaving behind a young man, a young woman, and a strangled, teary-eyed white cat. Master, it's all Wan'er's fault for causing you to fight with Master's wife again. After Jang Chingu's figure disappeared without a trace, Su Wan'er lowered her head as if she had made a mistake. Master, you believe in me so much, then wouldn't I be doing you a disservice if I lose? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan changed his calmness from just now and revealed a kind smile towards Su Wan'er. Silly girl, if you lose, you lose. There are plenty of resources in the Cliff of Inquiry, and there is no shortage of that 1 star. We'll get it back later when you're stronger. When Su Wan'er heard this, she was immediately moved beyond words, and could only use her sleeve to continuously wipe the corners of her eyes, then clenched her fists and said with a resolute face, "Don't worry, Master, I will definitely double my efforts in cultivation and will definitely not lose to that Su Haotian." As such, Li Yuan's smile grew even wider. Jang Chingu's interruption wasn't nothing, at least it had inspired Su Wan'er. Now that's a rocking chair for him to lie in. It's much more restful. With that, it was only Su Wan'er who finally gave up and put Little White down. Turning around, he walked towards the back of the mountain, constantly communicating with Luo Qingfang in his mind about his next cultivation plan. Looking at the young girl's strong back, Li Yuan let out a light laugh in the rocking chair and then lay backward, only to feel incomparably comfortable. On the other hand, Xiao Bai, who was easily undisturbed and able to take a good nap on the side, looked at his expression but froze slightly. Asked the cliff on the wind is just right, but it inexplicably smelled named sets of flavor. Chapter 34, Scaring Away the Summoning Disciple. The disciples' meeting is tomorrow. Ever since the bet was made with Jang Chingu, Li Yuan's days were surprisingly uneventful. Su Wan'er only came over to see him once a day as usual, and after that, most of the time, most of the shrinking in the back of the mountain above the cliff of the questioning hard cultivation, seldom to leave. If it wasn't for the system's cultivation beeps that rang in his head from time to time, Li Yuan would have thought that this little girl was hiding in the back of the mountain to play. It was evident how much pressure Su Haotian had brought to Su Wan'er this time. Jang Chingu occasionally came to the Cliff of Inquiry to inform Li Yuan of how rapidly Su Haotian's cultivation had risen in an attempt to put Li Yuan on his guard. But, every time, it was to no avail. Ask for business as usual on the cliffs. The morning sun breaks through the clouds. A table and rocking chairs under an evergreen tree on a hilltop flat. Su Wan'er, dripping with fragrant sweat, had just finished her morning exercise and came as usual, wanting to ask Li Yuan for the morning, only to see that Li Yuan was lying on top of a rocking chair, holding a scroll in his hand and holding the ice phoenix chalcedony in his other hand to tease his cat. Xiaobai was anxiously circling around the piece of ribs, craving for it but unable to eat it, angry and wanting to stand up and curse. Although it was a bit offensive to the cat, Su Wan'er was fascinated to watch. "I can't wait to come here every day and see a light like this. Good morning, Master." Su Wan'er came back to her senses and lightly laughed as she ran to Li Yuan. Li Yuan let out a soft hum and smiled as he sat up, then tossed the ribs in his hand into Xiaobai's arms. Reaching out, he touched Su Wan'er's head as Xiaobai hugged the ribs and grunted and nibbled on them. Su Wan'er was extremely enjoying herself, but Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but frown. This guy, did he forget to wash his hands? However, seeing that Su Wan'er was quite happy, she didn't make a sound to stop her. "It's been hard on you in recent days. If you're tired you can rest for a day and a half, and it won't delay things." Li Yuan was difficult to show great kindness, but Su Wan'er shook her head and refused. "No, disciple doesn't work hard. Disciple is only afraid of not working hard enough and failing master's expectations." After saying that, Su Wan'er was about to take her leave and head to the back of the mountain to cultivate. Li Yuan, however, suddenly frowned lightly and then turned into a light laugh. "There's no rush to cultivate. There's someone at the bottom of the mountain sending a letter up, so go greet them first. When you've finished receiving the letter, then go back to practicing." Su Wan'er answered and twisted her head, then ran towards the mountain. Li Yuan looked at her departing back and let out a light laugh as he continued to lie back in the rocking chair. Sure enough, one disciple is never quite enough if you want to lie down and swing comfortably. In the future, if you take him 17 or 18 disciples, 1 shoulder rubbing, 1 back pounding, and then 2 feed some fruit sashimi, it would be a beautiful thing. In the meantime, ask among the cliffs and mountains. A summoning disciple with low cultivation tremblingly held onto the grass and trees on the mountain road and walked forward, his eyes constantly looking in all directions, and while his expression was flustered, he did not forget to recite words under his breath. "It's really a premature death. How come I was sent to this deadly cliff of inquiry?" Elder 5 Elements went up the mountain and had his head beaten into a pig's head, and senior brother Xiepeng went up the mountain and nearly had his cultivation wasted. "What kind of thing am I? As soon as I got to the mountain, my cultivation was sealed, and if I let someone beat me up, I'm just afraid that I won't have half a life. Nope. I'm like this. Only one life is lost. Yo! Having said that, he had no choice but to continue walking upwards, but if there was even the slightest breeze on this road, he would absolutely turn his head and run. Turning his head for one more look, he had to shed half his soul. Just as he was thankful that nothing had happened along the way, a light eep suddenly came from a person in his ear. Are you the one who came to deliver the letter? That summoning disciple immediately went limp and nearly rolled his eyes, but his mouth was still begging for mercy in a loud voice. Ah, demons retreat! Demons retreat! I have an old man and a young man, and I have to keep alive to serve the elders. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Behind him, Su Wan'er looked at the man for a moment, so it was not easy to adjust, wanting to ask exactly what happened when that summoning disciple, however, did not dare to raise his head and hurriedly served the letter in his hand, then rolled down the mountain in a panic. Here roll, the verb, said to be a letter, in fact, is a jade talisman, on which carved dragons and phoenixes, and there is even the unique corona engraving marks of the Zhongyang sect, looking gorgeous to the extreme. A bewildered Su Wan'er took the jade talisman and watched as the summoning disciple rolled out of sight, so she had no choice but to call it quits. When he turned his head and was about to go up the mountain, the jade talisman seemed to have sensed Su Wan'er's breath and suddenly changed. Only a spiritual energy shot out from the jade talisman and condensed into a golden curtain in front of her. It reads, "The disciple assembly will begin. Participating disciples get ready, and together with the spectating elders, rush to the trial field's martial arts stage tomorrow." Su Wan'er froze in place, and only then remembered that she had unconsciously forgotten about the time earlier with her arduous cultivation. It's amazing how quickly a month goes by. But Su Wan'er, who had been pacified by Li Xiaoyuan's 3 words, was suddenly terrified. The whole man's aura instantly weakened by 3 points, and he walked towards the mountain with sullen steps. "Sister Luo, do you think I can win?" Su Wan'er muttered in a small voice, actually forgetting that she could communicate directly through her mind. Luo Qingfeng, however, said with a helpless face, "Don't worry, you can't lose. When the time comes, you'll just wait to win the championship." But they all say that Su Haotian has already broken through the foundation establishment. Just be careful not to beat him to death then. Oh, then I'll try to stay alive. Luo Qingfeng was dumbfounded and didn't know where to start. Approaching Li Xiaoyuan's cave, Su Wan'er stopped her footsteps, rubbed her face fiercely, and hardened her face to squeeze out a full smile, then shouted, "Master, I'm back." While shouting, Su Wan'er ran towards Li Xiaoyuan. Only Li Xiaoyuan was sleeping soundly. Su Wan'er hadn't disturbed his sleep in recent days, but now the emotions suddenly surged up. The little girl didn't know where the courage came from, and directly jumped up, ruthlessly slamming into Li Xiaoyuan's arms and pouncing on him. "Egu, this dead girl, you're going crazy." Li Xiaoyuan instantly let out a cry of shock, not in pain, but purely frightened by this bold move. Su Wan'er flung herself into his arms, hemmed and hawed at him twice, and couldn't help but give him a hug. "Master, tomorrow is the disciple assembly." Li Xiaoyuan sniffed and said with a bland expression. "Oh, and then what? You're disturbing my sleep because of that?" This disciple, more or less, is a bit of a rebel. Su Wan'er, however, was at an angle that Li Xiaoyuan could not see, fiercely clenching her fists, but her face did not show half a bit of nervousness as she assured Li Xiaoyuan, "Disciple assembly, I definitely won't lose." After saying that, this dead girl held down the rocking chair and made a leap, landing steadily on the ground, and ran towards the back of the mountain without looking back, fearing that Li Xiaoyuan would see her blushing face, leaving the unknown Li Xiaoyuan and the little white cat looking at each other in place. Li Xiaoyuan frowned and couldn't help but mumble in his rocking chair, "That dead girl." Chapter 35, A Night of Hard Cultivation. Preparing for the disciple assembly. It was naturally a lie to say that she wasn't nervous, but with things as they were, Su Wan'er could only grit her teeth and cheer herself up in her mind. Thus, the little girl simply practiced overnight at the back of the ass cliff all night long, under Luo Qingfeng's guidance. Within Su Wan'er's body, her spiritual energy surged with the ice spirit cold frost heart technique. In the square inches around her, the majestic aura seemed to have sunk into the bottomless black abyss, like a stone ox entering the sea, and was incorporated within Su Wan'er's dantian, but could not stir up half a ripple. Overnight, the cultivation, stick skills, and evasion skills were all accomplished. However, Su Wan'er is still relieved and still feels that it is not enough. In the meantime, the system's beeps also sounded in the ears of Li Xiaoyuan, who was taking a nap within the cave. Ding! Detected that senior apprentice brother Su Wan'er is cultivating, triggering a violent attack. Cultivation will be returned 100-fold. Li Xiaoyuan opened his eyes at once and let out a soft eep under his breath. 100 times your training? I can't believe it's not a kung fu? Li Xiaoyuan's face was pleased. Immediately, in this instant, asked the cliff suddenly a quiet, A vein of land all the aura, actually at this moment instantly empty. The amazing aura surged wildly, forcing its way into the middle of Li Xiaoyuan's limbs and bones. The qi condensed like water, washing every inch of flesh and bone in his body over and over again. If someone observes from the sidelines, they will notice. At this moment, Li Xiaoyuan was actually covered by a thick milky white light, and his entire body was undergoing a metamorphosis in general. But this scene, in reality, happened in a few breaths. As the light receded, Li Xiaoyuan only felt a lightness in his body, and in the dantian, his own spiritual energy, but a vague, but exceptionally translucent pill appeared. This is the Jidan realm after foundation establishment? Li Xiaoyuan slowly opened his eyes, and on his face was a joy that he couldn't hide. I didn't expect that with Su Wan'er's cultivation these days, my cultivation would be able to break through to the Jidan realm. Each realm after this, the effort that needs to be expended is stacked 100 times 1,000 times. This little girl is quite a surprise, but that's not the end of it. Detected that disciple Su Wan'er is sensing the treading heavenly steps mental technique, triggering a violent attack, 100-fold return, with countless epiphanies coming to mind. Li Xiaoyuan's comprehension of this gong method also thoroughly surpassed his predecessors, Shu Xing, Da Shang, until the consummation. In the eyes of others, it takes 100 years and 1,000 years of hard work, but today it is just the blink of an eye. Wait until all the feedback has gradually calmed down. Li Xiaoyuan also lost his sleepiness, and after a light laugh, he got up from the bed. He had forgotten that he and Su Wan'er weren't the only ones living in the questioning cliff nowadays. At this moment, on the windowsill of the room, Su Wan'er placed a futon stuffed with shredded fabric on it to use as little white's nest. The moonlight just illuminates this place, and in the soft moonlight, some free light points silently fall into the body of Xiaobai. However, at this moment, it stared at Li Xiaoyuan in front of it with wide eyes. Unbelievably, as it happened, Li Xiaoyuan also noticed Xiaobai's presence. He smirked and inclined his head to look away, and Kahaku quickly rolled his head to the side, pretending to be asleep. But the toes of all 4 feet are dead taut, and the acting can be very crotch-pulling. Li Xiaoyuan, however, pondered slightly for a while and did not know what he was thinking, but in the end did not take this matter to heart, which allowed Xiaobai to relax a lot. The next day, the sunrise has not yet risen. The Zhangyang sect was then already active. After a night of bitter cultivation, Su Wan'er was drenched in fragrant sweat and bathed and dressed before coming to see Li Xiaoyuan. At this moment, she was dressed in a purple light-printed gauze dress, which was the same dress she wore when she initially met with Li Xiaoyuan. Although he had learned a lot of Li Xiaoyuan's crooked ways on the cliff of asking, he still maintained the pure and good heart he had at the beginning. It was just that the few moments of playfulness on his face were shrouded by uneasiness as he approached the disciples' assembly. Go! Li Xiaoyuan's expression was indifferent, seemingly not interested in today's matter. His mouth lightly called out. Su Wan'er immediately answered, and the two of them walked together towards the trial field martial arts stage. A Jedan stage cultivation? Luo Qingfeng let out a deep sigh, her gaze stopping on Li Xiaoyuan. Then she smiled to herself. She had been on the cliff of asking for so much time, and her perspective on Li Xiaoyuan had long been different from before. This guy, bad as hell. Whoever really treats him as a Jedan cultivator is guaranteed to suffer a great loss. Within a few moments, Li Xiaoyuan arrived with Su Wan'er near the martial arts stage. As soon as she entered, Su Wan'er realized that at this time within the martial arts stage, it had already been a sea of people, but it wasn't chaotic. On the contrary, it was very orderly. The terrain of the martial arts stage was low, a ring was built in it, and the new disciples in recent years had rushed towards that side to participate in the competition, and later on, they would compete in it. Periphery of the martial arts stage, rising ring-shaped stone platform. Stone platform is divided into high and low 2 layers. Do not participate in the competition. Disciples sit in the front. The stone platform will be lower. Many elders and deacons in the back. The seat is higher. Vain masters like Li Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, were different. Su Wan'er had wanted to say hello to Li Xiaoyuan again before rushing off to compete. Turning back, however, he realized that at that moment, Li Xiaoyuan had already been led by a lead disciple towards a Dangyun terrace. The vain master patriarch and the others were right above the martial arts stage, above a cloud, viewing the grand scene below. Along the way, the lines of sight of the elders of all veins who couldn't ascend to the platform fell on Li Xiaoyuan, with either dissatisfaction or snickers in their expressions. Is this the same Li Xiaoyuan from the questioning cliff? Why does he look so unfamiliar? Isn't it a strange face? He's always been the only one on the cliff of asking, and in the previous disciple assembly, he wasn't even a disciple. He didn't participate at all, hiding on the cliff of asking to be idle. Ha ha ha, if I were him, when I received the disciple ceremony earlier, I wouldn't have received a disciple even if it killed me. It's even if you lose a little bit of people with your own low cultivation. If you cultivate a disciple out to lose people as well, wouldn't it be a disgrace to ask the cliff? There were countless such remarks, obviously looking down on Li Xiaoyuan. Even though Su Wan'er had a fierce reputation within the Zhangyang sect, and couldn't stop them from having the intention of treating Li Xiaoyuan as a laughingstock. In response, Li Xiaoyuan turned a blind eye to this and went up to the Dangyun platform on his own, joining the other vain masters on top of the clouds. Within Su Wan'er's divine sense, Luo Qingfang also scoffed at this. As an empress, she had long since seen the faces of these people and did not take it to heart at all. However, Su Wan'er took it all in and couldn't help but clench her fists, itching to fight right here. A bunch of guys with no eyes, living so many years in vain, but only judging people by their appearance. No wonder Master is teaching me so much, in order that I won't follow his old path in the future. Today, if I lose, what face will I have to call myself Master's disciple? Secretly determined, Su Wan'er turned around and walked into the crowd, heading towards the martial arts stage. Chapter 36, The Great Competition begins. Above the clouds, Li Xiaoyuan blandly stepped forward, and before he could sit down, a surprised voice came to his ears. Phew, isn't this elderly of the Ass Cliff? Truly a rare guest. Li Xiaoyuan turned back, but realized that he did not recognize the other party. But that person was sneering, the meaning of which did not need to be mentioned. The others were also attracted by the sound and cast their eyes in Li Xiaoyuan's direction. I thought that this time elderly would be diving into cultivation on the cliff of asking again, but I didn't expect that he would actually take the initiative to come today. That's good, so I don't have to invite it. As the Five Elements Peak Vein Master, the Five Elements Elder was naturally among them. He looked deeply at Li Xiaoyuan, the corner of his lips hooked up in an arc, as if he had a plan. This old boy, I'm afraid he hasn't been brainstorming a lot lately about what would happen if he lost. But, who is Li Xiaoyuan? How can you take this kind of? At that moment, his face was bland, as if he didn't care about anything, but a sentence suddenly popped out of his mouth. I wouldn't dare to let the Five Elements Elders come and invite them. My disciple has been a bit inflated lately. I'm afraid he'll be prone to committing any transgressions. The Five Elements Elder's face instantly turned gloomy, and he turned his head away without saying a word. The others were more or less clear about this matter and naturally would not touch this mold. Above the clouds, it cleared a few moments, but only for a moment. A beautiful shadow suddenly flew from a short distance away, long skirt trailing, like an immortal wandering away from mid-air. Below the martial arts stage, many disciples and elders were all attracted by the scene and couldn't help but TSK and TSK. The disciple assembly event. The one who could fly in the sky would naturally be no one else except for the current acting patriarch Jang Chingu. She quietly landed on top of the clouds and greeted all the chakra masters. And naturally, Li Xiaoyuan was not left out. Jang Chingu glanced at Li Xiaoyuan with a slight helplessness under her eyes and transmitted her voice. Elder Li, don't forget the previous bet. Today, if you lose, Su Wan'er can come with me to cultivate on the Sovereign Pavilion. When Li Xiaoyuan heard this, he just let out a light laugh and did not reply. After all, he first entered the Jidan. He still does not know how to pass the sound. After saying that, Jang Chingu took his seat among the many vain lords, and the elders of each vein came forward to pay their compliments. Only Li Xiaoyuan sat in the corner and let out a long yawn, ready to catch up on some more sleep. The martial arts stage. Su Wan'er mingled amongst the crowd, but with such a face, plus the big black stick she was holding in her arms was really eye-catching. She was quickly recognized. It's Su Wan'er. Su Wan'er is here, someone shouted, and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Su Wan'er? That big devil from Questioning Cliff? Really? How come you look so good? Hush, be careful that she remembers her appearance, and when the time comes, on the martial arts stage, she'll skin you. Originally, there were people who looked at Su Wan'er's outstanding appearance and innocence, and wanted to go up and talk to her, but they were all tripped out by the bystanders. Su Wan'er, however, did not pay attention to these things. A guiding disciple brought Su Wan'er to her seat, and after explaining some of the precautions, she left on her own, leaving Su Wan'er waiting here alone. Feeling the slow passage of time, the thought of having to fight someone under the watchful eye of his master in the General Assembly competition later on, she just couldn't help the nervousness and excitement she felt inside, and the worry she could never erase. Just then, a sudden agitation came from not far away. Su Wan'er didn't want to bother, but she heard someone among them shout out, "Get out of the way! All of you don't block senior brother Su Haotian's path." As a few shouts rang out, the surrounding disciples moved, and a spacious pavement was left under the originally crowded martial arts stage. The two disciples led the way in front, and behind them, Su Haotian walked with a well-dressed and calm face. Su Wan'er happened to glance at him, but Su Haotian only raised his eyebrows slightly. A hint of disdain flashed under his eyes, and without even giving Su Wan'er more than a single afterglow, he left unhurriedly, not putting Su Wan'er in his eyes at all. Su Wan'er felt strange all of a sudden. Then she heard someone beside her murmur in a low voice, "This is Su Haotian? Isn't he the one? I heard that a few days ago he set up a ring on the trial grounds and threatened to challenge all the new generation disciples of the Zhengyang sect, and even the disciples that Elder Heavenly Blade personally came out to teach battled with him in a wheel battle and were all defeated by him by himself. Can't be? Elder Heavenly Sword is the lord of the Carved Sword Mountain Range, and his disciples are at the forefront of the entire Zhengyang sect, so isn't the Su Haotian competing this time, running to win the championship?" In the midst of those few people's discussion, their expressions all revealed a few envious colors. With Su Haotian's appearance, the murmurs about Su Wan'er at the scene gradually faded away. Compared to Su Wan'er's fierce reputation, it was clearly Su Haotian who had singled out the Vessel Master Elder's personal heirloom to be more imposing. At the same time, above the clouds, with smiles on their faces, the vain masters couldn't help but sigh in admiration as they looked at Su Haotian below. This Su Haotian, worthy of being the personal disciple of Elder Five Elements, he really does have some of Elder Five Elements' demeanor. Not only is he carrying a Gangjin spiritual root, his enlightenment is also quite extraordinary, and now his cultivation has even broken through the foundation establishment. In time, he will definitely be able to become the leader of the generation of our Zhengyang sect. Indeed, if those disciples of mine could be like Su Haotian, I'm afraid that old me would only be woken up from my sleep with a smile on my face. Between words, the elders held Su Haotian in the highest esteem. Even the Heavenly Blade Elder couldn't help but feel a few words of emotion, with a few moments of remorse on his face, only hating that he hadn't taken the first step to include Su Haotian under his door. As the Five Elements Elder listened to the crowd's compliments, he couldn't help but straighten his back and look toward Li Shouyuan with a face full of self-satisfaction. Although Jang Chingu was silent, she was also slightly curious and wanted to see Li Shouyuan's reaction. But I did not expect. At this time, Li Shouyuan sat cross-kneed on top of the futon, one hand standing on the table propped up his chin, closed his eyes. Do not know how long he slept. The Five Elements Elder didn't pretend to be there, and instantly turned his head away with a cold face. Jang Chingu was mute for a moment. His heart was a bit indignant and dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything more, only looking down at the martial arts stage, the slightly thin figure of Su Wan'er, inexplicably a bit of a pity. What a good girl. It's just a pity that she followed the wrong master. If I had returned to the sect earlier and taken her under my name in advance, I wouldn't have to be like this today, right? As soon as he thought of this, Jang Chingu became even more determined. If Su Wan'er lost the battle in this competition, even if she disregarded the little girl's own opinion, she must still bring Su Wan'er around to teach her. And, of course, these are but afterthoughts. At this time, the martial arts stage was ready, as an extremely senior elder slowly floated into mid-air. Between the opening and closing of his lips and teeth, a sound of heavy vicissitudes resounded from the scene. The disciple assembly is about to begin. All disciples get ready. Chapter 37, The Witch of the Righteous. Finally, Su Wan'er pursed her lips, and like the other disciples, she tilted her head to look at the elder figure in mid-air, wiping her sweaty palms slightly on her clothes. As the elder above dropped a single word, a soft but unnoticeable aura covered the entire field, and a needle fell on the scene, and an ethereal immortal voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. This disciple assembly is divided into 10 rings to conduct, and you will be divided into 10 groups to compete. One winner from each group will be determined and move on to the next competition. The top 10 disciples who are selected will be rewarded with the sex contribution value in order of front to back. The top 3 can enter the treasure pavilion and pick a top-grade magic weapon as a reward. The leader of the conference can enter the book pavilion and choose any one of our clan's earth-ranked techniques. The words fell. The whole room instantly boiled over. Because of Su Wan'er, the rewards of this conference were unprecedentedly luxurious. For them, the disciples of the Qi Refining and Foundation Establishment stage, this conference was the greatest opportunity they had ever had since joining the sect. Sparing the various vain masters above the clouds, when they heard about this reward, they couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief, each able to see the shocked colors under each other's eyes. At some point, Su Haotian, who was already standing at the forefront, even brightened up, with a touch of joy on his face. Obviously the position of the leader of this conference was already a must. A top-grade magic weapon, an earth stage technique. Is it very powerful? In the crowd, Su Wan'er slightly looked curious as she mentally asked Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng had wanted to explain to her that these things were already considered a heavenly blessing for a disciple of the Qi Refining and Foundation Establishment stage. But, Su Wan'er's Icy Frost was the exclusive heart technique of the Empress herself. The Qi Tian stick technique was even the strongest killing technique in this realm. Even the large black stick in her hand was several grades higher than the top-grade magic weapon in her body. With almost no hesitation, Luo Qingfeng said to Su Wan'er, "It's not a good thing, it's just general goods." "Oh," Su Wan'er replied casually. Since that was the case, this time, It was still running in order to save face for the master. Boom! Just as the two women were conferring, a loud sound came. The rings in the trial arena suddenly sank, leaving only 10 rings side by side, and all of a sudden, dust and ashes flew from the scene. Next to each ring, a stone monument was erected, and the names of the disciples who would later be assigned to this ring would be engraved on top of the monument. Once you lose, your name is eliminated and you have no chance to renew for the next game. Now draw lots for groups. At the elder's command, Su Wan'er followed the many participating disciples and took her number plate. Ring 4, 73. Su Wan'er held the number plate, and before she could seek out ring number 4, she heard the shocked cries of the disciples around her. What's going on here? How come there are so many powerful disciples in ring number 4? My goodness, the favorite disciples to win the championship are all in ring number 4? Carved Knife Mountain, Duan Hong, Fairy Peak, Wonderful as Jade, 5 Elements Peak, Su Haotian. Without any hesitation, the strongest batch among the newly initiated disciples were all gathered in the same ring. The other rings suddenly became eclipsed at this moment. Even Li Xiaoyuan had an odd expression on his face as he glanced at Jang Chingu on the side. This woman. It couldn't be that in order to compete with herself for Su Wan'er, she deliberately piled all these difficult bones together, right? What's the point? Although Jang Chingu on the side looked as normal, she couldn't help but secretly hold her forehead as she watched the result of such a lot of lots. This is something that she didn't do half-assly. It was purely God's will. The scene was in turmoil for a while over the incident. The disciples in the fourth ring all had bitter expressions on their faces. What's the point of this fight? Wouldn't it be better to simply surrender? And one less beating. But, what's done is done. When the drawing of lots session was over, all the disciples received their number plates. An ethereal sound once again resounded on the scene. Disciple assembly, officially begin. Above the ring, great battles rose up. Because it was a spiritual body on the battlefield, all people had fewer worries in their hearts, instantly pushing the atmosphere of the scene fighting to a climax. Especially in the fourth ring, the fighting was even more vicious, with all kinds of feats of mind tricks coming out, making people call out that they had learned. And soon, it was Su Wan'er's turn to take the stage. When the elder called out Su Wan'er's name, there was a sensation at the scene. Su Wan'er had recently gained a lot of notoriety, and although most of them didn't have much goodwill towards her, there were some who felt that Su Wan'er's actions were justifiable, and paid quite a bit of attention to her. Su Wan'er came on stage, her already impeccable appearance, at this time all the youthfulness of a young girl, immediately captured the hearts of a group of disciples who would only look at the face. Ha ha, it's hard to see that senior sister Su is quite prestigious. With a cheerful laugh, a well-built young spirit body leapt forward and landed steadily on the stage. Unlike other men who had long hair flowing in a gentlemanly manner, this man had short hair and looked very competent. Obviously going for a body-forging cultivation. The one the righteous Demonis fought was actually senior brother Duan Hong? Then she's in deep trouble. Duan Hong's senior brother specializes in physical arts. Among all the new entrants, can be said to fight all the Zhengyang sect. Unusual techniques simply cannot break his body of qi and blood. It is said that recently are ready to qi and blood into the road to build a foundation. Can be said to be the art of cultivators of the heavenly grams of the law. The crowd shook their heads in unison, and it was clear that they did not favor Su Wan'er's side. Su Wan'er's thin body formed a powerful contrast with the robust Duan Hong, but the young girl was not the least bit intimidated, and only held the demon sealing stick tightly in her hand as she murmured in a low voice, "I have to win. Master is waiting for me." With that, the elders watching from the side announced, "Begin." Su Wan'er even took the lead when no one was looking forward to it, treading heavenly steps. Before Duan Hong could react, he only felt that the pretty girl in front of him suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. In the next second, a big and long black stick had come face to face. Duan Hong's face was horrified, and he was just about to pull his sword from his waist, but suddenly realized that it was too late. Before he could raise his hand in defense, boo! A loud bang came from ring number 4, and all the murmurs in the entire venue were covered by this loud bang. Everyone's eyes were cast towards this place, witnessing with their own eyes that Duan Hong's spiritual body, under this stick, was rapidly collapsing. Click! A crunching sound was followed by a mournful scream. The spiritual body shattered in a moment. Beneath the ring, Duan Hong's flesh violently coughed out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. A dead silence fell over the scene. Carved Blade Mountain, the strongest heavenly pride of the new generation. Surprisingly, he hadn't even resisted this move and was defeated so easily. As the crowd was silenced, only Li Xiaoyuan, who was above the clouds, remained in his old mind, only glancing towards the bottom, seemingly unintentionally commenting, "Not bad." Chapter 38 2 Heavenly Pride. A light sentence of okay immediately rendered all the vain masters speechless. Most of the vain masters' faces didn't look too good. Seeing Ask the Cliff in the limelight was even more difficult than them suffering a loss themselves. On the ring, Su Wan'er, who had smashed Duan Hong's spirit body with a single stick, suddenly looked downwards nervously, whispering something under her breath that only the disciples preparing around her could hear. She said, "It's bad. I thought he could carry it a couple more times when I saw how big and strong he was. What if this breaks for him and the others don't fight me? Then how else am I going to do justice to my master?" Prepared disciple. She's treating the disciples' meeting as if it's a trial ring, isn't she? Su Wan'er walked out of the ring with a sad face and waited quietly for the next matchup, or Luo Qingshang explained for her in her divine sense. Knowing that she could still continue to fight later, she only put her heart down. And then on to the stage is Fairy Peak, Mo Ruyu. Very different from Su Wan'er's style, Miao Ruyu went on stage in a green dress, with a willow waist and a charming but not enchanting face, just like the world's fairies descending to the earth, with a different flavor. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, she caused the disciples at the scene to chant, "Miao Ruyu, Miao Ruyu." I didn't expect that I would actually be able to see such a beauty in my lifetime, so I have no regrets even if I die. If this person can become a Taoist couple with me, I would willingly fall into the devil's path. Caution, be careful with your words. Beware of the elders coming to clean up the house right now. The person who fought against Myriad Ruyu was a Shen-robed teenager, although he didn't have much reputation, but with an aura that was close to being a foundation builder. He was definitely not to be underestimated. Senior sister Myriad Ruyu, please teach me more. The Shen-robed teenager arched his hand as a bow, facing Myriad Ruyu's posture, but not half intoxicated. Obviously also a person with a firm heart. Myriad Ruyu saw this, but she let out a light laugh and said, "Senior brother is too polite. Senior sister is not good at fighting, preferring to study formations. I'll make a burst, and if you break it, senior sister will just surrender on her own recognizance." Formationist? When Su Wan'er heard this, a few curious colors emerged under her eyes. It was the first time she had ever heard of someone specializing in the art of formations. The Shen-robed teenager sniffed and immediately responded. Immediately, only to see Miao Ruyu's hand slightly raised. From within her sleeves, 4 stone beast statues floated out. The beast statues quickly separated around the ring, enveloping the Shen-robed teenager. Then, there was no more half-assed movement after that. The Shen-robed boy frowned and drew his sword, not understanding what had happened in a short moment, but did not hesitate. He dodged to Myriad Ruyu's body and swung his sword. In the next second, he only felt a blackness before his eyes, and his spiritual body instantly shattered. When he woke up again, the consciousness of the Shen-robed teenager had actually returned to his own body, the spiritual body on the stage. His head rolled down, and Miao Ruyu was still standing in the previous position, looking at him with a smile. That sort of fawns actually cut on his neck. This is Phantom Array. Understand the cause, but it is too late. The Shen-robed teenager let out a bitter smile, and could only resign himself to being defeated. Is this the formation master? It's amazing how people can lose without realizing it. The hearts of the disciples were shocked. Obviously, Myriad Ruyu's strength was far beyond their imagination, but in a while, it was Su Haotian who took the stage, and his opponent was none other than Shattering, who had gone up to the cliff of asking to provoke him that day, and had nearly been beaten half to death by Su Wan'er. Senior brother Xie, I didn't expect you and I to have our first battle here. Su Haotian let out a light laugh, without a trace of nervousness on his face. On the opposite side, Shattering, however, had a gloomy face and looked at Su Haotian in front of him, his heart filled with indignation. Oh, if you want to fight, then fight. Why waste everyone's time here? Shattering snorted coldly, but Su Haotian smiled even more. In that case, since you are the senior brother will just let you have 3 moves. Not a single move. Shattering let out a soft shout, and his aura rippled out. The onlooker disciples were all shocked. Senior brother Shattering actually broke through to Foundation establishment as well? I didn't expect it. There was actually a battle between 2 Foundation establishment disciples so soon. This disciple conference, it wasn't in vain. These 2 are the 2 most anticipated among the new entrants of the 5 Elements Peak. Who will die, is yet to be seen. But didn't senior brother Shattering lose to Su Wan'er before? Who knows? It's not like anyone was present at the time, and no one has heard senior brother Shattering mention exactly how it turned out. As the crowd murmured, the elder announced the start. Shattering's feet moved slightly, only to hear the sound of a gust of wind surging above the ring. 5 elements poem. The power of the 5 elements of the Tao came out frequently, a few points stronger than when he was on the cliff of asking. Su Haotian, however, returned to his original position without moving and only raised his sword to block. Xia incomparably strong and powerful palm energy was frequent, but it was not half a threat to Su Haotian. Su Haotian could easily dissolve this with his casual hands. After blasting for a while and realizing that Su Haotian's aura had not weakened by half, Xia Ping frowned and was about to perform an even more powerful technique to blast, but suddenly realized that Su Haotian in front of him had long since disappeared. Senior brother, 3 moves have passed. It's my turn. Su Haotian's voice suddenly sounded behind Xia Ping. Xia Ping was instantly shocked and was about to turn back when he felt a burst of sword light coming from behind him. The elder on the side said with approval in his eyes, "In this battle, Su Haotian wins." The crowd was bewildered by this statement. They didn't even see when Su Haotian arrived behind Xia Ping, waiting to react. Xia Ping has had his head cut off, although the same foundation stage, but the gap between the two, far greater than imagined. Above the clouds, there was admiration in the eyes of the vain masters as they looked at Su Haotian, worthy of being the disciple favored by Elder 5 Elements. His strength is really strong, whether it's cultivation, kung fu, or even hardiness all gu. If old me had encountered such an opponent back then, I simply wouldn't know where to start. Compared to that, the flaws of a certain vain master's disciple can be truly too obvious. Yeah, well, how far can you get with just a monstrous strength? Having resources is good. As long as you have no conscience and give your disciples pills to death, you can always achieve something. The vain masters spoke their words to each other, holding up the 5 Elements elder as he drifted off, and in the process stepping on the exceptionally out-of-place Li Xiu Yuan in the corner. Jang Chingu frowned slightly at the words, wanting to stand out and say something, but realizing that Li Xiu Yuan, who was on the side, didn't care about it. She was just an outsider after all. Alas, anger and sorrow. Jang Chingu recited a sentence in his mind, and then just pretended that the matter hadn't happened. This time, Su Wan'er being able to defeat Duan was already an unexpected blessing. At that time, when Su Wan'er lost to those 2 behind her, he would bring her to his side to teach her. In the future, it would not be too late to let Su Wan'er retrieve the scene for Li Xiu Yuan. Between thoughts, the wind and clouds above the ring changed, and without realizing it, Su Wan'er had already taken the stage again. This time, the one she had to face was that formation master of Fairy Peak, Myriad Ruyu. Chapter 39. A stick smashes the ring. Elder 5 Elements doesn't panic. Above the ring, Su Wan'er and Miao Ruyu stood opposite each other. A petite woman, but carrying a large black stick that has been in the picture time and time again, with a trifle of determination on her delicate little face, like a stubborn little white flower. If everyone didn't know how terrifying Su Wan'er's hands were, she would definitely be able to have a not-so-small amount of popularity in the Zhengyang sect. And Miao Ruyu had a slender figure, as if she was a weak willow, and was a source of pity. Such a showdown naturally attracted enough attention. Just as more and more people were focusing on this battle, the elder did not fail to live up to the crowd's expectations. The sparring begins. With a command, before Su Wan'er could make her move, she heard Myriad Ruyu take the lead. Wait, Sister Wan'er. Su Wan'er actually really stopped her hand movements and looked at the other party with a face full of curiosity. Seeing Su Wan'er being so obedient, Miao Ruyu herself froze for a moment before she opened her mouth with a smiling face. Sister Wan'er, sister, I'm not good at sparring. Why don't I still set up a formation? If you can break this formation, then count me as a loser. How? Looking at the pitying appearance of Miao Ruyu, anyone cannot categorically refuse. But, Su Wan'er said with a difficult look on her face, it's possible, but Master said that you have to receive my 774.99 rods first, and then there will be a discussion. 49 sticks? The people present were speechless. Duan, who was known for his physique, didn't even resist a single stick, let alone Miao Ruyu. Sure enough, Su Wan'er becoming like this now was all because of Li Xiu Yuan, her master. After saying that, Su Wan'er didn't care and carried her stick to go forward. Miao Ruyu willow eyebrows slightly knit, then hooked his lips and smiled gently, for stone sculptures flew out of his sleeve at once. Earlier, he had not paid attention to it, but Su Wan'er saw clearly in this matter. These 4 stone sculptures, carved with vermilion bird, Xuanwu, green dragon, and white tiger, were an illusionary formation set up with the 4 sacred beasts as the eyes of the formation. Su Wan'er was immediately speechless. If I had known, I should have listened to my master and not given anyone a chance to crap on me. The situation at hand was clearly what Master had once said. The villain died of too many words. What's worse, one knows nothing about formations and there's no way to decipher. Luo Qingfang naturally saw the key to the formation, but intending to sharpen Su Wan'er, she naturally wouldn't remind at this time. Sister Wan'er is sorry. Sister wanted to win so badly that she lied to you, but it's okay, as long as you voluntarily admit defeat, your sister will let you out. Myriad Ruyu let out a light laugh, seemingly standing not far from Su Wan'er, but her voice came from all directions. When Su Wan'er heard this, she said without haste, if you don't know how to break a formation, can't you break a formation? Myriad Ruyu laughed. Naturally, as long as you can exert a power beyond the limits of the formation will naturally shatter. But, I advise my sister not to be delusional. I have this formation. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Wan'er immediately brightened up. So it was that easy? Simple? Oh, you know. Myriad Ryu's words were interrupted again, but it wasn't Su Wan'er who spoke out. But Su Wan'er violently raised the demon sealing stick. Since it could be broken by brute force, there was no need to listen any further. Boom! A fierce stick slammed down, but the target was not the Myriad Ryu in front of him. Hitting her was the same as hitting himself. The spot where it was smashed was at his feet. With a loud sound like cracking mountains and shattering rocks, Myriad Ryu's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and a crack appeared in the ring under her feet, and it was spreading. Where the hell did he find a humanoid demonic beast? This physique is even more excessive than a physical cultivator, right? As cracks appeared across the ring, the entire ring collapsed, and the four-elephant illusion formation broke without attack. Above the ring, Su Wan'er and Mao Ryu's spiritual body technique lost its formation base and instantly turned into their original physical bodies. Seeing this, Su Wan'er was instantly delighted, and lifting her stick she was going to go and fight with Mao Ryu, frightening the other party into a blossom. I concede. I admit defeat. Elder, save me. I don't want to die. Elder. A spiritual body ring battle had inexplicably become a close fight, and Myriad Ryu nearly cried out. Su Wan'er, however, was at a loss. She hasn't even hit herself yet. Why is she crying? Is it possible that the master taught you to be evil? Slander yourself and then cause yourself to be criticized by 1,000 people? But, all in all, the situation at hand was such that another fight was out of the question. Mao Ryu was taken away by the elders of the Fairy Peak Strike, and Su Wan'er managed to win this battle. Just winning in such a way that the jaws of those watching onlookers on the sidelines couldn't even close. The ring is broken? This can't be ring crud, can it? Don't talk nonsense. The rings that can carry spirit bodies are all made of jade spirit stones worth thousands of dollars. Even if a Jidan cultivator wants to destroy them, he'll have to put in some effort. While the crowd was talking, Su Wan'er was worrying whether she would have to lose money. It wasn't until Su Wan'er realized that no one was looking for her to hold her accountable, and that everyone was on fire to fix the ring above, that she finally let go of her heart. Just as she was about to leave, she realized that, not far away, Su Haotian was looking at herself with a gloomy face. Su Wan'er was unsure of what was going on and just assumed that the other party was a bit faulty and turned back to wait for the next sparring match. Is that something you can get high on? Above the clouds, the many elders had been completely dumbfounded. You can get high on elixirs to produce a vapid cultivation realm, but you definitely can't get high on a body that is so terrifying. Right now, even if Li Shouyuan said that he fed Su Wan'er immortal gold spirit iron every day, I'm afraid that someone would believe it. People don't look at disciples who are biased, but if they are biased to such an extent, then they are definitely rare geniuses in the world. Even Jang Chingu was a bit pressed, her heart more than a little flustered. There were only a few favorites to win the title in this disciple conference in the first place. Now, Su Wan'er picked over two people with one stick. Earlier, she was still worried about whether or not to step in to protect Su Wan'er, but at this moment, she was only worried that she was really going to be pulled to guard the mountain. The crowd looked towards the five elders. Right now, the only one who had a chance to stop Su Wan'er would be Su Haotian, who had recently risen to fame. The crowd, who had thought that the five elements elders should be anxious at this moment, all froze when they looked at the five elements elders. At this moment, although a few moments of surprise surfaced on the five elements elders' face, it was far from as flustered as the crowd had imagined, and even vaguely, there were a few moments of laughter. Elder Li is truly extraordinary, teaching out a disciple who was actually so unexpected. However, if that's all it is, I'm afraid it's not enough to win the top spot in the disciple assembly, right? When the vain masters heard this, their faces were immediately delighted. Yeah, earlier, Su Haotian had actually not exerted much strength at all in the middle of the competition. Coupled with such a performance of the five elements elders, it was only feared that Su Haotian had some sort of undercard hidden in his body. Chapter 40, Who isn't a foundation builder yet? Above the ring, the disciples fought furiously. Su Wan'er sat quietly on the stage waiting for her next bout. Taking advantage of the little free time she had, she raised her eyes and looked around, but happened to be looking away from Su Haotian. The next match was between the two of them. Su Wan'er clenched her 5 fingers, but she was no longer nervous, but excited. As long as we win this one, we'll be able to write our master's name in front of the clan. Su Haotian, on the other hand, looked as normal. The fact that a mere Su Wan'er was able to go this far really surprised him. But that's about it. Su Haotian lightly laughed and did not take this to heart. The bottom of his eyes were indifferent. At that very moment, on the 4th ring, a disciple's spirit body was blown out of the ring. The elder at the side raised his eyes to look at the stone slab at the side, and then opened his mouth. Next match, Su Wan'er vs Su Haotian. Both sides get ready on stage. Here we go. here we go. Finally, the battle of the disciples under the appointment between Elder Li of the Cliff of Asking and Elder Wu Xing a month ago has finally come to pass. This Su Wan'er is truly amazing. When we first met, she was still a wasted spirit root disciple, but I didn't expect that after only half a month's time, she had actually grown to such an extent. This Su Haotian is even more surprising. Within a month's time, not only did he break through the foundation establishment cultivation, he's also far more powerful than an unusual foundation establishment cultivator. As soon as the news came out, ring number 4 was immediately surrounded by the participating disciples. On the stands, the other disciples and elders were also staring intently at the scene in the ring. Above the clouds, the 5 elements elder's face was calm with a hint of joy, as if he was bound to win. Jang Chingu's brows furrowed slightly, ready to step in at any time to protect Su Wan'er's spiritual body from the aftermath. And Li Xiuyuan, holding a teacup in his hand, he looked sideways at the mountains and hills in the distance, only feeling relaxed and happy. Su Wan'er and Su Haotian stood opposite each other. The atmosphere of the scene was sober and cold, and the air was even more deathly silent. Su Wan'er took a deep breath. This scene had been previewed in her mind more than 1,000 times. She had wanted to say some words of spectacle, or perhaps some words of mockery and provocation, but when she actually stood in the ring and fought against Su Haotian, looking at the other party's indifferent expression, she didn't want to say anything else, just want to blow up his spiritual body viciously. Su Haotian looked at Su Wan'er and couldn't help but snort, so he stopped speaking, clearly looking down on her. Su Wan'er's face was like stopping water, turning a deaf ear to all of this, but her eyes were dead set on Su Haotian, not having shifted a bit. The sparring begins. The elder gave an order. The 2 men on the stage snapped at the same time. Su Haotian drew his sword. His gaze was sharp, and with the long sword in his hand being more dexterous, he killed Su Wan'er with a single strike. In a flash, the air was strewn with sword shadows, dazzling the onlookers. The details were in the unspoken, and for a while, no one could even glimpse what was missing. Ha! What can you do with empty strength? It's just recklessness. The sword shadow approached. Su Wan'er only felt a sudden surge of wind around her, and her long hair fluttered behind her. Even the most common Qing Yang sword technique can be cultivated to such an extent. Elder 5 Elements has truly taught him well. The usual compliments from above the clouds had just resounded when a soft eep was heard from someone beside him. The crowd followed the line of sight, only to see that the situation in the arena had suddenly changed drastically. In the face of this impermeable high wall of sword chi, Su Wan'er did not dodge or avoid, lifting the demon sealing stick in her hand, and letting out a soft cry under her breath. Up! With that, the long stick was picked up. Ding! The long stick was like a shadow, cutting a black light in the air. Su Haotian hooked his lips and smiled. So reckless, really still the same stupid person from the beginning. The moment the gold and iron intertwined, Su Haotian flipped his wrist, and in the process, he was about to release his force, attempting to turn around and pierce Su Wan'er's chest with his sword. However, before he could release his strength, Su Wan'er suddenly let go of her hand and discarded the long stick. Throw. Lost? Su Haotian's eyes were wide open, his face full of unbelief. 2 parties fighting. One party suddenly discarded their armor. This is definitely a big taboo in the middle of a battle. This moment of hesitation can be the difference between life and death. Unless there is fraud. As expected, just when everyone was uncertain, Su Wan'er suddenly tapped her storage ring and a handful of black sand suddenly appeared in her hand. With almost no hesitation, Su Wan'er directly sprinkled the black sand on Su Haotian's face. Immediately afterward, Su Haotian only felt a blackness before his eyes and instantly lost all sense of his surroundings. What is it? Su Wan'er, what have you done to me? Su Haotian was aghast on the field. However, Su Wan'er did not give a half-hearted response from the beginning to the end. Instead, he stood in place and looked at Su Haotian in front of him, exhaling a deep breath of turbid air. My master taught me that a soldier is never deceived. Immediately, she stretched out her leg and picked it, and the demon sealing stick leaped up from the flat ground and steadily fell into Su Wan'er's hands. Chi Tian stick technique. Boo! With a strange ringing sound, the crowd only saw that the demon sealing stick in Su Wan'er's hand, as if it had come to life, grew long against the wind. Rough, long, big. In just the blink of an eye, the demon sealing stick, which was already impossible to hold with one hand, suddenly transformed from a large black stick into a large black pillar. Above the body of the stick, obscure runes emerged, and vaguely, there were flashes of golden light. Good! What a terrifying might! What kind of kung fu is this? Is this really a being within the reach of human power? The crowd's faces were horrified as they looked incredulously at the monstrous girl in front of them with her hands encircling the demon sealing stick, and they couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. At the same time, in order to give her full strength, Su Wan'er no longer hid herself, and completely displayed her strength at this moment. nowadays. Her cultivation level was also foundation establishment. Smash me! With a loud shout, Su Wan'er's petite body erupted with amazing strength, waving the large black pillar in her hand, towards Su Haotian, who looked like a blind man feeling an elephant in front of her, and fell down fiercely. Boo! Boom boom! The moment the Chi Tian stick technique blasted down, Su Haotian, who had lost his senses, didn't sit back and wait for death, and reached out to hold an ancient colored jade pendant at his waist by virtue of his memory. Spiritual energy was poured into it, and the demon's sealing stick fell, but it smashed on top of an earth-colored barrier. Ha ha ha, Su Wan'er, you're going to lose. In the middle of the earth-colored barrier, Su Haotian was covered in woes though, but at this time, the time limit of the misty barrier sand had already passed, and Su Haotian looked at the huge demon sealing stick, his heart palpitating in shock. But the earth-colored barrier was still firm, and he couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. After the shock, Su Haotian knew that he was no longer able to win over the Su Wan'er at this point from the front, so he simply stood in the middle of the ledge and incited Su Wan'er's emotions with his words, deliberately provoking her. With such a technique, the consumption is bound to be its great, and this magic treasure of mine is a defensive treasure bestowed by my master. With the current you can't even break through the barrier. I only need to wait for you to run out of spiritual energy, and I can defeat you with my hand. Chapter 41, Miracles with Great Effort. Su Haotian wrapped his arms around himself and looked at Su Wan'er, who was still continuously smashing down the demon sealing stick outside the barrier, with a mocking expression, relying on the power of a supreme treasure, though, falls short of the mark and inevitably gets a bad rap. Only, Su Haotian asked himself that he was not capable of resisting this heaven-defying stick technique, but comparatively speaking, losing to Su Wan'er was far more humiliating to him than this bit of face. Above the clouds, the Five Elements Elder let out a light laugh. No matter how brave Su Wan'er was today, in the face of her own hand-refined magic treasure, in the end, she was just a mole cricket. Elder Five Elements. Isn't it a bit disgraceful to act in such a manner? Jang Chingu frowned, clearly displeased with this method of one coming from outside. However, the Five Elements Elder didn't feel the slightest bit of shame and instead coldly said, cultivators cultivate gong methods, refine pills, and forge magic treasures, which in itself is to borrow external objects to strengthen themselves. This is my disciple. So what are the repercussions of me giving him a magic treasure? Then again, aren't Elder Li's disciples also not getting high on pills? It's just a matter of each playing to their strengths. After all, Jang Chingu wasn't old-fashioned enough, and in the face of the Five Elements Elder's explanation, he was instantly somewhat speechless. She turned back, trying to ask Li Xiaoyuan's opinion, but found. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the top of the ring with interest, completely without the slightest bit of worry. Could it be that there's a backhanded approach? Jang Chingu did not know why, but when the master was not in a hurry, he himself did not seem to have a suitable position, so he could only leave it at that. On the other hand, in the ring, Su Wan'er didn't say a word and just kept bombarding the barriers. I can't lose and I won't lose. A supreme treasure bestowed by the master? How is mine not? Su Wan'er thought darkly in her heart, her eyes completely returning to calm. Since one stick or two won't do, let's have 100 or 1,000. Spiritual energy and all that, there's always some when you squeeze it. Subsequently, above the fourth ring, the long-awaited battle of the heavens pride suddenly evolved into a monkey knocking on a turtle shell. Boo! Boo-hoo! As the Chi Tian stick technique continued to ensue, a whole half-incense burning time passed, and Su Haotian's expression gradually stiffened. The crowd at the scene had originally not held much hope for Su Wan'er, until suddenly someone noticed. Look, the barriers are shaking. The whole room was shocked at these words. For a whole half-incense burning time, maintaining such a terrifying gong method, and still urging it at a high frequency. Until now, Su Wan'er did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Su Haotian was completely flustered this time. At this time, the light of the ancient colored jade pendant on his waist gradually dimmed, and it wouldn't be long before it would completely lose its effect. When the time comes, he will be unavoidable. Wait! Su Wan'er! Su Haotian panicked out, his face gradually turning pale. Cousin! With the sound of cousin, the entire room was instantly silent. Even Su Wan'er couldn't help but stop her hand movements and looked at Su Haotian with an expressionless face. Su Haotian, at this time a face after the robbery look, full of pale face, looked at the waist, has long been spread all over the cracks of the jade pendant, the bottom of the heart a burst of fear. He swallowed his saliva, couldn't help but soften his legs. The whole person directly fell to sit on the ground. Did not expect, before Su Wan'er's spiritual power was exhausted, but he was the first to maintain it. Taking a moment to ease his mind, Su Haotian put on a pitiful appearance before continuing to speak. Cousin, didn't you promise uncle that you would take good care of me in the future? You used to even give me your spirit root. Why are you doing this to me now? How can you live up to your uncle's memory in heaven if you do this? If you surrender and admit defeat now and allow me to advance, when I return to the Su family's spiritual hall in the future, I will definitely pay a good tribute to your uncle for you, and you'll be able to give an explanation to your uncle. Once these words came out, everyone could not help but hold their breath and nervously looked at the expressionless Su Wan'er. Shameless, nasty, dirty. The disciple assembly was meant to honor the strongest. In the midst of such a competition, Su Haotian, however, tried to blackmail Su Wan'er into giving up voluntarily by using blood kinship. This was simply disgracing the entire Five Elements peak. Even Jang Chingu froze in place. This son, so shameless. Su Wan'er won't really fall for his tricks, right? To use affection to force Su Wan'er to bow down at such a time. The tactics were more than just underhanded. Su Wan'er was silent above the ring for a long time, and her eyes kept falling on Su Haotian's body. Su Haotian let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. As expected, Su Wan'er always looked like she had no talent no matter where she was. She was just taking a chance herself, and she actually did stop. He quietly turned the jade pendant off, conserving his own spiritual energy, and squeezed out a small smile. He didn't care about his own face, as long as he could win. It didn't matter if he was a bit humiliated. He just needs to win. Even if it's a humiliating victory, it's still a win. Only, Su Haotian, who originally wanted to play the emotional card, suddenly saw that Su Wan'er also revealed a smirk. Fine, when your entire family is dead, I will surrender to you of my own accord. Before the words fell, Su Haotian's face changed greatly, but at this moment, it was long too late to initiate the jade pendant in his hand again. Boo! At the last moment, a black light flashed in front of Su Haotian's eyes, accompanied by a dull and loud sound. The ring shattered once again, and under the stick, Su Haotian's spiritual body was completely crushed into a bloody mess. With just this one strike, Su Wan'er exhausted all her energy, and after the smash, the demon sealing stick shrunk back to its original size and was put into her storage ring. She didn't immediately step down from the ring, but instead looked up above the clouds. At this moment, the many vain masters above the clouds had long been shocked beyond words. The Five Elements elder looked embarrassed, as if he had been constipated for years. Jang Chingu covered her mouth. Her mood was incredibly complicated, and she didn't know if she should be happy for Su Wan'er, or feel bad for herself for losing the bet. Only Li Xiuyuan, with a calm face tinged with a slightly cynical smile, as if from the very beginning, he firmly believed that Su Wan'er would definitely win. Master, I won! Su Wan'er cried out and couldn't help but reach out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. For a whole month, the powerful pressure was as close to crushing her as a mountain. Fortunately, she did not fail her master's expectations, and in the end, she not only preserved her master's reputation and allowed herself to stay at the questioning cliff, but also strongly responded to all the contemptuous gazes towards the questioning cliff. And, above the clouds, Li Xiuyuan, who maintained a polite smile at all times, listened to Su Wan'er's shouts, but suddenly had a few more confused colors on his face. Isn't it unusual to beat a Su Haotian? Su Haotian's spiritual body was too completely shattered, and the elders who came forward to escort him did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional. But in any case, they did not stop him in time. The damage to Su Haotian's divine soul was extraordinarily serious, and unlike a physical body damage such as a spiritual root, the foundation establishment stage would not be able to fully repair it without a few years. Next, Su Wan'er pushed strongly all the way and took the top spot in the disciple conference without any surprises. After all, no one dared to carry that big black pillar of prime in front of Su Wan'er. Chapter 42 Barbarian Prison Suppressing Body. The disciple assembly, at last, had drawn to a close. Above the clouds, Jang Chingu took a deep breath and raised his eyes to look at the Five Elements elder and Li Xiuyuan beside him. In accordance with the bet, the Five Elements peak's place in the secret realm will be replaced by the Asking Cliff. Elder Five Elements, and go take a look at Su Haotian. Although this sparring match was a spirit-body mutual combat, the injuries caused are still not light, and need to be properly recuperated for a while. When she finished, she hesitated a little, then continued. On weekdays, don't just focus on the disciple's cultivation. You should also restrain the disciple's heart. He hasn't taken a lot of pills this month, so take care of him. It was said that Su Wan'er's cultivation strength was all piled up with pills, but today, she had proved herself. The fleshly body was strong and the foundation was solid, all of which was obtained through hard cultivation. On the contrary, Su Haotian and some of the other disciples who had stepped into the foundation establishment cultivation level early were clearly in a vain realm, and were obviously eager to show off their skills at the disciple assembly. The Five Elements elders sniffed and left the scene without saying a word, twisting their heads. Today he is considered to have lost all the face. How to explain? Will only be in the sophistry? Not only can not save the face, on the contrary, it is more humiliating. As the disciple assembly ended, the elders and disciples under the field left in twos and threes. But Li Xiaoyuan looked at Jang Chingu with a playful expression. Seeing this, Jang Chingu sighed helplessly and said, I'm as good as my word. A loss is a loss. Today I will arrange my affairs, and tomorrow I will go to the cliff of inquiry and guard the mountain for you. When the words came to an end, Jang Chingu said them almost word for word. Li Xiaoyuan let out a light laugh and twisted his head before bringing Su Wan'er back to the questioning cliff. In this way, not only was he able to get rid of Jang Chingu, who ran to the questioning cliff all the time and disturbed his sleep, but he was also able to pick up a mountain guard for nothing, a gain that was quite satisfying. While winning the top spot, Su Wan'er was not interested in this, but instead looked at Li Xiaoyuan with a happy face. Master, I won. I can still stay on the questioning cliff and cultivate, right? Seeing this, Li Xiaoyuan nodded casually. Yes, 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 no one will ever kick you out again. The two returned to the cliff of questioning. Su Wan'er happily hummed a little song and very actively ran into the kitchen to make lunch for Li Xiaoyuan. Luo Qingfang seemed to have a feeling within Su Wan'er's divine sense, looking at Su Wan'er who was within the kitchen, enjoying cooking for her master. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to speak with Su Wan'er. Next, we'll have to step out of the Zhengyang sect for a while. The backhanders I left behind in the outside world seem to be forming a link with me through some means. Not sure of the details of it, but it doesn't seem to be a good thing. At these words, Su Wan'er's hand movements suddenly paused. Seeing this, Luo Qingfang was suddenly a little worried in her heart. The current life on the questioning cliff was clearly Su Wan'er's most relaxing period of time. If Su Wan'er is intoxicated and unwilling to leave, Luo Qingfang's mind was racing with thoughts, but suddenly she heard Su Wan'er open her mouth. Are things in a hurry? Luo Qingfang sniffed. The faster the better. Su Wan'er, however, did not half-heartedly excuse herself. Then wait until I have dinner with master. This time, Luo Qingfang wasn't prodding. Su Wan'er didn't deliberately delay, serving the meal to Li Xiaoyuan and joining him in talking and laughing to settle the lunch, as if nothing had happened. Su Wan'er also very thoughtfully prepared its special cat food for Xiaobai as well. Only after everything was done and confirmed that nothing else had been left out, did Su Wan'er then open her mouth slightly nervously towards Li Xiaoyuan. Master, I want to go out to the sect for a period of time to train. I hope that master will approve. It was the first time she had volunteered to go out. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Outdoor training? That's great. That would be great. As long as a disciple is out and about, he cannot help but socialize with people. And when he socializes with people, he cannot help but do some evil deeds. In this way, one's evil value would naturally go up. In the past, he still had to think of ways to arrange this and that for Su Wan'er. But now that she took the initiative to ask for help, how could he possibly refuse? Li Xiaoyuan collected his emotions and coughed lightly a few times, then said to Su Wan'er, cough cough, since you voluntarily went down to the mountain to practice, master naturally won't stop you. It's never a bad thing to get out and about. Young man, this is a sound transmission jade talisman. You and take it, and you bring all the various resources here at master's. If, on the way, one encounters any tricky matters that one does not know how to deal with, one can seek the master's help. As Li Xiaoyuan said, he pulled out his storage ring and gave Su Wan'er all that he could arrange. After all, he could be such a disciple. Su Wan'er's heart was touched for a moment, but without a word, she took the things and left with 3 steps. Li Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, was once again lying back in his rocking chair, comfortably reading a book and teasing his cat. By the way, listening to the system beeps that kept ringing in his head, he couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth. Ding! Su Wan'er's disciples' conference, violently beating up the whole court, crushing the enemy with every move, behaving badly, and completing Su Wan'er's long-term teaching mission. How is a wicked man practiced? According to the progress of mission completion, receive a reward, 50,000 points of evil value. Currently remaining available vice value, 50,000 points. Make a renewed effort to spread the light of the righteous witch on the earth. A whole $50,000 worth of evil deeds. Li Xiaoyuan couldn't help but laugh a few times. This time out, it really wasn't a wasted trip, and the harvested bad act value was far more bountiful than imagined. It is not in vain that he has worked so hard to watch Su Wan'er above the clouds with a stick and a little friend. Even more surprisingly, the rewards don't stop there. Ding! Due to the high degree of completion of this mission, the system is in the process of handing out additional rewards. Extra reward, special physique technique, Jinjiu forging body technique, a holy merit technique? Originally, Li Xiaoyuan, who did not hold any hope for this, raised his eyes and instantly raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't know what it is, but I know it's good when I see it. Moreover, the name of this gongfu, one could tell that it was quite overbearing. Li Xiaoyuan raised his head and was about to hand these things over to Su Wan'er together, but realized that Su Wan'er's figure had long since disappeared in front of his eyes. and couldn't help but let out a light sigh in his heart. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let her go so soon. I don't know who all this stuff is going to. How about practicing on your own? The moment this idea came out, Li Xiuyuan immediately shook his head no. Cultivation was impossible to cultivate. Reading books and teasing cats every day was already tiring enough. How could one still cultivate gongfu on their own? The only thing I can do for now is to go out and walk around and see if I can find another apprentice. Chapter 43, Passing by the Sect, Meeting green tea by chance. Making up his mind, Li Xiuyuan got up from his rocking chair and decisively flew towards the outside of the sect. A Foundation establishment cultivator would be able to catalyze spiritual energy to fly into the sky, which was naturally nothing to him at this point. Seeing all the mountains and waters on the way, Li Xiuyuan only felt refreshed and at ease. It's been dreary for too long, and there's a lot to be said for getting out once in a while. Following the system prompts, Li Xiuyuan quickly found the location of his next disciple. It turned out to be a clan? Li Xiuyuan was instantly filled with black lines. What does this mean? Is the system planning to make me steal a disciple from someone? Li Xiuyuan was just about to spit out a few sentences when he heard a sudden sound of an argument coming from the clan at his feet. Li Xiuyuan bent his head, but noticed the young girl who was being pointed at by 1,000 people. She was wearing a long emerald green dress, haggard face, clothes everywhere on the knife blood. A look will know that just experienced a big battle. At this time it is the heart and soul tired. Originally the appearance of the country, but also because of the dust on the face to cover, and appeared to be in a sorry state. In front of her, a juvenile-looking chi refining cultivator. Face resentment, eyes sinister. Facing the young girl in front of her, words are full of indignation. As if the young girl in front of her, the violation of the laws of heaven in general. Senior Sister Ling, if you really wanted that spirit medicine, you could have discussed it with Senior Sister Lu. Why did you go out and snatch it? Senior Sister Lu clearly gave you all the spirit medicine, yet you're so heartless and want to injure Senior Sister Lu. You're such a disappointment to me. The young girl froze in place, looking at the tender teenager in front of her, her eyes filled with anxiety. No, it's not. This elixir was originally picked by me to heal my master's injuries. Senior Brother Morong, how could you do this to me? The more the young girl was eager to explain, the more the anger on the young man's face intensified. Clearly not believing the other party's words, Li Xiuyuan slightly raised his eyebrows, and then hovered in the air and sat down, concealing his figure and breath, just about grabbing a melon seed and watching the show while getting high. Senior Sister Shen, Senior Brother has only been in seclusion for a while, and you've already turned so jealous. Are you so unable to see your senior sister gain favor? Speaking, is on the side of the teenager, a clear-eyed young cultivator, originally handsome face above, a touch of sarcasm as if a root silver needle. Instantly stabbed Shen Linshue's heart are in the uncontrollable throbbing pain. No, eldest brother, let me explain. I really picked this elixir myself and didn't snatch it from Senior Sister Lu. Shen Linshue was so anxious that tears were coming out of her eyes, but she still kept explaining. Senior Sister Ling, if you want to compete for the title of finding spirit medicine for your master, I'll just give it to you. I'm not willing to blame you for injuring me, but when you took away the spirit medicine, you also took away the only relic that my mother left me. So please be sure to return it to me. Hiding behind the young cultivator, that Senior Sister Lu had a forlorn gaze, and with just one glance, it made one's heart feel pity. However, the eyes of the eyeballs turn around. Obviously some calculations. The body clothes are also tattered, but it seems particularly deliberate. Not only did not cover its own posture, but also make the carcass hidden, added a few points of charm. Old green tea, obviously, as expected. Just as Senior Sister Lu opened her mouth, the face of the teenage youth in front of her was suddenly gloomy, and in her eyes, she viewed Shen Linshue with a few more points of dislike and contempt. The teenager was impatient and did not distinguish between right and wrong, directly raising his hand and pointing at Shen Linshue's nose angrily. Senior Sister Ling, if you take it, return the relics and the elixir to Senior Sister Lu, and this matter will end. Otherwise, you will not be qualified to be my senior sister. The young cultivator sighed softly and spoke. Shen Linshue, hand the item back to Senior Sister Lu. I will apologize to Master for you later. I have a share of responsibility for your crooked heart. It seemed to be speaking for Shen Linshue, but in reality, it was sitting on her charges. Shen Linshue was dumbfounded, but her heart was always unconvinced, and she was about to open her mouth to retort immediately. Above, Li Xiuyuan frowned slightly as he watched. What was suspicious was that the person in front of him called Shen Linshue's cultivation was clearly above those three people in front of him. Instead of having any semblance of an intention to resist, they actually presumed to explain it in words, just as several people below argued into a scorching moment, from within the sect, but suddenly flew out of figure. Master, Sovereign, the four people present raised their voices together. and Shen Lingxue was also relieved at seeing the visitor. The visitor was dressed in a white robe, with a cold appearance, as if he did not eat the fire of the earth, but when he opened his mouth, his voice was cold and frightening. Shen Lingxue, as a senior sister, is this how you take care of your senior sister? Shen Lingxue's eyes widened, and her heart, which had only just settled down, was instantly raised to her throat. Master, that's not true. Enough. As a senior sister, yet you did such a poisonous thing to a fellow disciple. Today, I will waste your cultivation. From now on, don't ever call yourself a disciple of my purple heavenly palace again. The visitor's hand was obviously more determined than the others, and as soon as he struck, he triggered all of his spiritual power, and a spiritual power was turned into a finger pointing out, which went straight through Shen Lingxue's dantian. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, Shen Lingxue's body aura fell, instantly reduced to a mortal. A sharp paroxysm of pain swept through his entire body. Shen Lingxue let out a whimper and fell to the ground as his knees went limp. A flash of dismay flashed in the eyes of the teenager in front of her, but then it was covered by viciousness. The youth frowned slightly, then revealed a cold smile. The subtle change in expression, however, fell under the eyes of that senior sister Lu, who instantly grimaced and looked at Shen Lingxue, clearly having other calculations. While those around them who had once been favored by Shen Lingxue, they all revealed a look of great joy, and there were even some who whispered why the master did not simply behead Shen Lingxue on the spot. Shen Lingxue wanted to explain a few times, but no one cared, and she was directly thrown out of the sect. Outside the door of the cold wind blowing freezing bones, the clan, but full of joyful songs, as if in addition to the devil generally happy. Li Xiaoyuan shook his head slightly as he witnessed everything and couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. It's still rotten to the bone. But what does that have to do with him? It's just a farce that you happen to pass by and look twice, just as he turned his head and prepared to leave. Instead, a system beep sounded in his head. Detects the presence of villainous potential. Shen Lingxue, 18 years old, purgatory floating body, evil potential, both parents died, was adopted by a profit-oriented uncle and aunt, as an ATM, as the Purple Heaven Palace big sister, extremely devoted to the same door, but because of the little sister's calculations, step by step reduced to the entire clan. People hate the waste. After accepting him as a disciple, he can be bound. Chapter 44, Li Xiaoyuan manifests his sainthood, and his second disciple arrives. The most beloved master was abolished the spiritual root, once treated her gently elder brother cold eyes, brought up by a hand of the younger brother, but also went her tit for tat. Both parents are dead, and they are still being used by their loved ones, becoming their ATMs, and being taken advantage of without even realizing it. She had done nothing wrong, she just didn't realize that it wasn't enough to be strong in this world, but she also had to show her sharp teeth and fangs in order to have a place in the world. Li Xiaoyuan hadn't wanted to be nosy, simply because the character of this kind of person was quite troublesome, but since it was certified by the system, one certainly wouldn't give it up easily. Just by thinking for a moment, Li Xiaoyuan already had an idea in his mind. At the same time, Shen Lingxue, after having her spiritual roots abolished, was walking towards her home in the secular world with a face like ashes. In front of a very luxurious mansion, she stopped, looked up at the upper brushstroke snake general carved the word Linghouse hesitation for a long time, before going forward to knock on the door. Who? Auntie, it's me back. Lingxue? Coming. Inside the door of the mansion, a woman with a plump physique. After hearing Shen Lingxue's voice, her face was first contemptuous, then puzzled, and as she neared the door of the mansion, she replaced it with a fawning smile. As the door of the mansion opened wide, Shen Lingxue's wretched appearance at this time appeared in front of her eyes, and the woman's fawning smile froze. What's wrong with you? When Shen Lingxue heard this, she was obviously poked to the sore spot, but she still forced to smile. Auntie, in the future, I will not be a disciple of the Purple Sky Palace, but I will find a way to earn some silver money outside, and I will not be short of your and uncle's monthly contributions. What? Not a disciple of the Purple Heaven Palace anymore? The woman pointedly shrieked, her face suddenly ugly down. Immediately grabbed Shen Lingxue. A flurry of counting, simply judged as two people. Shen Lingxue sighed softly and obediently received a lecture, and only after a long time did she return to her room. As soon as she returned to her room, Shen Lingxue dragged her weak body and after some washing, she returned to her bedroom. At the time when his mind was exhausted, he wanted to fall asleep, but suddenly heard a strange sound. Who? Shen Lingxue let out a cry. The smooth hand will be towards the side of the sword to grab, but then remembered. At this time they have no cultivation, even unusual thieves, they are not a match. A heart and sink down. Subsequently, only to see the picture in front of Shen Lingxue suddenly distorted up. From the void, the road of golden light back and forth, a holy light hazy figure, behind the back of the 10,000 Zhang immortal light, as if from the painting out of the general, the figure walked through the place, a petal of golden lotus bloomed, just see the other side of the lips and teeth slightly open, difficult to understand the great Tao syllables but from all directions, which seems to hide the true essence of the great Tao, listening to Shen Linshui's eyes in a trance, but the heart has a lot of feelings clustered, she seems to intercept a star, but in the twinkling of an eye, but forget all, this is, immortal? Shen Linshui's jaw couldn't even close, looking at the figure in front of her with an unbelievable expression, as the vision slowly fell, but a young cultivator with an extraordinary temperament appeared in front of her. This seat, being the reincarnation of Dao Tianzuan, passed by the treasure land, and seeing that you and I are destined to be together, I have come here on purpose. Are you willing to worship the seat as your master? To give up your flesh and blood and your original spirit, and only fight for a ray of life for the living beings in heaven and earth? Between the words, the young cultivator revealed some might. In the eyes of Shen Linshui, who had no cultivation at this time, could not see where the limit was. This person's cultivation was definitely far above his master's, and with his own eyesight, he could not see the depths at all. Taoist Heavenly Father reincarnated? Is it possible that he's really an immortal? Shen Linshui was shocked beyond words, and this young cultivator was no one else but Li Xiuyuan. He slightly hooked his lips, seemingly approachable, but inscrutable, as if he was beyond the world. Acting. At this time, Shen Linshui's heart had long been a mess. He had met the immortal, and the immortal was going to take a wastrel like himself as his disciple? She raised her eyes and looked at Li Xiuyuan with some trepidation. At this point she had already believed that he was really an immortal, but there was still a slight hesitation under her eyes. But, immortal, why did you take me as your disciple? Upon hearing this, Li Xiuyuan let out a light laugh and reached out to point out a finger and said, because you are good. Good? This? What's the reason for this? Shen Linshui was puzzled, and then she heard Li Xiuyuan speak. This seat is the reincarnation of Dao Tianzuan, accepting disciples regardless of their cultivation roots and bones, only on the basis of character and goodness. You are the virtuous goodness ascending immortal body, doing good deeds and planting good causes. You can get good fruits to increase your cultivation, and this seat's thoughts are connected. This seat is looking for you to lead you into the Tao, to take the safety and security of the world's living beings as your own responsibility, and to make up for the shortcomings of the whole day's Tao with your own way. Will you? Li Xiuyuan spoke softly. His tone was unhurried, making people feel like spring breeze. Shen Linshui was in a trance, only feeling as if she was dreaming. Virtuous goodness ascending immortal body. By performing good deeds, one can increase one's cultivation? Am I even such a special person? Shen Linshui asked herself in a small voice, but Li Xiuyuan secretly said in his heart, that's weird. With the purgatory Faust body, performing good deeds would not increase any cultivation at all and would only hinder her own cultivation. With such a ferocious physique, the fastest way to increase cultivation is to use blood, flesh, and soul as bait. This was a pure god-killing physique. The more ruthless you killed, the stronger you were. And the reason why Li Xiuyuan pretended to be an immortal to take in a disciple was only because, taking in a disciple in the open, Shen Linshui would never agree. This kind of person, even if they were abandoned by their division, would not have a mind to retaliate, and would only feel that they were at fault for something. The best way is to use the righteousness of all living things in the world to tie her to the pirate ship first. As expected, under the righteousness of the world, Shen Linshui's eyes thought a few times rolling, but in the end, still kneeling on both knees, Master above, disciple is willing to offer his own strength for the sake of all living beings in the world. It's just that, with my cultivation destroyed at the moment, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to ascend the immortal path again. As he spoke, Shen Linshui looked towards his dantian, and then couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. However, overhead, there was suddenly Li Xiuyuan's voice. Spiritual roots being abolished is nothing but a small matter. This elixir is given to you, and take it first. After refining the elixir, the spirit root will be repaired by itself. With that, Li Xiuyuan raised his hand and handed over a great Tao-shaping Yuan Dan. Speaking of which, this was still the elixir rewarded by the system when Su Wan'er was collected. I thought that it would only be used once, but I didn't expect to take it out again now. Shen Linshui received the elixir with both hands. The bottom of her eyes were already covered with a layer of water mist, and her heart was stirred. Remember, good karma leads to good results. You take the pills and you'll be practicing here for a while. Before my master formally takes you out of here, I still need to cut off your karma. Otherwise, your heart will not be quiet and people will be restless, lest there will be endless troubles. After Li Xiuyuan finished speaking, he left the prison suppression forging skill behind in his hand, while he himself concealed his figure in the same spot. Shen Linshui sniffed and knelt long on the ground, but in her heart, she laughed bitterly. Cutting off karma? Chapter 45 Anti-Ling's Crooked Thoughts. Ding! Successfully bound the villainous Shen Linxue, receive a great gift package for accepting an apprentice, a superb magic weapon, a blazing purple electric hammer, and 3,000 points of evil value. Triggering Shen Linxue's teaching mission, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Reward upon completion, ancient witch race essence blood, fury blood elixir. As the system's beep sounded in his head, Li Xiuyuan, who had vanished his form in the sky above the mansion, let out a light laugh. Second apprentice. There. As for the system's reward, naturally, there was no need to think about it. It was reserved for his own good disciple. Only, when taking out the blazing flame purple electricity hammer, Li Xiuyuan had an idea in his mind, and raised his hand to carve the word virtue and reason on the top. With that, he nodded his head slightly, which was in line with his status as a moral heavenly father. While Shen Linxue was in the room, she didn't let go of the opportunity to set foot on the immortal path again, and lifted her hand to take the pills. Within moments, she felt a burst of warmth coming from her dantian. By the time she had meditated and absorbed the elixir, the spirit root, which had been broken, was once again repaired and even further advanced. However, the spiritual root was only an admission ticket on the path to immortality for her. What was more important was her exceptional physique. Refining the elixir was a breeze for her, and in less than half a day's work, she ended the matter. With that, she began to try to cultivate the gongfu that Li Xiuyuan had left with her. In this way, in the twinkling of an eye, it was 7 days later. Today, on the other hand, Li Xiuyuan saw that senior sister Lu from the Violet Sky Palace quietly touch into the Ling Mansion. Within the mansion, Shen Linxue's aunt, the plump woman, talked for a while before leaving in a hurry. That dead girl. I can't believe she came back with her cultivation wasted by the Purple Heaven Palace. I said, why isn't the Purple Heaven Palace giving us any money? At the expense of me entertaining her with good food and drink. I didn't realize that I was actually raising a dry eater. If it weren't for the kind reminder from Fairy Lu of the Purple Sky Palace, I'd still be kept in the dark by her. Auntie Ling stood in the room cursing under her breath. In her hand, she was also clutching a bulging small cloth bag, obviously having received benefits from that senior sister Lu. Dead girl, you must not blame Auntie for being heartless. If you want to blame it on the fact that you have a vixen's face, not even your uncle, and even more so, you have offended Fairy Lu. I am also for the sake of the Ling family's fragrance, I can only commission you. Between the words, Aunt Ling out of the room, but went to the back door of the county government office, and a group of officials to see the police to discuss in a whisper, and then hurried back to the house. Auntie Ling, on the other hand, went back to her room and took out a jar of good tea leaves in a meaty manner, but only took 3 or 4 strands of tea leaves to brew. She looked left and right and confirmed that no one was around before she poured the white powder wrapped in yellow paper into the cup and waited until the powder melted before she walked towards Shen Linxue's room with the tea in her hand with satisfaction. Witnessing the whole thing, Li Xiuyuan couldn't help but let out a cold snort in his heart. With that, he raised his hand and pointed falsely, and the tea within the teacup in Auntie Ling's hand was silently switched to an unusual tea without her knowing. Still dreaming of being developed and rich, she quickly came to the door of Shen Linxue's room and raised her foot to kick it, but when she saw the teacup in her hand, she turned her eyes and withdrew her leg with a smile, and raised her hand to knock on the door of the room. Linxue, is Linxue there? Auntie, what are you doing here? Within the room, Shen Linxue, who was cultivating on her knees, quietly wrapped up her work and opened the door to the room. Auntie Ling immediately stepped into it, looking at Shen Linxue with a smile on her face. It's like this, Auntie here has something to ask of you. You can drink this cup of tea while Auntie talks to you. Saying that, Auntie Ling shoved the teacup over without a second thought, her eyes full of anticipation. Shen Linxue did not set up a defense against her in his heart, and seeing this situation, he just drank the tea with a helpless face. As Shen Linxue's neck shrugged and saw that not a single drop of tea was left inside the teacup, Aunt Ling's bloated fat face suddenly burst into a smile and then opened her mouth. It's like this. Some time ago, our county was plagued by bandits, and the officials of the county office went out to fight the bandits, and now many of them have suffered some injuries. We have fewer bone setters in the county, and their energy is limited, so they can't cure so many people, and it just so happens that you have been practicing in the Purple Heaven Palace for some time, so there must be some immortal arts and magical powers in your body, and Auntie would like to let you take a look for them. If you can heal their injuries for them, it will be considered a contribution to our county, and when the time comes, it will also leave you with a good name. Healing and curing? Shen Linxue pondered for a while. She actually did not know much about this aspect of healing, and was about to export her refusal when she heard Li Xiuyuan's voice ringing in her ears. Healing their wounds is also a good deed, so you should just accept it, and the master will have his own way. With these words, Shen Linxue no longer excused herself, and since her master intended to make a move, she complied. Well, Well, as long as you're willing, they're outside right now. Auntie will go and call them over. When Aunt Ling heard this, she immediately walked out of the room with a smile on her brow and called all the officials all the way from the backyard to Shen Linshue's room. She also whispered a greeting behind her back as she interacted with the official. Quickly, you guys hurry up. Later if the medicine passes, it won't be as beautiful as this. Today's matter is set by the fairy of the Purple Heavenly Palace. If you don't do it right and spoil the fairy's good deed, you too won't be able to live. The officials sniffed and burst out laughing. Purple Sky Palace, Shen Linshue's name. In this small place, who doesn't know? In the past, this Lingfu uncle and aunt, they had not rarely relied on her name to run roughshod over the county. They usually, but also to this uncle and aunt much envy, no less in front of them flattery, help them bully men and women. I didn't expect that now that Shen Linshue had lost her power, she had even let them take advantage of it. They have not done much in the way of male thievery, but the body of this fairy-like beauty, they had never really touched it. Just thinking about it was enough to make their blood boil. The gang had assured Auntie Ling that they would definitely play to their full strength later on, and Auntie Ling didn't care that this was Shen Linshue's boudoir. She just let a bunch of big and burly men enter the house, and she herself stood on the side with a smile on her face, but in her heart she was calculating the time for the charm to kick in. Today, she would watch this niece, under her very nose, die with hatred, and Shen Linshue has no doubt that his own aunt, although her usual behavior is not good, and she likes to engage in some chicken and dog stealing, but after all, she is her own aunt. Moreover, this matter was also considered to be a good deed. Shen Linshue categorically would not refuse, but, when she turned around and was about to look for some healing medicine over in her room, she didn't notice. Everyone in the room had a lewd smile on their face, their eyes constantly glancing at her body. Chapter 46, Snubbing the Second Disciple. Why isn't Master coming out yet? Shen Linshue stood beside the bed and took out the few healing pills from her own luggage, and could not help but let out a light sigh in her heart. After practicing in the Purple Heavenly Palace for such a long time, what I finally brought out was just such a little bit of savings, and 1 point used is 1 point less, but that's fine. Having come to this point, he had no desire to get too entangled with them. Thinking so, she turned around and was about to greet the crowd to receive the healing elixir from her. However, he suddenly realized that a burly man, whose status was 1 level higher than that of the other officials, was standing behind him with his eyes wide open, his eyes full of impatience and his breath shortened. Such a strange behavior caused Shen Linshue to resist, frowning gently, and wait on the sidelines first. I will distribute pills for you. Go back later and take them along with warm water. Your injuries will naturally improve. This person, however, did not have the slightest interest in the pills in Shen Linshue's hands and instead snorted. Injuries? Where's the injury? This lord didn't come here today for these things. Saying that, he fiercely reached out, trying to push Shen Linshue down on the bed, and then a pair of big hands pressed on Shen Linshue's shoulders. He used all his strength, but Shen Linshue in front of him did not move at all. Even Shen Linshue looked at herself with eyes full of doubt, completely unable to understand what the other party wanted to do. The official was provoked by the look, and his already colorful face sank, reaching out to tear Shen Linshue's clothes. But before he could do so, Li Xiaoyuan took a step ahead of him. Set. With just one sound, the room was instantly silent. Except for Shen Linshue, all of them felt a deadly sense of suffocation. The air around them seemed like iron and stone, deadeningly squeezing every inch of their skin. It wasn't a fixing type of feat. It was, however, just a small additional ability that Jidan cultivators had when facing mortals. Auntie Ling and the officials felt the change in each other were instantly dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with remorse, but they were unable to open their mouths, even begging for mercy. Shen Linshue didn't react at first and was about to greet them to receive the healing elixir when she heard Li Xiaoyuan's voice transmission. Apprentice, are you just going to use these pills to treat them? Shen Linshue sniffed and looked up with confusion in her eyes. Master, how can I heal my wounds without using pills? When Li Xiaoyuan heard this, he immediately let out a light laugh and said, pills to heal their wounds can ultimately only save them from the pain of flesh and skin, but in this tainted world, they are suffering all the time. How can you worship me and only care about some skin and flesh, but forget about the suffering inside them? Inner suffering? Although Li Xiaoyuan was transmitting with Shen Linshue, he did not deliberately conceal it, and everyone in the room heard Li Xiaoyuan's narration. When they heard Li Xiaoyuan's voice but did not see Li Xiaoyuan himself, a look of shock appeared in the bottom of everyone's eyes. Obviously, although Shen Linshue had been removed from the Purple Heavenly Palace, it was clear that there were still immortal masters at her side. But when they heard that the topic was still focused on healing, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Shen Linshue showed a guilty face, but a touch of admiration for Li Xiaoyuan rose in her heart. Master is worthy of being the reincarnation of Dao Tianzuan, and he really sees things differently. Thinking like this, the world was suffering, so what was the use of giving them healing elixirs by oneself? It simply makes no sense to sprinkle a little sweetness in the midst of suffering. But, what could she do for these people? Shen Lingxue looked at the crowd in front of her, and a trace of confusion flashed through her heart. Master, I know I'm wrong. I hope that all living things can be truly healed and no longer suffer from the pains of the mundane world. But what can I do for them? As she spoke, she pocketed the elixir and waited earnestly for Li Xiaoyuan's instruction. Seeing this situation, Li Xiaoyuan hooked up his lips and softly soothed. There's no need to blame yourself. You've not been in the master's sect for long. What you've seen and heard is still not enough. You can't be transcendent, so naturally you'll be blinded by your eyes. Since the master has made a move, he will naturally clear up the confusion for you, Li Xiaoyuan said, suddenly waved his big hand in front of Shen Lingxue's eyes, only to see a golden lotus bloom, and then an ethereal immortal sound could be heard. Today, the teacher will tell you about, but it is said that after the final withering of the living souls, they have to enter the 18 layers of purgatory to be punished, cutting the tongue and digging out the eyes under the frying pan. Li Xiaoyuan's description was exceptionally appalling. Listening to Shen Lingxue's body couldn't help but tremble lightly for a few moments, pursing her lips in her heart with anxiety. And when the official and Antling heard this, their hearts immediately tightened, and their legs trembled in fear by the purgatory that Li Xiaoyuan spoke of. Seeing that the time was ripe, Li Xiaoyuan's words changed, never mentioning purgatory, instead talking about the so-called heavenly palace. The same as after the death of living beings, the heavenly palace is the opposite of purgatory, in which there are countless immortal buildings and palaces, and immortals and mortals live together in peace, without birth, aging, sickness and death, and without separation and separation. When hearing that in the heavenly palace, everyone treats each other with sincerity, and there will be no mutual wrongful accusation of wrongdoing. Shen Lingxue ruthlessly empathized, and suddenly brightened up, and couldn't help but yearn for it. The incident in the purple heavenly palace had traumatized her mind and soul, but Li Xiaoyuan saw it in his eyes, and all the previous descriptions were just the key to making her empathize. Even the others couldn't help but mentally anticipate the existence of the heavenly palace. After Li Xiaoyuan had narrated, Shen Lingxue sighed from the bottom of her heart. Master, is there really such a wonderful place in the world? Li Xiaoyuan nodded his head and said softly, naturally, there is, and that is where Master came from. Shen Lingxue sniffed and sighed in a small voice. If there is, how to get there? Li Xiaoyuan let out a light laugh and said, Disciple, you are the key to the heavenly palace. Shen Lingxue was stunned for a moment, and then said with hindsight, my special physique is the key? Apprentice, your eyes are too small to see the karmic merit reincarnation, but fortunately, Master here has a pair of merit hammers. With that, Li Xiaoyuan pulled out the blazing purple electricity hammer and threw it downward. Shen Lingxue only saw a red and a purple light flashed in front of her eyes, subconsciously reached out to pick up. In her hand there were two more half-a-man-high sledgehammer. Even with her body nowadays, it was quite a struggle to hold it. Looking at the words virtue and reason engraved on top of the hammer, Shen Lingxue was filled with confusion. Li Xiaoyuan patiently explained for her. Living beings carry karmic obstacles, and with your special physique, you can cleanse living beings of the karmic obstacles on their bodies by punishing them. At that time, with no karmic obstacles in their bodies, they will naturally be able to enter the heavenly palace and not be subjected to the suffering of reincarnation. This is the fulfillment of all beings. In mid-air, Li Xiaoyuan let out a light laugh. Punishing living beings will lead to the enlightenment of all beings? Only Shen Lingxue hesitated for a long time, looking at the pair of hammers in her hands, but instead of doubting Li Xiaoyuan's narration, she was instead rejoicing that she was surprisingly so special. When she thought of the heavenly palace in Li Xiaoyuan's description, she felt happy for these people in front of her from the bottom of her heart, and although Li Xiaoyuan was in and transmitting, he did not deliberately conceal it, and everyone in the room heard Li Xiaoyuan's narration, but the others they did not empathize with. Looking at the one purple and one red, their eyes filled with terror, itching to kneel down on the spot and beg Shen Lingxue to spare them. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoyuan naturally wouldn't give them a chance to beg for forgiveness and explain, still leaving them unable to move in place. At the same time, Shen Lingxue inhaled deeply, raised his hands, and wielded the hammer to ruthlessly smash on the official who had just reached out to rest his hand on his shoulder. Chapter 47 Frequent Rewards. Boo! Boom! Boom! A few hammers down, Li Xiaoyuan let go of this person's comfort, and the official fell to the ground with a loud bang. Shen Lingxue exerted her inner strength, and her petite body exploded with jaw-dropping strength. Swinging the hammer with great momentum, a blow struck with a crisp sound. That official instantly flew out backwards, his entire body crashing down on top of the wall, and then instantly went limp. His appearance appeared to be not half broken, but Li Xiaoyuan raised his eyes and knew that this person's internal organs and even bone marrow, all of which had been shattered to pieces. he died on the spot and went very peacefully. The other officials and Antling panicked on the spot when they saw this. Where do they not realize that the heavenly palace and all that is a lie to deceive them? The intention was for Shen Linxue to cut them down to the bone. They screamed frantically in their minds, but their bodies were never able to move, so they could only passively wait for death. Where the hell is this devil? How can acting be so cruel? Living human life died in front of their eyes, and the man said he had entered the heavenly palace. Shen Linxue subconsciously panicked as she looked at the scene in front of her, but Li Xiaoyuan's voice rang out at just the right time. Worthy of being my Dao Tianzuan's disciple, he has learned to cite one example so quickly. With the greatest punishment, the more thoroughly the karmic obstacles are removed. And now, this person has been completely revolutionized and ascended directly into the heavenly palace. Shen Linxue was stunned for a moment, and then her heart secretly rejoiced. I didn't realize that I had a talent for it. At the same time, as the official fell to the ground, a trace of bloodbath aura that was invisible to the naked eye slowly rose, and as it was about to dissipate, it was attracted by Shen Linxue's purgatory floating slaughter body. Blood fury gas into the body is a major taboo for cultivators, but for Shen Linxue, it is a very rare tonic. Master? Noticing the difference, Shen Linxue's eyes showed hesitation, and Li Xiaoyuan opened his mouth at the right time. To transform all beings is a good deed, and to draw people into the heavenly palace is the mission of your special physique. As long as you keep doing so much virtue and good deeds, you will have greater power. But, remember not to forget that with great ability comes great responsibility. Hearing this, Shen Linxue thought deeply, then her eyes gradually became firm and looked at the others in front of her. She was as gentle as ever, and the words that came out of her mouth were creepy. Big brothers of the officials, don't worry, I'll clear your karmic obstacles today so that you can all enter the heavenly palace. This is my mission and your blessing. Subsequently, within the Ling mansion, the sound of heavy hammers descending was more than just that. A group of officials and Ling have long been scared out of their wits, and when they were dying, they left a puddle of filth on the ground. Ding! Detected second apprentice brother Shen Linxue cultivating, triggering a violent attack. Cultivation will be returned 100-fold. Just as Shen Linxue was sending everyone off to the ultimate bliss, an unexpected beep sounded in Li Xiaoyuan's ears. Cultivate? He glanced down at Shen Linxue, who was collecting Antling's corpse, and a flash of delight flashed across his eyes. This second disciple had really given him a big surprise. The purgatory Faust body could enhance itself by killing with bloodbaths, and this was actually considered cultivation. Immediately afterward, a huge amount of spiritual energy rushed in, and Li Xiaoyuan reached out to wipe away the traces, only to feel the smoothness of the spiritual energy breaking through the shackles. Jiedan first weight, Jiedan triple. The cultivation level continued to progress until it stayed at the 9th level of Jiedan, only one step away from Jindan, and this was only part of it. Immediately afterward, in Li Xiaoyuan's mind, the system's beep sounded once again. Detected that second apprentice brother Shen Linxue is comprehending the Jinjian forging technique, triggering a violent attack. 100-fold return. Only in the blink of an eye, Li Xiaoyuan only felt a sudden weight on his body. As a cultivator approaching the Jindan stage, at this point in time, his own cultivation and physique had long since far surpassed that of ordinary people. But at this moment, the growth of the physical body was still far beyond one's imagination. Getting started. Shu Xing, Da Shang. With the gradual increase in enlightenment, the world around him seemed to be frozen in time, as if he had gone through countless years, and his body was gradually stronger as his enlightenment grew. Flesh and blood for iron and stone for immortal gold. In a moment's time, however, Li Xiaoyuan casually waved his arm, and the void in front of him nearly collapsed due to the strength of his physical body. Sacred rank technique. Jingue forging body technique. Great completion. At this moment, Li Xiaoyuan was just standing still, letting the enemy attack. Even a Jindan cultivator would have difficulty breaking the defense. With the Qi Tian stick technique, it was simply a humanoid armored car. The gold content of the system's production is still rising. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing Shen Linxue's long-term teaching mission 1, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Reward, immortal props, ancient witch race essence blood, 7th grade elixir, fury blood elixir. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the reward given by the system for completing the mission and couldn't help but hook his lips into a smile. Then he looked down towards the bottom. At the same time, Shen Linxue also felt the changes in herself. At this moment, her special physique was completely activated, and after the first few days of cultivation, her cultivation at this moment actually jumped up, coming straight to the 7th level of Qi practicing. Such a rapid breakthrough rate. Shen Linxue stood in place. The bottom of her eyes were first stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Finally, I'm able to continue practicing again. After she finished speaking, she faced towards Li Xiaoyuan's direction and knelt down on both knees. Many thanks for the guidance, Master. I am grateful. Li Xiaoyuan smiled and nodded as he heard this, and then extracted the reward he had just received from the system. A bottle contained black blood as deep as obsidian, and one could feel the thickness of this blood just by holding it in one's hand. This is the essence blood of the ancient witch race, and Shen Lingshua's cultivation of the Jingui forging body technique is very compatible, and using it together is twice the result with half the effort. The other pill bottle, however, was full of pills condensed from bloodbane qi, which could feed the purgatory floating body for her when there was no bloodbane qi, accelerating her cultivation. Li Xiaoyuan pondered carefully, then took out a drop of ancient witch essence blood from, urged his spiritual power to stimulate it, and before the blood qi rose, he struck it into Shen Lin Shue's body. The pills were then all handed over to her. They didn't do much for him. After all, he didn't need to cultivate himself. This item will be of great benefit to you. In recent days you should refine it and use it in conjunction with this Dan. Shen Lin Shue heard the words, naturally would not refuse, just a burst of emotion in his heart. Will today's all in the heart. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyuan let out a light laugh and stopped talking, allowing Shen Lin Shue to cultivate in the room. With the assistance of the witch essence blood and the fatal blood Dan. At this time, Shen Lin Shue's cultivation speed was simply astonishingly fast. Within a few moments, there were quite a few epiphanies, and he soon entered a state of meditation. In the meantime, outside the Ling mansion, a drunken, dry, thin man pushed open the door of the mansion askew, and as soon as he entered, he let out a loud shout. Damn! Get out here and fetch me to my room. Dead. Damn! It's flipped. Let's see what I'll do to you when I'm sober tomorrow. This dry and thin man stumbled all the way, bumping everywhere, and soon fell a nose and face dog, and finally very reluctantly touched into the kitchen, lying on the floor full of sewage and fell asleep. Li Xiaoyuan didn't even need to ask, just one look and he knew that this guy was Shen Lin Shue's uncle. Look at this look, is just out of the Flower and Willow Alley. All women's fat smell, a snarky aunt and an uncle who only knows how to spend his time. No need to think much to know that this entire Ling house is gouged out from Shen Lin Shue. But well, Li Xiaoyuan looked at the drunkard and couldn't help but glance at Auntie Ling, who was buried in the flower garden in the courtyard and fed the flowers. The corner of his mouth brought up a light smile. Chapter 48 Greater Good. The morning light fell and the night retreated. Within the bedroom, Shen Lin Shue did not sleep all night, with the bloodbath Dan in his mouth but not swallowing it into his stomach. In accordance with the cultivation method on the Jun Jie forging technique, constantly scrubbing his own flesh and blood meridians with his spiritual power. The bloodbath pill contained too much overbearing bloodbath qi, and even with Shen Lin Shue's special physique, she was unable to refine an entire pill at once, so she could only come up with this next resort. Although it was a bit of a waste of medicinal power, the system rewards were quite generous, and Li Xiaoyuan didn't begrudge the star at all. And, the way Shen Lin Shue cultivates, is even more brutal and cruel, using spiritual power to ruthlessly scrape away a layer inside the body, until there is no longer a piece of good meat on the whole body, and then repair it with spiritual power, over and over and over again. During the process, the blood fury qi was mixed in, gradually strengthening every inch of skin. It hurt, but the feeling of one's own strength progressing minute by minute couldn't help but mesmerize. When the rooster crowed outside the house, Shen Lin Shue happened to have refined an entire elixir, and only then did she shed her eyes. She leaned over and looked downward, but realized that she was now covered in blood. This was a situation she had never encountered before, and when she saw it at this time, she was a bit at a loss for words. Don't panic, disciple. Your physique is like that. Li Xiaoyuan naturally noticed the situation and casually made up a reason. Body, is that what the physique is all about? Shen Lin Shue heard the words, pondered in his heart for a while, but actually did not have the slightest suspicion. After all, Master was the reincarnation of Taoist Heavenly Father, so naturally he wouldn't cheat on her. Besides, even if you cheat, just casually skimming over this kind of thought, Shen Lin Shue cleaned up the bed and couch, and then went to the bathing room with clothes in her arms. At this time, he was stained with blood and dirt, which was not very comfortable after all, so it was better to clean it. Meanwhile, inside the kitchen, Uncle Ling, who had spent the night drunk and soaking in a puddle of filth, then woke up. He frowned and covered his head, the headache from his hangover intensifying as he sobered up. Damn, that dead. She didn't know to help me back to my room to rest. Beat that dog to death sooner or later. He has not yet gotten up. His mouth is a burst of curses. Sitting on the ground for a while, he suddenly realized that he actually sat in a pile of rotten vegetables and waste oil. Suddenly angry face red, followed by a burst of obscenities. Only when his mouth was dry from cursing did he force himself to get up and start looking around the Ling mansion for signs of Auntie Ling. Only, unfortunately, he didn't notice the small slope of yellow mud piled up in the newly turned out flower beds. Instead, the sound of pattering water was heard. In the wash house. This damned, I haven't even bathed yet, but she's done it first." Between the words, his brow furrowed and his face darkened, and he was about to kick in the door right then and there. However, he suddenly noticed that next to the bathing room, the door to Shen Lingshue's room was wide open. Uncle Ling froze, then snapped back to his senses. That Stinky doesn't like to be clean. She takes a bath days apart, so how can she be so diligent and take a bath in the morning? Can't it be, it's that girl Shen Lingxue? As soon as this thought came out, Uncle Ling only felt his heart leak a few beats, and a flash of joy appeared on his face. Back then, Shen Lingshue's parents died of a vicious disease, and under the guise of raising them, he and that Stinking moved into the prestigious Ling residence to take over the nest. Originally, he was prepared to drive Ling Shueli Shen Lingxue out of the Ling mansion after he secretly appropriated Shen Lingshue's family fortune, but I did not expect. The more this girl grows up, posture is more and more moving. Even he cannot help but give birth to some misbehavior of the heart. Especially, that dead has been eating and squandering ever since she entered Ling's mansion, growing more and more bladdered, and she herself has long since lost interest in her. If it wasn't for that Stinking keeping an eye on him, he would have. He thought that as long as he was still in the mansion, he would have the chance to get his hands on her sooner or later, but he didn't expect that she would enter the purple heavenly palace and become a fairy, so he would have no chance at all. Originally, with the assets of the Ling family, he had been spending his time outside. Today back, but also just heard Shen Lingxue was removed from the purple palace, but also abolished the cultivation, and now has no difference with normal people. Here's your chance, right? Uncle Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his eyes narrowing as he swallowed and couldn't help but rub his hands together. It just so happens that that dead isn't here today, so hey, it's also finally time for me to enjoy myself. After saying that, Uncle Ling reached out his hand to push the door, and deliberately shouted loudly under his breath, "Who? Taking a bath in the washhouse in the morning?" As he said that, his gaze moved slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation, and a fragrant scene was already floating in his mind. Just as his hand neared the door, it creaked open before he did. Uncle Ling's face stiffened and he couldn't help but look up, only to see the neatly dressed Shen Lingxue standing in front of him, and he, who was already slightly stooped, was like a midget in front of Shen Lingxue at this moment. "Uncle Ling, what are you doing here?" Shen Lingxue frowned slightly, her eyes full of suspicion as she stared at Uncle Ling in front of her, cultivating the Jinggue forging skill and activating his own purgatory floating body. At this moment, Shen Lingxue herself did not even realize that a trace of imperceptible baleful aura had already appeared on her body. Although not visible to the naked eye, it will not make people angry, and in the bottom of the heart will rise a kind of dare not look at, dare not confront the feeling. Uncle Ling was already weak-minded, and when he met Shen Lingxue's eyes, his heart was suddenly shocked, but then, he quickly reacted again. Today Shen Lingxue was no longer the original fairy of the purple heavenly palace, so what was he afraid of her for? And so, evil was born. "Oh, what are you asking me for? What else am I going to do here?" Uncle Ling let out a cold laugh. Although his figure was stooped, but after all, he was a man. In terms of physical fitness, he was born to be superior to women. With his hands outstretched, he was about to push Shen Lingxue straight into the bathing room, his mind already floating with thoughts. However, he lashed out, but it felt as if he had hit a piece of iron plate, touching above Shen Lingxue's 5 fingers first, and a sharp pain immediately came. Ouch! Uncle Ling let out a scream, and a look of pain immediately appeared on his face. Shen Lingxue was first bewildered for a moment, and then felt that the scene in front of her was exceptionally familiar. She then heard Li Xiuyuan's voice. "Disciple, now that your aunt has entered the heavenly palace, but your uncle is still suffering in the mortal world, can you bear to see your uncle suffer in purgatory in the future?" Hearing this, Shen Lingxue nodded slightly, no more words, reached out and turned out 2 hammers out of thin air. Above the hammers entwined with heavenly thunder and earthly fire, reflecting Shen Lingxue's slightly smiling pretty face. "Ah ha ha ha." The screams echoed in the sky above the Ling mansion, and Li Xiuyuan hovered in midair and waved his hand calmly, then isolated all the sounds within this mansion. After this, there was only one thing left to do next. Chapter 49 Master and Disciple both breakthrough. Phew! After Uncle Ling was smashed to death, Shen Lingxue absorbed all the blood mist emanating from his body, gradually enter a state of metaphysics. These baneful qi, through the meridians, eventually came to the dantian. The place had been filled with blood mist, which then completely merged into her dantian. Strength also began to climb at this moment. After a rushing fierce aura erupted around her, a wild wind stirred away with it. 9th level of qi refining. Breakthrough. Shen Lingxue felt the increase in strength, and her eyes were filled with unbelief. Ding! Detected second apprentice brother Shen Lingxue's cultivation breakthrough, triggering a storm. Cultivation 100 times. After seeing his disciple's breakthrough, Li Xiaoyuan received a message from the system before he could congratulate him. Within the dantian, the original pigeon egg-sized, fluorescence-covered gray dan had already tended to become full. On top of the surface, there was even a golden text flowing. Only this golden text had not yet been formed. Sometimes clear, sometimes unreal. One moment it gets bigger, the next smaller, as if there is a new life being nurtured by it. Eventually a crack appeared on it, and after the crack appeared, it began to frantically absorb the aura in Li Xiaoyuan's body, and at this moment it felt like it was going to be drained by it. Buzz! After the dantian let out a buzzing sound, a barrier emitting a brilliant golden light was formed on the originally grayish dan. This golden light dazzled and penetrated the Jindan, causing his Jindan to become solidified. Eventually everything fell into place and his Jindan had been formed. I actually broke through to Jindan in one sentence. This second disciple was really able to surprise himself, while others had to dive into cultivation. She only needed to keep killing. After his cultivation broke through to Jindan, he felt that his divine sense was even stronger. The originally thin aura within that body turned into a vast lake at this moment. The 8 odd meridians are the diversions, and the dantian is the root of that vastness. Closing his eyes, he felt the rotation of the golden dan in his dantian. At this moment, he felt like he could control this piece of heaven and earth just by raising his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Jindan strength. The system specially sends 100 consecutive draws. The bottom line is that you can win a great technique once. What? What's this? 10 consecutive draws he did try. The probability of being able to win the artifact can only be in tiers. 100 consecutive draws. You can have guaranteed feats to give away. You can try. Ding! The host spends 10,000 points of evil value for 100 consecutive draws. Reward reading in progress. 100 consecutive draws was the first time he had tried it. I just don't know how many times that 100 times guarantee will work. Spirit Gathering Pill. Transformation Experience Card, Half Hour, *2. Unparalleled Technique, Battle Soul Unparalleled Technique. Battle Soul Unparalleled Technique requires the condensation of the battle soul. The stronger the soul body, the more intense the inspired potential, need to endure the pain of peeling skin and cutting bones, before it can be cultivated. In total, it is divided into 9 weights, practiced to great success. The battle soul is peerless, within the same realm will be invincible, can cross the level of a battle without defeat. Battle Spirit Peerless Decision? Isn't this for this cute little disciple of his? After seeing this reward, Li Xiaoyuan had no interest in the other rewards. All that flashed out was white light anyway, and it wasn't even worth paying attention to anymore. Master, I've broken through. Just as Li Xiaoyuan was gloating, Shen Linxue came back from the surprise of her breakthrough and was so happy that she was on the verge of jumping up and down. Not bad. The children are teachable. Li Xiaoyuan nodded his head in a profound manner, and then with a wave of his hand, he threw the gongfu he had just obtained to Shen Linxue. Master, this is. Shen Linxue received the gongfu with both hands and didn't rush to look at it, but first looked respectfully at her master. This is a reward for you from your master. In the future, you dive into your cultivation, combined with your physique. It can help you. Li Xiaoyuan didn't explain too much to her, but instead spoke gently. Thank you, master. Shen Linxue knelt down and kowtowed, a pretty face full of respect. At this moment, she just regarded Li Xiaoyuan as her regenerative parent. Originally, she had already become an invalid and was hopeless in this life. After worshipping Li Xiaoyuan, not only did he teach her the supreme technique, it also helped her realize the true meaning of life, which was beyond the realm of master. You keep all of these as well. It'll save your life when it matters, Li Xiaoyuan said, and handed her all the treasures he had just drawn. Some more. This includes the maze of sand that can be used. Master, the disciple, is deserving of it. Shen Linxue looked at the various treasures he gave and was somewhat flattered. It was reasonable to say that only disciples would be rewarded by their masters when they had accomplished something, or made some kind of contribution. This is as it should be, and it was the same in the purple heavenly palace before. This is for the master to reward you as he remembers you diving upwards. Take it. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiaoyuan flung these treasures towards her side. Thank you, master. Only then did Shen Linxue put it all away. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Live up to master's teachings. Master, disciple has a matter that is a bit confusing. I also ask for master's help in solving the confusion. Shen Linxue's words turned, and a look of gravity appeared on her pretty face. Oh, what is it? Li Xiaoyuan revealed a few moments of surprise and placed his gaze on her. Master, disciple has noticed that my body has an extremely heavy aura. If this goes on, will it affect my cultivation? Shen Linxue's pair of innocent eyes looked at Li Xiaoyuan. Apprentice, it's all because of this hurdle in your heart that you haven't gotten out of yet. Do you know? Sentient beings are foolish, not knowing that we are to help them, to go to Elysium. The killings you perform may seem very brutal, but they are actually the fulfillment of these mortals. As Li Xiaoyuan spoke, there was a vast aura surging around his body. You're doing this. It's all in defense of the world. This is accumulating virtue and doing good. It's accumulating good karma for you to enter the heavenly court. Shen Linxue sniffed, a trace of confusion still in her eyes. Master, then I won't lose control because of this, right? It won't. The gongfu that Master has given you is the one that will dissolve all this negative karma. As long as you cultivate with dedication, you will be able to harness this power in the future. As Li Xiaoyuan spoke, his expression followed suit. At that time, you will be able to become the great Tao. Many thanks for the Master's teachings. I understand. After hearing his words, the confusion in Shen Linxue's eyes subsided. Respectfully kneeling on the ground, he kowtowed 3 times. Remember, what we do, it is to enlighten these foolish people. Let them suffer less from the hard work of the human world. Go and enjoy the true beauty of the heavenly palace soon. It's too late for them to be grateful to us, won't resent us. Li Xiaoyuan naturally knew what was going on in her mind and added one last sentence. Master, I'll remember that. At this time, Shen Linxue's eyes were filled with reverence. There was no doubt about Li Xiaoyuan's words. Good. The children are teachable. Follow me. Chapter 50. Don't misunderstand me. Everyone, I'm here to enlighten you all. Li Xiaoyuan then led Shen Linxue away to the backyard. You should feel at ease and cultivate this set of gongfu. When the time is ripe, Master will take you to another place. Yes, Master. After Shen Linxue agreed, she stayed in the courtyard and began to cultivate the battle soul peerless skill. Li Xiaoyuan, on the other hand, went to the marketplace to hang out. Toward evening, simply went to the garden, ordered pastries and tea, and began to listen to the opera. Ding! Detected second apprentice brother Shen Linxue cultivating, gained double his cultivation. As he lay down and closed his eyes, he felt the aura surging within him. It simply flowed on its own without him having to run it. His cultivation began to advance towards the first level of Jindan. Ding! Detected that second apprentice brother Shen Linxue was sensing the battle soul unparalleled technique, triggering a violent attack, 100-fold return. Immediately afterward, he felt his body jolt. A monstrous battle intent caused a biting aura to emanate from around him. The tea table in front of him was shaken and overturned. Drawing a couple of fellows, they came over to help reposition it and refill his warm tea. At this moment, he felt his battle spirit start to throb. As the stage finished its song, Li Xiaoyuan's battle spirit had already awakened. The monstrous battle intent made his entire body feel like he was looking for a good fight. Immediately following that, his battle spirit continued to grow stronger and finally condensed into shape. Behind him, there was a battle spirit exactly like his main body, the battle soul unparalleled technique, and the feats were beginning to progress as well. From a little bit of success to a peek at the door, all the way up to the driver's seat. As time passed, he was completely immersed in the state of cultivating his senses, and everything around him seemed to have lost contact with him. When another song was sung on the stage, Li Xiaoyuan's supreme technique, the battle soul unparalleled skill, had been greatly completed. Ding! Detecting that the second disciple is practicing intensively, triggering a violent attack, 20 times the amount of cultivation is returned. Ding! Detecting an increase in second apprentice's gnosis, trigger the storm, cultivation is returned 100-fold. The cultivation and realization of this gongfu could also be considered cultivation? Not bad, not bad. Li Xiaoyuan had a burst of dark pleasure. Feeling his battle soul, which had become a great success, he was even smiling. As Shen Linxue kept cultivating, his strength rose. The aura kept pouring into him as if it didn't want money. Jindan 1, Jindan 2, Jindan triple. Stopped? Is it because of increased strength and increased demand? Li Xiaoyuan felt something strange and whirled around to sit up, dropping a lower-grade spirit stone on the table. He then shifted his body. Suddenly it disappears. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the Ling mansion. When he saw Shen Linxue again, he found that she had already broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm. 9th level of Foundation Establishment strength? He was slightly surprised as he looked at Shen Linxue, who had just made a breakthrough. It was worthy of being the purgatory floating body. After killing someone, it was able to make breakthroughs one after another with its baneful aura. You've really picked yourself up this time, Master. Shen Linxue's strength had increased, and she was already able to feel the appearance of her master. Good disciple. It seems that Master didn't teach you in vain. A breakthrough so soon. With a pair of eyes, Li Xiaoyuan looked at the disciple in front of him very appreciatively and praised him repeatedly. It's all because Master taught me well. Shen Linxue was grateful to him, completely devoid of pride. When Li Xiaoyuan saw this, his heart burst with slander. Silly apprentice, it's because you're too honest that you're being bullied, to be manipulated as if they were playthings. Disciple brother, come with Master. After Li Xiaoyuan came back to his senses, he did not delay any longer. Turning around, he brought Shen Lingxue to leave the Ling mansion. Master, are we going back to the clan? Shen Lingxue was a bit curious. What great clan did Master come from that would have such strength? No, let's go to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Li Yuan shook his head, then placed a pair of kind eyes on Shen Lingxue. Apprentice, do you know what we need to go and do? Do what? Shen Lingxue met his gaze after hearing his words and fell into deep thought. Li Yuan also did not remind, just looked at her silently like this, quietly waiting for her answer. Degree them. After a long time, a pair of Shen Lingxue's eyes revealed a radiant bright light. Good, let's go. Li Yuan let out a laugh, then turned around and set off with Shen Lingxue. Purple Heavenly Palace. At the foot of the mountain, the lights are on. Above the lintel at the bottom of the hill, there was also red silk. Apparently there was some kind of celebration going on, and at this moment, Li Yuan and Shen Lingxue had already arrived at the door. Apprentice, you go. Master will wait for you. Li Yuan waved his hand at her and eyed her up the hill, and only after he saw Shen Lingxue enter the door did he conceal his figure and tail up. Shen Lingxue's reappearance in the sect drew many disciples to point out to him. Yo, isn't this eldest senior sister? How come you still have the nerve to come back? It's hard to believe that it's here to congratulate little sister? Eldest sister, you mustn't cause any trouble. Today is the day that junior sister will be enthroned as a holy maiden. The crowd of brothers and sisters, seeing Shen Lingxue, couldn't help but begin to be wary. Holy maiden? When Shen Lingxue heard these two words, she couldn't help but stop and think about it. When the Purple Heaven Palace Patriarch, didn't he promise to give himself the identity of the holy maiden? But it doesn't matter. It was enough for himself now that he had his master. All this mojo, let him go. Hey, don't think we can do whatever we want just because we've been favored by you. Not bad. You are no longer a member of our Purple Heavenly Palace now. Get out. Right. Immediately. Get out. She didn't listen to the crowd, which enraged those people. One by one, they came forward and soon blocked her path. Stop. It was also at this moment that an exceptionally handsome youth with clear eyebrows stepped forward and blocked her path. Junior brother? You're here to greet senior sister? Shen Lingxue saw his usual favorite junior apprentice brother appear. The look finally moved. Senior sister. In vain. I still respect you on a regular basis. I didn't expect that on this big day. You would actually come back to look for trouble. The youngest master stalked his neck and stared at her intensely in anger. Senior brother, you've misunderstood. Senior sister didn't come back just to look for trouble. Senior sister came back this time. It's to help you. Shen Lingxue smiled brightly at her little senior brother. And then, like before, she even pinched his face. Get lost. Don't be a jerk. You are jealous of your senior sister being favored. You snake woman. As soon as he flung her hand away, the young master directly drew his sword. Within 3 sucks. Get out of here. Spare you from death, or else suffer the consequences. Yeah, get out. You're not welcome. Shame on you. You've been expelled from the clan and you still have the face to come. There were his words, and they immediately resonated with the surrounding brothers and sisters. Oops, you've all really misunderstood. I'm not here to cause trouble or be jealous of anyone. Shen Lingxue got a little anxious and directly pulled out her blazing purple electricity hammer. I'm here to destabilize you. Chapter 51, she's already possessed. What are you doing? This is no place for you to be wild. Put away your weapons. Get out. Bold. Is the Purple Heaven Palace not a place for you to act wildly? The disciples saw this and drove her out of the sect. Shen Lingxue, don't you dare mess around. Junior brother looked at her angrily. Don't think that people will sympathize with you just because you took care of us in the past. You have violated the rules of the sect. Master personally expelled you from the sect. You are no longer a member of our Purple Palace. His words caused Shen Lingxue's eyes to flash with gravity. His heart was dripping blood as he looked at his favorite junior brother in front of him, who was so mean to himself. Apprentice, you see, they're all larded up in the world. If you don't incarnate them now, you are harming them. Li Yuan then hid in the shadows, using these vivid examples to warn Shen Lingxue. Don't you love him the most? Can you bear to see him go astray and not be able to go to heaven? Junior brother, you're already hopeless, but it doesn't matter. Senior sister has a way to bring you back to the right path. Shen Lingxue's mind, which was still entangled, was enlightened after listening to Li Yuan's words. You go and explore the way for your brothers and sisters first. The heavenly court is a wonderful place. As she spoke, the violet-red double hammers in her hands had already erupted with the power of a thunderbolt. This majestic aura caused the surrounding masters and brothers to turn pale. Unbridled. Quickly, strike out together. Stop her. There were already disciples who sensed something bad and wanted to move to stop Shen Lingxue. However, it was already too late. Shen Linshua's purple and red double hammers had already triggered the heaven and earth anomalies within a dozen feet of this place. After her strength had increased, above these twin hammers, a purple auger dragon of more than a foot had begun to surge. Go on! Shen Linshue eventually wielded her twin hammers and ruthlessly smashed into her junior apprentice brother. That one lightning auger, snaking and circling, formed a spiritual power net. While enveloping the youngest senior brother, it was also able to block out the senior brothers who came over to help. Shen Linshue, you're crazy! Stop! Sister! I was wrong! Spare my life! At first, junior brother thought that Shen Linshue was joking with herself. Even after watching her do it, they were still calling her by her first name. Only after watching the hammer only inches away from his face did he begin to beg for mercy. At this point, he was already scared out of his wits, but it was too late. Bang! With a loud bang came. A face that had been so clear-eyed was instantly hammered. The whole person was even smashed into mud and lay on the ground. Red, white, and yellow ground flowed all over the place. The stench made the division avoid it from a distance, and a path of baleful chi visible to the naked eye on that ground began to fly toward Shen Linshue. Her eyes were tightly closed, enjoying the feeling of the fury entering her body very much. Nicely done. This way, he breaks through the shackles directly. Good apprentice. You are helping them. They will surely be grateful to you now. Li Xiaoyuan similarly felt the increase in cultivation, so he praised her some more. Master is right. This is my mission. Gradually, the eyes opened. It didn't affect her mind because of the fury, but made her more determined. She is possessed. It's a demon. Everyone be careful. Master was right to expel her. Surely not my kind. A group of brothers and sisters were on guard. Look at the category in front of you and point. Shen Linshue, you stop. Right at this moment, senior sister Lu came hurriedly from the crowd. Today, she is dressed in brocade and flowing with color, especially that long brocade robe. There is also heaven and earth aura following the surge between the wandering. Obviously not a mortal product. Standing here, it was like a crane standing above the others, with those picturesque eyebrows that dimmed the surrounding senior sisters. She stood and gave a glimpse of holiness, and Shen Linshue, who was standing opposite her, had a fierce look on her face. This is your little senior sister, isn't it? It's a shame that such a lovely person doesn't go to the heavenly court. Let her be reunited with her youngest brother. Li Xiaoyuan watched as senior sister Lu came over and said again in succession, look at her costume. She has been blinded by all this vanity of the world. It's necessary to make her recognize reality. Only then can she be liberated. Senior sister, you came just in time. I was just about to go look for you. When Shen Linshue saw that it was senior sister Lu who had arrived, a look of delight appeared on her pretty face. Master has already expelled you. What are you still doing here? Senior sister Lu had a pair of eyes that stared at her warily. I see. You're not here to steal the holy maiden from me, are you? To tell you the truth, there was no intention to make you a saintess from the beginning. You've got to give up. TSK, 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 have been very sick. Apprentice, enlighten her. Let her see reality as early as possible. Get relief. Li Xiaoyuan sighed and shook his head repeatedly. A holy woman? I don't have that idea either. Don't misunderstand. Senior sister, I have more important things to do. This matter will allow everyone to follow in the enjoyment of Elysium. Shen Linshue first shook her head, then placed a pair of sincere eyes on the crowd present. Please believe me. Humph, you're really good at joking. You talk about enjoying Elysium. Is that what he's like? Senior sister Lu gave a mocking cry, stretching out her slender jade finger to point at the rotten mud on the ground. You were wasted that day, holding a grudge. It's clear that you've come to take revenge. Brothers and sisters, let's drive her out together. Get out. You're not welcome. A group of brothers and sisters, responding to her call, began to drive Shen Linshue away. However, since the beginning, there was not a single person who dared to come up and drive her away. After the bloody scene just now, no one wants to be smashed by her. No, my mission has just begun. I will not leave you. You need me. I need you all too. Shen Linshue resolutely shook her head, revealing a look of seriousness. Senior sister, normally, senior sister loves you the most. Since you're here too, well, let's start with you then. Don't worry, elder sister strikes hard. You won't feel a thing. It's like a dream. When you wake up, then you'll be thankful to senior sister. Fart. After her speech, a cold shout came from behind the crowd. Senior, eldest brother, someone can clean up this demon. The crowd sighed darkly when they saw that it was eldest brother who had arrived. Senior brother, you came just in time. Junior brother was smashed to death by him, and he even claimed that it was all for our good. Seeing that the backer had arrived, senior sister Lu hurriedly pulled him over and pointed at Shen Linshue. This witch has gone off the deep end. This is typical of not seeing the self clearly. It's obvious that they're the ones who are possessed, but instead they're saying that you're possessed. Apprentice, explain to them what you have come for. Enlighten them. Li Xiaoyuan had been at her left and right, secretly reminding her. You are helping to free them. I didn't go off the deep end. You guys don't misunderstand. Shen Linxue shook her head repeatedly, then looked at eldest senior brother with a serious face. I'm here to enlighten you. We have been living in a wrong world all along. Now, I'm going to send you all to the world that Master said you should go to. That's where you'll end up. Ridiculous. Eldest senior brother snorted coldly and reached out to point at Shen Linxue. That day, Master had good intentions. It only abolished you. I didn't expect you to fall into the devil's path. Today, I'll take the place of my master. Kill you. To end this injustice. After finishing a sentence, the long sword in his hand was already sheathed. A biting aura stirred with it. Buzz, accompanied by a sword roar. The Shen sword had run to stab at Shen Linxue's throat. Purple sky sword technique. Elder brother's strike is a masterstroke. This witch is going down. The surrounding masters and brothers saw the sword thrust out with monstrous sword intent. One cannot help but sigh darkly. Some people had already closed their eyes, not wanting to see Shen Linxue's miserable condition. Those who were struck by the purple heavenly sword ended up no better than this junior brother. Dang! However, something unexpected happened to everyone. There was just a metallic clanging sound coming from it, and there was no smell of blood coming from it. As the crowd glanced sideways, they saw that Shen Linxue had already used the purple hammer in her hand to block her eldest brother's sword. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't help. My turn. Chapter 52, Blood is shed in rivers, and one heart is set on seeing you through to the path. Long rainbow sword. Eldest brother saw that he couldn't stab out with his sword. He felt uneasy, so he opened his mouth and bit the tip of his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood into the Shen sword in his hand. It was ready to stab at Shen Linxue again. Disciple, Master has to say a few words about you. Why bother to still keep your hand? They've all become demons, trapped by the world. Only you can free them. Li Xiaoyuan had long since seen that she still had an intolerant heart. Think about the day you were expelled from the master's school by them, abolished your gongfu. What else do you want this miserable situation to happen? Why don't you enlighten them? Let them see reality earlier. Master, disciple understands. Shen Linxue's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. In plain sight, her other hammer moved. It's simply raising your arm and dropping it on target. You'll be able to meet with junior brother soon. Getting it together. Don't even thank me. It's all I'm supposed to do. Shen Linxue revealed a harmless appearance to come, smilingly dropping her own hammer. Dang! It had been directly smashing the Shen sword. Bang! Put! Followed closely by the sound of howling skulls, and finally the sound of a head being smashed in. From the beginning to the end, Shen Linxue hadn't used any divine ability feats. It's like a child playing house, swinging a hammer at someone. The big brother who had just been strutting his stuff was now missing his head and a piece of his upper body. It was slightly stronger than the youngest brother. She killed the eldest brother? A heavenly pride of my generation. Just killed? Killed a witch. Right. Avenge eldest brother. After the crowd reacted with hindsight, a pair of blood-red eyes, as if they were staring at their prey, regarded Shen Linxue as a witch. Dang. Swish. Immediately afterward, there were those who were the first to react and began to make their moves. Witch, take your life. A youth at the head of the group was holding a two-handed sword. The sword chi turned into a pike and whistled. The target was none other than Shen Linxue's head. Apprentice, don't hesitate. Do it. These people are hopeless. Use your strongest moves. Transform them. Spare them the pain. Li Xiaoyuan didn't mean to help, but instead just let her do it. Senior, your kung fu has grown, but it's not enough. Senior sister is helping you guys. Why don't you all listen? Shen Linxue's eyes revealed a resolute color after his words. The hammer has fallen with a mouthful of words. Bang! With a sound, the youth was beaten into a bloody mist. Immediately following that, the baleful chi in his body transformed into wisps as if it was being tugged. It merged into Shen Linxue's body. In doing so, her aura was enhanced by a few more points. Which, in this flash of lightning, two more people swung their swords to slash. Bang! Shen Linxue watched as they teamed up to attack themselves. A look of disappointment on her face. I'm all for your sake. Why can't you figure it out? In the end, isn't it all the same? Chanting with his mouth, the purple hammer had already bent the longsword in those two men's hands. The tip of the hammer just lightly grazed both men's chests. The skin was instantly broken on his chest. The two baneful chi were absorbed by Shen Linxue in the blink of an eye. I'll fight you. Together. Seeing that she had killed her eyes, the crowd screamed and rushed forward. Dang. Pop. Put. The sound of weapons clashing was unrelenting. The fighting is getting more and more grueling. The twin hammers in her hands were incredibly powerful. Rubbed on and up. Knocked off and dead. That reddish baleful aura was absorbed by Shen Linxue as much as possible. While this side was fighting in the dark, Li Xiaoyuan was enjoying the hunting moment outside the crowd. Ding! Shen Linxue, the second disciple, killed in all directions in the sect, using every move to defeat the enemy. The disciples of the clan are being killed in a horrible way. The behavior is extremely bad. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Teaching excellence. Receive a reward of 10,000 bad acts value based on completion. Let Shen Linxue finish her mission as soon as possible. Li Xiaoyuan couldn't help but smile as he listened to the system's prompt. The bad act value that was just spent was earned back so quickly. It's a real snooze with a pillow. Detected second disciple, Shen Linxue, enhancing the purgatory Faust body, triggering a violent attack. The cultivation will be returned 100-fold. At this moment, it felt like the strength was starting to skyrocket again. Jindan 4, Jindan 5, stopped? Li Xiaoyuan had just made preparations for his strength to break through to the peak of Jindan when his cultivation enhancement came to an abrupt end. Good disciple, don't fight hard, and use the treasure that master gave you. We have to use our brains to degree them and not wear ourselves out. Li Xiaoyuan felt Shen Linxue's breath weaken and knew that she had used too much brute force, so he reminded her to use the props he had given her. And at this time, Shen Linxue was indeed as he thought, breathing heavily, on his body and face, and on his weapon. There was sticky blood everywhere, and within a dozen feet of her feet, corpses were everywhere. The blood stained the ground red, but there was not a single gasp from anyone lying on the ground. It died out a long time ago. Shen Linxue didn't care about her image, wiping the blood on her face with her shirt, and then set her eyes on the distant, already frightened and disoriented senior sister Lu. Senior sister, why didn't you go up just now? Don't you want to be transformed with them? Shen Linxue came back to her senses and questioned while walking towards senior sister Lu. You are a devil, not a human being. Senior sister Lu wanted to escape, but she realized that her legs were no longer at her disposal. It's as soft as cooked spaghetti. Those normally arrogant eyes watched Shen Linxue walk over step by step. It left her paralyzed on the floor, her delicate body wobbling. It's like sifting through chaff. She is your heart demon. Transform her. You can kill two birds with one stone. Li Xiaoyuan narrowed his eyes as he looked at senior sister Lu and reminded in a deep voice. Shen Linxue nodded at Li Xiaoyuan behind her before walking forward again. Stay back. Spare me. I know I'm wrong. Senior sister Lu looked at her as she stood in front of her and admitted her mistake while taking off her brocade robe. This is for you. I don't want it. Senior sister. A large crowd. How ugly for you to take off your clothes. Put it on. Shen Linxue waved her hand, letting her get dressed. After you are dispensed with, in case you are encountered by your masters and brothers, how are you going to explain? Sister, I don't want to die. Don't you kill me. No matter how much Shen Linxue tried to persuade her, senior sister Lu was as if she had lost her soul, couldn't even listen to what she had to say. One eye became hollow and murmured, alas, master is right. It seems that you guys are really hopeless. I've made it so clear, and you still don't get it. Shen Linxue let out a long sigh, revealing a look of disappointment. Senior sister, don't you worry. Soon you will understand senior sister's good intentions. Eventually, she decided to do it. The only way to know your true heart is to free her quickly. Shen Linxue, this is the holy maiden of our Violet Sky Palace. Can't kill her. Release her. Otherwise master won't let you go. All around, there were a few lucky ones who had ducked out early, but now that he saw that she was going to make a move to kill the holy maiden, he couldn't sit still either. They rushed out to remind her to stop. It seems you guys really don't get it. Shen Linxue looked at the crowd with a look of anxiety, and the color of disappointment on her pretty face intensified. Why can't anyone understand themselves? It is clear that they are being enlightened, but instead they are all so resentful of themselves. But it's okay. The master has said so. They'll definitely appreciate themselves when they learn the truth in time. Ah, don't kill me. After she had turned her thoughts, the purple hammer had already fallen against senior sister Lu's heavenly aura. Chapter 53, angrily beheading the holy maiden. Stop. Damn it. Someone stop this devil. The disciples of the Purple Heaven Palace wanted to go to the rescue. However, they were no match for her. Apprentice, well done. Don't feel any guilt. You did everything right. Seeing that she was about to do it, Li Xiaoyuan didn't forget to encourage her from the sidelines. And at that moment, Shen Linxue's double hammers had already fallen. Put, an explosion of blood and flesh being smashed came. Everyone was afraid to look at the misery in front of them. Shen Linxue seemed to be venting her anger as if she was directly smashing senior sister Lu's entire body into mush. As she retracted her hammer, a blood-colored stamen appeared on the ground. The blood became the petals of the flower, and that mush of flesh became the stamens to be picked and admired. Master, I did it! Shen Linxue was overjoyed. After she absorbed senior sister Lu's fury chi, those eyes flashed out inches of blood. It's the result of too much fury. Anyone else would have gone off the deep end. However, Shen Linxue was born with a purgatory floating body, and these things were harmful to others. when it came to her, it became a great tonic instead. Good disciple. Your heart demon has been removed. Master is also happy for you. Li Xiujian nodded and suppressed his inner excitement. However, this is not enough. You still have a long way to go. My disciple honors my master's teachings. Shen Linxue nodded her head vigorously, and her entire body revealed a look of relief. With his eyes looking at the senior brothers present, he slowly walked towards a disciple who had just kept cursing himself to follow him. What are you doing? Stay back. At this moment, this disciple who had just been having a good time wanted to escape. However, the more anxious he was, the more he couldn't move. The legs felt like they were being twisted and couldn't be moved. Senior, don't you be afraid. Senior's sister will be measured in her hand. It won't make you suffer. Go meet with your brothers and sisters. They're all waiting, Shen Linxue said, and a hammer blasted down. This disciple didn't say another word from the beginning to the end before his skull was smashed. And at this moment, Shen Linxue was covered in blood. It was like a demonic cultivator, especially with a pair of crimson eyes. It was more like an evil spirit that had just come out of hell. Looking around at the senior brothers and sisters, it was like a ferocious beast in the mountains, seeing its prey. The hunt is on again. Sinner, don't stop. And just as the crowd was alarmed, a majestic voice came from between the agora on the mountain. Immediately following, an old man with flying swords on his feet and an immortal style swept in. Li Xiujuan was also attracted by the voice and looked over in a smooth manner. Ha! Isn't this her master, the sovereign of the purple heavenly palace? Apprentice, your greatest karma has come. This is the last barrier to your entry into the Tao. Only by killing him, only then can you use your own Tao to mend the heavenly Tao, and he will go to the immortal world. He'll be grateful to you. Li Xiujuan was worried that Shen Linxue would not be able to pass this hurdle, so he took the first step before her master descended from the mountain. Let this master of yours be completely relieved. Let the pain in the skin and flesh of his body dissipate completely. Early attainment of ultimate bliss. Yes, master. Disciple honors the teachings. Shen Linxue's face was respectful, and her eyes were beginning to turn clear. Eyes forward. He waited for this former master to come down and come face to face with him. Shoo! In the blink of an eye, her master came to her. On your knees. The patriarch of the Violet Sky Palace looked at Shen Linxue with crossed eyebrows and a long face as usual. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Obsolete. I'll erase you with my own hands. Master, you're finally here. It's just you. The apprentice begs you for one thing. Will you let me kill you? Only by killing you. Only then can I send you to the immortal world. That's a good place for us cultivators to aspire to. Shen Linxue did not show the slightest bit of timidity in the face of her master's rebuke. Instead, they said this. At the same time, that pair of eyes, staring intently at the master, revealed a look of persuasion. Master, the world is evil. Turning back is the shore. Fulfill the disciple. Every move she made revealed a vast aura of righteousness. Especially that austere aura was like a long rainbow. Carry out this part of the world where she is. The Violet Sky Palace patriarch looked at the righteous Shen Linxue and began to mutter in his heart. Could it be that she knows something? It can't be, can it? Master, kill her. Don't talk to her. She's a devil, killing so many of our masters and brothers. Just as the master was disturbed in his mind, the surrounding brothers and sisters began to come forward. They thought that the master was thinking of old friendships and didn't want to do anything. Apprentice, it seems they are all deeply victimized, completely unaware of the beauty of the immortal world. The little one doesn't have to worry about it first. Catch the thief first. Kill him. It's your merit on the great Tao. Li Xiujuan was on the side, looking at the Violet Sky Palace patriarch in front of him. On the surface, he looked immortal and pleasant, but what it was like inside, he knew exactly. Master, I'll be right there. Shen Linxue and Li Xiujuan conversed. It caused the Purple Heaven Palace patriarch to misunderstand. You are also worthy of calling me master. Having a disciple like you is the old man's greatest shame. Master, disciple knows you've been tainted by the world, but it's okay. These prejudices of yours, after disciple sends you to the immortal realm, you will understand. Shen Linxue's eyes were filled with naivety, and she was convinced of Li Xiujuan's words. Apprentice, you are no match for him, but master has given you what you need to kill him. Remember, as long as you can achieve your goal, the process doesn't matter. If you dwell on the process, you'll be bound for life. Li Xiujuan was afraid that his beloved disciple would be foolish and not know how to use a concealed weapon. After Shen Linxue heard his words, her mind turned electrically. With a flick of his sleeve, the misty barrier sand fell into his palm. Good. Yes, truly a rebellious disciple of the old man. In that case, then old me will set your bones to ashes today. The patriarch of the Violet Sky Palace said yes in succession, and after one sentence, the Shen sword in his hand was sheathed. Song. After a sound, a green-colored sword chi ran towards Shen Linxue and whistled. That biting sword chi cut through the void between the two. it coalesced into a pike and fell mercilessly. Dang! Shen Linxue was also not willing to show weakness, and blocked the sword chi with a deadly hammer. There was a harsh metallic clang. Immediately following that, the sledgehammer in her left hand smashed towards the chest of the Violet Sky Palace sovereign. Phew! The sound of breaking wind whistled. Before the hammer even fell, a dull sensation made the Violet Sky Palace patriarch feel a palpitation. Surprised, he didn't forget to dodge back and forth, eventually bursting out before being smashed. Good, you deceitful and rebellious disciple. You dare to make a move against your master. The patriarch of the Violet Sky Palace had just narrowly escaped being smashed, sweating for himself. Master, you're wrong. Disciple is not making a move on you. I'm incarnating you to the immortal realm. Shen Linxue saw that the patriarch of the Purple Heavenly Palace misunderstood herself. Instead of being discouraged, it strengthened her resolve. The strikes were even more severe. After a sentence, swing the double hammers. With the inertia of the twin hammers, he accelerated his speed. In just the instant of a breath, he had already arrived in front of the Violet Sky Palace patriarch's eyes. Battle Soul Technique. She was only a stone's throw away from the patriarch of the Violet Sky Palace before she roared out in anger. As she roared, a shadow appeared above her petite body. This shadow, which had just coalesced into shape, exuded a majestic pressure. Chapter 54, Killing the Sovereign of the Purple Heaven Palace. This is the law of heaven and earth? No, not. The Violet Sky Palace patriarch looked at the once beloved disciple in front of him and backed up. By the shadow of her battle spirit, one must know that the Dharma phase of heaven and earth is something that only comes after the strength reaches the Mahayana realm. Right now, she was only at foundation establishment strength, so how could she have a heavenly law? This must be some sort of gong method. Go to hell. After thinking clearly about this point, the Violet Sky Palace patriarch roared angrily. The Shen sword once again chopped at Shen Linxue. Swish! However, just as he had just swung out a sword, all I felt was a blackout. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was being controlled by countless black sands. What is this? Why can't I feel anything anymore? After the Violet Sky Palace patriarch was controlled, he immediately panicked. Apprentice, quickly do it. The misty barrier sand can only be useful to cultivators below the Jedan level. This old piker can only trap him for a moment. Li Xiu Yuan naturally knew the shortcomings of his maze sand. This Purple Heaven Palace patriarch's strength was at least a peak Jindan strength, and trying to kill him would be his own personal action. It all takes a bit of effort. However, with the misty sand, which made him lose his ability to perceive, even if it was only for a breath of time, it would be enough. Without the ability to perceive, he was like a lamb to the slaughter. Coming! Shen Linxue heard Li Xiu Yuan's reminding voice, flying and sweeping. Phew! The blazing purple electricity hammer in his hand had come unannounced. Bang! With a loud sound, it ruthlessly slammed on top of the Violet Sky Palace patriarch's shoulders. Ah! Bastard! I'll kill you! Under the pain, the patriarch of the Violet Sky Palace regained his sensory ability. Gritting his teeth, he rushed towards Shen Linxue. Swish! However, before he could rush over, another cloud of misty sand was scattered over. He lost his senses again. I'm coming. Accept my enlightenment. Go to the immortal world. Shen Linxue flew high and landed heavily. Bang! A sound passed. The Violet Sky Palace patriarch, who had originally been flaunting his power, had half of his head smashed off by her alive. That's the difference in strength. The other brothers and sisters, who only had foundation establishment strength, could only be smashed into mush under the twin hammers. But after reaching Jindan strength, the physical body was even stronger. 2 hammers down and just half the head is smashed off. People that can still stand and talk. Only, at this time, his aura was all gone, and his entire person had been reduced to a lamb to be slaughtered. Sovereign, Master, quick, save Master. A group of disciples, one after another, swept in, trying to save the Purple Heaven Palace patriarch. Kill. At this moment, Shen Linxue had already inspired her battle spirit. The battle soul void behind her erupted with a heavenly aura because of her roar. This aura caused those who wanted to rush over to stop. Slow down, disciple. Master knows you have a point. Stop it. Seeing that he was going to be hammered to death, the Violet Sky Palace patriarch hurriedly begged for mercy. At this moment, he was already running his Xian Gong and began to repair his head. Given time, he can still recover. Master, don't you be afraid. Apprentice brother is not killing you, nor is I deceiving my master. The disciple is helping you guys out. To the immortal world. Shen Linxue had no intention of stopping at all, and rushed over with the vigor of a rainbow. It's fine for you to send them to the immortal realm, but Master can't go. The clan can't leave Master. Can you bear to see our clan? Without the shelter of Master stuff. Seeing that Shen Linxue would not listen, the patriarch of the Purple Heavenly Palace began to persuade him non-stop. Master, don't you worry, when I send you to the immortal world, I'll send everyone else. Shen Linxue had already rushed forward as she spoke. Don't! Master still has a wife and children to say goodbye to. Give Master a chance to say goodbye. And your favorite little master. The Violet Sky Palace Patriarch looked at a hammer smashing over and begged for mercy with his voice. It's not easy for Master to work hard to bring you up. You can't kill your master. Master! It is because I am mindful of the fact that you have brought me up through great hardship that I want to send you to the immortal realm. In the place of another person. An apprentice may not have this filial piety. After Shen Linxue's sentence, the double hammers fell. Bang! One after another. They slammed heavily on him. A hammer that smashed his head completely. The other hammer, the chest gave way to a cave-in. So much for 4 hammers and a broken head and chest. The gods can't save it. With the Purple Heaven Palace Patriarch's death, a baleful aura that was far stronger than all the disciples rushed to the sky. Where to go? Seeing this, Li Xiaoyuan reached out. It directly confined the fury back and struck in at Shen Linxue. Ah! This strong baleful aura caused Shen Linxue to cry out miserably. Quickly! Refine this fury! Li Xiaoyuan punched an aura into her, urging her to refine the fury chi. Shen Linxue didn't say much, and directly crossed his legs and began to refine the fury chi. But, however, the fury was too heavy for Shen Linxue to refine. Master! Apprentice is incompetent. Shen Linxue's face turned pale, revealing a look of guilt. No harm done. Today is already enough. Master will help you seal this baleful aura. We're going back and refining it slowly. Li Xiaoyuan wasn't in a hurry either. He still understood the truth of boiling a frog in warm water. After reaching out and nudging her above her petite body a few times, he then stopped. Shen Linxue at this time had already recovered as usual. Apprentice, transcend them. Let them pair up and go to the immortal realm. Li Xiaoyuan looked around at the gawking senior brothers and gave Shen Linxue a look. One way or the other, killing should be eliminated. Especially for such a place where right and wrong are upside down. You can't stay much longer. Yes, Master. Shen Linxue licked the blood on her lips before wielding her twin hammers, rushing towards the remaining members of the Purple Heaven Palace. Senior brothers, senior sister will send you to the immortal realm. Be good and don't run around. As for Li Xiaoyuan, he came directly to the side of the Violet Sky Palace Patriarch. Crouching down, he reached over him and began to feel around. On his body, several pills were found, and a few spells. The last thing is a storage bag. After opening it, it was full of top-grade spirit stones, more than 100,000 of them. There are also several thousand extreme spirit stones. Lastly, there's some weaponry and armor that looks to be of some quality. However, what ultimately attracted Li Xiaoyuan was a letter. Taking it out and opening it, he saw a conspicuous line of writing. The Luo Shen dynasty is now in internal and external trouble. It's a good time for us to revolt. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyuan's sword brows furrowed. Luo Shen dynasty? Why does it sound so familiar? That's right. Isn't this Luo Qingfang's dynasty? Without reading the letters, she herself had forgotten that she was an empress. Master, it's solved. Just as Li Xiaoyuan was about to continue reading the letters, Shen Linxue returned bathed in blood. Looking around, the entire sect, in a matter of moments, turned into a cultivation ground. A body lay strewn across the cold ground, some, still steaming. Apparently it had just been killed and hadn't cooled off yet. Good. Well done. Follow me back to the clan. Li Xiaoyuan just looked at it indifferently, then patted Shen Linxue's shoulder. Yes, Master. Shen Linxue was also curious about her master's clan. If Master is so strong, then his clan, wouldn't it be even stronger? It must be a large sect, never a small sect like the Purple Sky Palace. With that in mind, the ride went by quickly. When they returned to the Zhengyang sect's questioning cliff, Li Xiaoyuan directly gave this little disciple a cave for her to come and cultivate. Good disciple, is this cave still satisfactory? After Li Xiaoyuan opened up the cave, he even took out some spirit stones. This is a medium-grade spirit stone. Take it and use it. These were all accumulated by the sovereign of the Purple Sky Palace in his normal life. He himself didn't even care to use it. And now Li Xiaoyuan was offering 10,000. Not feeling the slightest bit of pity. Master, I can't take it without merit. I can't take it. Shen Linxue was very straightforward. In the past, getting these resources was a matter of desperately doing quests. Now it's so much for nothing. She was very upset. Here, just take it. Don't be polite to Master. Otherwise, Master will be angry. Li Xiaoyuan was unforgiving and pretended to be in a state of anger, forcing Shen Linxue to accept the spirit stones. Thank you, Master. Shen Linxue was so grateful that she directly knelt down to pay her thanks. Li Xiaoyuan, I heard you brought back an apprentice. And just then, a familiar voice came from the bottom of the mountain. Chapter 55 Handing over of the Order of the Master. Jang Chingu's voice came first before anyone arrived. When Li Xiaoyuan arrived outside the cave, he saw her standing in front of the door. You go out for a few days without saying hello. Transmission also not return. What do you mean? I lose to you for a few days, and you still want me to show you the mountain gate for the rest of your life. She had anger on her face, spewing out all the grievances of the past few days. I'm going to take on an apprentice. It's not like I'm not doing my job. Li Xiaoyuan stalked his neck and waved behind him. Disciple, meet the acting patriarch. Coming, soon. A voice like a silver bell came from the cave, immediately followed by Shen Linxue. She hurriedly came to the two men's side. Jang Chingu's beautiful eyes sized up the young girl in front of her, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. What a heavy aura! Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she carefully surveyed the young girl in front of her. Having her in front of him gave Jang Chingu a vague feeling of palpitations. It made her run her shin gong to ward off this inexplicable feeling. Disciple, Shen Linxue. Greetings, Sovereign. Shen Linxue could feel Jang Chingu's power at the same time. It was so much better than her previous master. Not a level of strength at all. Not bad. Knows the rules. Much better than your master. Jang Chingu looked at Shen Linxue and said with great appreciation, Patriarch is too kind. These are all good teachings from master. In the future, I will definitely cultivate hard and live up to the expectations of master and patriarch. Shen Linxue's pretty face showed a serious color, and said with a slate, Good. It's enough that you have this heart. Remember, from now on, she'll be your sect leader. In the main gate, if you need anything, be sure to tell her. Li Xiaoyuan's words sounded like he was talking to Shen Linxue, but he was actually talking to Jang Chingu. You're welcome. After his words, Jang Chingu had the chance to interject. First time meeting, this seat has nothing to offer you either. Here are 2 spirit gathering pills. It will be of great use for your cultivation in the future. Seeing this, Shen Linxue did not dare to accept it. Instead, he set his eyes on Li Xiaoyuan. If the sect leader gives it to you, take it. Li Xiaoyuan gently patted Shen Linxue, making her step forward. Disciple, thank you, Patriarch. Shen Linxue first bowed respectfully, and then only this time did he receive her spirit-gathering pill with both hands. This kind of Xian rank upper-grade elixir, in her former sect, was something that she had to pay a price to obtain, and when it comes to her, nothing has to be done to get it. This kind of discrepancy further strengthened Shen Linxue's idea that she must take her master's philosophy and carry it through to the end. Sovereign, you've seen the immortal world. Have you seen the heavenly court? After putting away the pills, Shen Linxue looked at Jang Chingu very seriously. The immortal world? The heavenly court? Jang Chingu couldn't help but frown. This was the first time she had heard of this place. When Li Xiaoyuan heard Shen Linxue ask this question, he coughed dryly and gave her a voice transmission. Linxue, your physique can sense the people who need to be transformed on its own, and it's your merit and good fortune to be able to meet them. We can't force ourselves on ordinary people. Understand? Master. Disciple understands. Shen Linxue thought about it seriously and was relieved. Master must have his reasons for saying so. Then in the future, if one encounters such people, one must enlighten them and let them know what the immortal world is like. You step back first. Continue refining the fatal qi in your body. Make another breakthrough early. Li Xiaoyuan waved his hand, signaling her to go first. Yes, Master. Disciple excuses himself. Shen Linxue respectfully received the order and then retreated back into his cave. This little girl feels smart, and her talent must be good as well. You're quite discerning. Where did you find someone? Jang Chingu's beautiful eyes looked at Li Xiaojuan curiously as she repeatedly asked questions. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Li Xiaoyuan smiled in a mysterious manner, then continued. However, if you are willing to stand guard for me for a few more days, I'll consider telling you. Don't you dare. Jang Chingu snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that you've brought back a disciple who knows what he's doing, I would have settled the score with you. Alright, since you don't want to, I won't force myself. Take your time. I won't see you off. Li Xiaoyuan waved his hand, and then he directly issued an expulsion order. Humph. Jang Chingu let out a petulant hum, then rushed Li Xiaoyuan and handed over a token. There's something in my Luoxian dynasty that I need to go back and deal with. These few days, you'll temporarily take over as the sect leader. You're giving me this, and you're not afraid that the old guys are going to throw in the towel? Li Xiaoyuan didn't rush to catch her token, but asked first. I'm even less comfortable leaving it to them. Jang Chingu sighed, then continued. Think of it as me helping you guard the mountain gate and compensating me. Okay, fine. You go and hide in the clear. Li Xiaoyuan reluctantly accepted her token, then watched Jang Chingu leave. Ding! Detected second apprentice brother Shen Linxue cultivating, triggering a violent attack. Cultivation 100 times. Disciple Shen Linxue detected, is refining the fury, tenfold. Li Xiaoyuan had just turned around when he felt that his strength had become stronger again. Jin Dan 9. Jin Dan great perfection. Strength comes to a screeching halt here. It seems that if you want to make a breakthrough, you'll have to keep working hard. It's impossible to work on your own. It is still necessary to be an apprentice. Li Xiaoyuan thought seriously, then shouted at the cave, "Disciple, come out." It's master. Not long after, Shen Linxue came in a hurry. She was dark and smelled like blood. Use the clearing charm and clean it, Li Xiaoyuan said, then tapped out a rune and gave while to Shen Linxue. After she received the rune, she mouthed the words. As soon as the rune soared into the sky, a trail of water cut through it, cleaned her whole body all over. It was only after doing so that the smell of the refining fury and the black blood on his body dissipated. Thank you, master. Shen Linxue hurriedly thanked him, then prepared to go back and continue cultivating. Come back. Li Xiaoyuan saw that she was going to go back and hurriedly called out to her again. Master, is there anything else you want to order? After Shen Linxue came back, her pretty face was filled with curiosity as she looked at Li Xiaoyuan. Take you to the good stuff. Li Xiaoyuan grinned, then patted Shen Linxue. Let's go. Take you for a long ride. Yes. Shen Linxue didn't get too excited, but calmly agreed. Then he followed Li Xiaoyuan and went down the mountain together. They arrived on top of the main peak of the Zhengyang sect, and again, along the trail, all the way up. Along the way, one could meet some disciples and elders from time to time. Without exception, they all treated him with a cold shoulder. Master, why are they all looking at you like that? Shen Linxue was a bit displeased. That's because they're jealous of master's talent. Li Xiaoyuan sighed. The more capable people are, the more they are envied. Apprentice brother, remember this. In the future, no matter what treasures you have on you and how many spirit stones you bring with you, in a nutshell, no one can just say anything. Must keep their mouths shut. Understood. Master teaches yes. In Shen Linxue's eyes, a look of gravity appeared. She didn't dare to forget for a moment about Li Xiaoyuan's teachings. The two soon walked to the top of the dome. Directly in front of it, there is a large hall with a carved attic, while on one side there is another large hall. Above the lintel were written the three big words Hidden Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 56. If you are born with the best, you will be born with the brightest. Looking at these three big words, Shen Linxue couldn't help but show a few looks of anticipation. A place like this knows what it's for at first glance. Go! Li Xiaoyuan patted her again and was about to show her inside. Stop! However, when the master and disciple came up, they were stopped in their tracks. Open the door. I want in. Li Xiaoyuan didn't stop, but was directly about to break in. This is the treasure pavilion. Except for the sect master, no one can go in. The man directly stretched out his arm and blocked Li Xiaoyuan's path with force. I am the current head of the clan. As Li Xiaoyuan spoke, he pulled out the sect leader order and waved it in front of his eyes. Let's see. The man still didn't believe it, and with that, he directly took the token in his hand. After scanning it with his divine sense, he hurriedly handed it over to Li Xiaoyuan with both hands. Disciple has no intention to offend. Please forgive me. Sect leader, those who don't know are not guilty. Go on. Li Xiaoyuan received the sect master's order and waved his hand before leading Shen Linxue inside. After entering the door, he was shocked by the various pills and secret books in front of him. Heaven, earth, basilica, and yellow. There are elixirs of every grade. Not bad. After Li Xiaoyuan marveled at it, he pulled Shen Linxue again. Don't look. Go directly to the top floor. Yes, master. Shen Linxue nodded her head vigorously before following Li Xiaoyuan up the stairs together. This layer is the same as the previous one. Li Xiaoyuan also had no intention of staying and directly led her up to the 5th floor in one breath. It eventually stopped in front of a compartment with a forbidden door. Li Xiaoyuan took the sect leader's order and came directly to the forbidden system, shaking it at a copper mirror on the side. Swish! The door to the room, which was still closed, was opened. What a nice smell of medicine! Shen Linxue followed in and smelled a medicinal scent that made people float. Go get it! Take whatever you see. Li Xiaoyuan reached out and rubbed her head, letting her in to pick out what she needed. Yes, master. Shen Linxue didn't doubt it and agreed in one bite, then rushed in. Start rummaging through your boxes to find treasures that you like and that you can use. Stop. It was at this moment that a familiar, yet discordant voice, came from downstairs. Li Xiaoyuan stood in the doorway and looked down, just saw the Qingming realist, and the 5 elements elders. Several elders of the older generation rushed over. What can I do for you? Seeing that the people were all in a rage, Li Xiaoyuan inquired about the reason why they had come to stop him. Humph, what can I do for you? What are you doing? The 5 elements elder looked at Li Xiaoyuan angrily, and they were already about to spit fire, taking a newly accepted apprentice and picking out a secret book of Gongfu. What's going on? Li Xiaoyuan spread his hands and revealed a harmless look. You are reckless. Is this a place where you can come? Cheng Mingjinjin took a step forward. When we come in, we all have to greet the sect leader. What are you? I don't need to ask permission from anyone. I'm free to come and go as I please here. Li Xiaoyuan spread out his hands, always with a look of unhurriedness. The more he did, the more angry the crowd looked. Who do you think you are? You can come and go as you please. Do you think you're the sect leader? The Five Elements elder reached out and pointed at Li Xiaojuan. It's just that the sect leader is gone, and it's not your turn to be the sect leader. Well, look at this, Li Xiaoyuan said and took out the sect master's order. This is the master's order. How did he get in your hands? Did you steal it from Jang Chingu? Good. Stealing the sect leader's order is an additional offense. Expel him from the sect. It must have been robbed. A few people took a look at him taking the token representing the identity of the sect leader and clamored for action. This is what Uncle Luo gave to Master. He didn't steal it, nor did he rob it. Shen Lingxua finally couldn't help herself as she watched the crowd treat her master in such a way. Facing a group of elders whose strength was far higher than his own, there was no fear. The handing over of the sect leader's order is to be done in the Mahamudra. Right. You hand over privately. We won't recognize it. Several other elders, too, followed suit and chimed in. So, you guys are going to disobey the sect leader's order? Li Xiaoyuan's eyes gradually sank as he listened to the words of a few people. In that case, let's just go find the old sect master. Let him judge. See if this token is useful or not. If it's useless, then we'll throw it away. His words caused the crowd in the room to fall silent. The arrogance that was just there dissipated. Good. Even if you're okay with it, coming here without authorization is just as much of a no-no. Realist Qingming's eyes were sharp. All pills and feats need to be exchanged for the clan's merits. You want to take shortcuts, breaking our clan's rules. That won't do. Nice. Speculation. Do you think we don't exist? The Five Elements elder followed suit, and that pair of eyes stared dead on Li Xiaoyuan. Don't you guys sell yourselves short here. Li Xiaoyuan listened to the words of a few people. Not only did he not want to go, but he was enraged by them. Do you, on a regular basis, dare to say that you didn't take anything here? Last time, Su Haotian dueled with my eldest disciple and secretly used those pills. You dare to say that you didn't hide them. His words were clearly directed at the five elders. This time, the Five Elements elder didn't retort again, only that his face was suffocated in red. And you, half a year ago for your own selfishness, took away 100 top-grade spirit stones here. I didn't see it. Li Xiaoyuan pointed his spear at Qing Mingzhenren again. If the old sect master doesn't dismantle you, I'll do it. Now I'm having my disciple come over to get the elixir, and you guys are obstructing me. Then let's act according to the rules of the clan. Elderly. This is all a misunderstanding. At that moment, a lean old man came over. He was also one of the elders, only with a relatively lower status. Seeing that they were about to get into a fight, they hurriedly came to round up the situation. Misunderstanding? There are so many of you making misunderstandings? One person is stupid. A bunch of people are stupid? Li Xiaoyuan was not allowed to be reasonable, and his tongue fought with the group of scholars. Looking behind him, Shen Lingxue's eyes were filled with bright starlight. In addition to cultivation, she was also following Li Xiaoyuan to learn the way of being a human being. You can take whatever you want. We won't pursue it. Real Qingming blackened his face, and it was about to rain. The Five Elements elders, on the other hand, clenched their fists and cackled. For a while, I didn't know what to do. No matter what he said or did, Li Xiaoyuan could always refute him. It gave him the illusion that both were born Elder Five Elements. What about your meaning? This seat. Can you take the elixir? Li Xiaoyuan put away the sect leader order, then looked at the Five Elements elder in front of him with a playful expression. His words caused the Five Elements elders to wake up. Looking at Li Xiaoyuan, he snorted coldly. What does this mean? Someone explain. Li Xiaoyuan was unforgiving and had to make him say it himself. Chapter 57, Another Great Gift. Let's go. The Five Elements elders only wanted to stay away from Li Xiaoyuan at this moment. He also stopped paying attention to him and turned around to greet the other elders, and they all left. Realist Qingming gave Li Xiaoyuan one last look before they left together. Master, my disciple has caused you to be misunderstood. Shen Lingxue saw that the crowd had left, and only then did she mumble and apologize to Li Xiaoyuan. Silly girl, you're my disciple. Take care of you. Let you ascend early. This is master's duty. Li Xiaoyuan reached out and rubbed her head a few times. Go on. Pick your useful ones. Those that are useless, try not to take them, lest we fall foul of people. Understood. Shen Lingxue nodded her head vigorously before rushing in. Start looking on the walls, the floor, and the various shelves for the treasure you need. After what she had just been through, she was bold. Let your hands go completely while searching for these treasures. Master, can I wear this? Master, I'll take these pills. Master, I'll take this weapon too. As time passed, Li Xiaoyuan felt that his disciple was even more greedy than he was. Ding! Detecting that the host's eldest apprentice is being sheltered by the host and getting a treasure. Reward the host with a great gift. While Li Xiaoyuan was casting aspersions, he heard a system alert. Another great giveaway? He directly chose to open the gift bag. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heavenly Fury Technique. Heavenly Prisoner's Net. Heavenly Fury Technique, capable of refining the fury of heaven and earth, and can burn the sky and boil the sea when practiced to its fullest. Heavenly Prison Net, a self-contained realm that, when cast, can trap an enemy, and can only be cast with the same strength as the host's cultivation. When practiced to a great extent, it can trap ascending cultivators. Li Xiaoyuan couldn't help but feel a burst of happiness after hearing the explanation of these two skills. Isn't the Heaven's Fury skill tailor-made for this disciple of his own? The other is a skill that allows you to trap your enemies and leave them at your mercy for a brutal beating. Master, I've chosen everything. We can go now. It was also at this moment that Shen Linxue walked out. Okay, let's go then. He then snapped out of the euphoria he had just experienced. Taking Shen Linxue with him, he left the treasure pavilion. Master, I've got the elixir that can refine the Fury Chi, so I'll go back and give it a good try. Shen Linxue was very happy. Bouncing and following Li Xiaoyuan, she headed back up to their asking cliff. When she returned to the mountain, Li Xiaoyuan gave her the two skill secrets, on the occasion of their separation. Master, this is? Shen Linxue looked at the two secret books and revealed a few puzzled looks. The Heavenly Fury Trick. Understandably, Heaven's Dungeon and Earth's Net. Sounds so strange. Is it a kung fu? Formations and techniques. You take them and cultivate them with all your heart. It will help your cultivation greatly. Li Xiaoyuan didn't explain much, but rather, after a brief explanation, he went straight back outside his cave. It was a great time to lay back in a rocking chair and cozy up for a final sunbathe as the sun was setting. Ding! Detected second apprentice brother, Shen Linxue, diving into cultivation, triggering a 20-fold return of the storm. Ding! Detected that second apprentice brother is using elixir to aid in cultivation, triggering a double strike 200-fold return. The sound of the system's prompts was incessant. However, this time, his Jindan strength had always remained at the great perfection. Li Xiaoyuan felt a little strange as to why it was so difficult to break through this time, so he gathered his attention and began to look inward to observe himself. It soon became apparent that something was wrong there. On top of the golden dan of that dantian, out of the golden color, another color appeared. Reddish red. Is this a fury? Li Xiaoyuan didn't quite understand the two colors of gold and red Jindan. It's the first time I've seen it myself. Ding! Detecting second disciple Shen Linxue's dedicated cultivation triggers a tenfold return. Shen Linxue was still practicing. Li Xiaoyuan had been looking within, and gradually he noticed that there was another color on the Jindan. Purple? Would that end with one's Jindan turning colored? Detected that the host's second disciple, Shen Linxue, is practicing the Heavenly Prisoner's Net, triggering a violent attack. 100-fold return. Shen Linxue had been cultivating for a while, and perhaps she was tired, so it was time to start studying Li Xiaoyuan's Kung Fu. Immediately following that, in his mind, the Heavenly Prisoner's Net cultivation mind method also surfaced. In the sea of consciousness, he was probably suspended in the void. By running the gong method and lifting his hand, a barrier suddenly appeared from the sky and the ground. It enveloped the several hundred feet around him. In here, everything that can be a creature, as long as it's weaker than him, it only takes one thought to make it go up in smoke. There was a feeling of controlling heaven and earth when he raised his hands and threw his feet. A first glimpse. A little bit of success. Driving with ease. Tyson. It's finally a big success. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes snapped open in excitement. Raising his hand, he went to experiment with his cultivation. Swish. In just an instant, a biting aura stirred away. The same barrier that had appeared in the sea of consciousness suddenly appeared between his little piece of heaven and earth. The range wasn't as terrifying though. It was only a few dozen feet now. It seems that this is related to one's own strength. The stronger you are, the more room you have to exert yourself. Li Xiaoyuan thought carefully and came to a conclusion. Ding! Detecting that the host's second disciple, Shen Linxue, is practicing the Heavenly Fury technique, triggering a violent attack. 100-fold return. Before he could react, Shen Linxue started the Heavenly Fury technique again. Getting started. Shu Xing. Da Shang. It didn't take long for Li Xiaoyuan's Heavenly Fury skill to be cultivated to its grand completion. That's a good disciple. Really diligent and hardworking. You really didn't hurt her for nothing. The more Li Xiaoyuan thought about it, the happier he became, and with the great completion of the Heavenly Fury skill, Shen Linxue's side was also not moving. Think it's been resting too. Li Xiaoyuan then also sat down on his knees in front of the door of his cave, entered the state of initiation. He was resting while he was on a mountain of 5 lines that he longed for across the sky. The 5 Elements Elder was similarly resting on his knees. What is the purpose of seeking me out at this late hour? At that moment, a majestic voice came from far and near. In the blink of an eye, a figure, appeared in front of his eyes. Don't you think that the old master doesn't trust us? The Five Elements elder gritted his teeth and explained to him what was in his heart. An acting sect leader is either given to a yellow-haired girl, it's to a dumbass. You and I have worked diligently to train disciples out for him, not taking us seriously at all. As for the Qingming realist sitting opposite him, he revealed a look of gravity. What do you mean by that? Obviously, he'd heard what he meant from his words, only he wasn't sure yet, just waiting for him to admit it to himself. Leave the clan, turn to the Bright Lord. The Five Elements elder lowered his voice, and as he spoke, he did not forget to look around. You're crazy. When the Qingming realist heard this, his face changed and he quickly rebuked. If you dare to say such treacherous words again, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Hypocrisy. Chapter 58 Invitation from Senior Brother. The Five Elements elder hummed disdainfully. The opportunity has been given to you. How to grasp it? You handle it yourself. Allow me to think about it. With these words, realist Qingming was also somewhat moved. However, the mouth didn't agree with him. After dropping a sentence, he hurriedly left the Five Elements peak. After he left, Elder Five Elements' deep eyes looked in the direction of the questioning cliff. Li Xiu Yuan, sooner or later, I'll set your bones in ashes. Achoo! Li Xiu Yuan, who was on the cliff of asking, had been in meditation for a long time. Suddenly he sneezed. Who's thinking about me? He murmured a sentence and went back to meditating. The night flew by. As the early morning sunlight waved down, on the road located at the bottom of the questioning cliff mountain, many people were staring at the cave house halfway up the mountain. There, it was exactly where Shen Linshue's cave was located. It was impartial, just enough for the passing disciples to see, and at that point, she got up early and started her morning walk. First, he beat the Jinjiu forging body technique once, then he began to use the Heavenly Fury skill again, refining the Fury Chi in his body. As she cultivated, a burst of red aura surged around her body, looking palpitating, but it's only the strength of the early stage of Jiedan. What qualifications do you have to go to the treasure pavilion to choose a treasure? It's all because of Li Xiu Yuan. It's too much. If only eldest brother was here, he would have taught her a good lesson. Isn't senior brother coming back today? These disciples, after experiencing Su Wan'er's nightmare, no one dared to continue to go up to the cliff of asking to provoke them anymore. However, this time, the matter of Li Xiu Yuan protecting his calf had already spread throughout the entire sect. This is what caused the crowd to be upset, especially the passing disciples. The first time you see her, make her a thorn in their side. A bunch of rice buckets. Dare to be angry even after being bullied. And at that moment, a majestic voice came from the bottom of the mountain. The crowd looked sideways. Eldest brother. Senior. Quite a few people recognized him. It was none other than one of the Zhongyang sect's heavenly pride, Su Zhangtai. It was now at peak Jiedan strength and could break through at any time. Then in that case, he would have the strength to become a sect elder in one leap. Compared to Shen Linxue, the two were not comparable at all. Get lost, all of you. Don't be an eyesore here. Su Zhangtai glared at the crowd, then headed towards the cliff of asking. Without taking a few steps, he arrived in front of Shen Linshue's cave door. Senior sister, it's new, isn't it? Su Zhangtai greeted Shen Linxue with a smile. Yes, elder brother, more guidance in the future. Shen Linxue was a bit surprised to see someone coming up to find herself, but it quickly came back to me. I heard that you're not weak. Elder brother happens to have a task on his hands. Want to do it with senior sister. I wonder if senior sister can go along. Su Zhangtai always had a kind smile on his face and took the initiative to invite Shen Linxue to do a mission with him. Ha, really? Shen Linxue couldn't help but point at herself when she heard his words. Just a day or two after first arriving, someone took the initiative to invite himself to do a quest? Really? I wonder if senior sister is willing to go. Su Zhangtai nodded, then continued, the reward for this mission. We'll split it equally when the time comes. Don't you worry, elder brother will definitely let you have it. Then I'll go say hello to master. After Shen Linxue agreed, she was ready to go further up the mountain and say hello to Li Xiaoyuan, lest he come down to look for someone and not see that he's going to be in a hurry. No need. You go. However, Li Xiaoyuan acted as if he was eavesdropping on them. Shen Linxue had just finished a sentence when Li Xiaoyuan's majestic voice came. Yes, master. Without any worries, Shen Linxue was extraordinarily relaxed. Senior brother. Then when do we set off? If senior sister is fine, we can leave now. Elder brother takes you on a quest, Xiao Yongtai said as he made way for her. Good, then I'll ask for more guidance from senior brother. Shen Linxue did not doubt him and after agreeing, she left her cave with him. After descending the mountain, he ran and flew towards the mountain gate. When the crowd saw how close Su Zhangtai and Shen Linxue were, they couldn't help but sigh. As for Shen Linxue and Su Zhangtai at this time, they had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Let's get on the teleportation array. Otherwise the road is too far. It's too consuming for us to rush over there. Su Zhengtai gently patted Shen Linxue, signaling her to follow him up. He then took out a spirit stone and placed it in the groove right in the center. Buzz! After Su Zhengtai urged his aura, the teleportation array let out a hum. The entire teleportation array was enveloped by a stream of light. Finally, it closed violently, and after completely engulfing the two, it suddenly enlarged. Bang! With a wave of air passing by, the two men suddenly disappeared. Phew! When they reappeared, they were in the middle of a jungle. Senior, found outside help? Great! In the jungle, several disciples appeared violently. After they rushed over and saw that it was in the deep forest, a few people could not help but show a look of disappointment on their faces. Senior brother, aren't the second and third senior brothers there? Why don't you look for them? One of them, somewhat disgruntled, couldn't help but ask. This little senior sister, she's very powerful. Anyone who can get our patriarch to open the back door is bound to be a heavenly pride of my Zhangyang sect in the future. With that, Su Zhengtai began to introduce himself. With her here, our mission, it will definitely be accomplished. What do you know? Another person, a pair of eyes scrutinized Shen Linxue. Me? Wouldn't know much, but I'll do my best. Shen Linxue shook her head and nodded again. Please don't worry, I won't drag my feet. Alright then, I'll believe you for once. Senior, let's set off. The crowd quickly got cold feet and began to plan their departure. Senior brother, what mission are we going on? Shen Linxue didn't think to get up until this point and ask about the situation. There was always an uneasy feeling around here for her. In a valley up ahead, there is 10,000 years of cold ice. A 10,000-year-old snow lotus has been bred inside. Our mission today is to get this pillar of snow lotus, Su Zhengtai said to Shen Linxue with a flourish. Then why all the fuss? It's just a spirit medicine. Shen Linxue sniffed and couldn't help but frown in reminder. There is a guardian spirit beast. We need to destroy it to get the snow lotus. Our clan has already lost several batches of people. That's why we're here. Su Zhengtai's expression couldn't help but flinch when he brought up this matter. You must kill the spirit beast to do so. While they were conversing, no one noticed that the teleportation array swung again. It was Li Xiuyuan who followed. After he hides, he sneaks along with the group. For a while, even Shen Linxue didn't notice. Her mind was on the snow lotus. Chapter 59, You're going to be the bait. Gentlemen, be careful. This spirit beast is very powerful. Ahead, Su Zhengtai was reminding the crowd. That pair of eyes surveyed above Shen Linxue's delicate body, before continuing to lead the group. Li Xiuyuan, on the other hand, had always followed the crowd. From Su Zhengtai's eyes, he clearly saw the color of ruthlessness. It didn't take long for a chill to well up from his heart. Li Xiuyuan looked up and realized the spectacle before him. The valley, which was still lush and green, turned into an icy place by the time it arrived. The wind was so cold that it blew on his face with a feeling as if it was cut by a knife. Come on, put the fire charm to use. It won't feel too cold. With that, Su Zhengtai took out a few talismans and began to dazzle their surroundings after activating them. Shen Linxue was also protected in it, and with the fire talisman boost, it made them feel warm at once. Li Xiuyuan also urged the aura in his body to protect himself from frostbite, and then once again followed along for the ride. Gradually, the surroundings, from the cold air at the beginning, turned into frozen frost. By the end of the day, it turned into several feet of ice. Even now with the sun high in the sky, it's still an ice field, shrouding the depths of this valley completely. Everyone, about 3 miles further on is the location of the 10,000 years snow lotus, and that spirit beast, it's near the snow lotus. Su Zhengtai suddenly stopped and turned to the crowd. Let's talk about tactics first, so as not to be killed. Senior brother, you arrange it, we'll listen to you. Right, what to do? Is it a formation, or what? The other disciples, at his head, one by one, they were inquiring about the next arrangements. Su Shixiang, Wang Bao, you two set up a formation here, as the last line of defense for our undefeated escape. Zhao Yangsheng, Niu Xiaolong, you and Zhao Saran and the girls set up our 7-star formation. Su Zhengtai looked at a few people and after making the arrangements, he finally placed his gaze on Shen Linxue. Later, you come and attract the spirit beasts over. And you, by one, you guys teamed up. Are you sure? Senior, don't worry about it. It's not the first time we've worked together. Baiwen patted his chest and turned to Shen Linxue. Senior sister Shen, you'll be supporting behind me in a while. As soon as we find a spirit beast, we'll start attracting it. Yes, Shen Linxue had no doubts and nodded slightly. It's settled then. Depart. Su Zhengtai waved his hand at everyone. Be careful, all of you. Spirit beasts can appear at any time. It may not follow them back. Understood. Everyone be careful. A group of brothers and sisters, reminding each other, finally set off one after another. And at this time, Bai Wen and Shen Linxue had already moved together. They led the way, at the front of the line, and set off forward. The further in you go, the colder it gets here. However, Shen Linxue didn't care. With the fury chi still filling his body, he couldn't feel the slightest chill from the outside world at all. Just following behind Bai Wen, a pair of eyes vigilantly observing the surrounding situation. Even so did not realize that Li Xiuyuan had been secretly protecting her. Roar! Just then, from the distant mountainside, a roar came, followed by a fishy wind drifting suddenly from the mountains. The crowd looked sideways. On the mountainside, there was a snow leopard with a snow-white body that was 3 feet long. The fur on its body was not the ordinary snow leopard's fluffy fur, but a sharp ice glaze that covered its entire body. This is an ice leopard. The strength should be at the early Jindan stage. It shouldn't be a problem for us to join forces against it. Su Zhengtai narrowed his eyes, greed surging in his eyes. Senior sister, I'll go attract it. You pay attention to protecting me. Bai Wen turned his head and rushed Shen Linxue to greet him, then drew the Shen sword at his waist and jumped out a dozen feet in a single rising leap. Shen Linxue, on the other hand, took out her blazing flame purple electricity hammer from her storage bag. Under her power, the twin hammers had lightning flashes. Su Zhengtai couldn't help but lick his lips and smile greedily as he watched. Zhang Yang's sword breaks through the 9 states. At this moment, Bai Wen, after the Shen sword was sheathed, a biting sword chi ran across the landscape. After his move, cutting the void ran towards the ice leopard and swept away. Ka! With the sword slashing at the ice leopard's body, it chopped off some of its fur. It fell to the ground, roots upside down. Roar! The ice leopard was enraged, and after a roar, it roared and charged at Bai Wen. In his eyes, the ice leopard was just a flash in the pan. When it reappeared, it was in front of him. Swish! The sharp claws were relentless, slapping down towards Bai Wen's head. Bang! Stab! However, just as Bai Wen fell into despair, Shen Linxue struck. Her blazing violet hammer swung up, blocking the sharp claws with deadly accuracy. You go first, Shen Linxue reminded one sentence. Then the other hammer rushed up at the ice leopard's chest. The ice leopard sensed a crisis and jumped with force. Avoid Shen Linxue from a distance. A pair of front paws, rubbing back and forth on the ground twice, as if they were rubbing their fists together. Bravo! Xiao Yongtai clapped his hands. Elder brother, are we going to do it? Zhao Yongsheng and the others had already set up a formation and were ready to strike. What's the hurry? Can't you see that senior sister is fighting hard? Su Zhengtai twisted his head and glared at him. Senior sister, let it this way. Yes, Shen Linxue agreed and watched the ice leopard charge over. Feigning defeat, she retreated backwards. Roar! The ice leopard watched her back up and didn't pursue. Instead, he roared and swung his sharp claws around. A cold aura shot out from the claws. It grabbed towards Shen Linxue. Dang! Shen Linxue had long been aware of this, and with one swing of the blazing flame purple electricity hammer, he hammered the sharp claws transformed into cold air into pieces. Great! And a sneak attack. Shen Linxue clenched her silver teeth. Battle soul, peerless skill. As she roared, a battle spirit shadow coalesced behind her entire body. The lookalike is not far from her. There were electric flashes like the blazing purple electric hammers in those hands. This is Phantom Heaven and Earth? Su Zhengtai stared at the scene in front of him in a daze and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Doesn't look like it. It should be some kind of gong method. Yes, how could her strength be Phantom Heaven and Earth? A few disciples became jealous and began to talk. At this moment, Shen Linxue's aura skyrocketed and her battle intent was overwhelming. A hammer swung down, sending the ice leopard in front of him flying. Wow! It slid out on the ice for a good distance, eventually impacting on top of a frozen boulder. Come on! Essence light surged in Shen Linxue's eyes, and his entire body was dazzled by red aura. That war god's shadow, which added to her power, gave her a feeling of looking out of the corner of her eye. The ice leopard showed its teeth and kept growling low on the ground. It looks like we don't even need to make a move this time. Su Zhengtai grinned smugly. Roar! And just then, the ice leopard struck again. However, this time, it was not casting a physical attack, but rather, it was grabbing the ground violently with both claws. The smooth ground was instantly covered with ice creams rising from the ground. Chapter 60, I will incarnate you as a divine beast. Like a ground thorn, it came straight at Shen Linxue. Senior sister, be careful. Bai Wen, whose life she had saved, was about to step forward to help. Stop! Su Zhengtai, however, coldly called out to him, you dare to meddle. Bai Wen couldn't help but stop at his yell. His face was suffocatingly red, but he didn't dare to retort. Bang! On Shen Linxue's side, she wielded her blazing flame purple electricity hammer and smashed the ice cream several feet in front of her, and then avoided with the help of inertia. I don't know if spirit beasts can be normalized by themselves, but it should be okay. It's all life. There's no difference between high and low. Shen Linxue didn't want to kill the ice leopard at first, but only wanted to teach it a lesson. But fighting for a while made her feel like her chance had come again. Roar! Ice Paw didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing that he had the upper hand again, he roared again and charged. Heavenly Prison Net! Shen Linxue watched as it came swooping in and directly utilized the skill that Li Xiuyuan had just given her. As she roared past, it was as if a barrier had invariably appeared around the ice leopard, confining it to the ground. It flailed its sharp claws frantically, but to no avail. Don't be afraid. I'm going to incarnate you. You might become a divine beast when you get to the immortal realm. You'll thank me then. Shen Linxue blinked her big eyes, then dropped the hammer. Bang! As her blazing purple electricity hammer fell, the seemingly ancient hammer, on the other hand, directly shattered the ice leopard's head. Clean and decisive out of the gate, Su Zhengtai narrowed his eyes and looked at Shen Linxue, mentally assessing the difference in their strength. Ding! Shen Linxue has completed killing spirit beasts, completing the long-term teaching mission. An eye for an eye. Receive a reward of 10,000 points of evil value according to the progress of the quest. Currently 50,000 points of remaining evil value. Li Xiuyuan was at a distance and wasn't worried about Shen Linxue's situation at all. However, after killing the ice leopard, another rewarding sound came from his system. Nice. Last time I had a 100 straight draw. It was just awesome. It's a shame not to raffle off so many points. I don't know if I can continue with the 100 straight draws. Ding! There are still 100 draws left. Does the host want to draw again? Pump. Vulgarity value being deducted. Congratulations to the host. Get the reward, Spirit Recovery Elixir *50. Chi Gathering Elixir *100. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining Star Armor and the Divine Level Technique Ling Pue Bu. Hearing the system's prompt, Li Xiuyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of darkness. Some other things that don't matter are skipped over. Start checking out this Star Armor straight away. Star Armor shields from the probing ability of experts 3 realms above you, and can withstand the full force of a Mahayana Realm Expert *3. It's too sick to wear this proper for 3 more lives. It's a shame there's only one set. It would be nice to split it up. Ding! The Star Armor has a duplication function, and can currently be duplicated 3 more times, each time consuming 20,000 evil values. Li Xiuyuan thought in his heart, and the system reminded him once again. Good. Copy it once first. The first apprentice is away, so it's good to give the second apprentice a set first. He was communicating with the system on this side, and the disciples, in the distance, were happy. Great! It worked! Quickly, go get the snow lotus. This can be exchanged for quite a few spirit medicines. Senior brother, let's go get the snow lotus. The crowd at this time, all rejoiced, originally thought that it would be a vicious battle. How could they not expect Shen Linxue to be so contrary? One person had singled out the guardian spirit beast, Shu. However, just as the crowd was about to run up the mountainside where the snow leopard had just been, to take the snow lotus, a cold arrow that shot towards their side, Put, Niu Xiaolong, who rushed at the front, was directly penetrated through his chest. The whole group craned their heads back to see a dozen youths, both male and female, was running over to their side with a smile on his face. Then, unwillingly, he fell to the ground. Blood flowed out, but in the blink of an eye, it was frozen. Ling Xiao sect. Su Zhengtai looked at the crowd in front of him. A few smiles appeared in his eyes. Nangong Yun, Mo Yunhao. 2 of the Ling Xiao sect's Heavenly Pride top 10 have come. Elder brother, what should we do? When Zhao Yongxing's few people saw this, they immediately panicked. Leave your stuff behind. Take your men and get out. You'll be spared. One of them, a stout, knife-like faced man, stood out and looked disdainfully at the crowd in front of him. Mo Yunhao, do you think that with just a few of you, you can do anything to us? As Su Zhengtai spoke, he had already drawn the Xian sword at his waist. Su Zhengtai, you're the only one today. The 2 of us will join forces. I'll make sure your head falls to the ground. Another person, with a somber face. On. Don't bull ****** them. Zhao Yongsheng roared in anger and charged with his sword drawn. Put. However, before he could rush out, he was hit by a sword. The crowd glanced sideways and saw Su Zhengtai strike out and decapitate his fellow disciple. Shifu, why did you kill Senior? Several people saw this and backed away. His face was filled with sadness and anger. They never dreamed that their respected senior brother would stab them in the back. Don't blame elder brother. To blame. Just blame her and her master. Su Zhengtai smiled indifferently and pointed at Shen Linxue in the distance. Today, you will die. Leave it to us. Nangong Yun smiled coldly, drew the long sword in his hand, and slowly walked towards Shen Linxue. The disciples behind him, too, came forward, and at that moment, Su Zhengtai had already begun to abuse his fellow disciples. Why are you harming me? Shen Linshue's eyes were crimson as she stared angrily at the crowd in front of her. Why? Chi, waited to go to hell. Ask for a clear answer. Mo Yunhao smiled blushingly, then grabbed a long spear out of thin air with both hands. Power split Huashan. He roared, and his entire body leapt up like an eagle. Aiming at Shen Linshue below, he stabbed down. Swimming dragon sword. Following closely behind, Nangongyun also made his move. The two of them, one on top of the other, were ready to pin down Shen Linshue. Go to hell. She was not to be outdone, and her two hammers were raised high, pawn up against the lance. At the same time, the other hammer was not idle and met Nangongyun's Shen sword and hammered up. Bang! Dang! The two of them struck with all their strength, and at this moment, they all struck above Shen Linshue's blazing flame purple electricity hammer. For a moment electricity surged and crackled. Electricity blinked and surged above the lance, instantly engulfing Mo Yunhao. He just felt like his hands weren't his own anymore. Letting go of his lance and bursting out. Nangongyun is no better. The whole man was on the ice, shaking like a sieve from the electricity. Go to hell. Shen Linshue saw the right moment and smashed down with another hammer. Bang! Nangongyun's entire body was smashed into mush. On the ice, a blood splash formed. Ding! Shen Linshue completes the kill, completing the long-term teaching mission. An eye for an eye. Receive a reward of 1,000 points of evil value according to the progress of the quest. Currently 21,000 points of remaining evil value. Chapter 61, Senior Brothers, can't you line up? Li Xiaoyuan had just sweated for his second disciple as well. All wanted to make a move originally. Good thing she was awesome and carried it all off. Not bad. Continue. Destroy these bastards. Li Xiaoyuan was secretly cheering and encouraging his disciple, and on Shen Linshue's side, she lived up to her expectations, having already hammered several people from the Lingxiao sect to death in full view of everyone. Ding! Shen Linshue completes the kill, completing the long-term teaching mission, 12 consecutive kills, an eye for an eye. Receive a reward of 12,000 points of evil value according to the progress of the quest. Currently 33,000 points of remaining evil value. Once again, Li Xiaoyuan laughed at these evil values, and Shen Linshue had already carried her twin hammers and arrived on Su Zhengtai's side. At this moment, the only disciples left on their side were Su Shixiang and Wang Bao. Su Zhengtai, why did you set me up? Killing intent surged in Shen Linshue's phoenix eyes, having just absorbed the fury of the crowd. The whole person looked like a Shura from hell, bathed in blood. The killing intent was already on the verge of materializing. Don't think you can move me just because you can kill these few losers. Su Zheng snorted coldly and waved his hand. Senior brother, set up a sword formation. After his sentence, the two instantly drew their Xian swords and took their positions. Come on. With a roar, Su Shixiang rushed towards Shen Linshue. Wang Pa followed suit. As for Su Zhengtai at this time, he took the opportunity to escape. Li Xiaoyuan looked at Shen Linshue and then at Su Zhengtai. Eventually followed. Who wants to harm our master and disciple? Li Xiaoyuan considered this while following Su Zhengtai. Only now did he realize why Su Zhengtai would suddenly invite his disciple out. Not because she was good, but to set herself up. Ding! Shen Linshue completes the kill, completing the long-term teaching mission. An eye for an eye. Receive a reward of 1,000 points of evil value according to the progress of the quest. As he was tracking, there was another system alert. It didn't take long for the sound of Shen Linshue's angry roar to come. Su Zhengtai, stop! However, it was too late. Su Zhengtai happened to arrive at the teleportation array, and his figure had already disappeared under a ray of light. Shen Linshue followed along and teleported back. Swish! Within moments, she appeared in the square of the Zhanyang sect's teleportation array. The Demoness is back. Everyone go. Kill her. Su Zhengtai was just far away, his body bruised and battered. Devil, you brutalize your fellow disciples, colluding with the enemy. Get out. Kill. Avenge senior brother. The crowd was egged on by him, and they all began to clamor and rush towards Shen Linshue. This made Shen Linshue, for a moment, in a difficult position. Apprentice, transform them. This is your chance. Don't miss it. Just as she hesitated, Li Xiaoyuan's voice came from the side. He, for one, wanted to see what this man behind the curtain intended to do. Well, it doesn't matter if a few of these indiscriminate fools die. Master, I understand. After Shen Linshue heard his words, a color of enlightenment flashed out of her tangled eyes. Senior brothers, don't be hasty, everyone, one by one. I'm going to fulfill you all. Shen Linshue swung her double hammers, looking at the crowd that rushed over, and danced up and down, just slammed it on. Bang, put. 1, 2, 3. Anyone who rushed up was smashed into flesh by her. Above this square, it was soon filled with the smell of blood. Elder brother, senior sister, don't be in a hurry, let's line up, one by one. It's still the Zhang Yang sect. The mind to go to the immortal world is actually so determined. Shen Lingxue killed the 4 directions and watched the disciples who came before and after him rush over. Straight away they started suggesting that they get in line. Who brought this demoness back? She was just brought back by Li Xiaoyuan. Damn it, she's not human, she's a demonic cultivator. Many disciples gradually realized that Shen Lingxue was not defending herself. Instead, she was enjoying it. She was totally enjoying the kill. A lot of people, they're starting to call it the devil. It's the devil's cultivator. Ha, what's going on? Seifu, what's wrong with you guys? Go on. The determination to seek the way can't be shaken. Otherwise how can we log into the immortal world? Shen Lingxue looked at them not rushing, and couldn't help but show a few disappointments. You guys wouldn't believe me, would you? How could I lie to you when I'm so sincere? Shut up. And just then, a majestic voice came from the distance. Immediately following, a sharp claw materialized in the void. Toward Shen Lingxue's heavenly aura, he grabbed down. This strike utilized the strength of an early-stage Yuaning. Ha! This old undead, 5 elements, actually made a breakthrough. Li Xiaoyuan naturally felt the refinement of his strength. With this grab, if he was caught, his second disciple would have to die here. This is not the kind of thing he can watch happen. Thus, in this flash of lightning, Li Xiaoyuan directly put on the star armor. Hey, 3 chances, only one can be wasted. He sighed and stepped forward under Shen Lingxue's desperate eyes. Bang! After a loud bang, he raised his claws and grabbed onto Li Xiaoyuan's body. It exploded. Above the star armor, an arcane rune suddenly surfaced. The golden light was brilliant, blocking his strike before instantly devouring it. Ah! As the sharp claws were swallowed, there came the miserable screams of the 5 elements elders. Immediately following that, his silhouette materialized and appeared before the eyes of the disciples in the blink of an eye. Looking at the corpses on the ground, his brows twisted into a knot. Li Xiaoyuan, you dare to condone your disciples to commit murder here? Do you still deserve to be the acting patriarch of my Zhangyang sect? Which one of your eyes sees that I condone disciples? Li Xiaoyuan smiled disdainfully, his eyes looking coldly at the 5 elements elders. They bullied the few with the many. The strength is not good enough to be killed. Blame no one else. My Zhangyang sect. I want men who stand up to the heavens, not ants. Ridiculous. Who among us hasn't come from this step? The 5 elements elder's hand was still vaguely painful. However, Li Xiaoyuan's sentence enraged it and directly opened his mouth to retort. Latecomer fight. You used your Yuaning strength to suppress my disciple. And what to say? Your own hands are not clean, and you still think that other people are dead? Li Xiaoyuan was so eloquent that he said one sentence and countered it with another, leaving the 5 elders speechless. Master, Shen Lingxue was behind him, a little worried. Apprentice, great job just now. Don't feel any guilt. For these people, you're just tantalizing them. They will be grateful to you in the future. Li Xiaoyuan twisted his head, and after whispering reassurances, he flashed a look of determination at her. Li Xiaoyuan, you condone your son's indiscriminate killing of fellow disciples. What is your offense? And at that moment, someone else swept in. Chapter 62, so protective of the calf. Real clearance. You've come just in time. This kid is going to turn against the world. The 5 elements elders saw that it was realist Qingming who had arrived, as if they had found a backer. Realist Qingming only nodded indifferently before turning to Li Xiaojuan. I, Zhangyang sect, won't want a demonic cultivator. Take your disciple with you and get out of our clan. Which one of your eyes saw that there are demonic cultivators here? The corner of Li Xiaoyuan's eyes picked up, and he said righteously, point it out for me to see. She's a demonic cultivator, colluding with the Ling Shao sect, backstabbing our fellow disciples. If it wasn't for me running fast, I would have been killed by her. Su Zhengtai stood in the distance, blaring angrily at Shen Lingxue. It's too cruel. All of our senior brothers treat her as a junior sister, and yet she betrayed us, joining forces with the Ling Shao sect in order to monopolize the Snow Lotus. You fart. It was you who joined them and killed Niu Xiaolong, Bai Wen and the others. You killed them all too. Shen Lingxue's eyes were filled with anger. Being wronged made her want to go up and whip them into shape. How dare you argue? When the 5 elements elders saw this, they were ready to strike again. With me here, I'll see who dares to move. Li Xiaoyuan once again stood out and blocked in front of Shen Lingxue. The power of cultivation surged all around his body, shocking the entire field. Shen Lingxue was even more filled with gratitude as she looked at her master. He really is his own regenerative parent. In the future, I must repay my master properly. Today, if we don't expel her from the division, I'll be sorry for so many dead disciples. Realist Qingming's eyes were filled with rage as he coldly looked at the master and disciple. If you take her side, then all of us elders will step in together and suppress you. I am the acting patriarch of the Zhangyang sect. Who dares to make a move against me? At this time, Li Xiaoyuan suddenly remembered his identity, so flashed the token. For a moment, the crowd in the room froze. With the token in hand, it was the sovereign himself. Dare to touch me? You are the ones who are treasonous. I have the right to expel you from the clan. Li Xiaoyuan held the token and looked at the crowd angrily. Zhengyang sect, sooner or later, it will be destroyed in your hands. The Five Elements elder glanced at the crowd and finally placed his gaze on Qingming Jinren. Looking at his body, which was already shaking with anger, his heart was unusually pleased. Li Xiaoyuan, you did a good job. Get everyone riled up so you can have a chance yourself. I'm going to find the old patriarch. Report to him about the situation here. Qingming Jinren said, turning around and about to go. Wait. And at this moment, the Five Elements elder suddenly stopped it. The patriarch is in seclusion, and when it comes to the critical time, he won't come out. Besides, you have more to lose than to lose by disturbing him and descending on you. But, we can't condone demons in my Zhengyang sect. Realist Qingming's voice was cold, and killing intent filled his eyes. If it wasn't for the token in Li Xiaoyuan's hand, he would have already made his move. This matter, there will naturally be retribution in the future. We'd better wait for the patriarch to come out of the gate. Elder Five Elements shook his head inside, then rushed to the crowd. We can't destroy the unity of the Zhengyang sect because of this matter. Everything, wait for the patriarch to come out before making a decision. Li Xiaoyuan, don't you dare to go wild. Sooner or later, one day, you master and disciple will have your retribution. Let's go. The crowd of elders, after hearing the words of the Five Elements elders, also let go of their obsessions. Followed immediately. Shen Linxue watched the crowd leave and began to look for Su Zhengtai in the crowd. Unfortunately, he had long since followed his master and escaped. Master, we won't be expelled from the division, will we? Shen Linxue looked at Li Xiaoyuan and couldn't help but ask. It won't. There's master here. No one dares to take a shot at you. Li Xiaoyuan reached out and rubbed her head. Let's go. Let's go back to the mountain. Master, we're clearly trying to fulfill them, so that they can ascend to the immortal realm early. Why? They just don't understand. Instead, they call me a devil. I think it's because they have too many demons in their hearts that they misunderstand my intentions. Shen Linxue followed Li Xiaoyuan while spitting. Not bad. This is both the greatest obstacle we have encountered in our chivalrous endeavors. So, good apprentice, you must do this without forgetting your heart. Always with a compassionate heart. Go and fulfill them. Absolutely don't care what anyone thinks. They are all worldly people. How can they know what we have to do with the great Tao? Li Xiaoyuan nodded his head deeply, then sighed. Be sure to hold fast to your Tao. Understand? Master, disciple, keep this in mind. Shen Linxue respectfully bowed, revealing a look of gravity. The baneful qi on them is also too heavy. I'll have to refine their baleful qi when I moderate them. No one can understand how difficult it is for us. It's a lot of work to refine the fury. Not bad. Don't be discouraged, disciple. The tighter you refine, the faster your strength will increase. See the big palm just now. If you are strong enough, there's no need to be afraid at all. Li Xiaoyuan really didn't stop instilling Shen Linxue with his own ideas, and the more Shen Linxue listened, the more mesmerized she became. Master, I understand what you mean. I'll work hard. Good. You can say so. Master is also relieved. Li Xiaoyuan nodded slightly. Go back to your cave and continue your cultivation. It's master. Shen Linxue nodded her head vigorously. Wait. Just as she was about to leave, Li Xiaoyuan stopped her again. Master, what else do you command? Shen Linxue, on the other hand, revealed a look of curiosity. This armor you wear can withstand 3 full force strikes from a Mahayana expert, Li Xiaoyuan said and handed the armor to Shen Linxue. Ha, master, you can't have this, disciple. Shen Linxue sniffed and waved her hand. Don't dare ask for it. Master gave it to you, so take it. Don't dawdle. Li Xiaoyuan glared at her and forced the armor on her. Thanks, master. Shen Linxue could only accept it and then respectfully bowed. Also, this body technique, you take it too. Li Xiaoyuan then took out the Lingbo Weibu again and handed it to Shen Linxue. Master, apprentice thanks you for your gift. You have taken care of the apprentice. The apprentice will never forget it in this life. Shen Linxue could only thank him repeatedly and keep assuring him. Well, go back and practice hard. Li Xiaoyuan smiled and rubbed her head. Yes, master. Shen Linxue nodded her head vigorously and spiraled back to her cave. Sitting on his knees, he began to refine the previously absorbed baneful qi within his body. Li Xiaoyuan began to calculate in his mind as he returned to his cave. Su Zhengtai and his own disciple, they didn't know each other in the past, so why did he set her up, and even set himself up? There must be something wrong here. Is there someone in the shadows? Li Xiaoyuan couldn't understand 100 times, and in the end, he simply didn't think about it. Sit down on your knees and prepare to meditate a bit. Ding! detecting that the host's second disciple is cultivating, triggering a violent attack. A 100-fold return of cultivation. Chapter 63, there's a reward for breaking through. Ding! Second apprentice brother Shen Linshua's cultivation has advanced, triggering a violent attack. Cultivation is returned 100 times. It was also at this moment that successive system prompts came. Li Xiu Yuan only felt that his cultivation level was also increasing, especially in the Dantian. There was a burning sensation coming from it. When he went to look at it with his inner vision, he found that the previous two-colored golden elixir had 2 more colors on it. It's a full 4, but why can't you break through? Buzz! Just as Li Xiu Yuan was puzzled, the Jindan changed again. 5 colors, 6 colors, 7 colors. As the last color became visible on the golden Dan, the entire Dantian underwent a radical change. In the original peaceful Dantian, the breath was disorganized at this time. The 7-colored light on the golden Dan dazzled, creating a radiant glow. It's like a rainbow after the rain. Gradually, the luminescence of the Jindan began to converge. It finally coalesced and molded into the size of an egg. And it was still beating, in the same rhythm as his heart rate. What the hell? Is this a breakthrough? Li Xiu Yuan gulped and continued to look inward. At this time, the egg-sized chrysalis-like Jindan was already covered by a layer of fine fluff. This was actually all layer after layer of blood veins, along with the golden elixir that kept glowing within it. These blood veins transformed into countless tentacles again and began to connect with his Dantian. The life force within the Dantian began to pour into it without stopping. One, then the next, with the heart rate constantly transmitting life force. Li Xiu Yuan once again observed the Jindan, and this time, he realized that within his Jindan, there was actually a baby-like prototype. Is it really going to break through to Yuaning? He tried to calm himself, excited at the scene before him, but it's not enough. Apprentice refueling. Li Xiu Yuan collected his divine sense and began to radiate it out to the side of Shen Linshua's cave. At this moment, she was meditating on her knees. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, obviously undergoing difficult cultivation. And she, at this point, was just as much at a bottleneck. Not enough fury? Li Xiu Yuan could see the difference at once. You can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Something will go wrong. She could only rely on herself. Having killed the Purple Sky Palace Patriarch, his fury was actually enough for her to make a breakthrough. It's just that she hasn't found the right way to do it yet. Is it because of a demon? Disciple, quiet your mind. Don't get distracted. You've reached the critical time for a breakthrough. Li Xiu Yuan could see the end of it, then reminded in a deep voice. Yes, Master. Shen Linshua violently opened her eyes, and within them, there was a heart-stopping fierce aura surging. Obviously she was struggling with herself at this point. With Li Xiu Yuan's words, she gradually quieted her mind, and Li Xiu Yuan also withdrew his divine sense. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The second disciple has broken through to the Jiedan realm. The cultivation is returned 1,000-fold. Congratulations to the host. Received an additional 20,000 points of evil value reward. At this moment, with the system's prompt, Li Xiu Yuan only felt his Dantian begin to expand. Hurriedly observed the situation. That originally egg-sized Jindan had already cracked. Within it, a small pair of hands was exploring out, followed closely by tearing this flesh cocoon apart. Hiss! This implicated Li Xiu Yuan's bloodline, and after it was torn apart, it made him suck in a breath of cool air. Gritting his teeth, he continued to look inward. In just such a moment, that original flesh cocoon had already been devoured by the baby within the Dantian and began to devour it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The Yuaning realm broke through. Li Xiu Yuan felt the baby's blood connection to his own. Excited. At this point, his heart pulse beat more forcefully one after another. In perfect synchronization with the baby, he snapped his eyes open, and the wind and clouds had already swept back inside the cave. A majestic wave of chi hovered around him. It was a good thing that their vain master's cave was extraordinary. It's all suppressed by formations. Otherwise, the circumstances of his breakthrough just now would definitely be able to cause a vision. Even so, Li Xiu Yuan stepped outside the cave and could still see the wind rising above the starry sky, dazzling around the cliffs of his questioning land. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Yuanying realm. The system draw gets upgraded. 100 consecutive draws will surely win god-level feats and top equipment. Points adjustment, the original points are increased to triple. Increased to double? That means 30,000 points are needed for 100 consecutive draws? Li Xiu Yuan thought for a moment, and a sentence came out of his mouth. Correct. Please ask the host whether to choose the 100 consecutive draws. The first 100 consecutive draws after upgrading will result in 2 divine rewards. Come on. I'll see what treasure I can give. Li Xiu Yuan directly chose 100 consecutive draws. Roger that. Deducting bad guy value now. Points have been deducted. 26,000 of the current vice value remains. After the system's prompt, the system entered the lottery interface. This time, it was replaced with a huge carousel with all sorts of exotic treasures on it. Reward, Extreme Spirit Stone * 100000. 9 Principal Earth Lotus. Hongmeng Fruit, Lower Grade Spirit Stone * 800000. Rewarded, Divine Level Technique 7 Killing Hammers. 10,000 Spirit Pills. 7 Killing Hammers, attacking and defending, can vanish into nothingness. The moves are Sweeping 1,000 Armies, Greedy Wolf Kill, 3 Stages Chop, Dawn Breaker, 7 Killers Escape, Heavenly Meteorite, and 7 Killers Robbery. Elixir of All Souls, it allows the taker to recover his or her aura to its peak state within a short period of time. Li Xiaoyuan was ecstatic as he looked at the Gongfu and elixir. This Wanling Dan is not a powerful pill. If you fight with the enemy, until the time of exhaustion to take, that is not the effect of life and death. This hammer technique, on the contrary, was a good thing, and this second disciple just didn't have a suitable technique. It's not like there are any feats with double hammers, it really is a snooze with a pillow. Li Xiaoyuan put it all away and then ran directly to Shen Linshue's cave. When he arrived at the place, he saw that Shen Linshue was, at this time, looking better than before. After the strength was broken through, the whole person was refreshed. Master. She also saw Li Xiaoyuan coming over and hurriedly rose to pay her respects. Don't be polite. Get up. Li Xiaoyuan helped her up, then took out the 7 Killing Hammers technique and handed it to her. All this time, I haven't been able to find a suitable technique for you. I just happened to find a copy tonight, so I'll leave it to you. The 7 Killing Hammers? Shen Linshue looked at the hammering technique and couldn't help but reveal a look of gravity. Immediately following that, he directly knelt on the ground. Apprentice, thank you for the gift. Master, cultivate well. It's the greatest thanks to Master. Li Xiaoyuan spoke at length and helped her up again before looking at the disciple in front of him. This is also a reward for you being able to make a breakthrough. Ha? Is there a reward for breakthroughs too? Shen Linshue was a bit surprised. A small mouth opened wide, revealing an unbelievable color. Sure, in the future, you break through, Master will give you rewards for all of them. This is an endorsement. Li Xiaoyuan smiled brightly. Thank you, Master. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. She hurriedly bowed her thanks, and then suddenly her expression was condensed. Master, S disciple has something that he has to tell you. Chapter 64, Descendant of the Empress? What is it? Li Xiaoyuan looked at her and vaguely already guessed what was going on. I'm going out today, on a mission with Su Zhengtai and the others. It was discovered that he joined forces with people from the Lingxiao sect to frame you. Shen Linshue did not think to get up and tell the truth about this matter until this point. I was so busy practicing before that I forgot about it. Oh, there's such a thing? Li Xiaoyuan pretended to be unaware of the situation, then placed his gaze on her. So, he wanted to silence you. In the end, you killed him instead. Just chase back to the clan? Yes, Master. Disciple is at fault. I shouldn't have listened to the slanderous words. Shen Linshue's pretty face was filled with guilt. Only then did she cause Master to be humiliated by them. The disciple need not care. It's all fate. It's our fate. Li Xiaoyuan shook his head inside. Disciple, you have to remember. There is revenge. It must be avenged at the moment. Definitely not drag it out. If we don't have the ability at the moment, then find their descendants, or fellow disciples, to kill them with fear. Kill the heavens and the earth to change color. You know why? After his words, he returned his gaze to Shen Linshue. It's because. Shen Linshue's innocent eyes looked at Li Xiaoyuan. She had guessed it, but wasn't sure. The fact that you're being bullied means they're not afraid of you. Then kill them until they're scared. And who will dare bully you? And we kill them. It's also for their good. Enlighten them. We're also transforming ourselves. Master has told you many times. Li Xiaoyuan took a breath and rattled off the reasons to Shen Linshue. When she heard the end, a look of realization appeared on her pretty face. In this moment, her aura had climbed again, and even her strength, unconsciously, began to start improving. So, you know what to do. Remember, don't worry and be bold. If the sky collapses, there's still Master to hold it for you. Your Master can't hold out. That's my problem, and you don't have the ability. That's your problem. Li Xiaoyuan gently patted her head and said in a serious tone, Master will give you one more treasure. With that, he took out the star armor he had copied and handed it to Shen Linshue. Master, you are my rebirth. Although Shen Linshue couldn't see the power of this set of armor, but given by his master, it must be a supreme treasure. This is something she has verified. There, take it and put it on. This armor, it has a special ability. In addition to normal protection, it can also withstand the full force of a Mahayana realm expert. And it's still 3 chances. Li Xiaoyuan handed over the armor to her while giving a detailed introduction. Apprentice, will definitely wear it for the rest of my life. A strange color surfaced on Shen Linshue's pretty face. Good. Rest early. There's a lot to do tomorrow. Li Xiaoyuan nodded slightly and then turned to leave. He had just returned to the door of his cave when he heard the voice coming from the system again. Detected second disciple. Shen Linshue is sensing the 7 killing hammers. The host is sharing the senses. In just an instant, the 7 moves of that 7 slaying hammer began to rehearse in his mind nonstop, over and over again. In the beginning, it was just opening mountains and cracking rocks. Then it could displace rivers and overturn the sea. And in the end, it could actually make heaven and earth change color and crack the sky and hide the earth. The tricks, the insights kept surging through his sea of consciousness. It's like being branded, with a branding iron, into the mind. A first glimpse, a little bit of success, driving with ease, great success? When Li Xiaoyuan reached the end, he felt a majestic hammering intent that surged in the sea of consciousness and was excited. This disciple of his own was also too good at understanding. Just a little while later he was able to cultivate the hammer technique to the minor achievement realm. With this hammer technique, together with his own stick technique and also his body technique, together with his current strength of yuaning, you can already walk sideways in the sect. I wonder, how is one's great disciple practicing outside? Li Xiaoyuan suddenly remembered someone. It had been a few days since Su Wan'er had gone out to practice. Red Inferno City, once a city of unparalleled splendor, it was created by Luo Qingfeng. After the ravages of countless years, there is no longer the splendor of yesteryear. However, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. The fact that it still stands is a testament to its heritage. On the street, Su Wan'er was looking at the scene along the street. I'm back, Red Flame City. Luo Qingfeng's voice followed. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to raise your soul well. Otherwise, I could have let you come and feel the buzz here. Su Wan'er felt guilty. Or is he too weak? If the master is there, maybe he can do it. There's no harm in it. And I never thought I'd be able to come back and revisit my hometown in my own lifetime. Luo Qingfeng sighed, then looked around. Although things have changed, this street is still the same layout as back then. There's no change at all. Back then, when I was crossing the threshold, it was the Shen family of the city that betrayed me and joined forces with the Zhao family and the Qingyan sex people, causing me to become like this. The Shen family also used to be your cronies, right? The feeling of being betrayed. I also know it well, so Wani could empathize. When I recover, I'll definitely revitalize. Let everyone know that Empress Luo Qingfeng has returned. Luo Qingfeng spoke in an extraordinarily impassioned voice. It was the most exciting moment for her in endless years. What's going on out front? So much activity. Go over and take a look? At this time, Su Wan'er looked up. There were people gathering in the distance, not knowing what they were doing. Past. I sense a familiar scent. See what's going on? Luo Qingfeng's vigilant voice came from her sea of consciousness. Yes. Su Wan'er naturally wouldn't refuse. After promising to do so, he ran straight for the crowd. Familiar. Really too familiar. Luo Qingfeng also murmured frequently. You bullies, get out of here. A childish voice, full of anger, was rushing at the group of Hanyu in front of him, waving the dagger in his hand, and behind her lay a man, motionless, apparently dead. Further back, there was a young girl of heavenly beauty and trembling body. Luo, sure, you just obediently go back with my young master. I promise I won't treat you badly. One of them, rat-faced, came forward with his teeth bared, stretching out her hand. She deflected the dagger in the hand of the maid in front of her. Little girl, get out of the way. Don't get in the way of my young master's fun. Xianqing, you don't think about it. I will not go back with you even if I die. Luo Shuer's beautiful eyes were filled with rage as she stared at a youth behind the crowd. He looked poised, with a sword and eyebrows. Only the lewd look in those eyes couldn't hide the filth inside him. TSK, your Luo family is not working, and you are still pretending to be noble here. Just serve little master comfortably. You can be given the status of a concubine, and if you give birth to a son or daughter in the future, this young master will be happy. It can also give you an identity. Xianqing reached out and peeled his men away, stepping forward and back and slowly extending his hand. Chapter 65. This young master is going to double up tonight. The place where that hand went was exactly Luo Shuer's chin. ****** off. However, the short underling saw this and immediately took his dagger and chopped it down. Get out! Xianqing roared and casually slapped the underling on the chest. She flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. After drawing a line of blood in the air, it landed on the street wall. Bang! After a sound, it fell to the ground again. From the head there, a puddle of blood gushed out in an instant. She struggled to get up and looked at Luo Shuer. Miss, quickly, go, humph, go away. Xianqing snorted coldly before walking towards Luo Shuer. Tonight, this young master is going to cavort with you. Let your Luo family's old ancestor see how her descendant is being toyed with by our Xian family. don't you come over, or I'll die for you. Luo Shu'er picked up the dagger on the ground and aimed it at her neck. The cold blade instantly slashed a bloody mark on her white jade-like skin. The blood rolled. Yet, it was as if she was unconscious. Those eyes were fixed on the villain in front of them, and a bunch of fist-pumping beaters. This Luo family girl, it's over. Yeah, a girl running out, isn't she waiting to be bullied? Someone inform her family. There's no need to go. In the entire Luo clan, you won't be able to find anyone who can fight against Xin Qing's guards. The people around them began to talk. None of them were convinced, but none of them dared to come up and stop them. He could only watch the crowd in front of him, surrounding Luo Shu'er in the corner. One face was filled with greed as they looked at her playfully. Young master, we haven't tasted the $1,000 lady yet. What about the taste of the empress descendant? When you've had enough, can you reward the little ones with some fun? Mouseface showed his teeth and sneered. The guards behind him all followed with a laugh. You guys, off. And just then, Su Wan'er's voice came from outside the crowd. Release this girl. She caught the attention of the crowd after one sentence. There was a flurry of looks her way. Bright eyes and white teeth. A red lotus first out of the water. Seeing her, it didn't help to make that connection. Her eyebrows are like a picture, and her green shirt can't hide her graceful figure. Only, at this time, underneath that pretty face, it contained frost. Also, not to be confused with it is a stick carried on the back. Is this a burning stick? Whose girl is out? Yes, but that doesn't look like a maid, does it? More like a lady. A lady carrying a stick? Don't people wear swords? For a while, the surrounding onlookers began to discuss. Their focus, since the beginning, has never been on saving lives. It's always a pleasure to watch. It's not a big deal at all. TSK, TSK, TSK. One wasn't enough. Here comes another one. Is this going to make this young master double-cross him? Shen Chang was staggered. A pair of eyes that originally still had some starlight in them. The moment has been consumed by desire. He had already begun to imagine cavorting in the bodies of these two fairies this night. Galloping. That wonderful scene too. Young master, I told you that you are blessed today, and this seems to be true. Mouseface fawned and smiled, his eyes dropping out. This young lady, you're also here to prepare to serve my young master, aren't you? Don't worry, my young master is very gentle. It will definitely make you horny. Right, hurry up and go home with my young master. Now that you're here, don't go. Young master, why don't we go hire an 8-carried sedan chair? A group of henchmen, one after another, began to make light of Su Wan'er with their words, and at this time, Su Wan'er's heart had long since burst into flames. You guys, bullying men and women in the street, treating human lives as nothing. Auntie is taking the place of God tonight. Although the person who spoke was Su Wan'er, the voice was clearly Luo Qingfeng's tone. He's the man from the Shen family who victimized you in the first place. In the sea of consciousness, Su Wan'er could similarly feel everything around her. Only the control of the body was given to Luo Qingfeng. Not bad. This little girl, I feel familiar. So she's a descendant of my Luo family, having the same bloodline as me. Naturally familiar. Luo Qingfeng's beautiful eyes flowed as she looked at the crowd in front of her. Kill him. Collect some interest back first. Su Wan'er clenched her silver teeth. Humph. None of you present here tonight will leave this place. Luo Qingfeng snorted coldly. Her eyes erupted with inches of refined aura under the coalescence of her killing intent. Oh, what a bossy little lady. Go. Let her see what you guys are made of. Chilliness surged in Xian Chang's starry eyes as he listened to her words. Yes, brothers, go. Several people rubbed their fists and walked toward Su Wan'er. Little lady, don't blame brother for destroying the flowers with a hot hand. It's you who seeks death. Mouseface held out his hand once more as he spoke. Miss, leave me alone. Just go. Seeing this, Luo Shu'er on the side hurriedly reminded. Watching Mouseface had done it, squeezing his eyes shut, afraid to look at what was coming next. Bang! However, under a sound of a wooden stick cracking a watermelon, it shocked everyone. My God, hit too hard. Heads are splitting. That's brain matter, isn't it? The surrounding crowd, watching the scene in front of them, backed away, and right in front of him, Mouseface had been headbutted by the Zetian stick, took the stick and smashed the head right through and landed on his neck. Blood splattered everywhere, splattering the faces of those around them. However, Luo Qingfeng was not. She had just used her aura directly to block the blood water away. Her body, dripping with blood. Kills people. You killed our big brother. A few of the henchmen, seeing Mouseface smashed so badly that his head erupted, stammering, half-heartedly, one looked at her in horror, as if she had seen Shura. Bang! Luo Qingfeng raised her leg and kicked it, directly sending Mouseface flying out. And then, the Chi Tian stick fell. It flew up again and swept on. After a few moves in quick succession, a few of the men, either it flew up into the air or smashed inside the wall. Either that or the arm and body are separated. For a while, it was as if the place had been turned into a slaughterhouse. The smell of blood filled the palates of everyone present. It makes you want to be sick to your stomach. Go, whoever retreats. I'll exterminate your entire family. Shen Shang watched as a few of his men were killed, and then rushed his men behind him to order them. They looked at each other, and they all saw a look of awe in each other's eyes. Kill. Go. However, eventually it had to be rushed up and done. I'll do it. Su Wan'er suddenly took control of her body. Little scum, leave it to me. Chapter 66. Keep shouting. Don't stop. Ding. The host's eldest disciple Su Wan'er is in the middle of a street group fight, decapitating 18 enemies. Evil deeds are pulled full circle, completing Su Wan'er's long-term teaching mission. How the wicked are made. Gained 18,000 vice value. Please make Su Wan'er a great villain as soon as possible. Li Yuan was in between meditating when he heard the system's alert sound. No way. Can you even sense it from this far away? He paused before responding. Originally, when Su Wan'er disappeared for a few days, he thought that she had changed her behavior after going out. Already, he had begun to calculate that when he took in disciples in the future, he absolutely could not let them leave him. Otherwise, after you go out, you don't even practice or do your tasks. What's wrong with that? Just now, however, the sudden arrival of the evil deed value made Li Yuan change his mind. It's better to go out and practice. If you don't make a move, you haven't encountered it. Ding! Just as he was calculating, another alert sound came. The evil value has increased again. Not bad. A good disciple. Truly a good disciple of mine. Li Yuan sighed in admiration and his eyes couldn't even open from smiling. Xi'an City. Street side. Su Wan'er was drenched in blood at this time. She realized it was as if she had stirred up a hornet's nest, killed a few of his men thinking it would be over, but more and more people showed up. The onlookers had long since dispersed. Instead, the more people from the Shen family came. Are we being reckless? Su Wan'er wiped the blood from her forehead and let out a long breath. At this moment, her mind was thinking of her master. If he was there, he would have helped himself out. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Luo Qingfeng, on the other hand, smiled disdainfully. Here, I'm the master. These outsider trash, are not worth mentioning. What kind of person are you? Why did you kill my Shen family? At that moment, there was a bald old man, who walked out from the crowd. A pair of eyes like those of a falcon stared coldly at Su Wan'er, trying to make something out of her. Sure enough, he saw it. Green shirt Shen Yu waistplate. You're a member of the Zhang Yang sect. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Auntie sees the road and pulls out her sword to help. What's wrong with that? Su Wan'er snorted coldly, her eyes filled with contempt. Your Shen family is rampant, killing people in the street. I'm doing the right thing for heaven. Good. What a good one to take the place of heaven. Then you know, this earthly realm, heaven, it's our Shen family? The bald old man laughed coldly in succession before placing a pair of eyes on her. It's your patriarch who has to be courteous when he comes. What are you, lecturing me here? Let alone one person, even if the whole city is slaughtered. So what? Uncle Hao, don't talk to her, she picked off my hamstring. I want you to bone her and kill my hatred. Shen Shang covered his wrist and glared angrily at Su Wan'er. It was with that hand that you just used and killed someone. It's only right that I waste it. Su Wan'er glared at him, then turned to the bald old man. If you want to do it, then hurry up. Auntie has other things to do. Well, since you put it that way, I won't be polite. Uncle Hao nodded, then drew a long sword from his waist, and then he leapt forward. Meteor sword. After he let out a roar, the long sword in his hand was instantly raised high above his head, and then as it swung down, the sword was strewn with energy. Like stars, they poured down towards Su Wan'er below under the moonlight. Get out of the way. Don't get hurt. Others steered clear. Don't want to get stabbed to death. Chi Tian stick technique. Su Wan'er was undaunted. The Chi Tian stick in his hand flew densely, blocking away the sword awnings one by one. Sparks flew in all directions for a while, and the sound of clanging metal pierced one's ears. Phew! With just one move, Su Wan'er was out of breath. He's a peak Jindan expert. You're no match. Leave it to me. That's when Luo Qingfeng spoke up. Good. I'll do my best. Su Wan'er had to give up her control even at this point. The reason why she was like this was not to show off, but she was worried that Luo Qingfeng had consumed too much, not conducive to her recovery. After she agreed, Luo Qingfeng's divine sense surged and suddenly spread out, lightly taking control of her body. There was a cold light flashing in those eyes. With this glance, Uncle Hao stared. At this moment, Su Wan'er gave him a sense of crisis. It's a far cry from just now. Who are you? He swallowed hard and asked. Me, humph, is the one who wants you dead. Luo Qingfeng laughed coldly in succession, and immediately collected the Chi Tian stick. With a pinch of his finger, a red aura surged. Shoo! It ran towards Uncle Hao's brow. It was too late for him to dodge when he saw the red on surging in. Just watch your eyebrows get poked through. Instantaneous unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Su Wan'er had already arrived in front of him, looking down at him. Griffin, with words as frosty as ice, she spat out in disgust, then walked towards Xianchang once again. Today, this palace will collect some interest from you. With that, a hand pressed down toward his head. Ah, don't! Immediately after that, there came Xianchang's miserable screams and pleas for mercy. At this time, he was in a sorry state, and had long since lost the suave demeanor he had just had. Right, keep yelling no, and when I'm satisfied, I'll spare you. Su Wan'er's voice was cold and told him to keep shouting. Don't! Xianchang also obeyed and shouted in succession. Not bad. Unfortunately, I'm not satisfied. Su Wan'er's beautiful eyes surged with killing intent. The hand slammed down hard. Ka! Xianchang's head was crushed and exploded in the air by her. The whole thing was torn off her face as well, tossed aside in disgust. She killed the young master. Quickly, go back and report to the family head. A group of guards, seeing this, were frightened and bloodless. With so many people, even the young master couldn't protect them, and they couldn't get away with it. However, if we can take Su Wan'er down, we can go back and deliver. Set up a formation, don't let her get away. Mighty Tiger Formation. They roared and put up formations. Roar! As the formation was set up, a deafening whistling sound was emitted. It made the whole street cold and windy. A solemn aura enveloped the area. Kill! Kill! The crowd roared and rushed towards Su Wan'er. This group of people, not 100, but 80. The formation they put up was another rigid formation. It's not wise to fight hard. Withdraw. Seeing the bad situation, Su Wan'er immediately stormed back away. Boom! She had just retreated, and where she was originally located, she was struck by the mighty tiger formation. It exploded. A 1-foot deep pit instantly appeared on the ground. Chapter 67, 200 consecutive draws. A fiery aura suddenly spread out from this place. Su Wan'er's figure stopped at a position 20 feet away from here. Beautiful eyes stared at the crowd in front of her. The formation was interlocked, and each person assumed the key note of the formation, which could be said to be both offensive and defensive. What should we do? This formation is so powerful. We definitely can't fight hard. Su Wan'er could also observe the battle and was worried for a while. Her strength against them was still slightly insufficient. Even with Luo Qingfang it was the same. Little girl, dare to kill a member of my Shen family. It was at this moment that creepy laughter came from the void. In the blink of an eye, however, a slim, sickly-looking man suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. He looked down indifferently, glancing at the body on the ground, then at the guards behind him. Rice bucket. Such a sentence popped out of his nose before returning his attention back to Su Wan'er. Does this person have Yuaning strength? Su Wan'er had already felt the terrifying pressure coming from him. Definitely not something a Jindan cultivator could have. Just one look made her feel like her body was being seen through. He's not going to find out what's wrong with us, is he? Don't worry, he can't see through it. Even though my soul is damaged, it's not something a Yuaning cultivator can see through. Luo Qingfang responded while staring vigilantly at the person in front of her. Even though I'm not at my full strength right now, it's still a bit troublesome to deal with him. But, I still have the killer. Killer? Su Wan'er didn't understand. What other killers could she have? Red Flame City. Back then, it was a city that I built with my own hands. In this city, there is a city guard formation. Only I know how to activate it. The corner of Luo Qingfeng's mouth revealed a smug arc. It can easily strangle a god of transformation expert. Not to mention him, a tiny Yuaning, disciple of the Zhangyang sect. Who is your master? Just as the two were conversing, the middle-aged man on the opposite side spoke. Who my master is none of your business. Su Wan'er snorted petulantly and was nonchalant. You guys are lawless and the head of the family abuses the civilian population. Killing him is to rid the people of evil. Instead, you guys are here to protect your calves. In vain for a big family. Sharp-tongued. I'll teach you how to behave today. The middle-aged man's voice gradually turned cold when he heard Su Wan'er's words. After that, he suddenly performed his stance and just swept in. Swish! Su Wan'er's body, under Luo Qingshang's manipulation, suddenly retreated. At the same time, the misty barrier sand in his hand was not idle, and after pulling it out, he sprinkled it all on the middle-aged man. What's this? Asterisk 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 asterisk. After the middle-aged man was enveloped by the misty barrier sand, he immediately felt like he had lost all his senses. In the void, he broke into a curse. Stinky girl, dare to play a trick. I'll kill you. Humph. This thing of your master's is quite useful. It can block a Yuaning cultivator for a moment. Luo Qingfang had already darted away while talking and laughing. Just such a moment's effort had bought her time to escape. Weaving back and forth across the roof, he soon found a direction and darted off. In the blink of an eye, He arrived in front of an attic building in the most central location of Red Flame City. Since it was already dark, there were not many pedestrians here anymore. She landed on top of the loft, not waiting for the middle-aged man to come after her. With his hands clenched, an aura emerged from his palms. For a while, this attic began to tremble. A streak of refined light like a sword blade shot out from the bottom of the attic. It began to spread out immediately afterward. 1 fathom, 10 fathoms, 30 fathoms. Numerous essence lights surged, but they didn't destroy a single building here. Even the ground was untouched, as if it didn't exist, yet it was all clear to the naked eye. The middle-aged man who chased after her stopped 10 feet away from her and looked vigilantly at Luo Qingfang in front of him. By my soul, in place of my blood, burn! After Luo Qingfang's sentence, she began to silently recite the spell. Bloodline connection, Earth formation resonance, City protector formation, open. As her words passed, the entire city began to tremble along with her. As if activated, countless fluorescent lights began to surge and finally converged, shrouding Luo Qingfang. The aura emanating from her body at this moment had far exceeded her own strength. Harmonization realm? This is the Mahayana. The middle-aged man across from her saw her strength soar. A sense of despair. What kind of person has this offended, to actually have such strength? Bang! Just for a moment he was lost in thought. Luo Qingfeng manipulated Su Wan'er's body and struck out suddenly. Those countless sword essence lights instantly penetrated his body. It didn't look like he had any injuries, but after being penetrated, the whole thing fell to the ground with a crash. Dying, Su Wan'er came to him and took out her Qi Tian stick. Where is Shen Ling Tian? Humph, you don't want to know. The middle-aged man struggled to hold his body together, and after one sentence the entire body began to swell. It eventually swells up like a ball. Boom! The moment he blew himself up, Su Wan'er burst back. When it reappeared, it had disappeared at the end of the street. Ding! The host's great disciple Su Wan'er kills a Yuaning expert, pulls her evil deeds to full capacity, and completes the long-term teaching mission, How Evil People Are Made. According to the progress of the quest, gained the value of evil deeds 50,000. Current remaining evil value, 94,000. Late at night, Li Xiuyuan had long since settled down. Suddenly, he heard a system alert. Holy, what did Wan'er do? Kill the Yuaning expert? How could she possibly do that with her current strength? But it's a shame not to raffle off over 90,000 evil values. Sweepstakes. Let's have a 200 straight draw. Li Xiuyuan made up his mind and started the lottery. Ding! The value of evil deeds is being deducted. Ding! Has successfully deducted the value of evil deeds. Current remaining, 34,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Spirit Rice, Alchemy Furnace, Shen Class Armor. Obtained Divine Rewards, God's Left Hand, Divine Cloak, Taishang Alchemy, Soul Nurturing Bead. Li Xiuyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement when he heard a series of system rewards. 200 consecutive draws resulted in 4 divine rewards. The left hand of God? What does that mean? God's left hand, when used, it can mobilize the power of the gods and explode its own attack 10,000 times. Divine Cloak, can conceal breath. Strength 2 ranks above the host cannot be detected. Can withstand a master below the ascension level with a full blow *2. Taishang Alchemy, you need to have the foundation of alchemy to cultivate the supreme alchemy method. Soul Nurturing Bead, it can warm and nourish the remnants of the soul, and 1 day of recuperation in it can be worth 10 days in the world. When Li Xiuyuan saw this series of rewards, his eyes flickered with light. It was worthy of being a god-tier reward. This was properly all life-preserving treasures. Chapter 68. These babies, can they be duplicated with evil values? That was what Li Xiuyuan was concerned about. It's okay, but the demand is high. E.g., Divine Cloak requires 30,000 vileness value, duplicated once. Holy robbery! Li Xiuyuan couldn't help but burst out, and after thinking about it, he muttered, apprentices, work hard. Ding! Su Wan'er blood slaughtered 100 miles outside of Red Flame City. She killed countless Shen clan pursuers, and her behavior was extremely bad. Completing Su Wan'er's long-term teaching mission, How Evil is Made. According to the progress of the quest, receive a reward of 100,000 evil values. Current evil value available, 134,000. Ding! Su Wan'er escaped the siege and beheaded the Jindan cultivator. Her behavior is bad. Based on the progress of the mission, Li Xiuyuan heard the system's reminder and realized what his disciple was doing. This girl is being chased? What kind of place is Red Flame City? How come I've never heard of it? Li Xiuyuan's brows furrowed before he took out the map. Carefully looking through it, it was at this moment that the system's prompts had come. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Senior apprentice brother Su Wan'er has survived the desperate situation and her strength has skyrocketed. having broken through to the early Jindan stage, triggering a special reward, advanced CI-Wu feedback. Cultivation is returned 2,000 times. Yuaning 1. Yuaning 2. Yuaning triple. As the rewards were handed out, Li Xiu Yuan's cultivation suddenly began to skyrocket, finally stopping at the 5th level of Yuaning. Feeling the refinement of his cultivation, Li Xiu Yuan spread out his hands with a burst of smugness in his eyes. Gather your thoughts and continue checking the map. The companion capital of the true Luoxian dynasty 1,000 years ago? It's more than 5,000 miles from here? This silly girl, why did she run so far? That's beyond my reach. I'll just have to fend for myself. Li Xiu Yuan began to pray for his good disciple. Just now, after some tossing and turning, his evil behavior value, directly dry, broke through the 100,000 mark. After tossing and turning for more than half a night, Li Xiu Yuan eventually fell asleep. The night flew by. Master, wake up! Someone is looking for you. Just as he was still asleep, he heard Shen Linshue's urgent call. He rubbed his eyes and came outside the cave. What's so urgent? Master, it's in the Maharishi temple. Someone is looking for you. The elders have gone and are waiting for you. Shen Linshue looked flustered and reminded Li Xiu Yuan. Looking for me? Who? The remaining members of the Purple Sky Palace? Li Xiu Yuan seriously thought about it, but he still had it out. No, I heard that it seems to be someone from some Shen family. Shen Linshue shook her head and thought seriously before explaining. The Shen family? Why haven't I heard of them? Did you mess with them? Li Xiu Yuan hadn't woken up yet and felt a bit puzzled after hearing her words. No, I haven't even heard of it. How can I know? Master, just get going. People are waiting for you. Shen Linshue shook her head, then began to show him the way. Yes, Li Xiu Yuan thought seriously and gradually remembered who the Shen family was. Wasn't that the same family that, last night, had chased down his eldest apprentice? I can't believe you came to my door. With that in mind, he had already arrived at the Maharishi temple. At this moment, the place was packed with people, all the elders of the Zhengyang sect. There were also a dozen or so imposing men he'd never seen before. I guess it's some kind of Shen family. The elder of the 5 elements was chatting with one of them about something, and when he saw Li Xiu Yuan coming over, he gave the man a look back. You are Li Xiu Yuan, Su Wan'er's master? The man asked in a condescending manner after seeing Li Xiu Yuan come over. With his remark, several strangers on the scene looked sideways. Each and every one of them had their fists clenched, and if they weren't in the way of the face of the Zhengyang sect, they would have already made their move. I am. How's that? Li Xiu Yuan reported a look of disdain as his starry eyes scanned the circle. After these people looked at him, each of them revealed a look of hostility. There were even so many people whose faces were filled with murderous intent. Good. The man nodded his head repeatedly, then a biting aura suddenly emanated from his body. Stepping towards Li Xiu Yuan, one majestic pressure after another caused the entire hall to become heavy. At this moment, Li Xiu Yuan only felt his chest tighten, as if he was being pressed by someone reaching out and sizzling on his heart. A transformation god expert? He mentally calculated, then prodded the divine grade cloak into action. Buzz! With a crisp ringing sound, it spread through his sea of consciousness. The uncomfortable feeling he had just experienced abruptly disappeared, making him still feel extraordinarily relaxed. Instead of retreating further in the face of the man's aggressiveness, he met him. This scene caused the people present to look sideways, especially the 5 elements elder who was ready to watch the fun. That pair of cloudy eyes was filled with gravity. The cliff of asking was really something fishy. My Zhengyang sect's legacy must be at the cliff of asking. Otherwise, how could this idiot have improved so quickly in a short period of time, and actually be able to withstand the pressure of a transformation god expert? Realist Qing Ming was also in the distance, a pair of eyes filled with jealousy as he looked at Li Xiu Yuan. That pair of originally loosened palms also gradually clenched. You connived with your disciples and killed countless experts of my Shen clan. I came to find you today. It's to ask for an explanation. The man narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Xiu Yuan, who was standing opposite to himself. You fart. Li Xiu Yuan met his gaze that was about to kill with an expletive. Bold. Dare to be so disrespectful to our elder. The 2 henchmen on the side, seeing that Li Xiu Yuan opened his mouth and cursed, immediately became furious and stepped forward to make a move. Bang! However, the 2 Yuaning experts just took a step forward. One person was just blown away by Li Xiu Yuan's raised hand. Although they were both Yuaning, Li Xiu Yuan's foundation was by no means comparable to theirs. Both of them had just exerted the power of supreme cultivation. However, Li Xiu Yuan did not have a single ripple around his body since the beginning. Purely relying on his own toughness, he had blown one person out of the air with a hard blow. This is my Zhengyang sect, not your Shen clan. Whoever dares to be reckless again, this seat will directly utilize the mountain protector formation. I'll kill him. Li Xiaoyuan blasted away one person and stood with his arms folded. A vast aura surged around his body, causing the people around him to look and feel an invisible pressure that gave them the illusion of wanting to worship. The Qingming realist was even more shocked when he looked at the strength that had just erupted from him. He could actually already easily thrashing Yuaning cultivators. To break through in such a short period of time, he must have used the inheritance of the Zhengyang sect. Damn it, how could the old patriarch shelter him so much? A few of you, whoever is still not convinced, feel free to come and do it. Next, I won't hold back. Li Xiaoyuan turned his gaze to the others, killing intent surging in his eyes. Humph, is this the way your Zhengyang sect handles problems? If word gets out later, who will dare to be in your company? The man from before, with a cold snort, began a moral abduction. That pair of eyes teasingly looked at Li Xiaoyuan. Chapter 69 Battle of the Tongues. If you've got something to say it, don't dilly-dally. What others say is their business. I'll naturally deal with it when I come across it. Li Xiaoyuan glanced at him, then continued, tell me about my disciple. If it's her fault, I'll deal with it myself. If it's not her fault, it depends on what you've done. She was last night, killing our Shen family's young generation's heavenly pride. Right. Also killed 2 Yuaning experts and Jindan experts. Guarding the dead guards, killed dozens of them as well. This was all witnessed by the people of the entire city. This time, without waiting for this Shen family elder to say anything, the others began to count Su Wan'er's crimes. TSK. This disciple of mine can really add to the chaos, Li Xiaoyuan murmured, then turned to the crowd. So, why? Does it even matter? She killed so many people. You mustn't give a statement. Elder Shen Yuan snorted coldly, his eyes raging with anger. A statement? How can I give you a statement? I don't even know why she did it. Li Xiaoyuan spread his hands. If you guys tell me, I will naturally punish her. However, the prerequisite is that she is at fault. Elder 5 Elements. Is this what you just said? To give us an explanation? Elder Li is obviously not wanting to cooperate. I don't ask for much. Hand over her people and I can forget about it. Seeing Li Xiaoyuan's nonsense, the Shen family elder turned his attention to the 5 Elements elder. Not bad. Elder Li, you deserve to cooperate with others. Protecting the calf like this, how will outsiders look at our Zhengyang sect? Indiscriminate killing of innocents and stirring up trouble at will? Elder 5 Elements nodded his head and walked over, his eyes full of gravity. My Zhengyang sect has always done things openly and honestly. Who can be responsible for corrupting your reputation because of a yellow girl? I can. Li Xiaoyuan stalked his neck and glanced at the crowd with contempt. I was going to investigate the cause and effect of the matter. Since you guys said so, then I'll tell you all plainly that my he disciple does everything right. If I am the master, I must manage to the end. You. The Shen family elder's face turned red when he heard his words. An invisible killing intent had begun to surge. What? Want to make a move? Li Xiaoyuan looked at him with contempt and pointed outside the hall. There's a ring down there. You and I can have a match. If I win, this matter ends here. Take your men and get out. If I lose, I'll personally deliver the person to the Shen mansion. That's what you said. Also, if I win, you kneel down in public and apologize to me first. Admit that you have failed to teach. From now on, no more disciples. After the Shen family elder heard his words, the corner of his face twitched twice, and his pair of iron fists had clenched. Great. Then I'll add one too. You lose. Get out of my pants. Yell that the Genji family is wrong. Li Xiaoyuan was as imposing as a rainbow, standing proudly on the spot and waiting for his reply. Slow down. Just as the crowd was about to prepare to agree, a silhouette suddenly arrived in front of the main hall door. So, there were sideways glances. It was then realized that it turned out to be Jang Chingu, who had been away for several days, who had returned. She gasped, then came to Li Xiaoyuan's side and looked at him before turning to the Shen family elders. Your strength is through the roof. If we really fight, it's hard to tell the winner from the loser, and it hurts the peace. It's better this way. You'll each have your own apprentice take your place. Patriarch Jang, since you said so, then I can't not give face. It's just that I don't know if Elder Li has any disciples. After the Shen family elder heard her words, he also stopped being persistent and took a step back. She was the personal disciple of the old patriarch of the Zhengyang sect, and in the future, that would be the existence that would control the Zhengyang sect. It was natural to give a few points for face. There, you're willing to compete, so come on. As soon as Li Xiaoyuan heard this, he immediately became interested. It saves you from having to do it yourself. Let's go, gentlemen. Jang Chingu's beautiful eyes flowed over Li Xiaoyuan for a moment before she led the way out. The crowd soon arrived on this side of the ring in front of the temple, behind Li Xiaoyuan, followed by Shen Linxue. Master, I will definitely give you a breath of fresh air. Shen Linxue waved her pink fist, full of confidence. Just go all out. This cloak you put on, it can save your life. Li Xiaoyuan gave her his cloak again. Relax your mind. Just think of it as a normal duel. If one wants to revolutionize him, then just metamorphose. Follow your feelings. Understood, master. Disciple knows what to do. Shen Linxue nodded her head vigorously, then carried her own blazing purple electricity hammer and walked up. Gensokyo, by now. A youth had also stood opposite her. After seeing Shen Linxue come forward, he rushed at her and clasped his fists. Shen Linxue. She paused, before following with a hug. Can I ask you a question? Yes. Shen sure agreed without thinking. Do you know the immortal world? Do you want to go to the heavenly court? Shen Linxue revealed an innocent look and placed her beautiful eyes on him. Don't want to go either. Our Shen family is just fine. Shen sure shook his head. Little girl, I won't show any mercy. Come on. Shen Linxue set up a stance and whirled the blazing purple electricity hammer around. Ground stab. Shen sure didn't wait for her to react and had already cast the spell. With his roar, a ground spike suddenly appeared on the floor of the ring. The ground thorns that were a foot high instantly trapped Shen Linxue within them. Ha ha, you lose. Shen Shure's eyes were filled with smugness. Too weak. Yeah. And at that moment, Shen Linxue's disdainful voice came out from the ground thorns. A purple lightning then pierced through the ground thorns and suddenly came his way. Ka! Shen Shure didn't dare to be careless when he saw that the lightning was about to strike him. In a hurry, he stormed back. Where to run? Shen Linxue's voice suddenly came from behind him. At some point, she had come up behind him. Watching him come his way, the twin hammers slammed down. Xuanwu shield. Shen Shure's hands fluttered, his fingertips dazzling with aura, suddenly forming a barrier in front of him. Bang! After the double hammers slammed down, they were able to block the fatal blow, but he himself is no better. By the inertia of the blazing purple electricity hammer, he was hammered and flew out, one after another. He broke the ground cones he had just summoned. It ended up tumbling over the ground for a dozen feet before coming to a stop. At this time, he was dressed in rags and had a head full of black hair flying about. Long gone was the bland demeanor of before. Put! Shen Shure spat a mouthful of blood at the ground, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Damn! Why is this girl so perverted? Her strength is like that of an ox. Come on, go on. Shen Linxue had already leapt forward with a battle intent. Chapter 70 The Power of the Left Hand. Shen Shure couldn't help but burst out, slapping out a pitch-black elixir in his hand. It's too late to think about it and just swallow it in one gulp. Phew! In an instant, the medicine took effect. Shen Shure's entire aura instantly changed. Peak Jin Dan? Jin Dan. Li Xiaoyuan felt something was wrong in an instant. The strength actually broke through a stage in a short period of time. There must be a trick. Something's not right with this kid. Jang Chingu beside him furrowed her willow brows. Apprentice, be careful. Li Xiaoyuan didn't state it directly, but reminded her. Shen Linxue sniffed and didn't hold back, but continued to strike. Meteor sword. Shen Shure roared angrily, and then the long sword flipped in his hand. A biting sword chi streaked across the room. With the agitation of the sword chi, wild winds rose up all around, and the void had traces of being torn apart. Battle Soul Matchless Technique. Shen Linxue had already felt the climb in his strength above the void. At the same time, he executed the Battle Soul Unparalleled Technique. A shadow behind her just manifested and suddenly became one with her. For a moment her aura skyrocketed, and then her twin hammers looked like heavenly meteors under the blinding sunlight. It fell with a bang. That biting sword chi was smashed into pieces under the twin hammers. The countercurrent stirred. Put! The Shen Shure below instantly suffered a backlash. He gritted his teeth and whirled around, swinging out his sword once again. Sword 12 styles. Extinguish. As this sword was used, an astral wind began to surge around him. All of his body began to be cut apart by his own sword awnings. It was obvious that with his current strength, there was a backlash to casting this move. But right now, when it came to this situation, there was no time for him to think too much. Can't lose. Can't. Shen Shure gritted his teeth and put in more effort again. The sword chi on that Shen sword became even more powerful. Even the ring, which was made of spirit stone, began to be cut by the sword chi. Go to hell. At the end of the day, Shen Shure swung his sword with force. Shoo! Phew! This sword, with an aura of destruction, finally transformed into a fierce tiger with sword energy. From the bottom up, it met Shen Linxue's double hammers. Break! Shen Linxue poured all her strength into the twin hammers. Under the augmentation of the Battle Soul Void, the pair of sledgehammers fell with a bang. In the void, it also traced a flame track. This powerful blow actually set the air on fire. The clothes above Shen Linxue's arms had been burned to pieces. Luckily, by the time she reached her body, she was already wearing the star armor given by Li Xiaoyuan. Stops the fire. Boom! Ka! It was also at this moment that Xian Jian's sword chi and the blazing violet electricity hammer blasted together. The sword awnings were torn apart one by one as if they were being drawn out of a cocoon. The broken sword blade landed on the ground with a bang, cutting countless sword marks into the ring, and Shen Lingshue's double hammers were already near the Xianshi. Ah, no! Xianshi looked at the twin hammers that were already close at hand and instinctively asked for help. Unbridled. Seeing this, the Shen family elder roared angrily. Reaching out in the void, he clenched his palm into a claw, and then ran and grabbed Shen Lingshue's head. Her head! Only I can touch it. Li Xiaoyuan realized that something was wrong early on, so he directly cast God's left hand. The strength of this Shen family's elder was one realm higher than him, not something he could easily deal with. Utilizing the system's rewards, then, is essential. The only thing that can be performed easily is this move. In the eyes of the crowd, Elder Shen parent's claw steeply emerged from the sky above Shen Lingxue, like a claw of extermination, clawed down toward her, and right at this moment, Li Xiaoyuan's claw came from the bottom to the top, protecting Shen Lingxue within it, clenched into a tight fist. Boom! After the two claws collided together, a roar was emitted. The entire space shook. Breathtaking astral wind surged from above the two men's claws. It spread around the entire ring. Up! Seeing this, Jang Chingu hurriedly operated her Xian Gong and pulled up a protective shield to protect the disciples, who had come to look up behind her. The Xian family, as it were, avoid harm to the disciples on both sides. Above the ring, the two claws are still battling. What would be the effect of a 10,000 fold attack? Li Xiaoyuan thought in his heart and had already run this 10,000 times attack. Open! After he let out a roar, a green python suddenly appeared above that one illusory palm. As the green python surged, scales began to flash on his hands. A destructive energy erupted from his claws. Break me! Li Xiaoyuan roared again and clawed up. In an instant, the claws of the Xian family elder were in a death grip. Ah! The Xian clan's upper elder quickly suffered a backlash and let out a miserable scream. Bang! Above the void, his giant claws exploded as a result. The airwaves burst open since then, and a strong wind swept backwards. A crack appeared in Jang Chingu's protection even as it was cut. Let me help you. Returning to his senses, Li Xiaoyuan came over and brought his god's left hand into operation, blocking the backward swirling wind. Ka! Even so, the impact hunted his arms. The scales on it were starting to get cut. Luckily, the astral wind only lasted for a few breaths of time before it completely dissipated. And in the ring, the winners and losers have long been decided. Xianshi escapes from the ring with his head in his hands. Shen Lingxue didn't even have a chance to chase after him if she wanted to. She had just seen her master strike out to protect himself. The consequences were not something she could handle if she continued to metamorphose any further. Your Shen family, is that the best you can do? You still want to kill me after losing? Li Xiaoyuan indifferently looked at the Shen family elder and mocked him repeatedly. Humph, the one who killed first was your disciple. The Shen family elder snorted coldly, not admitting that he was at fault in the slightest. Oh, then you, an elder, can make a move on a junior? Li Xiaoyuan's eyes flinched as he questioned. I have now begun to wonder if my eldest disciple, too, was coerced by you and had to fight back. I will definitely investigate this matter. I'll wait for you to investigate. The Shen family elder threw out a sentence and waved his arm. Let's go. Slow down. Just as he was about to lead the people away, Li Xiaoyuan called out to him. What more do you want? To fight me? Elder Shen looked at Li Xiaoyuan angrily. I've already dismissed the matter, and you're still on a roll. It's not that I'm coming on strong. You lost, don't you know? Li Xiaoyuan spread his hands. We just had an agreement. Want to renege on your debt? She played a trick. Used a battle spirit. Not her true strength. Don't you think I can't see it? Elder Shen Yuan pointed at Shen Lingxue. So, this game doesn't count. Then it was also him who played a trick first. Do you think I didn't see that he ate the pills? Li Xiaoyuan did not budge either. So, you still lost. Chapter 71. The system can't give fake goods. You lose. Elder of the Shen family stalked his neck. Deadpan. You're the one who lost. Li Xiaoyuan naturally did not let him. Who would admit defeat in this situation? Enough. And at this moment, Jang Chingu finally couldn't help herself. Her pretty face contained frost, gazing at the few people in front of her. A draw. Don't fight anyone. Take your people and leave my Zhangyang sect. If it weren't for the face of the Qingyan sect, my Zhangyang sect would let you be so reckless. The meaning of her words could not have been more obvious. It's okay for you to fox and pretend to be a tiger, but you can't bully people too much. Patriarch Jiang, since you know the relationship between my Shen family and the Qingyan sect, you're still being so unreasonable? What happens when you offend the Qingyan sect? It's not like you don't know. The Shen family elder crossed his eyes and completely disregarded them. Don't mention the Qingyan sect again. Think I, Zhangyang sect, am really afraid of them. Jang Chingu's phoenix eyes stared, revealing a displeased expression. Patriarch Jang, it's not a matter of being afraid. Any random elder of the Green Cloud sect has the cultivation of a transformation spirit. That year, it even crippled the transiting Empress Luo Qingfeng. What about your Zhongyang sect? And what are your battle records? Elder Shen parent smiled disdainfully, then held his hands on his feet. Today, old me will leave first. However, Su Wan'er's matter, within 10 days, be sure to give our Shen family an explanation. Otherwise, in this year's Southern Region secret trials, I will unite with the Zhao family and the Green Cloud sect. I'll leave all of you youngsters in the secret realm. Jang Chingu's pretty face turned white with anger when she heard his words. If he hadn't been in his way, he would have done it long ago. Be good. Farewell. Elder Shen Yuan arched his hand, while then he raised his arm and waved. Go! A wave after his sentence. From his palm, a flying sword was thrown out, and after flying up into the void, it suddenly transformed into a dozen feet long. A group of people from the Shen clan leapt up. Elder Shen parent finally gave Li Xiaoyuan another deep look and rubbed his tingling palms before he urged his flying sword to disappear at the end of the void with a swoosh sound. Sovereign, this matter can no longer be protected. Realist Qingming didn't say anything to discredit Li Xiujian, but only faintly reminded. If this matter isn't resolved, our Zhongyang sect mystical realm trial will surely be a total loss. This means a broken generation. Good. Sovereign, this matter must not be tolerated any longer. The Five Elements elder also stood out, his face unkind. You can't let one mouse spoil a pot of porridge. Enough. Jang Chingu let out a cold snort, then placed his gaze on Li Xiujuan. Within 10 days, settle your affairs. Otherwise, go to the Shen clan yourself to apologize. The Zhangyang clan cannot be implicated because of you. What if he can't do it? Right. What if he slaps his ass and walks away? Make an oath. A group of elders, aggressive. This whole thing started because of me, and I'm not going to shirk my responsibility. I'll fix it, but, make me take an oath and forget it. Any of you who are not convinced can fight me. Li Xiaoyuan's expression was calm, unable to see the waves of pride, but there is no ambiguity at all in bringing up the matter of making vows. You, arrogant. The Five Elements elders looked at Li Xiujuan angrily, itching to eat him alive. If you're not convinced, let's have a couple of moves. Otherwise, don't push. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes sank and he took a stance to strike. With one word, he shut up the five elders. Having just seen his strength, he was sure that he was no longer a match for Li Xiaoyuan. Farewell. Li Xiaoyuan clasped his fist at Jang Chingu, then waved at Shen Linxue. Go! Shen Linxue didn't say much, but just trotted over and followed Li Xiujuan away. Master, do I still have a big sister? Shen Linxue was very curious. Not bad. It's Master's opening disciple. Mentioning Su Wan'er, Li Xiaoyuan couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. She must have encountered some tricky problem before she lost her mind. I must find her and settle this. Then I'll go with you. Shen Linxue sniffed and hurriedly stepped forward, revealing a look of death. No need. Just stay on the mountain and cultivate well. Master will write you another elixir, to assist you in your cultivation. Remember, only when you are strong enough can you speak with your fists. Understand? Li Xiaoyuan had no intention of letting her follow him. Instead, he gave her some of the elixirs he had been given by the raffle and gave them all to her. Yes, Master. Disciple will definitely dive into cultivation. I will live up to my expectations. Shen Linxue took the elixir he gave and bowed respectfully. Go on. Master is leaving this time. Be sure to cultivate well. Li Xiaoyuan said that the wind was the rain and waved his hand at her before heading straight to the teleportation array at the bottom of the mountain. Shen Linxue looked at the pills and storage bag in her hand and raised her head again, eyes on Li Xiaoyuan descending the mountain. And after Li Xiaoyuan descended the mountain, he directly chose to activate the teleportation array. Red Flame City? Just go here. In the formation, he chose an area and then used a spirit stone to activate the teleportation formation. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, his figure suddenly disappeared into the teleportation formation. Swish. When he reappeared he was already in an unknown mountain. He pulled out a compass and after quickly positioning himself, he took out a spirit stone. It was a modified spirit stone, and running spiritual energy was injected into it. In the void, there were clear maps showing up. Li Xiaoyuan looked at it carefully for a while, comparing it to the compass. Soon enough, he found his way to Red Flame City. With that, he headed straight for the city. Ding! Detected that second apprentice brother Shen Linxue is cultivating intensely, triggering a violent attack. Cultivation will be returned 100-fold. Detected second disciple, refining Hongmeng fruit. Ding! Detected that senior apprentice brother Su Wan'er is cultivating, triggering a storm. 100-fold return of cultivation. Ding! Detected the eldest apprentice using a trap, capturing a killer, and being evil, completing the long-term teaching mission. how evil is made. Gain 10,000 vices. Let's make Su Wan'er an evil person as soon as possible. Ding. Detected the second disciple, nearly degreeing the elder of the 5 elements, completing a long-term mission. An eye for an eye. Acquisition of bad act value, 20,000. Current host's evil value, 167,000. Ding. Li Xiaoyuan rushed on while listening to the reminder alert. These 2 disciples are really competitive. Being a master can't show their hearts. We must find Wan'er as soon as possible. Find out what's really happening. Li Xiaoyuan quickened his pace and suddenly remembered Elder Xian's flying sword, so he began to rummage through his storage bag, and sure enough, he found a gourd. It's a flying machine too. How about trying it out? He murmured, then dropped the gourd on the ground and punched into it with the spiritual energy in his body. However, there was no reaction to doing so. What the hell? The system is giving back fakes? Chapter 72, Your master has come to arrest you too. Ding. Need to activate with a spirit stone. He had just finished a sentence when he heard a reminder from the system. Only then did he hastily take out the spirit stones and put them into the gourd. Then in pushing the aura, the gourd is stimulated. Phew! After a sound, the gourd suddenly grew to the size of 10 feet. There was an extra row of 2 seats in the center. Nice! Not bad. Li Xiaoyuan nodded his head repeatedly, then proceeded to jump up. Depart! Red Flame City! After his command, the gourd made a slight vibration, followed closely by a riveting flight in one direction. Phew! Hoo! Along the way, the wind kept whistling in his ears. Bad experience. Can't block out the wind? Li Xiaoyuan questioned again. Ding! System reminder. The barrier can open on its own with aura prodding. With the system's reminder, Li Xiaoyuan once again urged his aura. Swish! The gourd was instantly protected by a barrier. He then raised his eyebrows and began to continue on his way. After half an hour, the towering walls of Red Flame City could already be seen on the map revealed by the spirit stones. Go down! Li Xiaoyuan was studying how to maneuver the gourd along the way. By now, no matter how it went, it was a matter of his thoughts. The gourd landed on the ground and suddenly became smaller. It was taken into his hands with a wave, and then he walked into Red Flame City. After coming to the city, he looked around at the surroundings. Worthy of being a chaperone capital. It's really grand. Li Xiaoyuan exclaimed in admiration before continuing to look for clues. After arriving at one of the largest restaurants, he was ready to listen to the talk of the people here. Have you heard? The Shen family has kicked the bucket this time. What's going on? The night before last, Shen Cheng molested Luo Shur, a young girl from the Luo family. It was met by a female warrior on the road. After killing it, he killed a few more Yuaning experts of the Shen family. I've heard that too. They have since rounded up the lady warrior at Mundang Mountain in the eastern mountains, and have so far been unsuccessful. Good. I heard that in the mountains, a few more people were lost. The crowd was talking and talking. It was heard by Li Xiaoyuan who had ulterior motives. Munchkin Mountain? He frowned in thought, then listened as they continued their discussion. You guys didn't see that night. It was horrible. Shoo, stop it. The Shen family's guards are coming. It looks like it's headed for East Mountain. As the crowd murmured, a group of people suddenly appeared. With that, he ran in a great hurry in the direction of the east. Li Xiaoyuan narrowed his eyes and took a serious look before placing silver on the table. Just quietly follow. Many of the people in the group in front of him had a solemn look on their faces. Soon after leaving the city, we came to the foot of the eastern mountain. They don't know yet that one of their own has been switched. Go up the hill. Continue the search. See the man alive. See the dead. That commander glanced toward the mountain and ordered in a deep voice. Yes. The people led the way, and then hurried up the mountain. As they left, a search began again. Munchkin Mountain. In a secluded valley. The ground, full of bodies. A young girl, covered in blood, is packing her traps. We're going to be screwed this time. The Shen clan's people have surrounded the entire mountain. The one who spoke was Su Wan'er. After 2 days of chasing, she was already looking bad. The whole thing looked drained. The sky is the limit. Don't be discouraged. We will get out. Luo Qingfang's voice came out from within her sea of consciousness. It's a pity that I can't go back to say goodbye to my master. Up to this point, her heart was still thinking of her master. That is, I wonder if my master will avenge me if he knows about my death. Humph, your master is, at this time, on his way to capture you as well. No sooner had she finished her sentence than there was a man, coming out of the woods. A pair of eyes looked at her coldly, revealing a playful color. My master arresting me? Humph, you're such a liar. He just came and saved me. When Su Wan'er heard the man's words, a look of disdain appeared on her pretty face. Don't take my master to fool me. Pick on our relationship. I'm afraid you don't know yet, but our Shen clan's grand elder has already been to your Zhangyang sect. Your master was pressured to come and help us capture you. The man snorted coldly. and the smugness on his face intensified. The hell with believing you. Go save it for fooling someone else. Su Wan'er was obviously not convinced, and the Chi Tian stick in her hand was already tightly gripped as she spoke. Just a thought, and it instantly skyrocketed. Go to hell. It then smashed down on his head. Oomph. I'll fulfill you if you want to die. The man let out a cold snort, then exploded back. Spirit snake sword. After his sentence, the long sword in his hand flipped and instantly skyrocketed away. A sword blade suddenly transformed into a python under the sunlight, devouring towards Su Wan'er. Chi Tian stick technique. The first stance. The roundabout stick. Su Wan'er turned Chi Tian with great force, and then violently rushed towards the sword awnings around her. Under the high speed of the Chi Tian stick, these pythons exploded when they were touched by the stick. The ones that were directly smashed in, instantly went up in smoke. It looked like she had won a move, but the pair of hands holding the Chi Tian stick had already begun to tremble. This is all the effect of days of heavy fighting. It left her with little strength left, especially the Dantian. At this time, it was even drier, and there was no chance of reprieve at all. The pills Li Xiu Yuan had given her had been consumed as early as the second day. Oomph, don't have the strength anymore. My turn. The man let out a cold snort and rushed towards Su Wan'er once again. Yeah, however, as he approached Su Wan'er, an icy voice came out. A pair of hands clamped down on his neck in a death grip. You are the firstborn. The man looked at Su Wan'er in front of him unwillingly and eventually collapsed on the ground. Kill. She killed our young master. Kill her. And at that moment, the Shen family's guards behind that man were enraged when they saw their young master being killed. Growling, he charged. Chi Tian stick. Second style. Dragon flying phoenix dance. This time, it was Su Wan'er's turn to make a move. The Chi Tian stick in his hand was martial in a tiger-like manner, but anyone who was touched was either crippled or dead. Even if you get grazed, you can give it a whirl. In the past 2 days, that's how they cooperated, and killed the people who came after them. Cleanly, after some massacre, the Shen family's people were all turned into corpses again. Let's go. This place is exposed. Luo Qingfang felt a strong aura surging in all directions. As I said, collect our breath. Let's escape. Good. Let's go. Su Wan'er nodded her head vigorously, then collected her aura and suddenly disappeared above this cultivation field. After they left, another group arrived. The last of them was none other than Li Xiu Yuan.